Chapter 164. Zhao Daji faces utter defeat, while director Wang exhibits unparalleled wisdom and prowess. Zhao Daji stood frozen in place, as if all the blood within him had been instantaneously siphoned away. With each figure reported by Accountant Liu, the color drained further from his face, until eventually his entire countenance resembled that of a ghostly apparition. It was not until the declaration of 511 pounds fell upon him like a final verdict that he succumbed. Thud. His legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily upon the icy surface. The biting chill surged from beneath him, yet he remained oblivious, unable to muster the strength to rise for what felt like an eternity. As the deputy director of the street office, he was acutely aware of what the haul of over 500 pounds of fish signified. This was no mere procurement task. It was an unparalleled achievement. Let alone their humble street office. Even those powerful procurement agents from large enterprises, no matter how tirelessly they worked or how vociferously they pleaded, would be hard-pressed to secure such substantial goods in a month. From this day forth, the fortunes of the Hongxing street office would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. That young lad, Ma San'er, barely past 17, would, through this singular feat, become the object of everyone's admiration within the office. Meanwhile, Director Wang's position would remain unassailable. A leader capable of delivering extraordinary results while ensuring tangible benefits for her subordinates. Who would dare oppose her? As for Zhao Daji, he could already envision his gradual marginalization. This deputy position would likely become untenable, merely awaiting the day when a superior would find a pretext to dismiss him. The corporate world is starkly pragmatic. If you can resolve problems, you wield absolute power. Should you become a hindrance, you will inevitably be cast aside. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Daji summoned all his strength to unsteadily rise. In that moment, he seemed to age a decade, his back hunched, each step a struggle as he stumbled away alone. Behind him, the exuberant cheers and gasps of his colleagues at the street office persisted with fervor. Look, another one, a giant big-head carp, weighing 66 pounds. An hour later, Lin Wei exhaled a long breath, the tension within his chest finally dissipating. He lifted his gaze to find Ma San'er joyfully pouring water into the fish barrel, his animated expression allowing Lin Wei's anxious heart to finally settle. Fortunately, this time, the skill of specializing in catching giants had not faltered. Ma San'er was indeed tenacious. This expedition yielded nearly 20 large fish, more than sufficient to fulfill their obligations. Lin Wei pondered that knowing when to stop is prudent. Continuing to fish with so many eyes watching would inevitably incite envy. All right, Ma San'er, there aren't many big fish left. Let us prepare to reel in the lines. He feigned a stretch of his sore arms, adopting an air of exhaustion. Director Wang frowned at his words. Reel in? The fish are biting well. Why not catch a few more? She turned to the eager Ma San'er. Ma San'er, what say you? Ma San'er immediately understood. Once the leader spoke, he had no choice but to comply. He had become adept at navigating these workplace survival rules without formal instruction. Director Wang, whatever you say, I shall follow, Ma San'er declared with a straightened posture and respectful tone. I am your soldier. Wherever you direct me, I shall go. Lin Wei gazed at Ma San'er in astonishment. This plastic brotherhood was swiftly cast aside upon entering the workforce. Such dedication was remarkable. Ma San'er returned a look that said, watch me shine, promptly seizing a fishing rod. Wei go. If you're tired, take a break. Let me show you how it's done. With that, he flicked his wrist, sending the bait arcing gracefully into the water. It must be said, this bait was indeed remarkably effective. Within mere seconds, the fishing line tightened abruptly. Ma San'er yanked the rod with fervor, exclaiming, aha, I've got one. Wei go, you better pay attention. He stumbled back a few steps, his arms straining as he pulled back. A sizable fish of 70 to 80 centimeters breaking the surface, its shimmering scales glistening in the sunlight. Wei go, this rod is truly exceptional. Even fish weighing 50 to 60 pounds are no challenge. Look, it's a big-head carp. Ma San'er proclaimed with pride as he carefully reeled in the fish, bringing the big-head carp gently onto the shore. Accountant Liu and Xiao Li hurried over to weigh it. 15 pounds, Ma San'er, splendid work. Director Wang was initially quite displeased with Lin Wei's half-hearted approach to idleness. However, upon witnessing Ma San'er capably managing things on his own, his countenance brightened with delight. Without the butcher Lin Wei, they could still feast upon pigs with bristles. Moreover, those large fish were only suitable for communal dining or barter. when it came to sharing with their own families, it would indeed pose a challenge. Now that Ma San'er could catch fish, why should the others be incapable? With this thought in mind, Director Wang made a decision that would be long remembered by the staff of Hongxing Street Office. Whenever there was free time, he would insist on her leading the team to fish. Come, come, everyone who can fish, come and try your luck, he proclaimed with a grand gesture. The fish they caught could either be taken home to supplement their household expenses or be purchased by Ma San'er on behalf of the street office. In any case, those with skills would all have their share. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of Accountant Liu, Xiao Li, and the neighborhood patrol members surged. Unfortunately, while these individuals excelled in paperwork, accounting, and maintaining order, they possessed little talent for fishing. More often than not, they either misaligned the bait or failed to cast the line properly. To make matters worse, several fishing lines became entangled, resulting in a flurry of activity that created a rather chaotic scene. Lin Wei and Ma San'er exchanged wry smiles. These were Ma San'er's colleagues, and none could afford to offend them. The two had no choice but to resign themselves to squatting down and meticulously untangling the knotted fishing lines. Director Wang shook his head. His subordinates rarely displayed such enthusiasm in their regular work. Alas, without the requisite skills, one could not ascend to the pinnacle of success. All right, if you cannot play, do not create chaos, he said, pondering for a moment before addressing Accountant Liu. Xiao Liu, you and Xiao Li will be responsible for weighing and recording. He then turned to the neighborhood patrol members. You all will follow Xiao Li's instructions for moving the fish. Noticing the disappointment on everyone's faces, Director Wang chuckled and added, rest assured, the previous catch counts as Ma San'er's achievement, acquired by the street office. The subsequent catches will belong to our street office personnel, so no need to spend money. Moreover, those of you assisting will have priority in selection. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Accountant Liu, Xiao Li, and the others brightened up. Director Wang's maneuver was indeed masterful. Ma San'er had already fulfilled his responsibilities, and as they were all on the same team, there would be no dissent. The fish below were for everyone, and they cost nothing, a truly fortuitous turn of events. Furthermore, those working on-site could choose first, allowing them to select larger fish with more meat and fewer bones. Given Ma San'er's prowess, the smallest catch weighed no less than 10 pounds. Today was indeed a day of great profit. Everyone was elated, their spirits soaring as they chorused, Director, your wisdom is unparalleled. You are truly brilliant. Chapter 165. What bounty is on the hook? Director Wang added with a hint of eagerness in her tone, it will just be Ma San'er and me fishing. The rest of you can simply wait to collect the fish. The group from the street office was left in a state of shock, exchanging incredulous glances. Their faces a tapestry of disbelief. When had Director Wang ever shown an inclination towards fishing? Wasn't she always bustling at the forefront of work, either burning the midnight oil or en route to do so? No one had ever heard of her indulging in such a leisurely pastime. Yet, when the leader spoke, no one dared question her, responding in hushed tones of agreement. All right. Director Wang, perceptive to their thoughts, merely smiled subtly, choosing not to address the unspoken skepticism. She was acutely aware that during the last outing at Shikahai, she had been quietly competing with Li Huaid and Lu Hongfang. Although there had been no formal tally, she and Lu Hongfang had been evenly matched, while Li Huaid had held a slight edge. Of course, Director Wang was well aware that Li's victory had been aided by Lin Wei's covert assistance, diminishing the merit of his win. Since then, she had been harboring a resolve, diligently studying various fishing techniques, eagerly awaiting the day she could triumph over Li Huaid. Having witnessed Lin Wei reeling in fish after fish, her hands were itching to join in, but out of respect for Ma San'er's task, she had restrained herself. Now that the mission was accomplished, she could no longer contain her enthusiasm. It was time to dive into action and put all her theoretical knowledge to the test. Seeing Director Wang and Ma San'er both poised for action, Lin Wei knew that today's ice fishing spectacle was inevitable. He stepped forward, calling for everyone to maintain a safe distance, then took up an ice pick, skillfully enlarging the hole in the ice. He then turned to the little girl who had been eagerly watching the water's surface and asked with a smile, Xiao, would you like to learn how to fish like your brother? The little girl's large, sparkling eyes brightened instantly as she nodded vigorously, cutely exclaiming yes. Xiao wants to learn to catch big fish. All right then, Lin Wei said, lifting her to the edge of the ice hole. Just listen to your brother's instructions. Thus, 3 groups formed by the ice hole. Director Wang standing solo, Ma San'er on high alert, and Lin Wei alongside his little sister. Let us see who catches the most today. Ma San'er called out, noticing that Director Wang had cast her line first, prompting him to follow suit. Lin Wei patiently guided Xiao Xiao in casting her line. After a couple of attempts, she finally succeeded in dropping the bait into the water. "Hey, I think something's biting," Director Wang exclaimed, her line immediately responding as the bobber plunged below the surface. With a swift flick of her wrist, the line snapped taut, cutting through the air with a sharp sound. "Well done." Lu, the accountant, cheered, leading the group from the street office in applause. Director Wang calmly took a few steps back, her arm exerting a steady force, and soon a shimmering silver carp broke the surface of the water. Lu swiftly stepped forward, deftly netting the fish, and together with Xiao Li, they carried it off to be weighed. The carp weighed in at an impressive 8 pounds. Lu announced triumphantly, tossing the fish into the water bucket. Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. 8 pounds on her first cast felt promising. At that moment, Ma San'er also hooked a fish. Not wanting to bother Lu, he quickly scooped up the fish and headed off to weigh it himself. A flower carp, he noted, weighed in at, yes, also 8 pounds. Glancing down, he realized this flower carp was noticeably larger than Director Wang's carp. How could the weights be the same? He paused momentarily, then quickly remembered he couldn't overshadow his superior. "Brother, I think I have a fish on." Xiao Zhao's voice trembled, her little face flushed with determination. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, the slender bamboo pole bent dramatically into a crescent shape. The line was taut, emitting a faint humming sound on the water's surface. "Xiao Xiao, stay calm and steady your balance. Brother will help you pull back slowly," Lin Wei encouraged, squatting behind her and wrapping his arms securely around her small shoulders, guiding her step by step as they gently retreated. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her little nose. Her tiny hands, strained from the effort, produced a soft rustling sound against the fishing rod as she exerted all her strength. Even the small black dog at her feet seemed to understand the gravity of the moment, tugging at her pant leg and barking encouragingly. Just then, as Director Wang was rebaiting her hook, she caught a glimpse of the commotion. It seems something is on the line, but how much force can a 6-year-old muster?" She mused, estimating that the fish could only weigh around 3 or 4 pounds at most. Anything larger would likely be beyond her capability. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, her own fishing rod dipped again, another catch. Judging by the sensation, it felt heavier than the previous carp. Director Wang has hooked another one. It looks like a big catfish, surely over 10 pounds. Lu shouted excitedly, while Xiao Li's pen raced across the notepad, and the street office erupted in cheers. On the other side, Ma San'er proudly held up a wriggling black fish, grinning as he declared, "This black fish weighs a solid 10 pounds. Both Director Wang and Ma San'er efficiently secured their catches in buckets and rebaited their hooks. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was still grappling with her catch, her face flushed and trembling with effort. "Xiao Wei, keep an eye on Xiao Xiao. If she struggles too much, you take over. We can't waste time," Director Wang remarked, unable to resist the urge to intervene as she noticed the child was truly exerting herself. "Aunt Wang, Xiao Xiao can do it," the little girl insisted, her eyes glistening with determination. "This fish must be huge. I want to pull it myself." Lin Wei, watching his sister's resolute stance, felt his heart soften and replied, "Yes, take your time, Xiao Xiao. I'm right here." As he encouraged her, his hand subtly moved to the end of the fishing rod, discreetly applying some pressure. At that moment, he was taken aback by the unexpected strength of the fish. "This might be a real monster, bigger than you think," he said, his tone growing serious. Xiao Xiao nodded earnestly, her lips pressed tightly together as she leaned back with all her weight. As time ticked by, Director Wang and Ma San'er continued to reel in fish after fish, while Xiao Xiao remained locked in a stalemate, her rod still bent, whatever was beneath the surface seemingly anchored in place. "Xiao Wei, is it possible that you've snagged the bottom?" Ma San'er scratched his head, increasingly perplexed. "What kind of fish can hold out like this for so long without making a move?" "Don't be silly, it's definitely a fish. It's just too big for Xiao Xiao to pull." The little girl stomped her foot, her face reddening like a boiled shrimp, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 166, Astonishment. Even Lin Wei can't reel in this big catch. "Now I must see just how massive the fish Xiao Xiao has hooked truly is," Ma San'er said playfully. Feeling lighthearted since the task was complete, and teasing the little girl seemed entertaining. After all, her brother had stopped fishing after catching a dozen. Clearly looking down on the rest, Lin Wei furrowed his brow and gently leaned down to his sister, saying, "Xiao Xiao, this fish is too big. Let brother help you. All right, when we reel it in, it will still count as your catch." "Okay." The little girl nodded vigorously, her small hands gripping her clothes tightly. "This big fish is mine. Brother can't take it." "All right, I want to take it." Lin Wei could hardly contain his amusement. This little girl, though young, exhibited an impressive tenacity when it came to guarding her catch. She might grow up to be a formidable creature indeed. The moment he took hold of the fishing rod, However, his expression turned serious. He felt his legs sink slightly as he steadied himself, testing the rod's strength with a gentle flick of his wrist. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the sheer force he encountered. Could it be that this little girl truly possessed an innate talent for fishing? Encountering such a rare giant on her very first cast? Xiao Xiao, pay close attention, Lin Wei said solemnly. This fish is likely the king of fish. He gradually infused his internal energy into the rod, feeling the power flow through the fishing line. This catch was special, one that his precious sister had hooked. And it was a creature unlike any he had ever seen before. He had no choice but to give it his all. Keep dreaming. Ma San sneered from the side. It's probably just snagged on the bottom or tangled in weeds. That 90-pound catfish from earlier didn't cause this much fuss. Lin Wei had no time to engage in debate. He carefully took a half step forward, loosening the line slightly. To his astonishment, rather than rising, the fishing line was suddenly yanked downward with tremendous force, tightening more than before. Ma San rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Wei, I can't be seeing things. Can I? Is that really a fish? Lin Wei nodded gravely. The weight this time is heavier than any previous catch. Do you need a hand? Ma San offered eagerly. Absolutely not. Xiao Xiao interjected, pouting defiantly. This is the big fish I caught, and I don't want Brother Ma's help. She was still miffed about Ma San's earlier jibes. Her cheeks puffed up like a little pufferfish. Be careful, brother, she added softly, her concern warming Lin Wei's heart. Indeed, his dear sister was considerate of him. Yet, the very next moment, she anxiously warned, Brother, take your time, don't let the big fish escape. Lin Wei nearly chuckled aloud. Oh, this little cotton-padded jacket was indeed full of surprises. Her primary concern was still that fish. Nevertheless, as the acknowledged fishing deity of the city, he would not be easily disheartened by such trivial matters. With unwavering focus, he began to maneuver around the ice hole, advancing and retreating, shifting left and right. The fishing rod seemed to come alive in his hands, each tremor imbued with a unique rhythm. This time, he was determined to wear out the underwater behemoth completely. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Director Wang immediately set aside his fishing rod, recognizing that Lin Wei's personal involvement signified a substantial catch. Observing the taut fishing line and Lin Wei's grave demeanor, it was evident that whatever lurked beneath the surface was no ordinary creature. All notions of personal records and continuous catches faded into irrelevance. Such a rare and historic moment could not be missed. The gathering crowd seemed to be drawn in by an unspoken signal, each person holding their breath, eyes wide with anticipation as they wished to peer through the ice hole. They were all eager to discover the astonishing entity that had been hooked. Yet, even for Lin Wei, the self-proclaimed fishing god, this endeavor was proving to be no simple feat. He circled the ice hole, alternating between tightening and loosening the line, attempting to exhaust the strength of the underwater giant. After several rounds, he keenly sensed a slight decrease in the force on the rod. With a firm shout, Lin Wei unleashed his long-dormant violent fishing technique. His core engaged. He pulled back with the force of a drawn bow, launching himself backward. Got it! Ma San shouted excitedly. He had witnessed the might of this technique before. Even the previous Fish King had succumbed to its power. Xiao Xiao held her breath, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothing, her wide eyes unblinking, as if already envisioning the magnificent fish leaping from the water. In the gaze of the eager crowd, a colossal shadow suddenly rolled beneath the surface, sending waves soaring half a meter high before it sank again. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Wei, rather than being propelled backward by the force, stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. Oh no, I thought it had come loose. Ma San gasped, his heart racing, only to realize the line remained taut. Goodness, this giant can fight back? Lin Wei chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. This creature is extraordinary. It appears to be a tough nut to crack. Ma San hurriedly approached. Should I lend a hand after all? Lin Wei's gaze was resolute, his grip on the rod unwavering. No need. Let me try a few more times. I will get it. However, even he underestimated the endurance of the creature lurking beneath. For over 10 minutes, he unleashed his most powerful techniques thrice, but not only did he fail to bring the giant to the surface, he had not even glimpsed a single scale. Lin Wei grew frustrated, circling the ice hole with increasing speed, alternating between tightening and loosening the line. He refused to believe that this creature could outlast him. Ma San, take over for a moment. I need to catch my breath, Lin Wei finally conceded. The high-intensity struggle had drained his stamina significantly. Ma San leaped forward, grasping the fishing rod. Yet, the moment their hands exchanged, the underwater giant seemed to sense the change, thrashing violently. Ouch! Ma San was taken by surprise, the immense force propelling him forward, crashing onto the ice. Yet, he dared not release his grip, watching helplessly as he was dragged closer to the ice hole. Be careful. In a flash, Lin Wei dashed to Ma San's side, skillfully taking the rod with one hand and executing a swift roll. This maneuver concealed a clever tactic. While the rod remained steady, he used the momentum of his roll to tighten the line further. Perhaps the underwater giant had reached its limits, for this unforeseen tactic yielded unexpected results. With Lin Wei's series of agile rolls, the creature finally began to ascend from the depths. As the chapter unfolded, the monstrous figure emerged from the water. Good heavens, what is this? Ma Sen gasped, eyes wide in disbelief, covering his mouth in shock. Xiao Xiao's mouth fell open in awe. A big fish. What kind of big fish is this? Seizing the moment, Lin Wei executed a backward roll, springing up like a coiled spring. With the creature now surfaced, the resistance was significantly reduced, presenting the perfect opportunity to capture it. He sprinted back several steps, and with a thunderous crash, the colossal entity was dragged onto the ice, revealing its true form to the astonished crowd. Before them lay an enormous turtle. Its shell was round like a grinding disc, nearly 2 meters in diameter, a deep green-brown hue covering its body, with intricate, ring-like patterns etched into its shell and serrated protrusions along the edges. Most astonishing was its thick neck, which, when extended, was nearly the length of a child's arm. Topped with a massive triangular head, its tiny black eyes darting around, surveying the crowd. Ma Sen gasped, his voice trembling. My goodness, this giant turtle must be enchanted. His legs felt weak, instinctively retreating a step. Xiao Xiao gasped, hiding behind Lin Wei's leg. Yet her curiosity got the better of her as she peeked out with her fair little face. The round, glossy eyes darted nervously, wavering between fear and curiosity as they fixated on the colossal creature. By what seemed like mere coincidence, the old turtle's small, bead-like yellow eyes met her timid gaze, causing the little girl to pause momentarily, as if sensing something profound. She blinked vacantly and shook her head gently. Director Wong rubbed his eyes vigorously, attempting to maintain composure as he stepped forward, yet his trembling fingertips betrayed the tumultuous emotions brewing within him. This turtle, with its shell not a century old, could not possibly have grown to such proportions. Little Wei, you have not merely caught a treasure, you have summoned a living relic. Accountant Liu, trembling beside him, interjected, Director, does this still weigh in? Director Wong smacked his forehead, realizing that this creature was a harbinger of good fortune. What ordinary person would dare to consume it? Even if Little Wei were bold enough to sell it, I would not dare to accept it. He turned to Lin Wei, his tone grave. Little Wei, what do you think? Should we return this living relic to the water? Lin Wei furrowed his brow. Indeed, this behemoth was a proverbial hot potato. If it were smaller, a simple stew would suffice. But such a grand specimen, having lived countless years, would have been revered as an auspicious offering in ancient times. To slay it for a meal? Not only would that be a gross misdeed, but who would dare to partake of it, even if it were cooked? Enough of this. Let us consider it an act of virtue. With this thought, Lin Wei approached to remove the hook from the old turtle. The fishing hook was as long as a finger and as thick as a pencil lead, embedded deeply in the turtle's thick lips. Remarkably, despite being hooked for so long, there was not a drop of blood, as if it had merely endured a piercing. The old turtle seemed to understand his intent. Its sharp jaws remained motionless as Lin Wei deftly extracted the hook. There you go, my friend, you are free now. Lin Wei patted the turtle's patterned head, gesturing for it to return to the lake. Unexpectedly, the little girl dashed over and hugged the turtle's head tightly. Lin Wei's heart raced as he reached out to intervene. For that gaping mouth, wide enough to fit a bowl, could easily snap a finger bone. Yet, the old turtle obediently closed its eyes and tightly shut its mouth. Its massive head moved rhythmically, amusing the little girl into fits of giggles. Brother, is this a big turtle? Why does it look so funny? Lin Wei chuckled. The little girl had touched and played with it, only to deliver a rather unflattering review in the end. Xiao Xiao, this is a soft-shelled turtle, also known as a Wang Ba. They tend to grow uglier as they age. They are quite adorable when young. Yes, although it's ugly, it's an ugly kind of cute. The little girl remarked, pulling out her most cherished Mickey Mouse candy, carefully peeling back the wrapper and leaning down to offer it to the old turtle. Here, big fellow, have some candy. To her surprise, the old turtle showed no regard for the offering, retracting its head into its shell and displaying no interest whatsoever. Brother, the big turtle is ignoring me. It wants to eat Xiao Xiao's candy. The little girl pouted, her voice tinged with disappointment. She had expected the creature to behave like her little friends, who would be unable to resist the allure of Mickey Mouse candy. Lin Wei, observing this, smiled and decided to indulge her no further. He took out a water bottle cap filled with spiritual spring water and produced a fist-sized, golden, crispy bait ball made with the same water. The moment the bait was revealed, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the little girl to sneeze involuntarily. Xiao Xiao, try giving it this. The little girl obediently accepted the bait, first bringing the water bottle cap near the old turtle's head. The previously indifferent turtle suddenly elongated its neck, its tiny eyes widening with eager anticipation. In an instant, a shadow darted, and the water bottle cap was deftly snatched from her hand. With a slurp, the turtle drank the spring water as if savoring a fine vintage. Seeing the turtle's delight, the little girl grew bolder and excitedly offered the fragrant bait. The old turtle hesitated momentarily. It clearly remembered that this very delicacy had led to its capture on land. After a brief internal struggle, it could not resist the deep-seated temptation. Cautiously, it opened its mouth and began to nibble the bait clean, leaving not a crumb behind. "Brother, the big fellow really loves this delicious treat. Please give me some more. I want to feed it again." The little girl, witnessing the turtle's joyful feast, danced with glee and turned to Lin Wei, extending her hand for more. However, Director Wang could no longer bear to watch and quickly interjected. "Xiao Xiao, that bait is specially for fishing. We can't let this old turtle eat it all." The director and Ma Sanner had long since shifted their focus away from the turtle. This creature, while a novelty for a moment, was neither edible nor sellable. What adult would indulge in such antics, feeding it like a child? The priority now was the fish caught during this fishing session, as all were from the local committee. Those who did not strive would surely suffer. Did you not see Accountant Liu, Xiao Li, and the other security personnel? Their eyes were bloodshot, eager to empty the entire lake. Yet, to catch fish, one must have good bait. After experiencing both this and the previous outing, Director Wang had come to realize the continuous catch was undoubtedly attributed to Lin Wei's specially crafted bait. Without it, the haul would surely diminish. And that was intolerable to her. Even her most cherished little girl could not be allowed to hinder the important business of fishing. The little girl's face fell, her pout resembling that of a thundercloud. Denying her the chance to feed the turtle felt akin to snatching away her most beloved toy. Observing her dismay, Lin Wei immediately crouched down, softening his tone. "Xiao Xiao, this big fellow is already full. Next time, brother will prepare something special for you to feed it, all right?" In the art of soothing, Lin Wei was a master. Indeed, the little girl's frown transformed into a smile as she joyfully hopped back to the water's edge, gently tapping the turtle's shell and murmuring sweet nothings. However, at that moment, another little creature grew jealous. Xiao He, who usually held the little girl's affection, felt neglected. Initially intimidated by the turtle's imposing size, Xiao He had cautiously observed from the sidelines. But seeing the little girl's attention entirely captured by the hefty creature, jealousy surged within it, leading to a sudden burst of energy as it charged at the turtle's head. With a dull thud, Xiao He collided with the turtle as if hitting a stone wall, bouncing back and wobbling in place before regaining its footing. Woof woof! It let out a rare growl, its fur bristling, eyes alert and defiant. The last time it had felt so tense was when it encountered a bear in the mountains. The little girl turned to scold. "Xiao He, no mischief. It's very gentle." Lin Wei chuckled, bending down to scoop Xiao He into his arms, ruffling its fur gently. All right, I know you're fierce, but you won't budge this big fellow." Xiao He gradually calmed down in his embrace, yet its round, glossy eyes remained fixed on the turtle, seemingly contemplating its next move. What exactly is this iron-shelled creature, and how is it even harder than stone? With the interference from Director Wang and Ma Sanner now absent, fishing became a seamless endeavor. The fishing rod rose and fell rhythmically, the splashes of water creating a continuous symphony. Although the fish were not particularly large, each weighed around 5 pounds. The sheer number of catches was impressive, as if they were inviting every fish in Kunming Lake to the shore. Accountant Liu, standing nearby, was tirelessly weighing the fish, his hands growing numb, while little Li's account book became densely filled, each page scribbled with notes, the tip of his pen nearly sparking with friction. "Boss, the buckets we brought are all full," one of the Joint Defense Team members exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow, breathless as he reported. Director Wang turned to look and was astonished. 3 large carts stood in a row, each brimming with over 20 hefty wooden barrels. Various fish flopped and leaped, splashing water half a foot high, their silver scales glimmering under the winter sun, almost threatening to overflow. "You blockheads." Director Wang felt a mix of amusement and urgency. "You couldn't have pushed them back to the street office and poured them into the pool first before coming back to fish, could you? Can't you see that Ma Sanner and I are working our tails off to bring in the New Year's goods? Whether we have fresh fish on the table this year depends on this haul." Upon hearing this, the Joint Defense Team members nodded vigorously, swiftly dividing into groups of 4. One person led the way while 3 pushed from behind, calling out as they maneuvered the carts toward the street office. Conveniently, there was a large, unused pool in the backyard of the street office, perfectly suited for storing these fish. After all, there were staff on duty there 24 hours a day. And with the watchful gaze of the gatekeeper, no one minded putting in extra effort to safeguard the fresh fish soup for the new year. Time passed, and the sun began to dip in the west. Director Wong instinctively reached back. "Ma Sanner, give me some more bait." Her eyes remained glued to the water's surface. Her tone tinged with an eager urgency. "Today's fishing has been too exhilarating. It feels like I could fish forever. The more I catch, the better." Ma Sanner scratched his head, looking troubled. "Boss, I have nothing left." "How can that be?" Director Wong finally withdrew her gaze, disbelief etched on her face. "I'm brimming with energy and feel like I could catch another 10 or 20. Lin Wei, holding little Hai by her side, chuckled softly. "Aunt Wong, it's truly all gone. You're the first to fish until not even a drop of bait remains." Only then did Director Wong realize that it was already afternoon. The sunlight had softened, and her stomach let out a timely grumble. She smacked her lips. "Oh, Xiao Wei, how could you be so thoughtless? You should have prepared more bait. This is simply unsatisfying." Lin Wei dared not respond, fully aware that Director Wong had an insatiable appetite. No matter how good the offerings were, she always found something to critique. At that moment, Accountant Liu and Little Li approached with the account book in hand, reporting, "Boss, we've caught a total of 1,560 pounds of fish today. I reckon the street office's pool is nearly at capacity." Originally, Lin Wei had caught nearly 800 pounds of large fish, and combined with what Director Wong and Ma Sanner had caught, they had exceeded 1,500 pounds. Director Wong's face immediately reflected regret as she clicked her tongue repeatedly. "What a pity, what a pity." She turned to Accountant Liu and instructed, "Xiao Liu, remember this. After the new year, we should apply for some funds to expand the pool at the street office, so we can store even more fish next time." Then she looked at Lin Wei. "And you, Xiao Wei, be sure to prepare enough bait for our next fishing trip. I, your Aunt Wong, will fish all day long, and I will not stop until I am thoroughly satisfied." Accountant Liu and Lin Wei exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile as they nodded in agreement. Just then, the carts from the street office returned. Lin Wei quickly directed the joint defense team members to fill the empty barrels with water and carefully transfer the remaining fish from the nets into them. Director Wong hurriedly inquired, "What about the fish we sent back earlier? Are they all still alive?" Her standards had shifted. She was no longer content with frozen fish. Having savored the sweetness of fresh fish, her expectations naturally elevated. If they could successfully keep them alive this time, her grand plan of fishing and aquaculture would truly have promise. The team leader, wearing a broad smile, spoke with excitement. "Rest assured, boss. Interestingly enough, our pool used to struggle to keep small fish alive for more than a few days. Yet this time, in the harsh cold, these big ones have entered and are thriving." The weight that had hung over Director Wong's heart finally lifted, a proud smile breaking across her face. "Of course, the big fish from Kunming Lake are not ordinary creatures. Besides," she paused, straightening her back, "it's also because Ma Sanner and I are skilled. We didn't let the fish suffer any injuries while catching them, which is why they're full of life." As she spoke, she cast a lingering glance at the shimmering ice hole before waving her hand. Let us go. We Haven Tea had enough fun today. Tomorrow, let us come back prepared and fish to our heart's content." Chapter 169, The Old Turtle Joining the Ranks. However, just as everyone was packing up their gear and preparing to head home, an unexpected incident occurred. The giant turtle that was supposed to be released back into the lake stubbornly refused to leave. This creature seemed drawn by some invisible force, slowly inching its way to the little girl's feet, gently clamping onto her pant leg, refusing to let go despite all coaxing. Lin Wei understood all too well. This old turtle had clearly savored the sweetness of the spiritual spring water and the specially crafted bait, making it reluctant to depart. The little girl looked down at the obstinate turtle at her feet, her big eyes instantly misting over. She looked up at Lin Wei and Director Wong, her voice tinged with a sob. "Brother, it looks so pitiful. Can we take it home?" Lin Wei crouched down, gently explaining, Xiao, it's not that your brother doesn't want to keep it, but our home doesn't have a pool large enough for it, does it?" The little girl's lips immediately turned down, tears welling in her eyes. "So, I won't be able to see it anymore?" Just then, Director Wong's eyes lit up, a smile creeping onto her lips. She quickly walked up to the little girl, beaming, "Don't worry, Xiao. Annie has a great idea. We can keep it in the big pool at the street office. How about that? Whenever you want to see it, you can come and play with it." Upon hearing this, the little girl instantly brightened, clapping her hands in joy. "Auntie is the best. This way, I can play with it every day." Witnessing this scene, Lin Wei couldn't help but sigh to himself. This little girl must be a natural beastmaster. Every sentient being seems inexplicably drawn to her. As for Director Wong's intentions, Lin Wei had seen through them long ago. First, this rare giant turtle was indeed a treasure. If it were housed at the street office, word would spread, and soon people from all over the city would flock to see it, especially those leaders who valued auspicious symbols. Who wouldn't want to touch this omen and bask in the good fortune it promised? Secondly, Director Wong aimed to bind the little girl to the street office. With this giant turtle around, Xiao Xiao would undoubtedly visit frequently. Wherever Xiao Xiao went, Lin Wei, the doting brother, would surely follow. When the street office needed assistance with fishing, wouldn't he have to obediently cooperate with Director Wong's fishing endeavors? The backyard of the Red Star Street office was now even livelier than during the new year. With the originally modest pool of less than 200 square meters now surrounded by layers of onlookers. The street office workers who did not partake in the fishing at Kunming Lake congregated here like bees returning to their hive. Their buzzing discussions nearly echoing out onto the bustling street. Look at those 20 in the middle. Goodness, their size and vitality are truly formidable, exclaimed a middle-aged official, pointing towards the center of the pond with a resonant voice. The bespectacled young woman beside him nodded vigorously. I reckon they weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. And that black-backed catfish over there, I'd wager it's no less than 70 or 80 pounds. A veritable king of fish. The crowd engaged in lively banter, their eyes glued to the throng of swimming fish. One individual could not suppress a smacking sound. I wonder where Director Wong procured such splendid specimens? If only we could share, I'd gladly forego my salary this month for a couple of those. Laughter erupted, but another chimed in. Director Wong must have had a serious purpose in bringing them back. I suspect they're destined for the district or even the city. Remember the last time we indulged in those hundreds of pounds of fish? Director Wong faced criticism for fostering a sense of small collective interest. At this remark, many faces displayed regret. A sigh escaped someone's lips. To see these fresh fish swimming before us yet feel utterly deprived. My heart aches. Suddenly, a plump woman raised her voice. Why don't we propose to Director Wong again? Just like last time. Let us arrange for a few more fish dishes at the cafeteria, and we could each take some home to make cured fish for the new year. A tall, slender man beside her chuckled. You're just greedy. I still have 2 pounds of cured fish hanging from my eaves. Who has time for that? After devouring it all, what will we rely on for the new year? An otherwise silent young official interjected. You're all fortunate. At least you've savored the taste. When I brought home my 2 pounds, my wife sent them straight to my mother-in-law's place, claiming my brother-in-law needed nourishment for his studies. His words prompted a wave of good-natured laughter, yet it bore the same hopeful undertone. Everyone yearned for an extra dish of fresh fish on their table this new year. Director Wong returned, accompanied by Accountant Liu and others. A member of the joint defense team sprinted to relay the news, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The creaking of 3 large carts slowly entered the courtyard. On the first 2 carts, a dozen large wooden barrels splashed with water, fishtails occasionally flicking above the surface, glimmering like silver. Yet, all eyes were instantly captivated by the last cart. Good heavens, is that a turtle? How can it be so large? No, you fool. That's a soft-shelled turtle. The elders called it Wangba, but this one is simply extraordinary. Gasps filled the crowd. The giant turtle lay atop the cart, its shell thick like a grinding stone, with a plump, robust skirt reflecting a subdued sheen in the evening light. It slowly shifted its head, its black bean-like eyes half closed, exuding an indescribable majesty. Someone swallowed hard and murmured, just imagine how nourishing that skirt would be. A pot of stew could feed the entire courtyard. Immediately, another person shot back with wide eyes. Eat it? How dare you think such a thing? This rare creature, a once-in-a-century auspicious being, is a good omen. Historical records have never documented one so large. Do you think it's just a market turtle? Indeed, it was brought back for a purpose. Henceforth, it shall serve as the guardian deity of our street office, bringing forth prosperity and good fortune. Shoo, keep your voice down. Such talk must not escape. Director Wong, overhearing the chatter, discreetly raised the corners of her mouth in satisfaction. It was fortunate she heeded Lin Wei's advice to take the less frequented route back. The joint defense team had tightly surrounded the cart. Otherwise, this magnificent creature would have attracted crowds from several streets. Once the giant turtle was carefully placed in the segregated pond, settling comfortably with its eyes closed, the other fish were hastily dumped into the large pond, sending up a spray of mist. Director Wong then clapped her hands, and the courtyard fell silent. All eyes turned towards her, awaiting her words. Director Wong reiterated the decision made at the street office. Chapter 170. Ma San'er, the most charming figure in Nanluo Guxiang. The over 800-pound fish was entirely allocated through higher authorities. As her words lingered, a collective sigh echoed through the room. Some shook their heads, others pressed their lips together, clearly lamenting the loss of what they had hoped would be theirs. Just as their spirits dipped, Director Wong calmly unveiled her prepared surprise. The 700 or so pounds of smaller fish that Ma San'er and I caught are all for the street office staff. Of course, the cost would be deducted from their salaries. Upon hearing this, the previously somber atmosphere ignited with excitement, and pairs of eyes sparkled with anticipation. They had thought their hopes of acquiring meat had been dashed, only to discover an unexpected boon awaited them. Especially as Director Wong emphasized, this time, they are live fish, so fresh that raising them at home until the new year poses no problem. At that moment, no one could remain seated. Salary deductions and procedures were swiftly cast aside. Nothing could hinder their fervent desire for a taste of meat. Accountant Liu, I want one. Accountant Liu, I'll trade my entire salary this month for fish. Instantly, the street office buzzed with the liveliness of a bustling market. The air thick with voices as everyone jostled to the front. Accountant Liu lowered his head to jot down names, then looked up at Director Wong with a troubled expression. Leader, everyone is too enthusiastic. There may not be enough fish to go around. Director Wong waved her hand decisively. Enough, let us distribute them evenly per person. After a brief pause, she added, those who participated in the fishing today, Ma Sanner, Accountant Liu, Xiao Li, and a few of the Joint Defense Team members will have priority. With these words, several envious gazes fell upon those chosen few. Skipping work to go fishing and getting to select fish first? How could such good fortune not have come their way? Director Wong's gaze hardened, sweeping over the gathered crowd before landing on a little girl gently poking the old turtle by the pond's edge. One more thing. This old turtle is temporarily under our street office's care for our superiors. No one is to harbor any improper thoughts. She paused, noticing everyone hanging on her words, then continued, from now on, those on duty must regard this turtle as a top priority to protect. Should any mishap occur, she sighed heavily, let alone you, even my own position would be at stake. Director Wong understood the gravity of caring for the turtle. However, if she directly stated it was the little girl's cherished treasure, the staff might not take it seriously. If anything went amiss, it would lead to complications. Thus, she concocted a story, shifting the responsibility to her superiors. As expected, once the street office staff caught wind of this, they became utterly vigilant. This turtle would surely be treated like a revered ancestor. With affairs settled at the street office, Director Wong directed the Joint Defense Team to push the cart filled with live fish, delivering them to each worker's doorstep. Having registered with Accountant Liu, everyone could hardly wait. Who wouldn't want to rush home with their fish? Given that they were live fish, the water buckets were heavy. Director Wong waved her hand. Come on, comrades from the Joint Defense Team, put in a little more effort and act as delivery men for a moment. Naturally, she wouldn't let them work for free, adding, consider it overtime. You'll receive an additional day's pay this month. One of the carts happened to pass through Nanluoguxiang, causing a stir throughout the alley. The street office had actually begun distributing New Year's goods early, and they were live, wriggling fish. Although in Lin Wei's eyes these fish were merely small carps, not worthy of comparison to the truly large specimens, he held no interest in fishing for them. However, for Ma San-er and his companions, a catch of 5 or 6 pounds was already considered substantial. Not to mention, among the fishermen of Nanluoguxiang, who often boasted about catching even two-tailed Crucian carp, this was quite the affair. The neighborhood aunties, ever eager for excitement and gossip, quickly spread the news, and soon it became common knowledge. After delivering a few fish to the local street office, the cart finally came to a halt at the entrance of Courtyard 93. Mom, I'm back. Ma San-er shouted boisterously before even stepping into the courtyard. His mother, clearly just off work and still wearing her apron, hurried outside. Why are you shouting so loudly just because you're back? She chided. Mother, hurry and clean out the water tank. The street office is distributing fresh, live fish today, Ma San-er exclaimed, rushing inside to fetch a thermos and bowls for 2 members of the neighborhood watch. When Ma San-er's mother leaned closer to the cart and caught sight of the massive black fish, she nearly lost her footing. Good heavens! Is this truly a fish from the street office? As it turned out, Director Wong, recognizing Ma San-er's hard work, had specifically allocated him a reward, a splendid black fish weighing over 40 pounds. The staff at the street office were envious, though none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, half of the fish had been caught by both Wong and Ma San-er, and the street office's policy was essentially half sale, half gift. Nonetheless, due to the sheer quantity, Ma San-er had made over 100 yuan from this haul, equating to 4 months' salary. Naturally, Director Wong, with his noble character, donated his share of the profits to the relief station for purchasing grain. With pride swelling in his chest, Ma San-er proclaimed, of course, today is my first day on the job, and I've already completed my procurement task. I'm officially a full-time employee of the street office now. As he spoke, he produced a small red booklet from his pocket, carefully unfolding it to reveal a bright red stamp. This was his work certificate, personally signed by Director Wong upon his return to the street office. Ma San-er's mother took the booklet, her fingers trembling slightly, her eyes welling with tears. Oh my, this is indeed a work certificate from the street office. My Ma San-er has really made something of himself. She wiped her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. I'll light a stick of incense for your father and share this good news with him. Ma San's father, a soldier, had been killed in action on the peninsula several years ago, leaving the mother and son to rely on one another. At this moment, while wiping her tears, Ma San's mother cast a concerned glance at the lively black fish. But this fish is too large. Our water tank likely cannot accommodate it. Nearby, several busy aunties at the water basin overheard and quickly gathered around, eager to help. Ma San's mother, isn't there a spare pool beside the water basin? We hardly use it. It would be perfect for your big black fish. During the construction of Courtyard 93, 3 interconnected small pools had been specially designed, one for drawing water, one for washing vegetables, and one as a spare. The aunties, having a good relationship with Ma San's family, were even more eager to foster that bond now that he had secured a steady job at the street office. Ma San's mother, a straightforward woman, replied with a smile, "Thank you all so much. When the new year comes, I'll stew this big fish. And we'll each have a generous bowl, ensuring a bountiful year ahead." At her words, the families in the courtyard erupted in joy. The black fish, with its thick flesh and minimal bones, was a rare delicacy. The prospect of adding 2 or 3 more pounds of fish to their New Year's feast was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 171, A New Task. Gathering at Chun family village as the merriment continued, Ma San discreetly tugged at his mother's sleeve, lowering his voice to say, "Mom, actually, this big black fish was caught by Wei Go." "Oh, I knew you didn't have the skill for that." Ma San's mother laughed, wiping her hands and pulling a little girl nearby into her embrace. "Xiao Xiao, how about you come to your aunt's house for fish during the new year?" The little girl clapped her hands with glee. "Fish. Xiao Xiao wants to eat fish during the new year, and lots of meat too." With sparkling eyes, she suddenly added, "The last time, that dragon soup was the best." The surrounding adults chuckled, dismissing her words as mere childish banter, for who could possibly have dragon meat? Only Lin Wei, hidden among the crowd, felt a jolt at her mention. This little girl truly had a penchant for food, even recalling the few sips of dragon soup she had tasted. While joy reigned in Courtyard 93, just a wall away in Courtyard 95, an entirely different atmosphere prevailed. "What? You say Ma San from 93 has become a procurement officer at the street office?" Yin Bugue adjusted his glasses, his face a canvas of disbelief. This news had come as a shock, hitting him like a thunderbolt. "Absolutely. It was Sister Zhang from 93 who said it herself," Auntie Sen said, with an incredulous tone. "And that's not all. I heard Ma San reported for duty today and took the street office staff fishing at Kunming Lake." "Kunming Lake?" Yin Bugue sneered, displaying a hint of contempt. "That place has fish. I've been there several times, and I always came back empty-handed." As the self-proclaimed fishing god of the courtyard, he had little faith that Kunming Lake could yield any worthwhile catch. He always ended up back at Shikahai, scrounging for scraps. "Hey, you've got it wrong this time," Auntie San insisted, her voice rising with excitement. "Kunming Lake not only has fish, but they're all big ones." "Oh, Ruehua, do elaborate. What is the story?" Yin Bugue perked up, suddenly intrigued. At that moment, a couple of other aunties joined in, and even Jia Zhangshi pretended to be fetching water, yet was actually straining to listen, unwilling to miss a word. Seeing the gathering, Auntie San began to recount the tale in vivid detail. This all started when Ma San reported to the street office this morning. Director Wang assigned him a procurement task, and he went straight to Kunming Lake with Lin Wei, returning with a bountiful catch. "I heard the street office's pool is overflowing now. Everyone got nearly 10 pounds of live fish, which they're delivering to each household. Just in time for the new year. So it's all thanks to Lin Wei from our courtyard?" Someone mused. "Isn't it? Everyone knows what Ma San was like before. He used to just follow Lin Wei around aimlessly. Who would have thought he'd land a steady job at the street office? Last I heard, Lin Wei went into the mountains to hunt, and even the steel factory was eager to buy his goods. Now he has brought so many fish to the street office. Why do all the good fortunes fall to the neighbor's courtyard while we get nothing?" Auntie San's lament struck a chord with the crowd. Yin Bugue stood there, his face shifting from pale to flushed, staring in the direction of Courtyard 93, deeply ensnared in self-doubt. "Lin Wei is technically one of us. How come all the benefits are going next door? That doesn't make sense." Muttering to himself, Yin Bugue's thoughts were interrupted by Jia Zhangshi's sudden interjection. "Exactly. That street office position and those fish should have belonged to our courtyard." With her hands on her hips, her voice sharp and clear, she declared, "You, Uncle San, are our courtyard's overseer. You must take the lead. We cannot just sit back and let outsiders take what is rightfully ours." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, waving her short arms. "You 3 uncles need to come up with a plan to reclaim what belongs to our courtyard." Yin Bugue shot a sideways glance at Jia Zhangshi, his expression one of incredulity, as if he were gazing at a fool. The old hag truly believes that the three esteemed gentlemen can dominate the 95th courtyard? When it comes to martial prowess, Lin Wei alone can take on the entire courtyard. In terms of connections, both the street office and the local police station stand firmly behind him. Did she not notice how a mere word from him secured Ma Sanner a stable job? Even if they were to bind everyone in the courtyard together, they would likely not match the spoils he could reap from a single hunting expedition in the mountains or a fishing trip in the lake. However, Yin Bugui's cunning mind began to churn with possibilities. There was indeed a narrative to be crafted from Ma Sanner's situation. Of course, the specifics would need careful discussion with Oldie. That night, the 95th courtyard was unusually tranquil, with the only light still burning in Yi Zhonghai's home. The three gentlemen, under the guise of discussing matters, lowered their voices and deliberated for an extended period. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Lin Wei and Ma Sanner, accompanied by the little girl and Director Wang, boarded the truck she personally oversaw, enduring a bumpy ride to the entrance of Qinjia Village. This time, Qinjia Village was far more bustling than before. Director Wang had brought along 2 large trucks, laden with 10,000 jin of grain. Indeed, after reporting to higher authorities, the leadership had made a decisive move, allocating 2 vehicles and a substantial supply of grain. A stern order was issued. Should this grain not be exchanged for ample meat, Director Wang would be spending the new year in Qinjia Village. As per their agreement, the fish Lin Wei had caught yesterday had been exchanged for 2,000 jin of grain at a friendly price. At this moment, the village head, Chen Dahai, was bustling about with the villagers, transporting and storing the provisions. Director Wang initially thought her display was sufficiently impressive. 2 trucks, 10,000 jin of grain, along with Accountant Liu from the procurement team and a dozen strong laborers, certainly gave her an edge, especially since this was a covert operation. With no notification to the steel factory, and without her rival Li Huai in the mix, she felt confident that she would outshine her close friend Lu Hongfang. However, she was utterly unprepared for what was to come. As Lu Hongfang led a convoy of 4 trucks into the village, Director Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? How could a mere police station possess such power? Even the district bureau above them could scarcely muster such a show of force. It wasn't until Lu Hongfang nimbly leapt from her vehicle, flanked by a dozen robust men who bore no resemblance to ordinary grassroots officers, that Director Wang comprehended the reality. This was not merely a police deployment. It was a mobilization of the elite from the city bureau. As for the grain, Director Wang could surmise without doubt that Lu Hongfang had brought her a solid 20,000 jin. Gazing at the impressive lineup of 4 trucks, Director Wang could no longer restrain herself and leaned in to whisper, "Comrade Hongfang, isn't this commotion a bit excessive? With so much grain, what if we can't procure enough meat? How will we explain that upon our return?" Chapter 172, 30,000 jin of grain must be retained. Lu Hongfang cast a sidelong glance at the line behind Director Wang, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Comrade Wang, do you still dare to call us sisters? Was it not you who silently slipped away to Kunming Lake yesterday, fishing up over 1,000 jin of fish in one go?" As she spoke, she raised her thumb in mock admiration, her eyes devoid of mirth. "Your discretion in this matter is truly remarkable." A faint blush crept onto Director Wang's face as she stammered an explanation. "Well, that was just Ma Sanner, newly employed and brimming with enthusiasm, diving straight into the work." "Humph," Lu Hongfang chuckled lightly. "Had you not imposed a procurement quota and pressured Xiao Wei to fish at Kunming Lake, would his enthusiasm have been so fervent? Your ability to monopolize resources is truly noteworthy." Director Wang forced a smile. "Hee, what can I say? Our street office has many hands and even more opinions from above. With the new year approaching, time is of the essence, and we must act swiftly." With a sigh, Lu Hongfang softened her tone. "Oh well, I suppose I'll let you have this one. You've seized such a wonderful opportunity ahead of me. However, when it comes to hunting in Qinjia Village, I absolutely cannot yield. We must be the first to trade." Director Wang's eyes widened. "On what grounds? Once we secure the game, it must be shared equally. There is no precedence for who chooses first." Seeing that her intimidation had failed, Lu Hongfang deftly shifted the topic, her gaze drifting toward the distant mountains. Her voice tinged with uncertainty. "This time, our city bureau has truly mobilized all its resources. Do you think Xiao Wei can really procure that much game?" Director Wang rolled her eyes. "How would I know? When it comes to fishing, I believe he is quite skilled, but hunting ultimately relies on luck." Lu Hongfang nodded thoughtfully, murmuring softly, "Indeed, let us hope that fortune favors us this time." At the entrance of Qinjia Village, village head Chen Dahai, accompanied by his brothers Chun Dashan, Chen Dachuan, and Chun Deh, encircled Lin Wei, their faces painted with confusion and uncertainty. Chen Dahai rubbed his hands together, his voice quavering slightly. "Nephew, how did things escalate to this point?" He glanced at the mountain of grain stacked atop the truck, his gaze fixated. Previously, They had managed to exchange 2,000 gene at the steel factory and had hoped to stretch it until the summer harvest, especially in this year of calamity. They finally felt they could breathe a sigh of relief. But now, with this additional 30,000 gene, the sight was intoxicating. However, to acquire this grain, how much game would they need to trade? At least 7 or 8,000 gene, one would presume. With each word, his tone grew heavier, his brow furrowing with worry. My goodness, 7 or 8,000 gene of game. Even if every able-bodied villager ventured into the mountains together, we couldn't possibly carry that back in one trip. With the new year approaching, we cannot afford to take such risks. It weighs heavily on my heart. Yet, allowing the grain to slip through their fingers was utterly out of the question. In the silence that ensued, Lin Wei gazed toward the distant, towering Yin mountain range. Letting out a soft sigh, Qin Dahai assumed he too was troubled and promptly spoke. Nephew, if we truly cannot secure that much, perhaps we should hold off on the exchange. We can wait until spring when the game emerges from the mountains. It's not too late. However, Lin Wei slowly shook his head, his voice deep and clear. Uncle Dahai, what I am about to say must remain between you and the other uncles. It must not be shared. Qin Dahai and the others exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. I fear this calamity is not so easily resolved, Lin Wei stated solemnly. At the very least, it will take another 2 or 3 years to recover. Therefore, the more grain we can stockpile, the better. It will afford us a greater sense of security. What? Qin Dahai and the others' eyes widened in disbelief, their breaths quickening. The unprecedented disaster was merely the beginning? If it indeed were to last 2 to 3 years, what lay ahead? Lin Wei withdrew his gaze, looking at his elders, his voice steadily gaining conviction. Well, at least we have the great Yin mountain at our backs. We can survive off the land, as long as we possess the skills. There is always a way to endure even the harshest of years. The 4 of them followed his gaze, collectively staring at the vast, undulating Yin mountain range. The initial panic began to dissipate, and a renewed strength glimmered in their eyes. Indeed, we, the people of Huagua, have fought against nature and struggled against fate for generations. All to secure a morsel of food, have we not? With mountains to climb and land to cultivate, there lies hope. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Qin Dachuan quickly broke the silence with a smile. Xiao Wei, I've been keeping a close watch on those 6 pairs of flying dragons. I can't wait for the weather to warm so they can lay eggs and hatch their young. He rubbed his hands together, his tone brimming with eagerness. These flying dragons aren't too difficult to rear, they don't eat much. This time, as we venture into the mountains, let us capture a few more live specimens. There remains ample space in my chicken coop. Lin Wei felt a stir within his heart. Had he not secretly infused the water in his home as well with the essence of the spirit spring? These extremely environmentally sensitive dragons would likely not have survived even 2 days. However, it now appeared that the artificial breeding of dragons stood a genuine chance of success. Those few in his spirit realm had not only begun to lay eggs, but had even commenced the hatching of their young. Even the wild-born nest had visibly grown in just a few days. After all, being the first batch of creatures he had personally nurtured, he felt a twinge of reluctance to slaughter them for meat. Well, since my uncle has spoken up, it would be wise to procure more dragons. With sufficient grain at hand, raising such high-value game indeed promises a lucrative venture. All right, since my uncle has suggested it, we shall capture a few more. Lin Wei nodded in agreement, determined to bring more manpower this time, aiming to secure a substantial catch and retain all 30,000 pounds of grain. As Lin Wei conferred with several uncles regarding the details of their ascent, on the other side, the able-bodied youth of Qinjia village, along with the street office's joint defense team and the elite squad from the municipal bureau, were also prepared to set forth. The group received the provisions and water pouches prepared by Qinjia village, waiting only for the command to commence this grand-scale hunt in Yinshan. The expedition was still led by 3 of Lin Wei's uncles, accompanied by over 30 strong young men. However, the street office was spearheaded by Ma San'er, with the actual command still resting on Lin Wei, as Director Wang had instructed that all operations be directed by him. Meanwhile, the city bureau presented a different scenario. Leading the team was a young man in his mid-20s named Lu Daong, who was tall and robust, exuding an aura of fierceness. Lu Hongfang introduced that this Director Lu had honed impressive martial skills in his youth, having devoted himself to the resistance movement and subsequently the Liberation War, achieving considerable military accolades. After transitioning to civilian life, he was appointed as the director of the Municipal Bureau's Security Division, ranking among the top 3 in terms of physical prowess within the entire bureau. Upon hearing of the large-scale hunting operation, he proactively volunteered, bringing along the elite from the security division to lend their support. However, upon encountering Lin Wei, Director Lu exhibited a distinct demeanor compared to others. His piercing gaze scrutinized Lin Wei from head to toe, internally perplexed. This young man, though possessing a reasonably upright stature, appeared rather slender and frail, hardly resembling a seasoned practitioner of martial arts. Perhaps the rumors of the fishing deity at Shikahai had some merit, for to catch hundreds or even thousands of pounds of fish on 3 occasions was unprecedented. The title of fishing deity was indeed befitting of Lin Wei. Yet when it came to hunting, Lu Daong was utterly skeptical. He had long since gathered insights from his brothers in the steel mill's security division. Not to mention the herds of wild boars and wolves. The mere thought of a 1,000-pound giant bear being hunted down by a mere boy was laughable. Even with a fully armed team, it would be no easy feat. He was convinced that the feats attributed to Lin Wei were mostly the collective efforts of the able-bodied youth from Qinjia village, merely embellished to forge a myth. Comrade Lin Wei, I am Lu Daong from the Municipal Bureau's Security Division. He extended his hand, his tone steady. Lin Wei reciprocated the handshake. Lu Daong did not engage in the petty rivalry that some competitive individuals often succumb to. After all, they were on the same side. And it was unbecoming to put someone in an awkward position right from the start. Welcome, Director Lu, to our Qinjia village, Lin Wei replied, maintaining a poised demeanor. Lu Daong chuckled lightly, patting the dark, gleaming firearm at his waist, and gestured toward the water-cooled rifles slung over the shoulders of his fellow officers. While the Municipal Bureau has brought along 20,000 pounds of provisions, I believe that once we encounter game, our security division will handle it all. His tone was filled with confidence, laced with a hint of military pride. With our marksmanship, the moment prey reveals itself, it will have no chance of escaping. After a brief pause, Lu Daong boldly proposed, how about this? The game we secure will be counted as belonging to the Municipal Bureau, and for Qinjia village, we shall pay a 30% guide fee. What do you say? Lin Wei mused internally. The personnel from the Municipal Bureau are indeed shrewd, keeping a clear account. Yet, since they had proactively offered a 30% guide fee, calculated in provisions, it demonstrated sincerity. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Since Director Lu is willing, I, on behalf of Qinjia village, accept. Let us set forth. Up the mountain. Chen Dashin's booming voice rang out as he led the 30 or so able-bodied men from Qinjia village to tread the winding mountain path first. The elite team from the Municipal Bureau, under Lu Daong's leadership, followed closely behind, with Ma Sanner and the Joint Defense Team bringing up the rear. As the group ascended the rugged mountain trail, time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Ma Sanner, panting heavily, exclaimed, Wei Gu, wait for me. How long have we been climbing? I haven't even seen a feather. Lin Wei turned back to glance at him, unable to suppress a smile. I told you to exercise more. Look at you. The youngest in the group, and yet the first to complain of fatigue. He pointed towards the mountain ridge faintly visible ahead. We still have quite a distance to cover. We need to cross that ridge before we reach the destination. This time, he had conferred with several uncles and decided to take the route through the Dragon Valley. Following the stream deeper into the mountains might yield unexpected rewards. Ma Sanner gazed at the towering mountain ridge with a pained expression, lamenting, so far. My legs might just give out. Had I known, I would have stayed in the village and waited. At that moment, he genuinely envied Director Wang and the others, who comfortably remained in Qinjia village, awaiting the results. Lin Wei patted his shoulder. Sanner, being a procurement officer is no easy task. Traversing mountains and valleys is a given. Just think about it. With dozens of towns surrounding the 4-9 city, who doesn't rely on their legs to get around? One cannot manage without sturdy feet. Ma Sanner's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, I'll apply to Director Wang for a bicycle tomorrow. It's too taxing to keep trudging on foot. Then he thought to himself, how foolish he was to follow Lin Wei and worry about securing provisions. A bit of hardship today was acceptable. In the future, he vowed never to accompany Lin Wei up the mountain again. However, he would certainly strive to acquire a bicycle. It was a waste not to seize the public's advantages. With a bike, he could treat future excursions as leisurely outings, making Lin Wei envious. Just then, the little black dog trailing at Lin Wei's feet suddenly barked a few times and darted towards the roadside thicket like an arrow released from its bow. A colorful wild chicken startled and took flight. Ha ha ha, that wild chicken is mine. No one dare snatch it. The boisterous shout belonged to Director Lu, who had promised to claim all game. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand, the dark firearm already in his grasp, clicked the safety off with a light sound, and without much aiming, fired. Bang! The wild chicken fell, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting to the ground. Director Lu, brimming with pride, strode forward to retrieve his catch, weighing it in his hands. Not bad. A promising start. This one weighs nearly 2 pounds. He turned to look at Lin Wei and the others, his gaze gleaming with triumph. Did you see that? My marksmanship is impeccable, even against moving targets. Yet, what was that unmistakable disdain etched upon Lin Wei and the villagers' faces? Lu Daong felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, instinctively running a hand through his hair. Having trained in martial arts since childhood and having navigated the chaos of war, he was no stranger to the field. Yet hunting in the mountains was indeed a first for him. It was inevitable that he would be carried away by the excitement and fire the first shot. But why did the others look at him as if he had committed some grave error? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Chun Dashin quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. Carefully choosing his words, "Director LV, allow me to explain. During our hunting expedition in the mountains, we generally prefer to leave small game like wild chickens alive." He paused, casting a glance at the firearm in LV Dayong's hand. The ammunition is exceedingly precious. Using it to shoot a wild chicken is rather wasteful. Furthermore, once the wild chicken is slain, it cannot be preserved unless we can transport it down the mountain on the same day. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a meager snack for a picnic. He lowered his voice, adopting a serious tone, emphasizing the most critical point. In the mountains, it is considered a grave mistake to fire a weapon indiscriminately. The sound of a gunshot would send all the wildlife in the vicinity fleeing, forcing us to traverse considerable distances to encounter them again. LV Dayong stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, his dark complexion slightly flushing. He had acted on impulse, eager to indulge his desire, without considering the nuances involved. It seemed he had made quite the blunder. Just then, as if to validate Chun Dashin's words, another wild chicken suddenly erupted from the underbrush some 20 meters away. LV Dayong instinctively lifted his gun, but recalling the earlier admonition, he hesitated, lowering it reluctantly. However, before he could act, a small shadow darted forth like an arrow from a bow, pursuing the wild chicken with fervor. It was the little black dog. The creature, having been startled by LV Dayong's earlier shot, was now incensed. Fortunately, it keenly sensed movement nearby and immediately gave chase. Chapter 174, The Little Black Dog's Magnificent Hunt. The wild chicken flapped its wings in a panic, while the little black dog darted through the forest like a flash of darkness, appearing and disappearing as it relentlessly pursued its prey. LV Dayong surged forward, but the rugged terrain hindered his progress, and in the blink of an eye, the small black figure vanished into the depths of the thicket. He paused to catch his breath, turning anxiously to Lin Wei. "Comrade Lin Wei, will letting this little one pursue on its own lead to any unforeseen consequences?" Lin Wei's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with assurance. "Fear not. In this entire mountainous expanse, even with its eyes closed, the little black dog could navigate its way. Moreover, we have just entered the mountains. There are no formidable beasts here to pose any danger to it." He clapped LV Dayong on the shoulder. "Come, let us continue along our original path. I can guarantee that it will not be long before we see it returning triumphantly." LV Dayong remained somewhat hesitant, but as he observed the calm demeanor of Lin Wei and his three uncles, he ultimately swallowed his concerns and signaled for the group to move forward. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Wei suddenly raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. "Look, the little black dog returns, and it brings spoils." Following his gaze, LV Dayong saw the grass rustling in the distance, a lithe black figure speeding towards them like an arrow. As the figure drew closer, he widened his eyes in astonishment. What the little creature held in its mouth was none other than the wild chicken that had fled in terror moments ago. It seemed the little black dog was intent on redeeming itself. With unwavering determination, it had tracked the wild chicken's flight path, refusing to relent. The wild chicken, caught off guard, never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary hunting dog had undergone a remarkable transformation. As it exhausted itself and fell to the ground, the little black dog sprang into the air, its sharp teeth precisely gripping the prey by the neck. How could this be possible? LV Dayong gasped in disbelief. A mere hunting dog was able to catch a bird in flight. Lin Wei chuckled, elucidating the mystery. Wild chickens do not fly high or far, relying solely on their explosive power. The little black dog, on the other hand, depends on endurance and speed, wearing it down until it is utterly fatigued. Suddenly, LV Dayong recalled something and teasingly remarked, "Alas, the wild chicken has been killed. It seems tonight's meal will be a stew." He was evidently still mulling over the earlier jest about capturing it alive. Lin Wei merely smiled in silence, whistling a clear call. The little black dog, upon hearing the sound, hastened towards him, deftly presenting the wild chicken. He caught the prey with his left hand, while the right hand, unbeknownst to him, had already acquired a gleaming willow leaf knife. With a flick of his wrist, the wild chicken's feathers fell like snowflakes. "Why pluck the wings when it's already dead?" LV Dayong questioned, puzzled. Lin Wei casually tossed the wild chicken to the ground. Suddenly, the previously stiff creature began to flap about, but without its feathers. How could it muster any strength? It floundered clumsily in place, resembling a hapless domestic chicken. "Alive? How could this be possible?" LV Dayong exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch as he pointed at the frantically fluttering wild chicken. At that moment, Chun Dachuan interjected with a laugh. Though the little black dog may be young, its intelligence is the highest I have ever encountered. The last time we ventured into the mountains, it was solely responsible for locating our game. Moreover, we specifically trained it to capture live prey. And it has truly mastered this skill, without a hint of uncertainty. LV Daong was left astounded, realizing the secret behind the Chun family's hunting team's consistent success. This remarkable, intuitive dog. He couldn't help but ponder. If only I had such a mountain dog, I too could achieve great things. Such is the nature of humanity. Upon witnessing the success of others, the immediate reaction often is, I could do that too. Perhaps it was because LV Daong's initial gunshot had startled the wildlife. As the group traversed a considerable distance without encountering any significant game, it was not until they crossed a high ridge that the scene before them transformed dramatically. Feeling a bit anxious, LV Daong approached Chun Dashin while the group rested, inquiring, Comrade Dashin, how much longer must we walk before we encounter any game? Chun Dashin leisurely glanced at his compass, replying cheerfully, Do not fret, Director LV. We have now reached the southwestern slope of Danyan Mountain. This area is sheltered from the wind, abundant in moisture, and the vegetation is far more lush than in the previous region, undoubtedly concealing many treasures. Following his gaze, LV Daong looked down and indeed saw a sprawling expanse of untouched forest, a stark contrast to the grassy meadows they had previously traversed, an invigorating scene brimming with life. Suddenly, LV Daong's spirits lifted. Should we not disperse and set a net to encircle our prey, capturing them all at once? Chun Dashin erupted in hearty laughter. Director LV. We are hunting, not waging war. The creatures of the mountain each have their own territories, as long as we do not disturb them. They will generally not stray far from their domains. Heat rose to LV Daong's face once more. It seemed the matter of that initial shot would not be easily forgotten. Just then, while the others were resting, Lin Wei, accompanied by the little black dog, darted like an arrow towards the edge of the thicket. Several gray shadows erupted from the grass in a panic, and the little black dog sprang into action, darting to the left and right. Lin Wei, agile as ever, swiftly maneuvered to intercept their path. Together, man and dog appeared to be in a spirited competition, each movement more graceful than the last. In the blink of an eye, the little black dog had securely captured a plump rabbit, while Lin Wei, utilizing his superior strength, managed to simultaneously seize two others. Well done, what a fantastic start. Chun Dachuan shouted excitedly, racing down the slope. He deftly retrieved some grass twine, securing the thrashing rabbit's hind legs before tossing them into the backpack. Upon closer inspection, LV Daong was astonished to find 5 plump wild rabbits, each with their fur pristine and unscathed, all captured alive through sheer speed and skill. He couldn't help but cast a deep look at Lin Wei. This so-called master of fishing indeed lived up to his reputation. Just this prowess in chasing rabbits in the wild was something he could only aspire to after another decade of practice. Yet, upon reflection, he reminded himself that he was seeking larger game like tigers, bears, and wild boars. These few wild rabbits hardly stirred his desire. However, soon, Lu Daiyong's dreams were swiftly shattered by reality. Lin Wei and Xiao Haihei were akin to living detectors. No matter how well concealed the small creatures were, they could not escape their keen eyes. Not only the timid wild rabbits, which merely fled in panic, but even the flying pheasants could not evade their grasp. Lu Daong witnessed firsthand as a wild pheasant, startled by Xiao Haihei, barely managed to soar Tu Zhang before Lin Wei leapt into the air and effortlessly seized it. In just over an hour, several large baskets were brimming with their catch. Lu Daong estimated that they had captured no less than 15 or 16 wild pheasants and over 30 wild rabbits, an astonishing efficiency. Although Lin Wei's bounty was plentiful, consisting mainly of wild chickens and rabbits, he had yet to encounter any truly substantial prey. Chapter 175, A Picnic in the Mountains begins. Ma San'er felt a twinge of anxiety and, seizing the opportunity while Lin Wei took a breather, leaned closer and whispered, Wei Go, while there is no shortage of game, we are still far from meeting our expectations. Lin Wei grinned, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. What's the rush? It's not so easy to stumble upon large game. We must find the right place. At this, his eyes brightened. These wild chickens and rabbits would serve to enhance their rations. Have you ever tasted clear broth with wild chicken or roasted wild rabbit? Chun Dashin interjected cheerfully. Indeed, trekking through the mountains is labor-intensive. After walking for most of the day, our legs are weary. We need to replenish our energy. Lu Daiyong's anxiety flared at this. They had entered the mountains with a mission. The 2 tons of grain still lay in Qinjiakan, awaiting exchange for meat. If they consumed all this game, what would they have left to barter for grain? Wouldn't tea that render their journey futile? Comrade Dashin, Lu Daiyong began cautiously. Shouldn't we save this game for trade? Wouldn't it be wiser? He did not finish his thought, but his meaning was clear. In his view, Lin Wei was too young to make such decisions. And since Chun Dashin was the leader, he should consider the broader picture rather than merely indulging in immediate cravings. To his surprise, Chun Dashin waved his hand dismissively. Director Liu, you needn't worry. These are merely appetizers. The real bounty lies ahead. He chuckled. By the time we're done, you might find these little things taking up too much space. We can't deny ourselves a feast after making this journey into the mountains, can we? Seeing Chun Dashin so resolute, Lu Daong felt compelled to relent. He had already noticed the gleam in the eyes of the security team members as they gazed hungrily at the game. It was no wonder, in these times. Even units like the Municipal Bureau were not immune to shortages. The young men, whose training demands were high, were not receiving adequate nutrition, and their training had even been reduced recently. If he were to tell them they couldn't eat meat, they might very well fall ill. With this thought, Lu Daong could not help but swallow hard, his mind conjuring images of wild chickens simmering in a pot, their rich broth bubbling, and wild rabbits sizzling over the fire. Oh well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he mused. After all, the meat would nourish their own, and besides, as Chun Dashin said, this was a perk of the hunting team, no cost involved. Who could resist free delicacies? After navigating several winding mountain paths, they came upon a breathtaking vista. A deep valley lay before them. The foliage within was denser and more vibrant than anything they had previously encountered, the overlapping canopies nearly obscuring the sky. To their delight, a clear, shallow stream flowed from the valley's mouth, its crystal-clear waters revealing a riverbed strewn with pebbles, evidently sourced from a mountain spring. This was indeed the entrance to the hunting paradise known as Phylong Valley, which Lin Wei had discovered on a previous excursion. Chun Dashin's face lit up with joy as his booming voice echoed through the valley. We've arrived. Everyone, set up camp on this hillside. Those from Chinjiakan, prepare the provisions. Chun Dachuan and Chun Dai promptly led a dozen young men to unload the baskets. Lu Daong approached and was astounded to see that they were fully equipped. Sharp knives for butchering, various tools, chopping boards, 5 or 6 iron pots, and even bowls, chopsticks, spoons, and condiments were all at the ready. This was not merely a hunting expedition. It was clearly a grand outdoor feast. If higher-ups discovered they were cooking under the guise of hunting, they would surely be furious. Yet, gazing at the complete setup, Lu Daong felt a flicker of anticipation akin to the secret excitement of sneaking a taste of his master's cooking as a child. Remembering his position, he quickly called out to his subordinates, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, set up a perimeter nearby, and gather some firewood while you're at it. Meanwhile, the villagers from Chinjiakan were efficiently preparing the wild chickens and rabbits by the stream, while Lin Wei and Ma Saner were busy constructing a stove with stones. By the time Lu Daong returned with several bundles of firewood, the ingredients were ready, and it was only a matter of igniting the fire and getting the pots on. As one of the best cooks in the village, Chun Dachuan took charge of making the chicken soup. He tossed a large piece of ginger into a big iron pot filled with mountain spring water, and once it boiled, he added in the chopped chicken pieces. When it reached a second boil, he seasoned it with salt and finally sprinkled in some chopped wild onion. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Even Lin Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath. His second uncle truly had remarkable skills, transforming ordinary wild chicken into such an enticing fragrance. As Chun Dachuan lifted the pot off the stove, he smiled at Lu Daong, whose eyes were nearly glued to the pot. The wild chickens from Dian Mountain are particularly tender, so we don't need many seasonings. A piece of ginger, a pinch of salt, and a handful of wild onions are sufficient. The chicken is cut into small pieces and lightly boiled, which preserves its original flavor and tenderness. Even the broth is so delicious it makes one's tongue tingle. As he spoke, he filled a large bowl to the brim and handed it to Lu Daong. Making sure to include a plump chicken leg, Lu Daong cautiously sipped a spoonful of the chicken soup. The scalding hot, fresh flavor burst forth, shooting from his tongue straight to the crown of his head, a warm sensation cascading down his throat, making his fingertips tingle with delight. He couldn't help but inhale deeply, feeling the winter chill dissipate, his pores relaxing. This is divine, he murmured, eagerly scooping a spoonful of the rich broth into his mouth. Though it burned his tongue, the flavor was utterly irresistible. Suddenly, he had a revelation and grabbed the chicken leg from the pot, biting into it. Indeed, Chun Dachuan had not misled him. The chicken was lean yet succulent, tender as tofu, yet with a delightful chewiness that surpassed tofu. The best part was its silky texture, requiring little effort to chew as the meat slid down his throat effortlessly. Even the bones radiated flavor. He instinctively chewed, the crisp sound echoing in his mouth. Goodness, even the bones are this delicious. He could no longer care about the heat and dove into the feast, devouring meat and drinking soup. On the other side, Chun Dachuan was serving soup to the eager young men squatting nearby. Each one drank with beads of sweat on their brows, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "On this frigid day, a sip of hot soup feels like divine bliss." Meanwhile, By the campfire, another scene unfolded. Lin Wei and Ma Sanner were expertly roasting the wild rabbits over the flames, the fat sizzling and popping as it dripped onto the fire. Ma Sanner skillfully brushed the meat with oil, and as the rabbit meat turned golden and bubbly, he sprinkled it with chili powder and Sichuan pepper. The spicy, smoky aroma mingled with the meat's essence, making mouths water. "Wei ge, can we eat yet?" Ma Sanner asked, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he gazed at the roasting meat. Lin Wei nodded with a smile. "Tear off a piece and give it a taste." No sooner had the words left his lips than Ma Sanner snatched a roasted rabbit, placing it on his plate, and tore off a leg, wincing from the heat, yet refusing to relinquish his grip. In Chapter 176, Lu Daong, who was solely focused on hunting big game, blew on it a couple of times in a haphazard manner before sinking his teeth into the fragrant rabbit leg. "Ouch, it's hot," he gasped, his eyes widening as he chewed. The aroma of spices enveloped him, while the meat was tender and juicy, far superior to the frozen meats found at the pigeon market. He inhaled sharply, his lips dusted with chili powder, yet he could not bring himself to stop. Lin Wei, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, did not respond to Ma Sanner but deftly arranged the golden, glistening roasted meat onto the platter. He extended it toward the eager members of the joint defense team, saying, "Everyone, please share and fill your bellies. We are still roasting more, and today, there will be plenty of rabbit meat for all." This announcement was like the unlocking of a tether, and the team members, already entranced by the tantalizing aroma, surged forward. Within mere moments, the two plump roasted rabbits were nearly devoured, leaving only a slick sheen of oil and a scattering of spices on the platter. "Ah, rabbit meat too?" came Lu Daiyong's booming voice from a distance. He approached, wiping the chicken broth from his lips, accompanied by several robust young men from the security office, all eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Wei calmly turned the sizzling rabbit meat on the grill, the escaping steam blurring his smiling visage. "Director Lu, be patient. Just 3 more minutes. These are almost done." With the tacit cooperation of Chun Dachuan and Lin Wei, the two main dishes, scalding chicken soup and aromatic roasted rabbit, were finally ready. Lu Daong, along with his men, ignited 5 massive bonfires, their flickering flames dispelling the winter night's chill and illuminating the central clearing as bright as day. The group gathered around the largest bonfire, seated in a circle. In the center lay 2 large iron pots simmering with chicken and 10 enticing platters of glistening roasted rabbit. At this moment, the men of Chun family village, along with the young and strong from the security office and joint defense team, had blurred the lines of distinction. Huddling together, each person held either a steaming coarse ceramic bowl filled with golden chicken soup or clutched a sizzling, crackling rabbit leg. Nearby, stacks of flatbreads prepared by the village's old and young before their ascent into the mountains lay piled high, simple yet filling. This rabbit meat is truly something. "The skin is roasted to perfection, crispy and fragrant, not burn at all," exclaimed a sturdy youth from the security office, taking a hearty bite, wincing from the heat, yet unwilling to spit it out, mumbling incoherently in praise. Unyielding, a member of the joint defense team carefully ladled a spoonful of chicken soup. Blowing on it, "You must try this soup. It's so fresh it might just make your eyebrows fall off." Ma Sanner, a whirlwind of activity, gnawed on the rabbit meat with his left hand while raising the bowl of hot soup to his lips with his right, his mouth glistening with grease as he mumbled, "What do you call this?" "This is called having both chicken and rabbit. It's delightful." Lu Daong could not resist, swiftly tearing off half of a roasted rabbit and taking a bite. The spicy and fragrant juices exploded in his mouth, a stark contrast to the rich smoothness of the chicken soup earlier. The intense flavor overwhelmed him with satisfaction, causing him to squint with pleasure as he exhaled deeply. The Chun brothers, seated closely together, shared their thoughts. Chun Dae, having finished a rabbit leg, smacked his lips and remarked, "If you ask me, the most enticing thing in these mountains is indeed these wild delicacies. This meal ranks just below the flying dragon soup we had at home last time. If we could have something like this every day, I wouldn't trade it for anything, not even for a deity." Chun Dashin shot him a playful glare, as if, with so many wild rabbits and chickens roaming the mountains, where would you find them all? His tone grew serious. "We must tighten our efforts to seek out bigger game. If we fail to meet our procurement task, we will have nowhere to show our faces in Chin family village." Chun Dachuan, however, remained unperturbed. "Fear not. Our nephew is no ordinary person. As long as he and Xiao Haihei are around, we will surely find our quarry." That night, thanks to the sumptuous feast, the diverse hunting team of young men reveled in joy for quite some time, turning it into a tale for boasting and camaraderie. The following morning, the hunting team set forth again, treading on the dew-soaked grass as they ventured deeper into the valley. Within Filong Valley, Lu Daong finally witnessed Lin Wei's remarkable knife-throwing skills firsthand. The hunting dog, affectionately named Xiao Haihei, would merely rustle, startling hidden prey. As a large, gray-brown bird with a long tail flapped its wings to take off. Lin Wei flicked his wrist, sending forth a gleaming knife that soared like lightning. With a swift, precise strike, it sheared off a feather without harming the flesh. The bird, shrieking, fell to the ground, indeed captured unharmed. Chen Dachuan, elated as if he had found treasure, dashed forward, carefully cradling the still flapping bird and placing it into a specially made backpack lined with soft grass. His face beamed with joy as he chanted, "Haha, another one. We're striking it rich again." Lu Daong, watching, was puzzled. Isn't that just a slightly longer-tailed wild chicken? What is so precious about it? Unable to contain his curiosity, he approached Chen Daxian, pressing for answers. Chen Daxian, unable to resist, lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. "Director Lu, this is not an ordinary wild chicken. This is a filong, a prized delicacy among the wild game from beyond the border. It's what they refer to as dragon meat." "What?" Lu Daong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mouth agape in disbelief. All this time, he had been the fool. He hadn't even recognized the famed filong. Even more shocking to him was that the Chun family village had long since progressed beyond mere capture. They were contemplating live capture and domestication. The disparity in vision and methods was like a chasm, causing him, who had always held himself in high regard, to plummet from the clouds to the mud, feeling a flush of embarrassment. However, after walking several miles in the old forest, aside from adding 7 or 8 filong to Chun Dachuan's collection, they had not yielded any other gains. Lu Daong too began to feel anxious. Although from Chun Dachuan's perspective, this expedition was immensely successful, as evidenced by his beaming smile, the fact remained that with so many people, including those from the street office and city bureau, they had not brought back a single thing. How could he find peace in such a situation? With no other option, he sought out Chen Daxian once more. Chen Daxian maintained his calm demeanor. "Rest easy, Director Lu. Look ahead, that small stream has branched off. On that side, it flows towards a depression. I suspect there is either a pond or a mud pit over there. Surely there will be significant game lurking about." With no choice left, Lu Daong could only gather his thoughts and follow the team deeper into the woods, to the lower, denser valley. The soil beneath their feet grew increasingly damp and soft, and the air was thick with a pungent mix of humus and the scent of wild beasts. In Chapter 177, New Skill, Capturing the Dragon, Xiao Haihei, leading the front, suddenly halted, emitting a low, suppressed growl, his muscles tensed and his front paws digging into the ground. Something was amiss. Lin Wei's expression sharpened as he immediately raised his hand to signal. The group collectively held their breath, silently concealing themselves behind trees and bushes. Chen Daxian made a gesture, cautiously leading Lu Daong as they crept forward from the side, parting a dense thicket of thorns. In the next instant, everyone was taken aback, collectively gasping in astonishment at the sight before them. Not far below, in the depths of the valley, indeed lay a sizable pool of water and a muddy expanse. Precisely as Chen Daxian had surmised. In the mire, a dark mass revealed an astonishingly large herd of wild boars. A cursory glance suggested there were at least 30 or 40 of them. 5 robust boars, as hefty as calves, with gleaming white tusks, languorously rolled in the mud, their glossy black backs glistening in the winter sunlight. Surrounding them were several younger piglets and sows foraging, their grunting breaths coalescing into a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Chen Daxian slowly withdrew his head, exchanging a grave yet exhilarated glance with Lu Daong and Lin Wei. They had discovered the true quarry of this hunt. "How shall we proceed?" Chen Daxian and Lu Daong spoke in unison, their brows furrowed, their gazes solemnly directed towards the dense throng of wild boars in the mire. Lu Daong tightened his grip on the gun and said in a low voice, "In my view, we should quietly encircle them first, prioritizing the elimination of the largest boars. The rest can be captured alive, whatever we can manage." Chen Daxian rubbed his chin in contemplation. While this strategy was indeed prudent, it felt lacking in some regard. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh in realization. How could he have forgotten the most crucial person? "Xiao Wei, what do you think?" He turned to his nephew, knowing that in such moments, they could not afford to hold back any secrets. Lin Wei squinted as he surveyed the distant mire, smacking his lips. "The larger ones are not a problem. A few throwing knives will suffice. The real trouble lies in the smaller ones. If they panic and scatter, attempting to intercept them could result in injuries. Then let us concentrate our fire and shoot them all," Lu Daong declared resolutely. "After all, we are here for meat. If we use a few extra bullets, we can consider it practical training." However, Lin Wei shook his head. "Once the gunfire erupts, the chaos will only escalate. If the wild boars charge, who can stop them?" "Director Lu, you may be a sharpshooter, but can your men ensure a clean kill amidst the frenzy?" Lu Daong paused, taken aback. He had only brought 10 men along, making a total of 11 guns, including his own. Even if they managed to take down those 5 boars in a single volley, The remaining 30 or so, startled and agitated, would be beyond their control. Is there no better way? Lu Daong, aware of his own inexperience, turned to the seasoned hunter Chen Dashan for insight. Chen Dashan rubbed his rough palms together, murmuring, "Unless we can capture those lead boars alive. The wild boar herd behaves like sheep. As long as the lead boar remains, they will not scatter. The entire herd will follow its lead." Lu Daong inhaled sharply. How is that even possible? Those beasts weigh over 300 pounds, armed with tusks. Even the most elite soldiers would struggle to subdue them barehanded, let alone 5. Chen Dashan sighed. "I understand this is a fanciful notion. I merely mentioned it in passing." At that moment, Lin Wei's eyes sparkled as he suddenly spoke. "If all else fails, let us have everyone disperse to guard the various escape routes. I will use my throwing knives against the larger ones, trying not to startle the smaller ones. You all can wait for the right moment to close in." Having witnessed Lin Wei's prowess with throwing knives, Lu Daong initially nodded, but then shook his head. "Comrade Lin Wei, your throwing knives are indeed remarkable. But we are dealing with wild boars. They are renowned for their tough hides and robust defenses in the wilderness. Even a standard machete may struggle to penetrate their defenses. Can those lightweight throwing knives truly suffice?" He gazed skeptically at Lin Wei's knife pouch, his eyes filled with doubt. Lin Wei flashed a confident smile, revealing a row of white teeth. "Director Lu, facts speak louder than words. Just wait and see." Upon hearing this, Lu Daong slapped his sturdy hand against his gun pouch, the leather holster producing a dull thud. "All right, Comrade Lin Wei, proceed as you will. If danger arises, we will cover you with our guns." Meanwhile, the able-bodied young men of Qinjiakin and the Joint Defense Team had quietly dispersed, like an invisible net enveloping the crucial pathways around the valley. Chen Dashan, accompanied by the village's most formidable hunters, lay concealed behind the thickets. They swiftly drew their gleaming hunting knives, loaded their black powder guns, and deftly tied rough hemp ropes to tree stumps, creating snares that were barely discernible among the fallen leaves. The Joint Defense Team members crouched behind, each holding their breath, their weapons glinting coldly in the winter sun. Despite the elaborate trap they had set, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. They all understood that these wild boars were not as harmless as they appeared. If even one or two were to go berserk, they could face injuries, or worse, death. Ma San-er shrank his neck, glancing back repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Wei Gu, can your plan actually work? Over 40 wild boars, just the sight of them makes my legs weak." Lin Wei waved his hand dismissively, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Set your worries aside. Today a spectacle will surely broaden your horizons." As the hunting team took their positions and the trap was set, Lin Wei gently flexed his wrist, his gaze sharpening with focus. He recalled the wisdom imparted by his uncle. If he could capture the lead boar, the entire herd would submit. It was time to employ his skills once more. Lin Wei narrowed his eyes, his mind delving deep into concentration. In an instant, a faintly glowing blue system panel unfolded before him. He swiftly navigated through the virtual pages, his gaze ultimately resting upon a skill card radiating a golden luminescence. Dragon Capture Technique. Skills: Dragon Capture Hand, Sealing Hammer, Meridian Seizing Palm. Usage: can capture enemies with cultivation lower than 1's own. Has a certain probability of success against those of higher cultivation. Price: 1,500 points. The cost was indeed substantial. He silently clicked his tongue, glancing at his balance. 2,350 points accumulated from previous fishing endeavors. After the exchange, he would still have 850 points left. Worth it. Lin Wei's thoughts raced, and he resolutely confirmed the exchange. Buzz. Countless arcane techniques surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Capture methods, sealing secrets, the essence of meridian seizing. In the briefest of moments, these profound techniques were indelibly imprinted in the depths of his consciousness, as if he had been born with them. It was done. Lin Wei opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. He fixed his keen gaze upon the rolling wild boar herd in the distance, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Today, he would let this horde of wild beasts savor the flavor of his newfound skills. Chapter 178. Lin Wei's Fierce Battle with the Wild Boar King. While Lin Wei was grasping his skill for merely a minute or two, Lu Daong, anxiously stationed at the periphery, began to fret. What's wrong with Comrade Lin Wei? At such a critical moment, he's lost in thought? Lu Daong cast a worried glance at Chen Dashan, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the gun handle. Chen Dashan felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, hastily fabricating an excuse. Ahem. He's merely adjusting his state. You see, using throwing knives requires immense concentration. In truth, he was equally uncertain, entirely unaware of what his nephew was concocting. Lu Daong nodded thoughtfully. I see. No wonder experts often meditate. After witnessing Lin Wei's capabilities in previous encounters, His attitude towards the young man had shifted from initial disdain to genuine respect, and at this moment, he was genuinely deceived by Chun Dashin's fabrications. Just then, Lin Wei had swiftly approached the edge of the wild boar herd, but abruptly halted in his tracks. The scene before him elicited a frown. This group of wild boars was entirely enshrouded in thick, viscous mud, rolling about in the murky mire, leaving no foothold to be found. Lacking the deftness of light-footed agility, he feared that recklessly charging in would only result in him sinking into the mire. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Why venture inside when he could lure them out instead? He casually picked up a palm-sized stone from the riverbank and, employing the technique of Xiao Li's flying dagger, flicked his wrist. With a swift whoosh, the stone shot forth like a cannonball, striking the back of the largest male boar with a dull thud. The boar, caught off guard and in pain, erupted in fury. It had been comfortably rolling in the mud when this sudden projectile struck, inflicting not much physical harm, but an undeniable insult. As anticipated by Lu Daong, the boar's muddy armor was exceptionally resilient, rendering ordinary blades ineffective against it. With a deafening roar, the boar reared up, its crimson eyes rotating to lock onto Lin Wei's position. It began to pound the ground with its hooves, sending mud flying, and surged forward like an arrow, its formidable tusks aiming directly at Lin Wei, intent on impaling this detestable human. Not good, Lu Daong and Chun Dashin exclaimed in unison. Startled into action, positioned behind Lin Wei, they had not seen the stone he had thrown and mistakenly believed it to be a missed dagger throw. Lu Daong's right hand darted out like lightning, gripping the dark, formidable black star tightly. Chun Dashin simultaneously raised his old firearm, both men holding their breath, fingers poised on the triggers, urgently searching for an opportunity to fire. In this life and death moment, they had no time to consider the possibility of frightening off the entire herd of wild boars. However, to their astonishment, Lin Wei turned back and waved at them, a tranquil smile gracing his lips, signaling that all was well under control. Rather than retreating, he boldly advanced towards the Boar King, clearly intent on hand-to-hand combat. Don't go. Lu Daong and Chun Dashin were horrified, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats. They had witnessed Lin Wei's prowess and knew his skills lay primarily in his elusive flying daggers. As for his martial arts, it seemed merely average, perhaps slightly superior to that of a typical fighter. Yet, he was facing a ferocious Boar King. When enraged, this beast could intimidate even the mountain's tigers and black bears. Its charge was as rapid as thunder, with a strength capable of shattering stone, not to mention its thick hide and muddy armor, which even a tiger's fangs would struggle to penetrate. Yet, Lin Wei approached without hesitation. What was he planning? Was it to close the distance for another dagger throw? However, Lin Wei's subsequent actions left the two men momentarily dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. With a nimble sidestep, he deftly avoided the Boar King's fierce charge. In the instant of brushing against the boar, he tightly clenched his right fist, channeling a forceful blow towards the Boar King's nape. This was the skill he had just recently grasped, the sealing hammer. With a heavy thud, the Boar King let out a pained cry, stumbling forward several paces before halting abruptly, turning to confront Lin Wei once more, its blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on its opponent, emanating a ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, its slightly trembling hind legs betrayed that this blow had indeed inflicted some damage. Could this be an illusion? Lu Daong and Chun Dashin simultaneously lowered their weapons, exchanging incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. They could hardly comprehend how Lin Wei maintained a clear advantage in this direct confrontation with the Boar King. Lin Wei shook out his numbed right hand. He had employed 70% of his strength in that punch, though regrettably, he had struck just slightly off target. Nevertheless, if one attempt failed, he would simply make another. Without allowing the Boar King a moment to recover, Lin Wei surged forward like a released arrow. Bam! The Boar King had no time to react, as Lin Wei's right fist, propelled by a fierce wind, struck its nape once more. This punch was even more powerful than the last, sending the Boar King rolling across the ground. As it struggled to rise again, the fury in its eyes had diminished, replaced by a hint of fear. What exceptional martial arts! Lu Daong and Chun Dashin observed with rapt attention. Lin Wei's punch was so swift it seemed to leave an afterimage, and the Boar King had no opportunity to evade. Moreover, it was evident that this time, the Boar King had sustained internal injuries, its movements significantly slowed. The two men finally breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged smiles. Clearly, they had underestimated Lin Wei. This young man's martial prowess was indeed formidable. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar! The Boar King let out a thunderous bellow and abruptly turned, attempting to flee towards the mire. Simultaneously, the four male boars in the mud sprang into action, resembling four moving mountains as they charged towards Lin Wei, evidently intent on providing cover for their king. Xiao Hai He! Block them, Lin Wei shouted, and Xiao Haihei responded instantly, darting forth like a bolt of black lightning to intercept the 4 male boars. Meanwhile, Lin Wei's figure flickered as he transformed into a gust of wind, hot on the heels of the Boar King. The resilience of this beast surpassed his expectations. Even 2 successive sealing hammers had failed to subdue it entirely. What surprised him further was the creature's cunning. Sensing danger, it had decisively chosen to flee. Who said pigs were not intelligent? Lin Wei scoffed, his feet moving with such speed that they nearly became a blur. The Boar King was evidently injured, its steps faltering as it ran, and Lin Wei effortlessly closed the gap. Just as he was about to catch up, the Boar King seemed to sense his approach, abruptly turning to unleash its razor-sharp tusks toward him. But Lin Wei was prepared. He swiftly sidestepped, the tusks grazing past him mere inches away, stirring up a gust of foul wind. Chapter 179, The Tamed Wild Boar Herd. The Boar King's vicious counterattack had missed. A glimmer of despair flickered in its murky eyes. Lin Wei's gaze sharpened as he struck with his palm, slicing towards the tender flesh at the Boar King's neck. The acupoint strike. With a piercing wail, the Boar King swayed drunkenly, its massive body reeling before finally collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of mud. Excellent technique, superb skill. From a distance, Lu Daong and Chun Dashin watched in awe, unable to refrain from exclaiming in unison. Being martial artists themselves, they could clearly discern the remarkable integration of agility, internal force, and technique in Lin Wei's maneuvers. Especially notable was the speed and precision of his strikes, which were virtually unprecedented. A shared thought arose in their minds. If they were to face Lin Wei, they might not withstand even 3 of his moves. With a sharp whistle, Lin Wei called back Xiao Haihei, who had been entangled with the 4 male boars, and the nimble creature retreated from the fray. Before the boars could react, Lin Wei lunged at them like a fierce tiger. Emboldened by their numerical advantage, they attempted to surround him. But Lin Wei moved with the grace of a butterfly amid the wild boars, his left palm and right fist striking with ferocity, each blow landing squarely on the necks of the boars. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed repeatedly, even causing Lu Daong and Chun Dashin, some distance away, to wince at the impact. Though the wild boar was the one receiving the blows, the sound it emitted was truly alarming. These 4 wild boars, each nearly 300 pounds, were evidently not as resilient as their leader. In a mere 10 seconds, they successively collapsed to the ground, only able to emit feeble grunts. At that moment, the sows and piglets that had been leisurely rolling in the mud halted their activities, staring with wide, bewildered eyes in this direction. What on earth was happening? The once formidable leader and its 4 guardians had been effortlessly subdued by this bipedal creature, accustomed to communal living. The wild boars were momentarily bewildered, their simple minds struggling to comprehend the situation. They were used to foraging, drinking, and rolling about alongside the male boars. And now with their leaders incapacitated, where were they to go next? Excellent. Chun Dashin and Lu Daong hurried to Lin Wei's side, gazing at the still grunting male boar on the ground with expressions filled with awe and envy. Lin Wei wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Chun Dashin, saying, "Uncle, did you not previously assert that capturing the male boar would ensure the wild boar herd would obediently follow? Given the current circumstances, how shall we proceed?" Chun Dashin's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. "Oh, I merely spoke offhandedly. You took me seriously. Let me give it a try." He promptly beckoned the able-bodied men from Qinjikan to assist. A dozen or so men surged forward, firmly pinning down the wild boar king and the 4 male boars, swiftly securing ropes through their noses. Observing the incapacitated wild boars, Chun Dashin scratched his head again. "Nephew, while the ropes are secured, they cannot even stand. How can they lead us?" "That's simple," Lin Wei replied, approaching the wild boar king and crouching down, gently patting its robust neck a few times. Strangely enough, the once limp wild boar king seemed to receive an invigorating boost, shaking its massive head and, with a wobble, managing to stand. "Step back." Chun Dashin and the young men retreated in alarm. The wild boar king, now standing at nearly half a man's height, measured close to 2 meters in length and weighed no less than 400 pounds. Its curved tusks gleamed ominously, sharper than the hunting knives they carried. If this creature were to suddenly lash out, how could they possibly control it with just the rope around its nose? Yet, unexpectedly, the reawakened wild boar king exhibited an unusually clear gaze, devoid of any ferocity, instead radiating a hint of trepidation. Cautiously, it swayed its head, seemingly confirming its newfound mobility. Lin Wei chuckled as he patted the boar's back, causing it to flinch and nearly collapse again. "It's all right," Lin Wei explained. "I have merely temporarily released a portion of its bloodline. It can now walk normally, but it poses no threat." Naturally, he could not elaborate on the intricacies of the bloodline seizing technique, so he spoke ambiguously. However, The expressions of those around him indicated they were convinced by his words. Lu Daong could not help but exclaim, "Comrade Lin Wei truly possesses remarkable skills, even able to control the bloodline of such a ferocious beast as a wild boar. He is indeed extraordinary." Lin Wei then activated the remaining 4 male boars in succession, as Chun Dashin led the wild boar king at the forefront. The 4 male boars obediently followed, steadily making their way up the mountain. An astonishing scene unfolded. The sows and piglets, who had hesitated in the mud, after a brief moment of uncertainty, began to rise, grunting as they formed a long line, dutifully trailing at the end of the procession. Ding! The host has used the dragon seizing technique to capture the wild boar herd, earning 600 points. Point balance, 1,450 points. Lin Wei could hardly suppress the smile tugging at his lips. This was a substantial windfall. Not only had the points come effortlessly, but the wild boar herd could fetch a small fortune in exchange for about 20,000 pounds of grain. Surely not an unreasonable expectation. Chun Dashin silently counted himself fortunate. The strategy of capturing the king first was a legend he had heard from an old hunter in his youth. Over the years, he had neither witnessed nor heard of anyone truly accomplishing it. After all, to capture the wild boar king alive and ensure it moved freely and without resistance was nothing short of a fantasy. Who would have thought that his remarkable nephew could transform legend into reality? If this method proved truly effective. A flicker of fervor ignited in Chun Dashin's eyes. Wouldn't the wild boar herds across the entire Dian Mountain become theirs for the taking? He could almost envision the bustling scene of wild boars in droves on the hills behind Chenjiakan, with eager buyers from various procurement units in Sijio City vying to place their orders. This delightful dream was so vivid it felt as if it could awaken him from slumber with laughter. Setting aside Chun Dashin's musings, Lin Wei remained ever vigilant. Xiao Haihei darted around him, skillfully assisting in managing this peculiar procession. Whenever a wild boar strayed from the path, the little puppy would rush in like an arrow, biting and nudging, persistently herding the disobedient boar back into line. The adeptness of its movements could easily mislead anyone into thinking it was a trained herding dog, were it not for its round, fluffy appearance. Of course, should a wild boar of considerable size present a challenge, Lin Wei would step in at the right moment, delivering a sealing strike to the rebellious boar. Whether it was a half-grown wild boar weighing around 100 pounds or a mature sow exceeding 200 pounds, each would succumb to compliance after receiving such a blow, no longer daring to act out. Chapter 180. Tonight, I will stand guard. Just as the procession was nearing the ridge, the ambushers led by Ma Sanner could no longer contain themselves, rushing out from their hiding spots. Ma Sanner dashed up to Lin Wei, excitedly enveloping him in a hug. "Wei Gu, you are simply incredible. How are you achieving this?" Lin Wei stumbled slightly from the unexpected embrace from his dear friend, yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. He chuckled, opting not to divulge the astonishing capabilities of the dragon seizing technique, for it was a skill far too extraordinary to explain. Chen Dachuan, Chen Dai, and others gathered around, all beaming with joy. Initially expecting a brutal hunt, even mentally preparing for potential casualties, they were instead treated to a stunning performance solely by Lin Wei. The original main contributors had merely played the role of spectators throughout the event, ultimately becoming the most relaxed transporters. However, everyone was delighted, as escorting live wild boars was far less strenuous than carrying hundreds of pounds of dead game. Furthermore, the value of live wild boars far surpassed that of their deceased counterparts. If they were to return to Chenjiakan, the procurement prices from both the municipal office and the street committee would surely soar. At that moment, Lu Daong leaned closer to Chun Dashin, proposing, "Comrade Dashin, should we venture deeper? With so many of us merely escorting these wild boars back, it seems a waste of manpower." According to past experiences, this herd of over 40 wild boars, totaling more than 5,000 pounds, is already at the transport limit. We could very well head back. Yet, times had changed. Everyone was lightly equipped, with some even playfully wielding branches to prod the wild boars. After all, these creatures had tough skin and were impervious to harm. Given the ease of the task, Lu Daong's ambition sparked, contemplating the possibility of capturing another large herd of wild boars. Now that would truly be a windfall. Chun Dashin turned to Lin Wei, now fully convinced by this grandnephew, to the point that he almost wished to enshrine him. Clearly, he was the hope of the Chun family village's rise. Lin Wei shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing towards the small black dog at his feet. "Uncle, don't look at me. As long as Xiao Hei can find them, any wild boar pack is no challenge." After a brief discussion, Chun Dashin and Lu Daong decided to split their forces. Chun Dachuan would lead Ma Sanner and other joint defense team members, along with some able-bodied youths, to escort this batch of wild boars back to the village. This was the cornerstone of their hunting expedition, and it was imperative to ensure its success. After all, the route had already been cleared on the way here, revealing no signs of large predators. Thus, the return journey should pose little risk. Lin Wei assured them repeatedly that the Boar King and its leading companions were severely injured and would certainly not cause any trouble. As for why Qin Dachuan was chosen to lead, naturally, it was because he had just acquired 6 pairs of flying dragons and was eager to return to expand his breeding operations, leaving little desire to linger in the mountains for hunting. As twilight deepened, Lin Wei and his companions settled in a sheltered hollow in the mountains, guarding the second batch of captured 20-plus wild boars. At this moment, the depths of Dian Mountain were completely enveloped by an inky darkness. The distant peaks morphed into indistinct silhouettes, appearing and disappearing in the rising night mist, akin to slumbering giants. The crackling campfire cast flickering shadows that danced among the surrounding thickets, elongating and contracting as the wind swayed. A long, low wolf howl echoed from miles away, reverberating through the quiet valley, imbued with primal wildness and ferocity, sending chills down their spines. Qin Dachuan added a dry branch to the fire, the flickering flames illuminating his somewhat pallid face. Beside him, Qin Dai instinctively tightened his grip on the hunting knife resting on his knee. The sound was clearly ominous. Qin Dachuan lowered his voice, his gaze warily scanning the impenetrable darkness of the forest. Lu Daong was nearby, securing the wild boars with a few young men. Yet his eyes frequently darted towards the distant shadows, his brow furrowed. Even without extensive woodland experience, he could keenly sense the unsettling danger lurking behind the profound night. Only Lin Wei sat calmly by the campfire, his demeanor unflustered. He retrieved a piece of wolf skin and methodically polished his collection of throwing knives. The blades gleamed with a cold, menacing light in the fire's glow, becoming increasingly sharp and intimidating with each stroke. This night seems far from peaceful, Lu Daong remarked gravely as he approached the fire. Everyone, stay alert. We will take turns keeping watch. Lin Wei lifted his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He polished the last throwing knife until it gleamed, carefully sheathing it at his waist, before gently patting the drowsy Xiao He. No worries, I'll take the night watch. His tone was calm and unwavering. Regardless of what formidable presence might approach, those who dared to come would find it difficult to depart. Lu Daong said no more. Settling down beside Lin Wei, he drew his large black star pistol from his waist, deftly ejected the magazine, and laid the bullets out in his palm. Although each bullet shone with a golden luster, he took out a piece of cloth he always carried, meticulously wiping them down under the flickering firelight. This was a habit he had cultivated during his time in the military. Whenever a great battle loomed, he would repeatedly check his firearms, his movements steady and focused, calming the turmoil within. Where is Comrade Lin Wei stationed now? Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lu Daong casually inquired while cleaning the bullets. Lin Wei poked at the campfire. Sparks leaping up. I haven't decided on a destination yet. Lu Daong's eyes lit up. He had been observing Lin Wei's performance these past few days, the flawless throwing knives, the formidable punches and kicks, and that intuitive canine companion. Aside from his lack of proficiency with firearms, this young man was practically a perfect combat asset, a scarce resource desperately needed by the municipal bureau. Even if he only spent his time fishing and hunting, it would suffice to resolve a significant portion of the bureau's meat supply needs. Such a talent was still without a unit. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Lu Daong's mind raced, yet his expression remained impassive. I heard your mother works at our municipal bureau? Lin Wei nodded. She and my father went to support the Northwest. Why not join the municipal bureau then? Lu Daong seized the moment, his tone enthusiastic. With your abilities, you'd undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with in the bureau, perhaps even in the entire public security system. Competing in the department would be a piece of cake for you. Lin Wei's face remained inscrutable, though his mind was already calculating. Given his current abilities, the world was his oyster. The most pressing matter was to gather more supplies, ensuring that his family and friends could navigate these trying times in safety. As for fame and fortune, he cared little. In this era, any amount of hollow accolades was meaningless. What truly mattered was living a stable life. The thought of entering a unit and being micromanaged, constantly chasing metrics and performance, felt no different from the laborious existence he had known in his past life. Just contemplating such a life left him utterly disinterested. What he desired was freedom, the liberty to eat when he wished, to rest when he desired, and to engage in activities at his leisure while still enjoying a good life. Naturally, he could not express these thoughts plainly to Lu Daong. If the well-meaning elders got wind of it, they would likely pester him daily. His younger sister was still small. He would find a suitable excuse to discuss it once she was in school. Seeing Lin Wei's resolute demeanor, Lu Daong gently sighed. He sensed that this young man seemed disinterested in accolades, instead content with his current way of life. Reflecting on it, he understood. Who would wish to return to a life of 9 to 5 drudgery when one could effortlessly hunt and fish and reap such bountiful rewards? After dinner, Lu Daong and Chun Dashin discussed the arrangements for the night watch. From 10 o'clock at night until 6 the following morning, they divided into 4 shifts. Each shift would consist of 2 familiar local youths from Chun family village, paired with 2 armed elite guards from the municipal bureau, ensuring complete security in both vigilance and firepower. The 2 men insisted that Lin Wei should not take the night watch, insisting he rest well. As long as they made it safely to dawn, the 20-plus wild boars they had captured that day would already constitute a bountiful haul. If Lin Wei was in good condition, they might even yield more the next day. They did not wish for him to expend his energy on night watch duties. Unable to decline further, Lin Wei settled down by the campfire with Xiao He and drifted off to sleep. It was unclear how long had passed when Xiao He suddenly barked sharply, the sound urgent and piercing. Lin Wei jolted awake, his eyes scanning the surroundings like lightning. At the periphery illuminated by the firelight, several ghostly shadows had appeared unnoticed. They were packs of gray wolves, silently encircling them, their eerie green eyes glinting coldly in the darkness. Each wolf bared its teeth, drool dripping from their gleaming white fangs, glistening ominously in the firelight. What was most chilling was the wolf pack's eerie silence in the face of their prey, poised like harbingers of death. Meanwhile, the 4 guards who should have been on watch were all slumped against the tree trunks, heads drooping as they slumbered deeply. It was already the early hours of the morning, and the relentless fatigue of recent days had finally overwhelmed these robust men, causing them to fall into a deep slumber unbeknownst to themselves. Lu Daong was jolted awake by the frenzied barking of Xiao Haihei, and he sat up with a start. As he took in his surroundings, a chill coursed through him. Had they inadvertently stumbled into a den of wolves? Scanning the area, he beheld a dense throng of wolves encircling the camp, no fewer than 50 or 60. More alarming still, the wolves' eerie green eyes were not only fixated on the tethered wild boars, but regarded each person present as potential prey. With a decisive click, Lu Daong deftly drew his trusty Da Hei Xing from his waist, disengaged the safety with his thumb, and raised his weapon to fire a warning shot into the air. Bang! The sharp report of the gun shattered the stillness of the night, sending a flock of birds into flight. The wolves, startled, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Lu Daong refrained from firing directly at the wolves, hoping to leave them a possible avenue of retreat, unwilling to forge an irrevocable enmity. This gunshot instantly roused everyone from their slumber. In the ensuing chaos, the men scrambled for their weapons, while the elite guards from the security team displayed their well-honed training. The young men from Qinjia village had not even fully drawn their machetes when their steel guns were already pointed menacingly at the encroaching wolves. Everyone, gather around me. Do not concern yourselves with the wild boars for now, Lu Daong commanded decisively. The immediate priority was survival. If the wolves were to take the boars and retreat on their own, that would indeed be the best outcome, no matter how precious the quarry. It paled in comparison to human life. With a rustle, the group swiftly fell back. The young men brandished their gleaming machetes at the front, while the guards with their rifles formed a solid line behind, swiftly creating a formidable circle to confront the wolves. At that moment, a pair of deep, resonant howls echoed from behind the pack. The previously somewhat disorganized wolves tightened their formation, quickly regrouping into a cohesive circle. Soon after, several exceptionally large male wolves strode forward. Standing nearly a meter tall, their sleek coats shimmered, muscles rippling, and their cold, green eyes surveyed the tense crowd with an air of disdain. After a few tense seconds, seeing no movement from the humans, the leading male wolf leisurely turned its attention to the group of wild boars. Amidst the terrified whimpers of the boars, it opened its bloody maw and lunged for a half-grown piglet with its razor-sharp fangs, as if it were merely partaking in a meal. Utterly disregarding the humans who claimed ownership of these prey, Lu Daong clenched his fists, Chun Dashin ground his teeth, and the faces of all present were etched with indignation. The agonizing sight of their hard-won catch being so brazenly trampled and scorned by the wolves was intolerable. Yet what could they do? Unknown numbers of wolves lurked in the shadows. Should a battle ensue, regardless of the outcome, their side would surely pay a heavy price. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. A black shadow suddenly surged from the crowd like a tempest, executing a powerful kick to the male wolf's midsection. The beast howled in agony, propelled into the air by the force of the blow. As it descended, the shadow was already upon it like a wraith. With a swift motion, a flash of cold steel emerged from the figure's hand. Thud! Blood sprayed in an arc against the dark backdrop of the night. The male wolf crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before falling silent. Lin Wei, get back here! Lu Daong and Chun Dashin shouted in alarm. The assailant was none other than Lin Wei. The hidden throwing knife in his hand had swiftly severed the wolf's throat. Without looking back, Lin Wei waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, just hold the formation. I want to see how long these wolf pups can remain so arrogant. His tone was calm, but exuded an undeniable confidence. They are merely wolves. I have dealt with them before. Just as Lu Daong was about to rush out to assist, Chen Dashan firmly held him back. Let Lin Wei handle it. He has single-handedly taken down entire packs of wolves before. He knows what he is doing. After a brief pause, he added in a hushed tone, let us conserve our ammunition for now. Lu Daong looked at Chen Dashan in disbelief. This was his own nephew. How could he be so trusting? Yet the determined and expectant look in Chen Dashan's eyes eased some of Lu Daong's tension. At that moment, Xiao Haihei had also darted to Lin Wei's side like a bolt of black lightning, vigilantly guarding his flank. Chapter 182, Lin Wei's Rampage. Lin Wei did not recklessly charge into the heart of the wolf pack. Instead, he casually stood his ground, legs slightly apart, exuding a relaxed demeanor as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Then, he raised his hand and beckoned at the dense throng of wolves with a simple, yet profoundly provocative gesture. In an instant, the previously restless wolves halted their movements in unison, resembling soldiers awaiting orders. As Lin Wei had anticipated, another long howl resonated from behind the pack. The cunning wolf king still did not reveal itself, remaining hidden while orchestrating the entire wolf assembly. 3 gray shadows shot forth like arrows, converging on Lin Wei in a triangular formation. The foremost male wolf bared its fangs, aiming directly for Lin Wei's throat. The one on the left bore down with its claws, blocking the path, while the wolf on the right hesitated slightly, its green eyes fixated on Lin Wei's every move. This coordinated assault mirrored the tactics of encirclement and hunting, unbeknownst to Lin Wei and his companions. This pack of wolves was the most formidable in the entirety of the Duyin mountain range, comprising hundreds of battle-hardened wolves. The small group they had previously vanquished was merely a fraction of this greater pack. These wolves had reigned over the forests for years, relying not just on their numbers, but also on their battle-hardened instincts, developing a remarkable proficiency in coordinated attacks, cross-covering, and even mastering the tactics of three-pronged warfare. The most frightening of all was the Wolf King lurking in the shadows. Despite the wolves holding an overwhelming advantage and the bipeds retreating, the Wolf King remained concealed, demonstrating unparalleled wisdom and restraint by resisting the temptation of the boar meat and directing its subordinates in a probing confrontation. But in the face of absolute might, even the most cunning wolves were destined to be crushed. Just as Lu Daong, Chen Dashan, and Chen Dai raised their rifles to support Lin Wei, both he and Xiao Haihei sprang into action simultaneously. The man and the dog split apart like two phantoms. Xiao Haihei transformed into a streak of black lightning, colliding forcefully with the male wolf on the right flank, leaving only a blur in its wake. Bang! The right side male wolf was caught entirely off guard, brutally struck by Xiao Haihei's savage charge against its neck, tumbling over with a piercing howl. Lu Daong watched in wide-eyed astonishment. He had just recently learned that Xiao Haihei was the offspring of the legendary German shepherds from the city, Dehei and Heibao. It was said that the litter had 5 pups, but due to malnutrition, only Xiao Haihei had survived. Who could have imagined that this barely half-year-old pup, under Lin Wei's training, had become so formidable? The speed, endurance, and agility displayed by Xiao Haihei had already left Lu Daong in awe in his observations. These traits far surpassed those of an adult dog. It was as if a 5-year-old child possessed the physical capabilities of an adult. Who would believe such a tale? Now, with the strength Xiao Haihei exhibited, Lu Daong's understanding was utterly transformed. Lin Wei and Xiao Haihei were truly an extraordinary pair. With unwavering focus on the battlefield, Lu Daong resolved silently. Regardless of the means, even if it requires a blend of coaxing and deception, they must be brought to the municipal office. No, directly recommended to the department. In the fleeting moment when Lin Wei brushed past the left-wing male wolf, his right foot struck back with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, the tip of his foot precisely hooking the wolf's belly, astonishingly lifting the nearly 70-pound creature into the air for 2 to 3 meters. The wolf flailed helplessly in midair, and as it began to descend, the unmistakable terror reflected in its gleaming green eyes was palpable, for it clearly discerned that Lin Wei's right hand had, unbeknownst to it, already grasped a gleaming meteor knife. With a swift motion, the sharp blade sliced through the wolf's neck like it was mere tofu, unleashing a torrent of scalding blood that erupted like a fountain. The left-wing male wolf had no time even to whimper before it crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, the leading male wolf, which had charged ahead, turned around only to be confronted by the grim fate of its companions, one dead and one injured. It froze, its limbs instinctively retreating a half-step, unable to suppress a shiver of fear. Lin Wei exhaled a breath of murky air. To his astonishment, his sudden whim to employ the dragon capturing technique with his legs, as if they were hands, yielded such remarkable results. The kicks and strikes of his legs indeed bore a striking resemblance to the hammering and smashing of hands, proving even more effective against these low-to-the-ground, four-legged wolves than fists and palms. Meanwhile, Xiao Haihei epitomized the essence of relentless retaliation against the wolves. Seizing the moment when the right-wing male wolf was knocked to the ground and still dazed, it pounced fiercely, unleashing a flurry of strikes with its front paws akin to a tempest, scratching at the wolf's head. Though the damage inflicted was limited, leaving merely a few bloody scratches on the wolf's cheek, it thoroughly disrupted its vision and rhythm. The male wolf, now in disarray, flailed its limbs on the ground, desperately shaking its head to escape the entanglement, its earlier ferocity now utterly dissipated. Lin Wei executed a swift and fluid 180-degree turn, his icy gaze locking onto the remaining leading male wolf. Under the weight of his stare, the wolf instinctively took a half-step back, its paws anxiously scraping the ground. It fixated on the still dripping, blood-slicked knife in Lin Wei's hand, its pupils wide with dread, as if it feared that the lethal weapon would sever its throat in the next heartbeat. A howl pierced the air. At that moment, the Wolf King, lurking deep within the pack, issued a new command. The long howl served as a clarion call to the wolves, who had been circling at the periphery, now surged forth like a torrent released from a dam, emitting a low, menacing growl as they charged toward Lin Wei. They wisely avoided the circular fortifications held by LV Daong and the others, where not only a roaring bonfire blazed, but also a dense formation of blades and a battalion of ready firearms awaited them. The cunning Wolf King, ever astute, chose to target the vulnerable rather than confront the fortified defenses. Xiao Haihei, retreat quickly, Lin Wei bellowed, propelling himself like an arrow into the surging mass of wolves. With both hands clutching the flying knives, his feet danced nimbly, mirroring the flutter of butterflies as he deftly stepped upon the bodies of the charging wolves. Each time a wolf was unbalanced and propelled into the air by his deft maneuvering, he used that momentum to leap, his knife slicing through the air like a meteor, precisely severing the wolf's neck. In an instant, he transformed into a formidable meat grinder, carving a blood-soaked swath through the gray tide of wolves. Xiao Haihei, heeding the command, swiftly retreated, morphing into a shadow as it darted back to the group. It crouched on the ground, its glossy eyes fixed intently on Lin Wei's direction, emitting anxious whimpers. This perceptive little creature evidently sensed its master's peril yet, due to its lack of strength, could only dig at the ground in frustration. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as LV Daong and Chun Dashin fired their weapons, the big black star and the old cannon, almost simultaneously. 2 bullets whizzed forth, striking true. The head wolf, still observing from the sidelines, along with the male wolf dazed by Xiao Haihei's flurry of strikes, fell with a splatter of blood, collapsing to the earth. Lin Wei faced the wolf pack head-on. LV Daong and Chun Dashin could not allow him to be flanked. Nephew, take the knife, quickly. Chun Dai shouted at the opportune moment. As Lin Wei turned at the sound of his voice, Chun Dai unhesitatingly hurled a gleaming mountain knife towards him. He had observed that while Lin Wei's flying knives were fierce, they were ultimately too short. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, in such chaotic melee. A longer blade would significantly enhance their odds of victory. At that moment, LV Daong briefly entertained the notion that this action was reckless. Who in their right mind would use a drawn long knife as a projectile? Was this not tantamount to placing the recipient directly in the path of the blade? Should the mountain knife fall into the throng of wolves, Lin Wei would have to bend down to retrieve it, and in the heat of battle, even a moment's delay could prove fatal. However, his concerns evaporated in an instant. Lin Wei deftly reached into his waist knife pouch, and the flying knives vanished from his hands. Like a hawk, he soared towards the spinning mountain knife in the air. Just as the handle brushed past him, he extended his right hand, and the mountain knife obediently fell into his grasp. As soon as the knife was secured, he executed a sharp horizontal slash. In an instant, a wolf attempting to sneak up from the side was decapitated, blood splattering forth. What a fine knife! What a fine technique! LV Daong exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The fluidity of Lin Wei's movements, catching the knife, spinning, and striking, was as seamless as flowing water, devoid of any clumsiness. As though that mountain knife had always been in his possession. Chun Dai exhaled a sigh of relief. He had dared to take the risk of using this knife-throwing technique to pass the mountain knife, because he understood that his nephew had reached a masterful level with the flying knives. Now, it seemed, his judgment was vindicated. Lin Wei's prowess with blades had surpassed even his wildest expectations. As Lin Wei gripped the mountain knife, it felt as though a legendary warrior had seized the fabled dragon-slaying blade, its power surging tremendously. He immediately altered his combat style, executing fundamental techniques: chop, hack, lift, thrust, intercept, point, and sweep, each movement precise and unembellished. Even his previously agile and unpredictable legs were now firmly grounded, stable as a rock. Only in the fleeting moments when his knife technique fell short did he swiftly extend a leg, accurately blocking the wolf's attacks. Yet, this seemingly mundane foundational knife technique erupted under his command with unprecedented speed and power. Among the onlookers, only a few, Chen Dashan, Chen De, and Lv Daong, could barely discern the trajectory of Lin Wei's movements amidst the dazzling gleam of the knife. The others only perceived a blinding brilliance of cold light swirling before them, unable to capture the knife's very form. Chen Dashan and Chen De exchanged glances, both astonished at what they saw. It turned out that the knife technique Lin Wei executed at that moment was a foundational skill he had learned as a child from his grandfather. Unfortunately, back then, Lin Wei, frail in stature, could not embody the domineering spirit that this set of techniques demanded. Moreover, his grandmother, concerned for her grandson, had discouraged him from enduring hardship, prompting him to abandon the practice after merely a month. Yet, who could have imagined that the adult Lin Wei would wield this introductory knife technique with such staggering prowess? He likely surpassed even the vitality of his grandfather in his prime. How could they not be left utterly astonished? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Wei had already attained a profound understanding of martial arts. Having practiced the body refinement pill and cultivated the innate pure yang technique alongside the dragon capture technique and other internal and external martial arts. As soon as he grasped the mountain-splitting saber, memories of his childhood surged forth, prompting him to unconsciously execute the only saber technique he had ever learned. Initially, his movements bore a hint of awkwardness, but after a few repetitions, he felt an extraordinary connection between the mountain-splitting saber and his own intent, as if it had become an extension of his body. The foundational techniques, once rudimentary, became increasingly fluid and harmonious in his hands, ultimately reaching a state of consummate mastery. Lin Wei wielded this saber technique with exuberance, yet for the pack of wolves, it was a comprehensive slaughter. Let us not dwell on the origins of the mountain-splitting saber. When the Chun brothers were born, their grandfather sought out the most renowned blacksmith in Sangzhou, Wang Dezhu, who meticulously forged the three sabers from high-quality iron over the span of half a month. After years of honing, the blades had achieved a level of sharpness capable of slicing through iron and severing hair with ease. Now, in Lin Wei's grasp, infused with his innate pure yang internal energy, the saber's power surged exponentially. As the light of the blade flashed, each strike met its mark, whether it be a wolf's head, spine, waist, leg, or tail, inflicting wounds with ease and severing limbs upon contact. Even when striking the formidable bones of the wolves, it was as effortless as slicing through tofu. Most astonishingly, an injured wolf, fueled by ferocity, attempted to clash its hardened forehead against the blade. In response, Lin Wei swiftly retaliated, cleaving the beast in two at the skull. In a mere 10 breaths, a vast expanse lay clear before Lin Wei, as the wolves, stricken with terror, retreated 2 yards away. Even the fiercest male wolf dared not meet his gaze, fearing it would draw the attention of this harbinger of death. At his feet lay a gruesome tableau, over a dozen wolf corpses, each bisected with a single stroke, their blood saturating the earth, mingling with severed limbs and entrails, creating a thick, acrid scent of carnage. This hellish scene not only petrified the wolf pack, but also left the onlookers gasping in horror. The brutality of such close-quarters combat was beyond the comprehension of those accustomed to peaceful times. Many had closed their eyes, fearing that a mere glance would plunge them into nightmares of blood-soaked horror. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Wei steadied his breath. Though the frenzied dance of the mountain-splitting saber had lasted only half a minute, it had significantly drained his energy. Just as the onlookers believed the wolf pack would be deterred, a series of urgent howls erupted from behind. Whoa! The pack, initially inclined to retreat, suddenly rallied under their leader's command, slowly advancing toward Lin Wei. The Wolf King, possessing remarkable intelligence, discerned that while Lin Wei's lethality was formidable, such a frenzied fighting style was highly taxing on his stamina. The beast intended to sacrifice the lives of its comrades to exhaust Lin Wei's strength, then overwhelm him in a savage assault. This strategy had been employed by the Wolf King not long ago when it had contended with a fierce tiger for prey, sacrificing several wolves to wrest a large wild boar from the tiger's jaws. Ultimately, the tiger had retreated, covered in wounds, and had narrowly escaped becoming food for the pack. Now, the Wolf King sought to employ the same tactic to vanquish what it perceived to be an even more fearsome foe than the tiger. A smirk graced Lin Wei's lips. He had not anticipated such cunning from the Wolf King, a true paragon among beasts. Yet these creatures would never comprehend the depths of human potential and limits. So, let them experience the true meaning of a dimensional strike. With this thought, Lin Wei advanced rather than retreated, his form hurtling into the heart of the wolf pack like a cannonball. With both hands gripping the saber, he unleashed a brilliant display of blade light. In a flurry of slashes, the first 3 malevolent wolves were caught off guard, meeting their demise with severed limbs or decapitation. Lin Wei continued unabated, the mountain-splitting saber cleaving through the air like a tempest, each strike claiming at least one wolf life. Chen Dashan and Chun De watched in astonishment. What Lin Wei executed was no longer the basic saber technique from before, but rather a style reminiscent of the Chun family's ancestral breaking blade technique. Over 30 years prior, the martial arts master Ma Fengtu had sparred with their grandfather, fortunate enough to witness this saber technique. Together, they had simplified it into the renowned breaking blade 8 cuts, which had been taught to the Northwest Army for their resistance against the Japanese invaders. This technique had claimed countless enemy heads on the battlefield, instilling terror in the hearts of the Japanese, who even resorted to crafting iron neck guards for protection. This tale of martial prowess was well known among the Chun brothers since childhood. They had diligently practiced the breaking blade technique, which was far more complex than this simplified 8-move version, and its power in the hands of a master was incomparable. Yet what astonished them most was that their grandnephew had clearly never learned this technique. Could it be that he had secretly observed his uncle practicing as a child and had absorbed it by mere osmosis? It was simply beyond belief. In this life-or-death moment, despite Lin Wei's awe-inspiring prowess, the wolf pack still held a decisive numerical advantage. The gray mass of wolves surged forth like a relentless tide, their assault unyielding. If Lin Wei were to falter even slightly, one of the ferocious wolves would latch onto him, and given their reckless nature, they would never let go, even at the cost of their lives. At that moment, the situation would become perilous. In a critical juncture, Chun Dashan passed his mountain-splitting saber to Chun De, swiftly receiving a heavy ghost-headed saber from a younger villager. The brothers exchanged a glance of understanding, and simultaneously, 2 voices roared, "Charge!" Like tigers unleashed. They lunged into the pack. This urgency was born not only from the dire circumstances, but also from the fervor of martial artists reveling in battle. "Wait for me," shouted Lu Daong, quickly borrowing a bayonet-equipped rifle from a teammate behind him, and followed the two into the fray. The Chun brothers unleashed their authentic breaking blade technique. And indeed, the atmosphere was formidable. The blade light wove and intertwined like an unyielding net, though not as agile and dynamic as Lin Wei's. It radiated an indomitable spirit capable of overcoming all forms. The brothers' decades of martial practice shone through in this moment. When one launched an attack, the other was quick to provide cover, their strikes flowing like a relentless tide, producing a suppression far beyond their individual strength. As Chun Dashan wielded the ghost-headed saber, which was not a divine weapon, they designated Chun De, with his superior technique, as the primary attacker, while Chun Dashan provided support. In their combined assault, the glint of cold steel illuminated the scene as wolves met their demise or sustained grievous injuries. The exquisite synergy of their attack left Lu Daong breathless with excitement. He had thought Lin Wei's technique was extraordinary, but the seamless coordination of these two elders surpassed even that, their moves disciplined and seasoned, eclipsing Lin Wei's prowess. Indeed, the Chun family village was a hidden trove of talent. I, Lu Daong, am not to be outdone. With this thought, he gripped his rifle tightly, employing his master's ultimate technique, the 6 Harmonies spear technique. Once this spear technique was unleashed, it could strike with lethal force from all 6 directions, front, back, left, right, above, and below, rendering foes defenseless. He thrust his spear forward, and a flash of cold light appeared. The nearest wolf had no time to react before its neck was pierced. With a flick of his wrist, the wolf's corpse was hurled into the pack, causing chaos among them. Before the wolves could regroup, he swiftly thrust again, accurately piercing the abdomen of a wolf on the left. The trio resembled 3 sharp blades piercing through the wolf pack, instantly tearing apart the previously balanced battlefield. Meanwhile, the spectators from Chun Family Village and the hunting team from the defense office were filled with adrenaline, eagerly itching to rush forward and join the fray. However, the Chun brothers and Lu Daong seemed to share an unspoken connection, simultaneously issuing stern warnings to halt the restless crowd. The 3 of them possessed unwavering confidence in their martial prowess, well aware that even amidst the onslaught of wolves, they could safeguard themselves. In contrast, the members of the hunting team, lacking comparable strength, would inevitably suffer casualties if they recklessly charged into the fray. Furthermore, their side had already seized the initiative on the battlefield, rendering it unnecessary to commit all reserves to the conflict. As Lin Wei observed his uncles and Lu Daong stepping forward to assist, he felt an immense alleviation of pressure. This newfound confidence allowed him to wield his machete with increasing finesse and skill. The blade transformed seamlessly from slashing to stabbing, as if it had multiplied in his hands, striking with the force of 2 or 3 weapons simultaneously. The wolf pack before him suffered devastating losses, with their downfall accelerating from 1 every 10 seconds to 2. then 3. Such astonishing lethality left even his uncles in awe. In the midst of this life and death struggle against the wolves, his nephew had seemingly transcended to a legendary realm of martial prowess, an extraordinary state where the art of the blade transcended form and technique. This pinnacle of martial arts had remained unattainable for decades, so how could he grasp it amidst a mere skirmish? Could it be that this nephew was a once-in-a-century prodigy in martial arts? Yet this thought flickered briefly in their minds. After all, he was family. The stronger he became, the more solid the foundation of Chun family village would be, and the brighter their future would appear. As Lin Wei, the Chun brothers, and Lu Daong pressed forward with increasing ferocity, over 30 wolf carcasses piled up before them. Severed limbs, crushed skulls, and bisected bodies littered the ground, with a few still-breathing wolves impaled by blades, twitching weakly in pools of blood. The 10-square-meter area had nearly transformed into a dark red pond, the stench so thick it felt tangible, sending chills down their spines. The 4 took the opportunity to catch their breath, their chests heaving. Yet their gazes burned with fierce determination towards the still-looming wolf pack. In their eyes, there was no trace of retreat, only a more fervent battle spirit, as if the beasts before them were not deadly predators, but merely trophies waiting to be claimed. As time slowly trickled by in the standoff, Lin Wei and his comrades remained unhurried. Their stamina was replenishing, their breaths steadying. Should the wolf pack dare to attack again, it would merely result in more carcasses. However, the silence was abruptly shattered by a piercing wolf howl, the call of the Wolf King, lurking deep within the pack. Lin Wei's expression hardened, whispering, "We should retreat." The others concurred, recognizing that the wolf pack had already suffered significant losses. To continue the fight would likely result in total annihilation. Yet, to their astonishment, after a brief hesitation, the pack emitted a low, mournful whimper, baring their teeth and charging once more. Their momentum bore an air of tragic defiance, a touch of madness. Such a reckless display from these oblivious beasts. Lin Wei, filled with a mix of anger and irony, swung his machete, its cold gleam flashing as he declared, "Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall ensure your pelts remain with me." Before his words had fully settled, the 4 surged forth like tigers unleashed, meeting the oncoming tide of wolves once again. The machete in Lin Wei's hand cleaved through the waves, the Chun brothers' blades surged like a tempest, and Lu Daiyong's knife pressed forward relentlessly, driving the onrushing wolves back into a defensive posture, devoid of any ability to counterattack. No matter how the Wolf King howled from behind, it could not alter the pack's dismal fate. Finally, after 5 minutes of relentless combat, the 4 advanced another 20 meters. This bloody path was strewn with over 30 wolf carcasses, and the area was precisely illuminated by the campfire, beyond which lay an enveloping darkness. The 4 exchanged glances, with Lin Wei taking the lead to cover their retreat as they formed a triangular formation, slowly backing towards the fire. This time, regardless of the Wolf King's furious roars, the pack was unwilling to advance. Despite their ferocity, these creatures understood their limitations. The prospect of certain death was too clear to ignore. Even wolves, known for their strong obedience, would not repeatedly march towards their demise. With a chilling howl that tore through the night, the pack parted like a tide, revealing a foreboding passageway. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal wolf, its size far surpassing that of its kin, standing nearly a meter tall at the shoulder, its glossy black fur glinting with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Most unnerving were its blood-red eyes, brimming with primal bloodlust. A vicious scar slashed across its face, a testament to countless battles, stretching from its brow to its jaw, resembling an eternal battle emblem. The Wolf King advanced, its footsteps silent, yet its massive form radiated an oppressive aura. Following closely were a dozen elite male wolves, maintaining a respectful distance, their heads bowed low, emitting submissive whimpers. Chun Dashin felt an icy chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, his grip on the hunting knife tightening involuntarily, knuckles turning white. He turned to his brother, voice tense. "Third brother, I feel as if I've seen this creature before." Chun Dae's gaze remained fixed upon the scarred visage, struggling to articulate. "Remove the as if, it's it. 3 years ago, it led the pack that trapped us in the Eagle's Cry Gorge." Lin Wei, keenly perceptive, sensed the sudden change in his uncle's breathing and inquired, "Uncles, what riddle are you trying to solve?" Chun Dae sighed heavily, his calloused hand unconsciously stroking the sheath at his waist. "Ah, it's a long story." "No long stories." Chun Dashin interjected sharply, suppressed rage bubbling to the surface. 3 years ago, it was this beast. With his hoarse voice, the bloody memories were abruptly unsealed. On that fateful winter day, amidst a snowstorm, the hunting team from Chun Family Village, while pursuing a herd of goats in the Eagle's Cry Gorge, encountered this massive wolf pack. Cornered in a narrow passage, the wolves, under the Alpha's command, launched a sudden assault, overwhelming the team like a black tide. The sounds of screams, wolf howls, and bones shattering merged into a cacophony. Several young men were taken down immediately, their blood staining the snow. In that dire moment, the then village chief, Chen Dahai, resolutely ordered the abandonment of all prey, leading the remaining members in a desperate bid for escape. He himself, in a bid to cover the retreat of his kin, had his right hand tendons violently torn by the Wolf King, leaving him with diminished strength thereafter. That battle cost them 6 capable fighters. Chen Dashan's voice trembled slightly. Yet he added, but those beasts did not fare well either. At least 20 of their male wolves fell to us in that gorge, due to the heavy losses. Upon returning to the village, Chen Dahai established a rule forbidding anyone from entering the mountains without permission. It was only this year, faced with dire circumstances, that the Chun brothers reluctantly ventured into the mountains, leading to Lin Wei's later exploits. Suddenly breaking the silence, Lu Daong spoke. So this wolf pack has come specifically for revenge against Chun family village. Indeed, it is a quest for vengeance. Chen Dashan abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with a resolute fervor. Director Lu, shortly, you must withdraw with Xiao Wei. This enmity between our Chun family village and this pack of brutes must reach a definitive conclusion today. Lin Wei stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Dashan, his youthful visage devoid of any sign of retreat. Uncle, what do you mean by that? My mother bears the Chen surname, and I carry half of the Chun family's blood within me. Since we have encountered them today, we must exact our vengeance. Lu Daong scoffed, his steel gun already chambered. Comrade Chen Dashan, are you underestimating us, your revolutionary comrades? Such vile creatures, having crossed our path, must be thoroughly eradicated. In the shadows, the Wolf King's crimson gaze fixated intently on the group. A low growl rumbled from its throat, and the pack, which had previously entertained thoughts of retreat, seemed drawn back to its side by an invisible force. The beasts emitted a chorus of suppressed howls, their voices laced with lingering fear and rekindled ferocity. It was as if they sought to dispel the horrific images of their fallen comrades, while simultaneously bolstering each other's courage. After all, their king had never known defeat. In their simplistic understanding, these bipedal creatures would soon meet the same fate as all their previous adversaries, torn to shreds by the Wolf King. Chen Dashan swallowed hard, turning to Lin Wei and lowering his voice. Nephew, this Wolf King is no ordinary foe. It once bested your uncle Dahai, leaving a scar upon its face. Judging by its current demeanor, it is likely even more formidable than it was back then. This battle will require your utmost strength. Lin Wei nodded silently. He was well aware of village chief Chen Dahai's prowess, which surpassed that of his 3 uncles, given that even he had suffered greatly beneath the Wolf King's claws. The creature's ferocity was evident. Yet, regardless of its evolution, tonight would mark its end. Chapter 186, The Flying Knife's First Failure. The 4 exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, and they simultaneously began to retreat, regrouping with the elite forces stationed behind them to form a tight defensive circle. Faced with such a formidable enemy, they needed to consolidate their strength and await the opportune moment. However, the wolf pack also moved in response, advancing silently like a tide of darkness, halting only 15 meters away to establish a standoff. The impending battle was palpable. Lin Wei's mind raced as he swiftly transferred his mountain-cleaving knife to his left hand, while his right hand darted to his waist, retrieving a knife from its sheath. As his fingers brushed against the cold hilt, he twisted his waist, his right arm coiling like a bowstring, and then unleashed a powerful strike. Hit it, he commanded, a low growl escaping his lips as a glint of cold steel shot through the night like a comet, aimed directly at the imposing Wolf King standing before the pack. Against such a malevolent beast, there was no need for the conventions of the martial world. The first strike must belong to the aggressor. What swiftness in his strike! The Chun brothers and Lu Daong, standing alongside Lin Wei, witnessed the extraordinary display. This blow was a rare culmination of his entire essence, spirit, and vitality. The blade sliced through the air, silent yet breathtakingly swift, its sharpness surpassing anything they had ever seen. Even they, should they face this strike head-on, would have no hope of defense or evasion. This sudden, unexpected attack would surely catch the Wolf King off guard. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Wolf King not only anticipated the strike, but reacted in the blink of an eye. At the moment Lin Wei swung his arm, the Wolf King abruptly twisted its body, sidestepping just in time. The meteor-like gleam of the blade grazed its thick fur, embedding itself deep into the forehead of a male wolf behind it. A heart-wrenching howl pierced the night. The male wolf collapsed, a knife lodged deep within its skull, twitching before it succumbed to silence. The power of that single strike had penetrated the toughest of wolf skulls. The Wolf King's fur bristled involuntarily. It had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, relying solely on the primal instincts honed through years of bloodshed. Its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Wei, emitting a low, dangerous growl. At that moment, it recognized that this seemingly youthful bipedal creature was an unprecedented adversary, more perilous than the last tiger it had encountered or any other foe it could recall. Moreover, the Wolf King seemed acutely aware that turning to flee now would not spare it from the elusive flying knife. With a fierce howl, it raised its head, issuing an undeniable command. The 10 or so robust male wolves beside it surged forth like arrows released from a bow, charging straight at Lin Wei. Cunning indeed, Lin Wei thought to himself, disdainfully. Even at this critical juncture, the beast sent its underlings to engage first, lurking in the back to seek an opportunity. Chen Dashan, Chen and Lu Daong were no pushovers either. Seeing this, they immediately rushed forward to intercept the pack of wolves. The dance of blades erupted, as man and wolf clashed in a chaotic frenzy. Over the past 2 days of hunting, Lin Wei had already proven his might, earning the respect of his companions. In this moment, without the need for words, the three of them instinctively shielded him from the lesser foes, creating an opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with the Wolf King. This was the law of the wilderness. The strong reigned supreme. Lin Wei pressed on, intent on confronting the Wolf King, only to find himself encircled by another wave of vicious wolves. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Wolf King's haunting green eyes, cold and merciless, clearly conveying the message: if you desire a duel, you shall contend with us all. This beast had mastered the principle of letting its lesser brethren take the brunt of the fight while it waited for the perfect moment to strike. It was a creature whose cunning surpassed that of any human, a treachery that was utterly disheartening. Lin Wei, left with no choice, brandished his mountain-cleaving knife to face the wolf pack. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. This pack of wolves was starkly different from the previous mindless assailants. They no longer charged recklessly but instead circled him, probing, their claws fainting, fangs bared, clearly employing a strategy of attrition rather than direct assault. A glance at the Wolf King, lurking on the periphery, revealed the cunning plan. These wolves, fearful of the slaughter Lin Wei had just displayed, had absorbed the Wolf King's teachings, mastering its guile. Their intent was to exhaust his stamina, waiting for that one decisive strike. Xiaowei, remain calm. Chen Dashan shouted amidst the fray. Guard the entrance. Once we settle this here, we will come to your aid. Despite the words, the three men found themselves ensnared by a dozen formidable male wolves. To make matters worse, the remaining wolves, spurred by the Wolf King's continuous howls, finally moved, sending 3 or 4 dozen vicious wolves flanking the main battlefield, charging towards the rear hunting team. Open fire, Lu Daong bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. In the rear, the hunting team's defense unit unleashed a volley from their semi-automatic rifles, the sharp crack of gunfire erupting like a volley of popcorn. The sound shattered the battlefield's equilibrium. The first few wolves at the forefront collapsed, their bodies erupting in a spray of blood. Boom, boom, boom. The second wave of fire followed in quick succession. However, the wolves had clearly learned from their prior losses. They no longer charged in a straight line, but instead utilized their inherent agility, weaving through the trees, their forms flickering like shadows. The young men of the security office, after all, were not the elite of the military. They could manage fixed targets with some degree of proficiency, but when faced with these exceptionally cunning beasts, their accuracy diminished drastically. A volley of bullets was unleashed, yet only managed to claim a few wolf carcasses amidst the relentless surge of the pack. In the brief moments while the security personnel hastily reloaded their magazines, the wolves seized this fleeting opportunity. With a low, menacing growl, they surged forth like a relentless tide. The defenders were forced to retreat swiftly, joining forces with the robust villagers of Qinjia. They struggled to fend off the assault of the wolves with bayonets and machetes while desperately seeking a moment to fire again. In an instant, the battlefield on this side became a stalemate. The chaos of men and wolves intertwined, with blades flashing and fangs clashing, each encounter fraught with peril. Steady yourselves. Do not advance recklessly, Chen Dashan commanded, cleaving away a gray wolf that attempted a surprise attack. Form a circle, hold your ground. He observed keenly that the pack, having witnessed the power of their rifles, had developed a wariness, no longer daring to attack with the same reckless abandon as before. As long as they maintained their formation and held steadfast, they could withstand the onslaught. In contrast, the situation for the trio, Chen Dashan, Chen and Lu Daong, was far more dire. Back to back, they formed a small triangular formation. They faced a dozen of the largest and most formidable male wolves, clearly the elite of the pack. Not only were these creatures larger in stature, but their attacks were also methodical, with a semblance of teamwork among them. Despite their considerable skills, the three found it difficult to break free from this entanglement. In an instant, this modest clearing in the forest was distinctly divided into 3 harrowing battlefields. On one side, The security personnel and villagers struggled to hold their ground against the wolves. On another, the fierce clash between the trio of skilled fighters and the elite wolves raged on, and at the center, the most captivating scene unfolded, a lone figure facing a ring of encircling foes. Only Lin Wei stood truly alone against the pack of wolves. In his hands, the glint of his blade wove a deadly net, as wolves approached and retreated before him. Beyond the fray, a pair of cruel, emerald eyes remained fixed upon him. The Wolf King was waiting, biding its time for the perfect opportunity to sink its fangs into its prey. Lin Wei felt a weight in his heart. These wolves were more formidable than he had anticipated. They tightened their grip around him like a net, consuming his strength without direct confrontation. The cold gaze of the Wolf King flickered in the darkness, like a ghostly flame, patiently awaiting the moment he would falter. No longer could he afford to wait. A surge of determination coursed through Lin Wei. He gathered his strength and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. With a cleaving motion, the mountain knife sliced through the air, leaving a brilliant flash in its wake, so swift it nearly tore the air asunder. The two wolves in front had no time to react as the blade swept through. Their massive bodies cleaved into several pieces, collapsing to the ground without even a whimper. "Xiaohei, entangle it, do not let it escape," Lin Wei shouted as he charged ahead, ignoring the wolves that pursued him. No sooner had he spoken than a small, shadowy figure shot forth from the side, intercepting the Wolf King as it attempted to flee. It was Xiaohei, the spirit dog, aware of its limited strength. It had remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for Lin Wei's command to strike at the critical moment. With a furious growl, the Wolf King lunged forward, its massive frame intent on crushing this audacious little creature that dared to block its path. However, Xiaohei did not engage directly. Just as they were about to collide, it sprang into the air with a powerful push off its hind legs, gracefully arcing through the air to land deftly on the Wolf King's broad back. Before the Wolf King could react, Xiaohei sank its teeth into the soft flesh at the back of its neck. The Wolf King let out a howl of pure agony and indignation, thrashing about wildly, trying to dislodge the little creature from its back. The surrounding trees shuddered under the impact of its rampage, while snow and mud flew in all directions. If one could perceive the Wolf King's expression at that moment, they would see an unprecedented fury and humiliation boiling within. The sovereign of the forest, the proud Wolf King, found itself utterly humiliated by a mere pup. For the first time in its cunning life, it was completely thrown off balance. "Well done, Xiaohei," Lu Daong exclaimed from afar, unable to contain his admiration. Lin Wei's spirit dog was truly remarkable, exhibiting such intellect and courage at such a tender age. If it continued to grow, its potential was boundless. In the future, it might even dare to confront the fiercest tigers and leopards of the mountains head-on. At this moment, Lin Wei was less than 10 meters away from the Wolf King. In a flash, he swept his right hand to his waist and launched. Whoosh! The shooting star knife tore through the night, becoming a silver streak racing forward. The Wolf King unleashed a more chilling howl than before, for this time it could not evade. The sharp blade struck deeply into the root of its hind leg, penetrating completely. Lin Wei, aiming for a decisive blow, had not targeted the throat or other vital areas, but rather the Wolf King's large body, knowing that his small but potent knife would inflict severe damage if it struck true. Indeed, as the blade sank into flesh, blood gushed forth from the Wolf King's thigh. Coupled with the frantic thrashing instigated by Xiaohei's relentless grip, the wound tore open further, causing crimson to spill onto the snow, painting a vivid tableau of horror. After releasing the knife, Lin Wei did not look back at the outcome. His left hand swung the blade 3 times in rapid succession, creating a protective arc of light that repelled several attacking wolves. Then, with a burst of energy, he leaped into the air, delivering precise kicks that sent 2 wolves flying. Using the momentum from the kicks, he deftly soared over the gaping jaws of the wolves below. The Wolf King, already injured and preoccupied with Xiaohei's relentless assault, no longer posed a threat. Even if it wished to flee, the severe injury and the overwhelming scent of blood would prevent it from evading Xiaohei's pursuit. Now was the time to eradicate this pack of malevolent wolves once and for all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei landed, and his left hand brandished the blade anew. Swish, swish. 2 glimmering arcs of light passed through the air, cleaving the 2 wolves still suspended in midair into 4 pieces. Hot blood rained down, staining the surrounding snow and branches a horrifying crimson. Kill, kill, kill. The Chun brothers and Lu Daong, witnessing Lin Wei's unstoppable momentum, felt their spirits ignite with fervor. This was the signal for a full frontal assault from their strongest fighter. What were they waiting for? The blades continued to dance, and the charge persisted. Upon completing this operation, the vast expanse of the great Yinshan will be ours to command. Chun Dai roared with fury, the blade in his hand moving with increased swiftness. Although Chun Dashan remained taciturn, His eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Should they succeed in annihilating this band of mountain tyrants, it would not only rid the people of their scourge, but also furnish them with tales of valor to boast of for half a lifetime. The two brothers, leaving nothing in reserve, unleashed their full prowess with the breaking blade technique, their knives gleaming like two swirling snowdrifts, advancing boldly amidst the pack of wolves. Several ferocious wolves, caught off guard, were ensnared by the chilling glint of the blades, facing certain death or grievous injury. Lu Deong hesitated not a moment longer. His finger tightening on the trigger, and with a series of sharp gunfire, 3 wolves fell lifelessly to the ground, struck down with pinpoint accuracy. The remaining beasts, though not dead, were grievously wounded, their assault temporarily halted. Behind them, the young men of the security office had finally reloaded their magazines, witnessing the fierce battle ahead. They abandoned all notions of precision. "Fire at will," they shouted. The bullets erupted like a tempest, though lacking the precision of Lu Deong. They formed an impenetrable net of firepower. Under the barrage, the wolves howled in agony, falling one after another. The able-bodied men of Xinjiakan seized the moment, pressing forward in the front line, wielding knives and guns, staunchly holding back the wolf pack's counterattack, creating a flesh-and-blood barrier for the shooters behind them. Chapter 188, The Triumph of Battle. In the very heart of the fray, Lin Wei had succumbed to a frenzy of bloodlust. His figure darted like lightning amidst the throng of wolves, the knife dancing as if it were a part of him. In his left hand, the mountain-splitting knife unleashed a cascade of dazzling blade light, resembling a silver dragon in flight, cleaving through the oncoming wolves with brutal efficiency wherever the blade passed. Blood and flesh erupted. His right hand launched throwing knives like lethal shooting stars, their whistling sound a constant refrain, each one finding its mark in the throats and eye sockets of the retreating wolves. The interplay of blade light and flying knives created a deadly ballet, with not a single wolf daring to approach within 3 steps of him. Crimson mist of blood continuously erupted, splattering the pristine white snow, enhancing the scene's malevolence, transforming the battlefield into a horrific tableau of carnage. Time slipped by unnoticed as the number of wolves visibly dwindled. When the final agile male wolf was decapitated by Lin Wei's swift blade, he surveyed the area. No wolf remained standing. All that met his gaze were the scattered corpses of the fallen, interspersed with a few gravely injured wolves, letting out intermittent mournful cries that echoed eerily throughout the silent valley. The battle on the side of the Chun brothers and Lu Deong had also reached a conclusion. Uncle Chin Dashin thrust his bloodied, ghost-headed knife into the ground with a clang, wiping the warm wolf blood from his face, and gazed at the strewn carcasses with a triumphant howl. What a relief, truly liberating. In the center of the battlefield where the youth of Xinjiakan and the security office stood, only a few battered wolves remained lurking at the periphery, their courage faltering, no longer posing any threat. Yet Lin Wei felt a tightening in his chest, urgently scanning for the Wolf King and Xiao He, that cunning and brutal beast, even if wounded by his throwing knife and entangled with Xiao He, could still pose a danger. In the heat of battle, he had momentarily overlooked the safety of the little creature. This was dire. A chill coursed down his spine, beads of cold sweat soaking his shirt. If anything were to happen to Xiao He, how could he face his sister, who cradled the little dog each night to sleep? He quickly pressed his fingers to his lips and let out a series of urgent whistles. The night wind howled, yet no familiar, cheerful response came. An icy dread crept up his spine, making him sweat in the winter night. "Xiao Wei, what is wrong?" Chin Dashin approached rapidly, noticing his unusual pallor. "Uncle, Xiao He and the Wolf King are missing." Chin Dashin's brow furrowed in determination. "That beast has sustained your knife wound and is bleeding profusely. It cannot have run far. Everyone, spread out and search carefully." Lin Wei forced himself to calm down and nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to commence their search, a faint yet unmistakable bark echoed from the far end of the mountain path. It was Xiao He. Energized, Lin Wei wasted no time. Like a cheetah, he dashed towards the sound. He sprinted along the dark mountain path, traversing hundreds of meters, until he emerged into a clearing of about 10 acres, dimly illuminated by the cold moonlight. His gaze swept urgently over the area, locking onto a familiar sight. Xiao He sat perched on a flat stone, his small chest rising and falling slightly, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet without any visible injuries, his eyes shining brightly in the dark. What startled him even more was the scene at the center of the clearing. The Wolf King, which should have fled or perished, had not departed. It crouched low, growling threateningly, baring its bloodied fangs, engaged in a desperate struggle against a bizarre black shadow. The shadow's form was indistinct, its movements unlike any ordinary beast. Lin Wei's pupils constricted in horror. Heavens, what on earth is that? Without a doubt, Lin Wei fixated on the writhing shadow, his eyes wide open, nearly bursting from their sockets. Yet perhaps due to the dim light of the woods, or or the shadow's truly ghostly speed, he could not discern its true nature, only capturing a vague outline darting swiftly beneath the moonlight. The Wolf King emitted a hoarse growl, clearly aware of Lin Wei's arrival, its strength nearly spent. It could no longer afford to continue the fight. With a desperate effort, it used its shoulder to absorb the impact from the shadow and seized the opportunity to twist away, dragging its injured hind leg into the darkness. Zing! Xiaohe would not allow it to escape. The little figure shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, delivering a precise and ferocious charge that struck the vulnerable side of the Wolf King's neck. With a dull thud, the massive Wolf King was staggered by the small force. Tumbling back, having fought the shadow for so long, coupled with the blood loss from its leg wound, it was now utterly spent, unable to withstand even Xiaohe's impact. The Wolf King struggled helplessly on the snow, attempting to change direction to flee. Swish! A brilliant flash of cold light sliced through the air. Lin Wei's mountain-splitting knife, propelled by a fierce gust, impaled the snow less than half a foot from its nose. The hilt vibrated violently, emitting a dangerous hum. The Wolf King, startled by this sudden attack, stood on end, its fur bristling, its entire body trembling. It lifted its blood-red eyes, fixating on the advancing Lin Wei. In that moment, Lin Wei distinctly perceived that the eyes, once filled with brutality and disdain, now reflected only primal fear and unfathomable despair. With an enigmatic shadow before it, and the most fearsome bipedal creature behind it, the Wolf King emitted a series of pitiful whimpers, curling up in the snow, as if it had already glimpsed the call of its inevitable fate. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with cold light. He would not grant this ferocious Wolf King a moment's respite or opportunity for retaliation. His right hand casually explored his waist, fingers deftly pinching 4 throwing knives. The blades were slender and narrow as willow leaves, glimmering with a deadly sheen under the sparse moonlight. He cast a fleeting glance at the Wolf King nearby. Trembling slightly from its injuries, a cold, sharp smile curving at the corners of his lips. Should you wish to seize our prey, you must be prepared to be treated as prey yourselves. Lin Wei's voice, though not loud, was crystal clear, piercing the frigid night like an icicle. Remember, the finest hunters in these mountains often appear in the guise of their quarry. He paused, his gaze fixating on the Wolf King's sleek and dense fur. His tone suddenly turning fierce. That pelt of yours, I, Lin Wei, shall claim it. Not even the King of Heaven could take it away. Before his words had fully dissipated, his right arm abruptly surged, for glimmers of cold light slicing through the air. They moved with such swiftness that they seemed to tear through the night, aimed directly at the Wolf King's vital points, leaving no room for mercy. Chapter 189. Waiting is a form of torment. As dawn broke, the entrance of Chun family village leading into the mountains became the scene of anticipation. Director Wang and Lu Hongfang had been awaiting their return for several days. Lu Hongfang found herself glancing at her watch almost every half hour, her brow furrowed with anxiety. Observing her distress, Director Wang could not help but speak up. Comrade Hongfang, do try to relax. Hasn't Ma Sen already returned with our street office personnel? He even brought back an entire herd of wild boars. Little Wei and the others will surely be fine. Lu Hongfang shot her friend an exasperated glare. How can you say that? The 5,000 pounds of wild boar that Ma Sen brought back were all quietly allocated to the street office. Not a single bristle left for me. You completed your task, but what about me? After all my efforts, what do I have to show for it? Her voice grew increasingly agitated, rising in pitch. Moreover, 5,000 pounds of live wild boar, trading that for 10,000 pounds of grain. Do you not think that's taking advantage of honest folk? Why the prices in Gezi City? It should be worth at least 20,000 pounds. This is extortion, pure and simple. If word gets out, who would dare to trade with you again? Director Wang felt her face flush with embarrassment as she rubbed her nose awkwardly, muttering, I had already instructed Ma San to return for grain. Rest assured, the remaining supplies will be returned intact. Lu Hongfang's resentment deepened. Grain hasn't even arrived, yet you allowed Ma San to take all the wild boars? You are exploiting the simplicity of the folks in Chun family village, knowing they are unaware of the market value. It turned out that 2 days prior, Ma Sen had led the joint defense team, joyfully herding the wild boar back to Chin family village. Accountant Lu oversaw the weighing, revealing a hefty 5,000 pounds of live boars, no less. The fresh blood and entrails alone constituted a significant bounty. Director Wang had exploded with determination, channeling the audacity of the guerrillas from years past, issuing a direct order. Unload 10,000 pounds of grain at the village warehouse. Ma San and Accountant Lu will personally oversee the loading of every last wild boar onto the truck, along with several members of the joint defense team, and rush to the district. She was determined to showcase the efficiency and capability of the Hongxing street office to the leadership at the earliest opportunity. Within just a few days, they had not only met their quota but had doubled it. The subsequent slaughter and meat distribution would be managed by the district authorities. Director Wang even sent a message with Accountant Liu. There are more prey in Chun family village than one could imagine. If the district has any surplus grain, feel free to send it over for exchange. But why was Director Wang personally stationed there? She was gambling on the hope that Lin Wei and his companions would bring back an even greater haul from deep within the mountains. At that point, she could once again seize a portion from Lu Hongfang. After all, who would ever refuse a bounty of meat? Lu Hongfang was infuriated, her anger palpable as she stomped her feet in frustration. She understood perfectly well what was happening. Director Wang had seized upon the absence of her capable colleagues from the security department, exploiting the situation to her advantage. While claiming to have Ma San and the joint defense team assist with oversight and weighing, she had taken full advantage of Lu Hongfang's momentary distraction, hurriedly loading over 50 wild boars onto the truck. By the time Lu Hongfang regained her senses, the vehicle had long departed, leaving no trace behind. Though she had considered pursuing them, she knew that with the investigative capabilities of the Labor Safety Department, it would be impossible to track down the whereabouts of the truck. But even if she did locate it, what could she achieve? Nowadays, every leader had endured the rigors of war, and when it came to seizing resources, they were all ruthless. Once the meat was in someone else's possession, what hope was there of reclaiming it? It was akin to climbing a mountain. As for reporting the incident to the leadership, Lu Hongfang dared not. If this matter escalated, not only would the leaders lack sympathy for her plight, but they would instead brand her as ineffective in her duties, a far greater loss than gain. She had learned a hard lesson. Lu Hongfang resolved never again to remain at the village, idling away her time playing with the young girl. Indeed, the little girl had not ventured into the mountains. For these past few days, she had been at her grandfather's home, either training in martial arts or leading a gaggle of younger siblings around the village. Lu Hongfang, having let her guard down for just a couple of days, had unwittingly allowed Director Wang to exploit the opportunity. Henceforth, she was firmly stationed at the entrance to the mountains. She had resolved that the moment Lin Wei and his companions appeared, regardless of how much prey they brought back, she would intercept them without delay. If Wang Xia could pull off such a scheme, she would not hesitate to follow suit. Yet, she never anticipated that this so-called sisterhood would cling to her like a stubborn adhesive, with an insatiable appetite that rivaled that of a glutton. Consuming 5,000 pounds of wild boar meat, yet still yearning for more, her eyes fixed hungrily upon the next round of competition. Wang Xia, do you believe that Little Wei and the others have encountered some trouble? It has been 2 or 3 days without a word. Lu Hongfang rubbed her palms together, pacing restlessly along the mountain path, her brow furrowed in concern. At the very least, send someone down to report back. It is truly distressing. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the distant, undulating mountains. As the aunt who had watched Lin Wei and the little girl grow up, her affection for them was undeniable. While she was indeed concerned about the amount of prey they might catch, the safety of her beloved nephew was always her top priority. Contemplating this, her heart raced like a trapped rabbit, fluttering anxiously. Moreover, there was also Lu Daong and the 10 elite members of the security department, all vigorous young men. If anything were to happen to them, how would she explain it to the city bureau and to those families anxiously awaiting the safe return of their sons? At that moment, Lu Hongfang was filled with regret. Why had she not simply stayed at home instead of following Wang Xia into the depths of the mountains? Even persuading the leadership to dispatch the city's elite? Staying behind would have meant enjoying a few meals, yet for the sake of a few morsels of meat. Risking lives was simply not worth it. But she failed to consider another perspective. In this year of calamity, people would indeed risk their lives for a bite to eat. However, the public offices of Suzhou City would never simply stand by and watch people starve to death. Director Wang felt a chill from Lu Hongfang's words. But she steadied herself and patted her shoulder. Hongfang, when it comes to hunting in the mountains, one must expect a certain degree of risk. But you know our dear nephew's capabilities. He is quite resourceful. As she spoke, a glimmer of pride sparkled in Director Wang's eyes. Moreover, with Daingzi's 2 brothers and the elite from your city bureau, we have more than a dozen guns. Even if they encounter some mishaps, it's unlikely they would be overwhelmed by their quarry. The Daingzi she referred to as Lin Wei's mother, Chen Dang. In the various law enforcement systems of Suzhou City, there was no one who did not hold her in high regard, especially the pair of German shepherds she raised. Da He and He Bao were truly one of a kind in the city of Beijing, unparalleled treasures throughout the nation. Chapter 190. Danger, that was simply inconceivable. These dogs were a gift from a foreign team that Chun Dang rescued during the war, a pair of purebred shepherds bestowed as a token of gratitude. She had nurtured them from the moment they opened their eyes, the labor of her love immeasurable. These remarkable canines have their own chapter in history, having achieved numerous extraordinary feats after the founding of the nation, capturing countless enemy agents and solving numerous cases. Later, during the development of the Northwest, due to the need for secrecy and security, the minister personally appointed Chun Dang to bring the pair of German shepherds to provide support. Lu Hongfang, deeply concerned, nodded and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Ah, Dang has been in the Northwest for several months now. I truly wonder how she is faring there. Although life here is tight, we can still indulge in some meat occasionally. But in the Northwest, I've heard they drink only salty water. The people there rarely get to wash themselves, even once a year. How could someone as fastidious as Dang endure that? Director Wang also nodded with tears in her eyes. People of their stature could glean some insight into the hardships faced there. Yet, there was little they could do. The Northwest was the backbone of the nation. And despite the suffering and exhaustion, professors, excellent students, and engineers from Beijing all vied for the opportunity to be dispatched for support. In these trying times, they could only hope that the people there could at least have enough to eat and occasionally enjoy some meat. As the two women sat in silence, each consumed by their worries, a sudden flurry of urgent shouts erupted from the rear. Director Wei returned. Director Wang turned abruptly, her eyes lighting up. Ma Sainer and Accountant Lu had actually made it back, indicating that the transport had gone exceptionally smoothly. Ma Sainer, Accountant Lu, and Assistant Xiao Li rushed forward, panting, their faces radiating an uncontainable excitement, with Ma Sainer grinning widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. So, was the cargo delivered safely? Director Wang asked eagerly. Accountant Lu wiped his brow, his face glowing. Rest assured, Director, those wild boars were remarkably docile. They only thought to struggle when they were herded into the slaughterhouse and tied up. But by then, it was too late. The butcher remarked that those particularly large ones seemed to have lost much of their strength for some unknown reason, which made them easy to handle. It turned out that as Accountant Lu and Ma Sainer drove the wild boars down the mountain, Director Wang had been astonished to see those typically fierce wild boars behaving as tame as domestic pigs. Ma Sainer merely attributed it to a little trick played by Lin Wei, and at that time, Director Wang had remained skeptical. Only when she witnessed the joint defense team members, assisted by the early returning Chun Dachuan and others, easily herding the entire group of wild boars onto the truck, did her anxious heart finally begin to relax. Nevertheless, she still specifically instructed Ma Sainer to ensure that the joint defense team members kept a close watch on the wild boars, emphasizing that they must not get injured or allow any to escape. Accountant Lu then drove the truck nonstop back to the district. The district leaders were overjoyed and immediately arranged for the supply and marketing cooperative and the butchers of Pigeon Market to expedite the slaughter and distribution of the meat. The decision not to send the pigs to the slaughterhouse stemmed from the fact that during these times, going to the slaughterhouse to butcher pigs was a favor in itself, as one could expect to be treated with little regard. Even the pig blood and entrails, which were once looked down upon for their strong odor, had now become rare and valuable commodities. A few pounds of pig blood and a set of entrails could fetch a high price at Pigeon Market in a matter of moments. The district could not afford to let the slaughterhouse take advantage of this. So they organized the local supply and marketing cooperatives and butchers from Pigeon Market to handle the butchering themselves, conserving resources. The reward for each butcher upon completing their task was 5 pounds of pig blood and 2 pounds of entrails. Despite this modest compensation, the butchers were eager to participate, fearing that if they delayed in signing up, they would lose their opportunity. In these times, butchering pigs was a rare event, aside from the slaughterhouse. Where else could one find pigs to butcher in bulk? It was rumored that even the slaughterhouse's supply of live pigs had decreased by about 40 to 50%, leading butchers to work half a day and rest the other half. The chance to obtain 5 pounds of pig blood and 2 pounds of entrails was a rare boon. Once these materials found their way into the skilled hands of women, a little processing could yield several pounds of fragrant pig blood sausage. Once cured and stored, the meat for the new year would be secured. Consequently, the slaughtering and distribution of the pigs proceeded remarkably smoothly. The district even specially allocated 500 pounds of premium pork with skin as a reward for the Hongxing Street office, while the remaining pork, bones, entrails, and pig blood were distributed to various leaders and officials in the district within half a day. Even other street offices received a small share based on their headcount. It could be said that aside from the singed and scalded pig hair, nearly all of the 5,000 pounds of wild boar was utilized. The butchers expressed their gratitude to Ma Sainer and the others, stating that had they not been delivered lively wild boars, they would never have managed to collect so much pig blood and entrails, and the quality of the meat would have suffered significantly. Of course, their more genuine thoughts were, had they not dealt with live pigs, how could they have worked hard to earn those 5 pounds of pig blood and 2 pounds of entrails? The reason the Hongxing Street office was able to retain so much pork was undoubtedly due to Director Wang's adept management and the commendable efforts of Ma Sainer and the others, along with the special consideration from the district leaders. When calculated per capita, The standards for the Hongxing street office this time were nearly on par with those of the district leaders, which left the other street offices green with envy. Some street officials who were well-informed and quick to act immediately surrounded Accountant Liu, bombarding him with questions about the origins of this batch of wild boars. Yet, Accountant Liu remained tight-lipped, saying nothing more, and hurriedly gathered Ma Sainer and the others to pack their provisions and rush back to Chenjiakan. As for whether this news would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, or whether the saying that there's no wall that does not let the wind through would prove true, it was only a matter of time before it would be revealed. Moreover, this time, the district leaders displayed great magnanimity. Not only did they settle the previously owed 10,000 pounds of grain, but they also added an additional 10,000 pounds. The implication was clear to Director Wang. They hoped for an abundance of provisions. Ma Sainer wiped his brow and anxiously asked, Aunt Wang, have Wei and the others not returned yet? Director Wang shook her head with a furrowed brow, worry evident on her face. Oh, it has been 3 days since you all descended the mountain, and there hasn't been any news. Lu Hongfang couldn't help but interject, her voice trembling. Ma Sainer, do you think Xiao Wei and the others might have encountered some danger? Danger? Impossible, Ma Sainer declared, thumping his chest. With Wei's martial prowess and his flying knife skills, even the legendary tigers and leopards of the great Yinshan would be of no concern. You don't know, last time, that wild boar king was rendered harmless by Wei's pressure point technique, losing most of its ferocity and strength. In the end, it couldn't even struggle when it was butchered. He spoke with admiration shining in his eyes, raising his thumb. When it comes to hunting, Wei is truly exceptional. This isn't mere boast. Even the uncles in Chenjia can say so. Chapter 191, Astonishing Game, Part 1. Lu Hongfang remained troubled. While that may be the case, it's better to be safe than sorry. The depths of the great Yinshan are fraught with dangers, where wolves, tigers, and leopards abound. Aunt Lu, Aunt Wang, you two should set your minds at ease. Ma Sainer assured confidently. Even if wolves or leopards were to confront Wei, it would merely mean an extra skin and an additional 100 pounds of meat. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly halted, squinting toward the distant mountains. There, amid the cascading shadows, several figures were vaguely struggling to descend. Though their pace was unhurried, they advanced steadily, resolutely moving towards their destination. Ah, could it be that they have returned? A wave of joy surged within Ma Sainer. At this moment, who else could descend the mountain but Lin Wei and his companions? Without a second thought, he dashed up the mountain, eager to reunite with his good friend. Lu Hongfang exchanged a glance with Director Wang and suddenly recalled the 20,000 jin of grain she had brought along, which had yet to be traded for any game. Promptly, she took off in pursuit, jogging to catch up. Director Wang, being older, struggled to keep pace with the robust Ma Sainer and the long-trained Lu Hongfang, hastening his steps to stay within reach. Anxiously, he hoped not to fall too far behind. Those descending from the mountain were not merely a hunting party. They were unmistakably the very quarry itself, an abundance of flesh. Ma Sainer ran frantically until he finally caught up with the person at the forefront. Upon closer inspection, his heart sank. It was Director Liu. Good heavens! How could he appear in such a state? Liu Daong was covered in blood, resembling someone just pulled from a pool of gore. Most alarming were his torn trousers, revealing several deep claw marks on his bare shins. Yet, Liu Daong grinned, flashing his pearly whites. Ma Sainer is here. Perfect. This backpack is unbearably heavy. As he spoke, he dropped the massive pack onto the ground. Give me a hand. I need to catch my breath. As Ma Sainer leaned in to inspect, he gasped in shock. The backpack contained the corpses of 2 wolves, their fur matted with congealed blood. The gruesome heads hung limply, their fangs protruding from their lips, and their bulging eyes, shrouded in a layer of deathly gray, still exuded a hint of their former ferocity. The overpowering stench of blood assaulted Ma Sainer's senses, causing his stomach to churn, and he finally convinced himself that these beasts were indeed lifeless. Director Liu, what on earth happened? Ma Sainer managed to suppress his unease, his voice trembling. Liu Daong, seemingly unfazed, plopped down onto the snow, withdrawing a cigarette from his pocket. The flickering flame of the lighter danced in the cold wind, illuminating his sharply defined profile. Nothing much, just encountered a pack of wolves. He took a deep drag from the cigarette, and casually added, took them all down. Brought back the bodies too. At that moment, Lu Hongfang arrived, breathless, her eyes anxiously scanning the group. Daong, where's Xiao Wei? Is he hurt? She could not see her nephew Lin Wei, and her voice betrayed her growing alarm. Lu Daong exhaled a ring of smoke, grinning. Fear not, we have triumphed splendidly. These few scratches on my leg are among the worst. And the others? Lu Hongfang stood on tiptoe, peering up the mountain path, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. This time, besides wiping out the wolf den, we acquired other treasures. Lu Daong winked mysteriously, asserting that this expedition into the mountains was worth it. As they spoke, young men from the security office and the able-bodied villagers from Qinjia village emerged from the woods, each lugging bamboo baskets. Each basket was filled with wolf carcasses, some even stacked 2 or 3 high. Lu Hongfang anxiously inspected each one. Yet Lin Wei was nowhere to be found. Distraught, she paced in place, but observing Lu Daong's air of confidence, she refrained from further questioning and endeavored to quell her anxiety. At that moment, Director Wang hurriedly approached, panting. Seeing everyone resting, he crouched down to count the wolf carcasses in the baskets. 10, 20, 30, 40. Good heavens, how many more? The more he counted, the more his hands trembled, a sense of dread creeping in. He couldn't help but mutter, why did we come back with nothing but these creatures? While wolf pelts might fetch a decent price, wolf meat, though still meat, pales in comparison to the more lucrative wild boar. Delivering it to the relief station to feed the starving would draw no complaints. But presenting it as a rare delicacy to leaders or distributing it to street office staff would be utterly embarrassing. Just then, Lu Daong suddenly gestured towards the hillside. Director Wang looked up to see Chun Dashan descending with a heavy basket, his footsteps thudding heavily. Director Wang, don't fret, there's more. Chun Dashan's voice boomed with barely contained excitement. This time, Wei struck a motherlode, a true treasure. With that, he dropped the basket onto the ground with a thud. Director Wang and Lu Hongfang leaned closer to examine it, both gasping in astonishment. Inside lay a massive, pitch-black wolf. Its fur glistened as though oiled, casting a chilling sheen in the sunlight. Measuring at least 1.5 meters in length, its robust body resembled a half-wall. Weighing an estimated 100+ gene, its eyes were tightly shut, and its limbs stiff, clearly having been dead for some time, yet its muscular frame still emanated an intimidating presence. Particularly, its slightly protruding fangs seemed to retain a hint of ferocity from its last moments. This was no ordinary wolf, it was the Wolf King. Director Wang stared at the Wolf King's carcass, feeling a chill radiate from her feet straight to her head. Having lived for decades, she had never encountered such a terrifying beast, instinctively taking a half-step back, her voice trembling. Did you uproot the wolf den of Dine Mountain? Chun Dashan rubbed his hands together, unable to hide his pride. Indeed, we have eradicated the largest menace in these mountains. He gestured to the densely packed wolf bodies in the baskets. See, almost all of them are here. For the next few years, this entire mountain will be our private territory. We can enter whenever we wish. Standing nearby, Lu Hongfang's gaze flickered as she quickly calculated in her mind. Eliminating the wolf pack was undoubtedly a significant achievement. With only 10 days until the new year, organizing another expedition into the mountains could yield further rewards. As for the current wolves, she glanced at the carcasses. While their meat might not be top tier, it was certainly affordable. Those retired colleagues at the municipal bureau had endured hardships. They would never be picky when meat was available, not to mention the wolf pelts. Her attention inadvertently fell upon the Wolf King's sleek, lustrous fur. Its deep black color and astonishing thickness promised warmth and breathability. It was said to be effective against rheumatism and bone pain. A complete Wolf King pelt of such size would surely captivate even the director's interest. Thus resolved, she promptly declared to Chun Dashan, Brother Dashan, we will take all 50+ wolves to the municipal bureau. Having been close friends with Chun Dashan's sister, Chun Dang. For many years, Lu Hongfang spoke directly, devoid of any formalities. Meanwhile, Lu Daong interjected with a hint of pride, Sister Hongfang. This is just the beginning. Wei brought back over 70 wolves, all carefully selected. The damaged ones we disregarded and left in the mountains. He spoke with unwavering confidence. For the wolf pack they had nearly eradicated approached 100, making it impossible to transport them all down. They could only take the best. Just as they were conversing, several individuals descended from the hillside, each burdened with heavy baskets filled to the brim with wolf carcasses. Lu Hongfang, observing this scene, could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, Daong, why are there only wolves? Did you not manage to hunt anything else? Her tone betrayed a subtle urgency. It was no wonder, during the last expedition, Director Wang had single-handedly bagged over 50 plump wild boars, which left her envious. Although wolf pelts are valuable, wolf meat ultimately serves as mere supplementary fare when compared to the rich, succulent wild boar. Moreover, with the new year fast approaching, it would be quite unacceptable for their canteen to serve dry wolf meat while others feasted on pork stewed with vermicelli. As the saying goes, dog meat is not fit for a feast, and wolf meat is even less palatable. Typically, in times of scarcity, 2 bites might suffice. But presenting it at the New Year's Eve reunion dinner would be quite embarrassing. Lu Daong's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. He feigned a limp and took a step forward, pointing to his battered leg with a grin. Sister Hongfang, these wolves were valiantly hunted by the hunting team from Qinjia village and our brothers from the municipal bureau. Look at my leg, it bears the marks of our struggle. The brothers from Qinjia village are exceptionally generous. They have decided to gift us all these wolves without asking for a penny or even exchanging them for food. They are entirely our spoils." His words were not mere fabrications. Previously, the Chun brothers and Lin Wei had indeed reached an agreement, acknowledging the hard work of Lu Daong and the young men from the bureau, thereby allowing this batch of wolves to be considered their bounty. What? No payment? No food exchange, all ours? Lu Hongfang's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly making her leap in joy. Just moments ago, she had been troubled by the idea that wolf meat would be unworthy of presentation, and the thought of bartering food for it would lead to awkwardness when reporting to the leadership. However, if it were a gift, the significance would be entirely different. So much meat, coupled with the precious pelts, would surely delight the leaders back at the bureau. "Splendid, splendid, splendid," she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. "Daong, you have truly accomplished a great feat this time. Quickly, gather everyone to load the truck and return. The leaders must be eagerly awaiting our arrival." Lu Daong discreetly exchanged glances with Chun Dashin and the others. The camaraderie forged through days of hunting allowed the group to understand each other without words. Without further discussion, they swiftly shouldered their bamboo baskets and headed towards the village entrance, where a truck sent by the bureau awaited. Directors Wang and Ma San furrowed their brows in unison. Witnessing Lu Hongfang easily accept the wolf carcasses handed over by the hunting team, they could not help but feel a twinge of bitterness. Lu Hongfang was remarkably fortunate. The Qinjia village hunting team had presented such a bountiful catch to the bureau, yet they could not voice their grievances. For Lu Daong and the others bore visible injuries from their battle with the wolves, akin to frontline soldiers claiming their spoils of war. They could only follow Lu Hongfang's lead, calculating how to best flatter her in hopes of securing a few wolf carcasses for themselves. The glossy pelts would make for a splendid and practical gift for their elders. Director Wang's focus was solely on the wolf carcasses, neglecting a crucial detail. Astute as she was, she had failed to notice anything amiss. At the village entrance, dozens of robust young men were busily loading the wolf carcasses onto the truck. Suddenly, Lu Hongfang realized something and turned to Qin Dashin. "Brother Dashin, where are Xiaowei and the others?" This question struck Director Wang and Ma San like a thunderclap. Oh no! In their envy of Lu Hongfang's good fortune, they had forgotten the most critical figures. The team led by Lin Wei was the true backbone of this hunting expedition. "They're coming," Ma San exclaimed, his sharp eyes pointing towards the distant mountain path. A group of figures was slowly emerging from the hillside, followed by a dense throng of living creatures, the scale of which was astounding. Lu Daong could no longer suppress the smile creeping across his face. "Oh, only now do you realize? Those wolf carcasses were merely an appetizer. The main course has just arrived." Directors Wang and Lu Hongfang instinctively quickened their pace to greet the approaching figures. It was evident to anyone that they were returning with a bountiful haul. And aside from Lin Wei and the people of Qinjia village, who else could it be? They had observed keenly over the past few days. The surrounding villages of Qinjia, Jiejia, Zhangjia, and Yangjia were still hibernating, with villagers struggling to fill their stomachs, let alone muster the strength to hunt. Only under Lin Wei's leadership had Qinjia village accumulated sufficient provisions and organized itself to undertake such extensive hunting. Lu Hongfang and Director Wang hastened forward, neglecting pleasantries with the escorts like Chen De, their eyes fixated on the impressive procession of living animals before them. Wild boars. At last, they had captured wild boars. Lu Hongfang's voice trembled with excitement, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Ever since Director Wang had intercepted over 50 wild boars, she had not enjoyed a single peaceful night, her anxiety manifesting in painful blisters at the corners of her mouth. It would have been one thing if everyone had returned empty-handed, but Director Wang had triumphantly delivered over 5,000 pounds of pork to the city. The arrival of these live wild boars would surely create a sensation throughout the entire city of Sijio. It was easy to imagine how Director Wang had been walking with a swagger these past few days, her words buoyant, leaving Lu Hongfang wishing she could banish this plastic sister from Qinjia village entirely. To be so fortunate and still dissatisfied, wanting to partake in her share. Was there no justice left in the world? More importantly, the pressure weighing on Lu Hongfang was immense. Director Wang's vigilant watch had been a gamble. Even without further gains, she would return as a hero. But what of Lu Hongfang? How would she face her superiors if she returned empty-handed? Chapter 193, An Astonishing Harvest, Part 3. Today, the 70-odd wolf carcasses submitted by Lu Daong and his comrades amounted to around 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of meat, all submitted free of charge, a considerable bounty indeed. While wolf pelts are undoubtedly practical, they were not the primary objective of her expedition. What she sought was meat, the rich, succulent flesh of wild boars. This cannot be overstated. At that moment, witnessing the throng of lively wild boars before her, Lu Hongfang felt as if she were experiencing the most dramatic highs and lows of life. She clenched her trembling hands, inhaled deeply, and managed to suppress her racing heart. All right, these wild boar piglets are truly robust. Lu Hongfang's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed. She dared not approach the formidable tusked boars. Instead, her gaze landed on the smallest piglet at the tail end of the procession. The little creature was sniffing about with its rosy nose, clearly hungry. Upon touching it, she felt a surge of confidence. The piglet was plump and round. If this little one was so well fed, one could only imagine the size of the larger ones ahead. This batch of wild boars from the mountains undoubtedly had ample food, yielding even better meat than the previous haul intercepted by Director Wang. Lu Hongfang fought to contain her racing heart, standing tall, and began to count meticulously. As she counted, she could hardly contain her laughter. There were easily more than 60. Furthermore, a third of them weighed over 200 pounds. Roughly estimated, the total weight would likely reach 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. This remarkable bounty can be attributed to Lin Wei's prowess. Following the eradication of the most menacing wolf pack, the surrounding mountainous terrain transformed into a veritable paradise for the hunting party, free from any trepidation. The Chun brothers eagerly encouraged Lin Wei, imploring him to once again demonstrate his unparalleled technique, the dragon capture method, to seize as many wild boars as possible. Even the injured Lu Daong, disregarding his wounds, urged everyone to embody the spirit of pursuing the fleeing enemy to its bitter end and to continue the hunt. Thus, Lin Wei took action once more, gradually locating and subduing 2 herds of wild boars using the dragon capture method, culminating in the awe-inspiring sight of over 60 wild boars descending the mountain in a grand procession. All of these are mine, Lu Hongfang exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement, as if she had consumed a liter of potent liquor, her voice cracking with exuberance. Daong, hurry, gather the men and load these treasures onto the truck. We must send them back to the city immediately. At that moment, she was oblivious to any notions of politeness or small talk. Did she not see the intensity in Director Wang's eyes, nearly bulging with greed? If given the chance to snatch even a few, Lu Hongfang feared she would lament her oversight for months on end. Lu Daong approached leisurely with a few robust young men, flashing a wide grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Sister Hongfang, please, do not rush, he said, pausing deliberately to heighten the suspense, before lowering his voice conspiratorially. There are even more delightful treasures yet to be revealed. The provisions we brought today may not suffice for a fair exchange. What? There's more? Lu Hongfang blinked in astonishment, her face blossoming with a mixture of surprise and joy. Where is it? Where are these fine goods? Food is not an issue. The leadership has granted us the authority for unlimited procurement. We shall exchange as much meat as we can procure. Comrade Hongfang, you cannot be so selfish. You must not hoard all the spoils for yourself, Director Wang interjected, eager to partake. You can barely manage to trade grain for these wild boars. Yet you wish to feast on both the plate and the pot? Lu Hongfang bristled at this remark. Comrade Wang Xia, who was it that took away over 50 boars last time? This time, without question, all the mountainous treasures must belong to me. You can merely observe. As this pair of feuding friends bickered animatedly, the last group of hunters finally descended from the mountain. They fixed their gaze ahead, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gasped. My heavens, those are goats. Actual goats. Lu Hongfang's voice quivered with excitement. Had it not been for Lu Daong's quick reflexes pulling her back, she would have dashed forward in a heartbeat. Lu Daong gestured subtly towards the unladen wild boars, and Lu Hongfang immediately grasped his implication. Should she rush forward now, Director Wang could seize the opportunity to pilfer a few wild boars, resulting in significant losses for her. Yet, Director Wang's reaction astonished Lu Hongfang. She was seen sprinting ahead, gripping the horns of a hefty ram weighing nearly 100 pounds, exclaiming in wonder. Look at this magnificent leader of the flock. Just look at those impressive horns and sturdy legs. What a prime specimen. The ram, subdued by Lin Wei's precise technique, could only meekly endure the ministrations of this 2-legged creature, occasionally bleating in a soft protest. Lu Hongfang surveyed the flock, which boasted over 30 goats. Most endearing were the more than 10 fluffy kids, emitting soft, sweet bleats that conjured visions of delectable roasted lamb skewers and steaming hot pots of lamb. As her gaze shifted to the rear of the flock, her breath caught in her throat. There stood several animals, even more imposing than the ram. Their reddish-brown coats adorned with mottled white spots, their antlers resembling intricately branched twigs, glimmering gently in the sunlight. Oh my, could it be? Lu Hongfang stammered, nearly at a loss for words. Lu Daong grinned, his eyes narrowing with delight. Indeed, those are sika deer, and they are all males. Comrade Lin Wei has instructed us to leave the females in the mountains. His expression radiated pride, as if these precious trophies were his hard-earned spoils. At that moment, Lu Hongfang finally caught sight of Lin Wei descending the mountain, leading a sleek, golden-hued creature with a smooth coat. The creature, with its rounded head, large flapping ears that twitched occasionally, and bright, innocent eyes, or elegant antlers that branched into 3 points. Lin Wei approached them with a cheerful demeanor, his steps light and buoyant. "Dear nephew, this deer is truly a rarity," Lu Hongfang exclaimed, unable to restrain her curiosity. Lin Wei laughed heartily. "Aunt Lu, can you guess what this is?" Lu Hongfang scrutinized the creature closely, her eyes widening in realization, her voice trembling with excitement. Could this be the fabled silly roe deer? Correct. Lin Wei gently caressed the deer's smooth coat. This is what is referred to as the silly roe deer of the Oriental snow spirit. However, I must keep this pair to gift to Qinjiakan for breeding purposes, so that my uncle and the others may enjoy them. Lu Hongfang, exasperated, smacked her thigh. "Nephew, why keep it? Let us sell it. This creature is worth a fortune. How about I trade you 20 pounds of grain for a pound of roe deer meat?" It was well known that roe deer meat was more tender than venison and devoid of any gamey taste, making it a prime ingredient for exquisite delicacies. Moreover, the rarity of such a treasure would drive its price skyrocketing once it reached the bustling city of Sijio. No, these must be sold. They must be sold to us. Upon hearing that Lin Wei intended to keep the valuable goods in the village, Director Wang instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, anxiously hopping about. Indeed. What is my nephew planning to do with these? Isn't this a sheer waste of grain? Lu Hongfang hastily echoed. The sight of so many fresh mountain goods laid out before them, tangible yet unattainable, was undeniably frustrating. Lin Wei maintained his cheerful demeanor, spreading his hands. "Aunties, tell me, is there a shortage of food in Qinjia village?" This question left Director Wang and Lu Hongfang momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it was indeed a valid point. Just the 60-odd wild boars from earlier, combined with the goats and sika deer before them, would yield at least 20 to 30,000 pounds of grain. With such an abundance, would they not easily sustain these livestock? Lu Hongfang's eyes twinkled with an idea. "My dear nephew, these animals require fodder. The grass around the great Yinshan has nearly been depleted. Where do you intend to find so much forage?" Her words rang true. Although they were nestled against the great Yinshan, the surrounding edible grasses had long been stripped bare by the ravenous villagers. Grazing deeper into the mountains posed both danger and impracticality. After all, one could not starve to feed the sheep. Lin Wei found amusement in his aunt's desperate attempt to purchase the livestock. "Aunt Lu, fret not. Now that Qinjia village has sufficient grain, who would resort to nibbling on grass roots? Look up at the mountains." He pointed, revealing the distant hills already tinged with a faint green. "See? The tender grass has begun to sprout since we last foraged. Moreover, with our grain, we can easily trade with neighboring villages for forage. 1 pound of grain can be exchanged for 20 to 30 pounds of grass, ensuring these animals are well fed." Lu Hongfang and Director Wang exchanged wry smiles. With grain in hand, One's words carried weight. A rough calculation indicated that in just over 10 days, Qinjia village had earned at least 50 to 60,000 pounds of grain, more than sufficient for the entire village to thrive for a year and to comfortably raise some livestock. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent barking erupted as the little black dog dashed towards them. After a few days apart, the little creature seemed to have grown, its speed and endurance surpassing its previous capabilities. However, peculiarly, it did not rush to Lin Wei for affection as it typically would. Instead, it frequently glanced back, warily observing its surroundings. In a swift motion, a slightly larger shadow darted past, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, executing a graceful pounce aimed at the little black dog. Remarkably, the little black dog remained composed in the face of this lightning-fast ambush, skillfully shrinking and rolling to narrowly evade the initial assault. The shadow, evidently faster, swiftly landed and adjusted its stance, leaping again to expertly land on the little black dog's back. The little black dog sprang upright, its hind legs propelling it nearly 2 meters into the air. Yet, the shadow, akin to a persistent shadow, clung tightly to its back, unyielding. In a desperate attempt, the little black dog executed an array of rapid jumps and rolls, showcasing an impressive repertoire of acrobatic maneuvers, yet it could not shake off its diminutive rider. Ultimately, it succumbed, lying flat on the ground and whimpering in surrender. Lu Hongfang then discerned that the shadow was none other than a lithe and agile tabby cat. With a head as rounded as a jewel, its triangular ears stood alert, and its almond-shaped eyes shimmered with hues of gold, green, and yellow, exuding both sharpness and intelligence. Its short, dense coat bore a gray-brown base, with a fishbone pattern extending elegantly down its spine to the tip of its tail, while the limbs sported circular markings reminiscent of ancient totems, with a black-tipped tail held high. As it moved, the patterns flowed like water. This was indeed the regal Chinese tabby cat. Upon seeing the little black dog concede, the tabby ceased its frolic, gracefully leaping off its back. It gently whisked the little black dog's cheek with its long whiskers, eliciting a contented squint from the dog. Then, it raised its round, gem-like eyes, gazing intently at Lin Wei. With a resigned smile, Lin Wei retrieved a substantial piece of roasted wolf jerky from his cloth bag, tearing it in half to share with both the cat and the dog. The origin of the tabby cat could be traced back to Lin Wei's deadly encounter with the wolf pack 2 days prior. At that time, the Wolf King had intended to flee but was firmly ensnared by the little black dog. Just as the standoff began, this tabby cat had suddenly appeared from nowhere, and together with the little black dog, they had skillfully cornered the Wolf King, preventing its escape. When Lin Wei caught up, he delivered a devastating blow to the Wolf King with a flying knife. Seizing the opportunity, the tabby cat lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the Wolf King's throat, refusing to relent despite the Wolf King's desperate struggles, until it finally breathed its last. Chapter 195, The Astonishing Harvest, Part 5. Although Lin Wei was unaware of the tabby's specific background, its tenacious spirit implied a deep-seated vendetta against wolves, perhaps stemming from the loss of its parents or kin to these predators. Observing both the cat and dog utterly exhausted, Lin Wei felt a pang of compassion and offered them some spring water and provisions. To his surprise, this hearty meal, combined with the miraculous effects of the spring water, seemed to have ensnared the tabby cat's loyalty. It appeared to forge a profound bond of camaraderie with the little black dog, spending its days playfully chasing and frolicking with it. Even more astonishing was the fact that the little black dog, having consumed a spirit beast pill, had acquired strength comparable to that of an adult dog, yet consistently found itself outmatched in its encounters with the tabby cat, oftentimes being thoroughly dominated. This peculiar dynamic piqued Lin Wei's curiosity. Had this little tabby inadvertently consumed some celestial treasure, or did it possess lineage from extraordinary origins? Alas, such questions remained unanswerable. After all, despite its intelligence, the tabby could not articulate its thoughts. Since the arrival of the tabby cat, hunting had become significantly easier. With the two of them blocking the prey's escape route, Lin Wei could effortlessly employ his dragon-catching technique to secure the catch. It was through this harmonious collaboration that such a bountiful harvest had been achieved today. Over 30 goats, more than 60 wild boars, 6 sika deer, and a pair of precious young roe deer. At this moment, the atmosphere at Qinjiao village's entrance was particularly vibrant. The village leaders, Chun Dahai and the Chun brothers, stood at the center of the crowd, surrounded by over 30 young men, each face aglow with a long-awaited radiance. Chun Dachuan rubbed his rough hands together eagerly. Speaking with urgency, Brother Dahai, we cannot afford to trade away all our game this time. We must retain some for ourselves, especially the young ones. Once they grow, they will provide us with excellent meat. Chun Dahai, puffing on his pipe, furrowed his brow deeply, his expression clouded with concern amidst the swirling smoke. Dachuan, let us not even discuss whether we can raise these animals. Where do we find enough grain to feed them? Chun Dachuan stepped forward, counting on his fingers. Brother Dahai, think about it. If we trade for another 20 to 30,000 pounds of grain, it would suffice for the entire village to eat for a year. If we ration it wisely and send some to the mountains for grass, why couldn't we raise them? Seeing Chun Dahai still lost in thought, Chun Dachuan decided to stoke the flames. If we truly run low on grain, we can always follow Lin Wei up the mountain. Haven Tea, we always come back with bountiful harvests, only descending when we can carry no more. This remark finally eased Chun Dahai's demeanor. Indeed, ever since Lin Wei returned to his grandfather's home, each trip had been laden with abundance. In contemporary Qinjiao village, the granaries are nearing their capacity, overflowing with an abundance of grain that surpasses even the bountiful harvests of yesteryears. As he surveyed his surroundings, Chun Dahai noted that the once emaciated young adults now radiated vitality after indulging in a few hearty meals. With the arrival of spring, whether tilling the fields, fishing in the river, or hunting in the mountains, they excelled in all endeavors. However, the thought of several pregnant women and new mothers in need of nourishment, along with the still gaunt children, tugged at Chun Dahai's heartstrings. Once people are satiated, it is only natural for them to desire meat, a timeless truth. Finally, he knocked his tobacco pipe against a stone, resolutely declaring, "All right, Dachuan, I shall heed your counsel. But you must ensure the safety of these livestock. The entire village's ability to savor meat hinges upon them." At that moment, Lu Hongfang and Director Wang approached briskly, both wearing expressions of determination. Lu Hongfang took the lead, exclaiming, "Brother Dahai, I have claimed all the wild boars, goats, sika deer, and even that pair of silly roe deer we caught." She patted her chest with a bold demeanor, asserting, "If we find ourselves short on grain, I will immediately request more from the municipal office. I will ensure Qinjiao village does not suffer. Beside her, Director Wang interjected urgently, tugging at Chun Dahai's sleeve. Village chief, do save some for me. We'll cede the wild boars to the municipal office, but I must have half of the goats and sick deer. She gazed earnestly into Chun Dahai's eyes, insisting, rest assured. Whatever price the municipal office offers, we will match it. Observing the flustered expressions of the two women, Chun Dahai felt both amused and exasperated. He raised a hand to signal them to calm down and spoke with composure. Ladies, this matter has already been deliberated within Qinjiao village. Pointing towards the captured prey, we have decided to retain one pair of large wild boars, along with any piglets weighing no more than 100 pounds. We will also keep a pair of healthy goats, and we shall not sell any lambs under 50 pounds. As for the sick deer, we must retain one or two. The elderly in the village have suffered significant losses this year and require some deer blood for nourishment. And that pair of silly roe deer, those are Dachuan's treasures. And we must care for them. What? Lu Hongfang and Director Wang were momentarily stunned. They had prepared to accept everything, only to find Chun Dahai withholding nearly half of it, causing them distress akin to a cat scratch. Village chief, can't you reconsider? Lu Hongfang pressed, unwilling to relent. Brother Dahai, these are in high demand. Director Wang chimed in hastily. Chun Dahai, however, shook his head with steadfast resolve. Ladies, we must leave some seeds for our Qinjiao village. It would be a waste to consume these young piglets and lambs now. It would be far better to raise them, and then you can come to purchase them later. Seeing Chun Dahai's unwavering stance, the two women understood that further persuasion would be futile, with the quality goods diminished. The ensuing competition intensified. The two plastic sisters engaged in a spirited negotiation, neither willing to concede. After a prolonged back and forth, they finally reached an agreement. Over 40 wild boars would belong to Lu Hongfang, while 20 goats and 4 sick deer would be evenly divided between the two. Qinjiao village also reaped substantial rewards, receiving 30,000 pounds of grain from Lu Hongfang and Director Wang. Once the distribution of the prey was complete, Lin Wei, accompanied by the little girl, Xiaohong, and the little tabby cat, boarded the returning truck with Director Wang and Lu Hongfang. Initially, the grandparents insisted on keeping Lin Wei and his sister to celebrate the new year in Qinjiao village. However, Lin Wei's thoughts lingered on the courtyard back in Sijiacheng, where he harbored concerns about the unruly neighbors. Thus, he gently declined, citing that Xiaohong would need to return to school after the new year. As they prepared to depart, Xiaohong's eyes were red-rimmed as she clung tightly to her grandfather's neck, tears streaming down her face, nearly dissolving into a puddle of sorrow. Lu Hongfang spent considerable time comforting her, and after much coaxing, she reluctantly climbed into the truck. However, the child's sadness was fleeting. Shortly after the truck left the village, she spotted the little tabby cat sprawled across the back seat. Chapter 196, Observations at the Street Office. The cat, with its glossy fur and lively eyes, possessed a charm that far surpassed that of Xiaohong's little black cat. Instantly, her eyes sparkled, and all thoughts of parting were cast aside as she embraced the little tabby, nuzzling it and whispering sweet nothings, causing the previously aloof little black cat to stare in bewilderment. Lin Wei found it amusing and pulled the aggrieved little black cat into his arms, ruffling its furry head. Oh, you little rascal, learning to feel jealous now? Before their departure, Qinjiao village ensured Lin Wei did not leave empty-handed. Chun Dahai insisted on loading a plump goat and a beautifully proportioned sick deer into the truck. The bounty from this trip to the mountains owes much to your efforts. Your filial piety compels you to leave something for your grandparents, and we have shamelessly accepted your generosity. However, when you return to Sijiacheng for the new year, you cannot arrive empty-handed. You must bring something substantial. This goat and sick deer will make a splendid gift. After a bumpy journey back to Sijiacheng, Lin Wei first sought out Director Wang to discuss the temporary lodgment of the sick deer and goat in the makeshift enclosure set up by the street office. Given that the street office had recently acquired a significant amount of game, they needed to keep it for a few days until further instructions from their superiors. When he and Xiaohong arrived at the street office to check on the old turtle, they were startled by the bustling scene before them. The district had allocated 1,000 pounds of wild boar meat as a reward for the street office's exceptional performance, leading to a throng of people crowding the yard. With over 60 staff members and neighborhood watch members all beaming with joy, each household stood to receive several pounds of wild boar meat. And even though it would cost a good portion of their monthly wages, who would not seize the opportunity to procure such a bounty without ration tickets? Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Wei spotted the furtive figure of Zhao Daji amidst the throng. This old scoundrel had not dared to show his face since his previous embarrassment, but was now mingling with the crowd under the pretense of receiving meat. He deftly snatched a piece of well-marbled, thick-cut pork belly, likely weighing around 15 to 16 pounds. his face betraying an unmistakable delight, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. However, after a short while, Zhao Daji glanced around nervously, accompanied by 2 henchmen, and stealthily slinked out of the street office courtyard. His furtive demeanor suggested he was up to no good. A thought struck Lin Wei. He leaned down to whisper to Xiaohong, instructing her to follow Ma Sainer to see the old turtle while he quietly trailed Zhao Daji. Sure enough, as they turned into a secluded alley, Zhao Daji's 2 henchmen brandished knives, swiftly slicing off substantial chunks of meat from their respective hauls and quickly handing them to a figure hidden in the shadows. Upon receiving the meat, the figure produced a stack of banknotes, which Zhao Daji counted under the dim light, revealing 6 crisp, new 100 yuan bills. What audacity! This old scoundrel was brazenly engaging in shady dealings in broad daylight. After Zhao Daji and his companions pocketed the money and nonchalantly departed, the shadowy figure emerged, carrying a bulging cloth bag and glancing back repeatedly. In that moment of turning, Lin Wei recognized the man's face. It was Yi Zhonghai. It turns out that Yi Zhonghai had somehow learned from the street office about a batch of wild boar meat and began to scheme in his mind. In previous years during the New Year celebrations, he, as the elder of the courtyard, had to coordinate with the deaf old lady from the backyard and several families from the Jia clan to celebrate together, without some substantial offerings to uphold the occasion. How could he maintain his dignity? Although the steel factory would distribute some meat, it was hardly sufficient. Thus, he discreetly approached Zhao Daji, willing to pay a handsome price for some meat. Zhao Daji, being someone who was easily enticed by money, quickly struck a deal with him. With a mere flip of the hand, not only did he recoup the cost of the meat, but he also ended up with a generous portion of it, yielding a profit without any investment. Lin Wei, lurking at the alley's entrance, observed Yi Zhonghai's demeanor, both anxious and unable to conceal his excitement. Like a cat that had successfully snatched a morsel, he curled his lip, ultimately suppressing the urge to expose him. Although revealing this would certainly cause a stir, it would also invite trouble for himself. As long as Yi Zhonghai remained on the straight and narrow and refrained from provoking him further, he decided to turn a blind eye this time. Upon returning to the backyard of the street office courtyard, he immediately noticed a little girl with a small black dog and a little spotted raccoon, crouched by the water basin, amusing themselves with an old turtle. The little girl, with her delicate white hands, carefully offered a piece of smoked meat jerky into the water. The old turtle, seemingly possessing a spark of intelligence, stretched its neck, and as soon as the meat reached the water's surface, it deftly caught it and swallowed it within seconds, causing the little girl to giggle uncontrollably. Having been in the street office for some time, this old turtle had likely never tasted such delicacies apart from coarse grains, and one could only imagine it was craving for more. Lin Wei's gaze shifted to see Director Wang accompanying several leaders clad in Zhongshan suits, who were also intrigued by the amusing scene. When he recognized one of the men, his heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to lose his balance. How could that kind-faced elder, exuding an extraordinary presence, appear so familiar? At that moment, the senior leader noticed Lin Wei entering the courtyard, prompting Director Wang to quickly signal him and stride forward for introductions. Leaders, this is our Lin Wei from the street office. There was a hint of pride in her tone as she continued. Despite his youth, he is quite skilled at fishing and hunting. In just these past few days, he has nearly fished out all the fish from the city and has brought back a considerable amount of game from the great Yinshan. The senior leader regarded Lin Wei with a warm gaze, his eyes reflecting approval. Young comrade, quite impressive. At such a young age, you possess such remarkable abilities. Thanks to you, we can enjoy some delicacies. Lin Wei felt a tightening in his chest. He dared not respond casually to such remarks and turned to Director Wang for assistance. She remained unfazed, having received word earlier when the truck first entered the city. Today, the higher-ups are visiting the Hongxing street office to express gratitude for the welfare we provided. It turned out that after the district leaders received several thousand kilograms of wild boar meat and fresh fish, they promptly sent several hundred kilograms to their superiors. This had unexpectedly reached the inner city, the area most in need of nutritional supplements. Consequently, the street office's procurement of over 1,000 kilograms of fish and more than 5,000 kilograms of wild boar meat had caused quite a stir. Initially, the leaders were skeptical, suspecting that someone had misappropriated resources to improve the food quality. However, upon investigation, it was confirmed that this was indeed true. A young talent had emerged from Nanluo Guxiang, known for his exceptional fishing prowess, dubbed the fishing god of Shikahai, while his hunting skills allowed him to effortlessly sweep through the great Yinshan. Today, the senior leader had specifically come in plain clothes to visit the street office incognito. He coincidentally arrived just as the convoy returned with an impressive haul of rare goats, sika deer, and the old turtle from the water basin. The most astonishing sight was how the fierce old turtle appeared docile in front of the little girl, resembling a beloved pet. The senior leader glanced from Lin Wei to the little girl teasing the turtle, a knowing smile forming on his lips. Everything silently conveyed. This young man was indeed remarkable. Feeling a sudden rush of anxiety, Lin Wei forced a bright smile and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Leader, this is merely good fortune." The senior leader, however, chuckled and shook his head, his gaze piercing. Fortune? That cannot be solely attributed to luck. In the vast expanse of Shijiazhuang, there are hidden talents. Yet none have demonstrated the ability to effortlessly catch 1,000 kilograms of fish or hunt thousands of kilograms of game as you have. Lin Wei was rendered speechless. Feeling a flush of embarrassment heat his cheeks as he awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. The senior leader then turned to Director Wang, his tone gentle yet laden with significance. "Comrade Wang, having such talent in your street office, you must not keep him hidden. This is a crucial time when the nation needs everyone's contributions. We must find a way for him to aid Shijiazhuang in overcoming its challenges." Typically decisive, Director Wang now appeared somewhat flustered. She cast a shy glance at Lin Wei and whispered, "Leader, although Lin Wei resides in Nanluo Guxiang, he is not a formal member of our street office. He currently lacks an employment unit." She added, "I have tried several times to advocate for him, but he insists that his current life is quite satisfactory, free and unconcerned about food and clothing." After a pause, she continued, "This child can indeed be somewhat indifferent. He often finds excuses to avoid work. The recent hunting and fishing trips were only possible because I persuaded him extensively." Lin Wei was taken aback, frozen in place. He had never anticipated that Director Wang would so thoroughly expose him at this moment. It seemed she was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested, both a cover-up artist and someone who did not stick around, effortlessly laying bare his situation before the senior leader. All he wanted was to find a crack in the ground to hide in, his inner voice screaming, "What to do now? I'm in a bind." The senior leader was evidently stunned as well. In this era where everyone was eager to contribute to the nation, how could someone prefer to be a drifter rather than securing a job? This was truly an unheard-of phenomenon. He had intended to leverage this talent through the street office. But now that the individual was not under their purview, future arrangements would be challenging. After a moment of reflection, the senior leader turned to Director Wang, his tone serious. "Comrade Wang, this indicates that your efforts in motivational work are insufficient. You have not fully engaged the enthusiasm of your comrades. This aspect needs to be strengthened through learning and enhancing work capabilities." He then shifted his gaze back to Lin Wei, his expression softening once more. "Young comrade Lin Wei, I have heard that your fishing skills are unparalleled in Shijiazhuang, and you have nearly fished out all the nearby waters. Many comrades in Haizi also enjoy fishing. If you have time, why not come and offer them some guidance?" Lin Wei could only laugh in disbelief. He had merely wished to live a low-profile life. Yet in just a matter of days, he had drawn the direct attention of the senior leader. This seemed to affirm Director Wang's earlier jest that he would indeed end up fishing in Haizi. What could Lin Wei say now, with the leader's words weighing heavily? He had no choice but to raise his hand resolutely. "I promise to complete the task." Once the senior leader walked away, satisfied, and the office door closed, Lin Wei's face fell, a wretched expression overtaking him as he looked towards Director Wang. "Aunt Wang, are you really pushing your dear nephew into the fire pit?" Director Wang clicked her tongue and waved her hand dismissively. "Go on, what fire pit? Such fortune is something that many people could hardly attain in several lifetimes. Yet you still express disdain for it?" Lin Wei sighed. "To be honest, I truly do not desire this fortune. It's merely accompanying the leader for a fishing expedition. Fishing could be done anywhere." Director Wang, unfazed, cast a glance at him and remarked, "With your fishing skills, it's impossible for you to come back empty-handed, right?" Lin Wei refrained from responding, shaking his head internally. His fishing rod and ice auger were all acquired from the system, far surpassing the capabilities of this era. While ordinary people may not discern the subtleties, the waters were teeming with top-tier figures whose discerning eyes were far beyond the reach of grassroots officials like Director Wang. He needed to devise a plan to ensure no flaws were exposed. Suddenly, Director Wang recalled something and leaned in to ask, "By the way, what do you intend to do with the sheep and deer you obtained?" Lin Wei immediately became alert. "Aunt Wang, please leave me some family assets. I can't go visiting relatives empty-handed during the new year, can I?" Director Wang's face flushed, yet she retorted with confidence, "But I am not your elder. You don't need to come and pay me New Year's greetings." Lin Wei was utterly at a loss, defeated by Director Wang's audacity, and had no choice but to take the little girl and flee in haste. The two were quite familiar with the path and soon arrived at the residence of Ma Sanner, number 93. Ma Sanner hoisted the 16 pounds of wild boar meat issued by the community office onto his shoulder, the hefty, vividly colored meat immediately catching the attention of the entire courtyard. Having secured a job at the community office was already enough to incite envy. But who would have thought he would also receive such a large chunk of meat at year's end? The courtyard erupted in excitement. Santa has truly made it. He got such a big piece of meat. Indeed, this year, Ma Santa's family would have plenty to savor during the New Year celebrations, with ample cured meat guaranteed. Ma Santa's mother had just returned from the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon seeing her son carrying the meat back, she beamed with joy. She had participated in the last slaughter and was well aware that while the accolades belonged to Ma Santa, the real credit was due to Lin Wei. She quickly welcomed the Lin siblings into the house, specially slicing 2 pounds of pork belly to prepare a pot of glossy, rich braised pork, alongside steaming a basket of pork crackling buns. The little girl ate with greasy delight, and even the little black dog and the calico cat each received a large bun. Lin Wei also took out some cured meat he had brought from Qinjia village. This jerky, made from the wild boar meat they had hunted last time, was pounded repeatedly with a hammer to break down the fibers, oiled, and roasted over pine charcoal until partially cooked, then evenly seasoned and air-dried. The finished product was fragrant and chewy, suitable for all ages. He had brought some for convenience and had hidden a bit in the spiritual space. Unexpectedly, it had now become a special treat for the little black dog and the calico cat, the aroma tempting even him to steal a bite. As Lin Wei led the little girl into the gate of number 95, the guard Yin Bugui, upon seeing him, resembled a mouse caught in the sight of a cat, quickly retracting his neck and turning his face away. Chapter 198. Jia Zhongshi's defenses were again breached, having been thoroughly dealt with by Lin Wei. He harbored a lingering apprehension and dared not mention any entrance fees. Just as the two stepped into the courtyard, they noticed the lights in Yi Zhonghai's home were bright, and the sounds of lively chatter filled the air, bustling like a marketplace. They could vaguely hear the clamor of disputes within. "Uncle, could you spare us 2 pounds of meat? We're counting on this for our dumplings during the new year." This was the voice of old Shun from the front yard, pleading earnestly. "Yes, uncle, you must know how precious meat is nowadays. I've scoured the black market for 2 days and haven't seen a single bone." Old Zhao from the courtyard chimed in to support. "Don't even think about it. This meat was specially arranged by uncle for our Jia family. You think you can just come and take advantage? Without needing to guess." The domineering voice belonged to Jia Zhongshi, the representative of the Jia family. "Uncle, you must not listen to Jia Zhongshi. Where would they get the money to buy meat? We are offering high prices, $5 or even $6 a pound. How about it?" Old Shin from the front yard was evidently desperate. "Get lost. Money is nothing to boast about. If it weren't for our uncle's connections, you wouldn't even catch a whiff of meat." Jia Zhongshi's brazen attitude indeed quelled the crowd. Aunt Jia, standing silently beside her, was unable to interject. She had no children and depended entirely on Yi Zhonghai, never having the final say in family matters. This all stemmed from Yi Zhonghai bringing home the 15 pounds of wild boar meat. He had entered the courtyard, unable to resist showing off the hefty meat to his neighbors. Now, the families in the courtyard, who were worried about having no meat for the new year, rushed to Yi's home like cats drawn to fishy smells. Everyone clamored to buy meat from him, even at high prices, just so they could have a bit of meat on their New Year's Eve dinner table. Yi Zhonghai lamented internally. This meat was procured at a high price from Zhao Daji, and its origins were questionable, making it impossible to share openly. He wanted to refuse. But as one of the elders in the courtyard, he had always preached about neighborly cooperation and unity. To indulge himself while others starved would be slapping his own face. However, if he agreed to share with over 20 households from the front, middle, and back courtyards, at least 10 households were waiting eagerly. His portion of meat would never suffice. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Jia Zhongshi boldly stepped forward to play the villain. "This meat was brought in by my son's master, and the Jia family is counting on it for our New Year's feast. Others wanting a share have no chance." With hands on her hips and spitting words, she silenced the neighbors who sought to barter for meat. Yi Zhonghai secretly sighed in relief. Letting her play the villain suited his intentions perfectly. This time, Jia Zhongshi truly engaged in a verbal battle with the neighbors, berating them mercilessly. Her foul language was so extreme that even Lin Wei, who was outside listening to the commotion, found it unbearable. However, the effect was remarkable. Under her verbal onslaught, the neighbors gradually retreated, heads hung low as they exited Yi Zhonghai's house. Seeing Lin Wei, they all quickly covered their faces and took a detour. Filled with embarrassment, Jia Zhongshi emerged triumphantly from Yi Zhonghai's house, head held high like a victorious hen. Upon spotting Lin Wei, her eyes glinted mischievously as she called out, "Oh, isn't this our capable resident? What brings you to Uncle's doorstep, sniffing around for meat? Are you unable to put food on the table at home, hoping to scrounge a bit of grease?" Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback by her question, only realizing after a few seconds, upon meeting Jia Zhongshi's unabashedly disdainful gaze, that this old crone was mocking him. It was no surprise. In recent days, he had been coming and going at odd hours, and most of the residents had not noticed. But Jia Zhongshu's sharp eyes were always on the Lin family. Today, seeing him return empty-handed, her narrow-mindedness led her to assume he was returning from a fruitless endeavor. Having suffered losses at Lin Wei's expense numerous times, Jia Zhongshu had long been seething with resentment. Now, emboldened by Yi Zhonghai's acquisition of meat, she felt a sense of pride and was unwilling to let go of this chance for reprisal. If she didn't trample on Lin Wei, how could she claim the title of the courtyard's most notorious shrew? As Lin Wei prepared to respond, he felt a sense of amusement at how this old crone was overly proud of the high-priced meat Yi Zhonghai had procured from Zhao Daji. Little did she know that he had personally captured that wild boar from the mountains, and now she was using it to humiliate him. Such absurdity was beyond belief. Seeing Lin Wei remain silent, Jia Zhongshu assumed he was guilty and pressed on. Desiring a taste of meat, she implored him earnestly. If you were wise, you would trade your 2 spacious tiled houses with the Jia family. I shall take it upon myself to ensure that you receive 10 pounds of meat for the new year. 5 pounds of pork, perhaps? What a lucrative deal this would be. Lin Wei was nearly driven to laughter by her audacity. Not only would he not bat an eyelid at 5 or 10 pounds, but even if a mountain of wild boar meat were presented to him, he would remain utterly unimpressed. He was thoroughly weary of it. He chose not to engage in such trivialities, but the young girl beside him could no longer contain herself. At just over 6 years old, she was at that competitive age where one cannot easily tolerate such indignities. In a swift motion, the little girl produced a large, vibrant piece of jerky, stuck out her delicate pink tongue at Jia Zhong, and made a face. Xiao Xiao doesn't tea lack for meat. This jerky is far more fragrant than raw meat. Upon closer inspection, Jia Zhong was taken aback. The jerky was indeed larger than an adult's palm, its color vivid and its texture firm, devoid of any bone or sinew. The tantalizing aroma wafting from it was irresistible, causing her to inhale deeply, nearly overwhelmed by the delicious scent, her mouth watering in anticipation. Yet, the little girl's next move nearly sent Jia Zhong into a frenzy. She carefully tore the jerky into 2 pieces, comparing their sizes. Instinctively, Jia Zhong reached out to grab a piece, but Lin Wei swiftly blocked her, and she was abruptly reminded of her past humiliations, retracting her hand in embarrassment. Then came the scene that shattered Jia Zhong's composure entirely. The little girl tossed 1 piece of jerky to a nearby tabby cat and handed the other to the squatting little black dog. The 2 small creatures wasted no time, eagerly munching on the jerky, their satisfaction evident as they savored every bite. The sight of them relishing the jerky was enough to drive Jia Zhong to the brink of despair. Watching that fragrant morsel disappear into the mouths of the cat and dog felt more painful than if it were her own flesh being cut away. The wild boar meat from Yi Zhonghai's household was meant to be preserved for the New Year's feast. Even if it were to be presented now, it could never transform into such delectable jerky instantly. Why was it that she, from a prestigious family, found it so difficult to indulge in a mere taste of meat? Unable even to compare to the animals? Chapter 199, The Ruthless Jia Dongshu. For Jia Zhong, who could not bear to see others enjoy a morsel of goodness, the sight of meat being fed to cats and dogs was akin to having her very flesh carved away. Blood rushed to her head, and all rational thought fled. A singular, desperate notion consumed her mind. She would seize that meat back from the mouths of those animals. With a sudden lunge, she bent low and charged towards the tabby cat. In her calculations, the little black dog, named Xiao He, seemed too fierce to confront. But the tabby cat appeared delicate and unassuming, an easy target for her greedy hands. The meat was as good as hers today. Lin Wei saw through her intentions, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This old hag dared to snatch food from the jaws of a cat that could contend with a wolf king? If she sought her own misfortune, he would gladly oblige. He could have easily obstructed Jia Zhong, yet he deliberately stepped aside, shielding the little girl behind him and granting her a clear path toward the tabby cat. Jia Zhong's eyes sparkled with excitement at this unexpected opportunity. If she could just snatch that jerky, even a single bite would be worth any punishment Lin Wei might bestow upon her afterward. She had endured countless humiliations at his hands, but today she was determined to reclaim her dignity. All thoughts of Lin Wei's knowing gaze and the glimmer of mischief in the little girl's large, innocent eyes were lost on her as her mind fixated solely on the piece of jerky. Having played with the tabby cat for some time, the little girl knew its capabilities well. Even the formidable Xiao He had failed to gain the upper hand against it. How could this foolish, portly old woman pose any challenge? Strangely enough, having spent time with Lin Wei, the little girl had developed a keen sense of disdain and calculation, especially towards the neighborhood's more beastly inhabitants. If there were anyone in the courtyard she despised most, it was undoubtedly Jia Zhong. The prospect of witnessing Jia Zhong's humiliation brought her immense joy. Jia Zhong charged forward like a wild boar, her ample frame aimed at the tabby cat. But it nimbly evaded her, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. With a resounding thud, she crashed onto the cold, hard ground, pain shooting through her body as she gritted her teeth. Oddly enough, this time she suppressed the urge to cry out or call for old Jia's help. All that occupied her mind was the tantalizing, fragrant jerky that lay so close. As the tabby cat glanced back at her, its gaze seemed to carry a hint of provocation, as if to say, "Come on, try again." Jia Zhang let out a roar, a mixture of self-encouragement and an attempt to summon some hidden skill, startling Lin Wei and the little girl alike. This old hag. Could it be that she had secretly mastered some nefarious technique? The neighbors, who had been on the verge of leaving, were drawn back by her shout. Upon seeing Jia Zhang grappling with a mere kitten, amusement spread across their faces, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. They had anticipated that Lin Wei would soon deliver a swift reprimand to Jia Zhang, avenging their earlier grievances. Yet they were mistaken. Lin Wei remained as steadfast as a mountain, keeping the little girl securely by his side, showing no inclination to intervene. Even Xiao He displayed no intention of assisting. Instead, it tilted its head, watching Jia Zhang with a glimmer of anticipation, as if waiting to see how the old woman would further humiliate herself. "Little cat, you cannot escape," Jia Zhang muttered to herself, and with surprising vigor, she began to flail, her hands and feet moving in a frantic pursuit of the tabby cat. She resembled a wild boar digging through the earth, her forelegs scrambling to chase the nimble creature. But the tabby cat was remarkably agile, dodging and weaving with effortless grace, leaving Jia Zhang grasping at nothing but air. "Dongxiu, Bang Gang, come out and help me catch this wretched cat," Jia Zhang huffed, finally realizing that she was no match for this small creature. In desperation, she called for reinforcements. "My jerky is nearly gone." She could not fathom that three of them could not subdue a single cat. Her cries indeed summoned Jia Dongxiu and Bang Gang from the house. As for how many were motivated by the enticing aroma of the jerky, only they could truly say. As Jia Dongxiu rushed out with Bang Gang in tow, he immediately spotted Lin Wei and his sister standing calmly in the courtyard, and a sense of dread filled him. Had they once again provoked this troublemaker? But upon closer inspection, Lin Wei showed no signs of aggression. Instead, he appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama. A flicker of hope ignited within Jia Dongxiu. Perhaps his mother had not offended Lin Wei, and this was merely a coincidence? However, as he turned to see Jia Zhang, breathless and flustered, and caught sight of the tabby cat with the bright red jerky, glancing back at them, his heart surged with excitement. "Jerky, Daddy, I want to eat jerky." Bang Gang, ever the glutton, wasted no time and lunged toward the tabby cat without a second thought. Jia Dongxiu quickly devised a plan. Calling out, "Bang, you and Grandma surround it from both sides, and I'll block its escape route." The timid yet greedy silver coin was rather clever, opting to observe the situation first. After all, it was merely a small kitten. Surely, a mother and her son could handle it, right? Unfortunately, the Jia family had completely underestimated the speed and agility of the little flower tabby. "Oh, Bang, you go around from the left," gasped Jia Zhangshi, directing the pursuit. "Grandma, it slipped past you. Quick, chase it." Bang was also shouting, flustered and disorganized. Jia Dongxiu stood by, dumbfounded, as the kitten darted about like a flash of lightning, up and down with remarkable finesse. After much exertion, the mother and son had yet to lay a single paw on it, and were left exhausted like two spent wild dogs. Meanwhile, the little kitten, amidst its evasions, would occasionally pause, tilting its head to observe them, its gaze seemingly reveling in the comedic performance. Jia Dongxiu stealthily glanced at Lin Wei, who remained unfazed, clearly enjoying the spectacle of the Jia family's folly. This wouldn't do. Something more forceful was required. If this continued, they'd be exhausted without catching anything. Steeling himself, Jia Dongxiu turned towards the entrance of the house, where a pile of firewood, left by Jia Zhangshi to save on coal, loomed. He pulled out a few sticks, weighing them in his hands, and ultimately selected a stick about the thickness of a child's arm, approximately a meter long. Gripping it tightly, he stealthily approached the little flower tabby, his eyes glinting with malice, wishing to devour the creature whole. Lin Wei, catching a glimpse of Jia Dongxiu's furtive advance, felt a cold smirk form in his heart. Truly, a man with a blackened heart and ruthless hands. Chapter 200. The handsome Jia Dongxiu is scratched on the face. However, Jia Dongxiu was oblivious to the true nature of the little adorable cat before him. Should he dare to strike, it would spell disaster for the Jia family today. Lin Wei refrained from exposing him, but his right hand discreetly reached for the dagger at his waist. A glinting throwing knife slipped into his palm. Should Jia Dongxiu show any sign of harming the little flower tabby, this knife would unhesitatingly pierce his body. At that moment, all eyes in the courtyard were fixated on the chaotic chase involving Jia Zhangshi, Bang, and the little flower tabby, with none noticing the shadow lurking in the darkness. Drawing closer step by step, Jia Dongxiu seized the fleeting moment when the little flower tabby had its back turned, his eyes narrowing with intent. He lunged forward, wielding the stick with a swift, menacing gesture aimed directly at the kitten. This strike was both fierce and rapid, evidently aimed at its life. "Watch out, little flower." The girl suddenly realized, her voice rising in alarm. A savage grin spread across Jia Dongxiu's face, his heart roaring. "It's too late to save you now." This was the culmination of years of practice with his bludgeon, a peak strike. In his dilated pupils, the kitten seemed destined to be reduced to a puddle of flesh. Yet Lin Wei remained motionless. Even the concealed dagger in his right hand stayed unmoved. For he witnessed, at the very instant the stick approached, the little flower tabby shoot upwards with astonishing speed. This leap soared over 2 meters high, completely defying Jia Dongxiu's expectations. He could only stare, mouth agape, as that delicate figure ascended like a bird in flight. The little flower tabby clearly sensed the malice emanating from the man before it. This time, it would not show mercy as it had while toying with Jia Zhangshi and bang. With a swift turn in midair, it pounced upon Jia Dongxiu with the ferocity of a hawk diving for its prey. Whoosh whoosh. 2 slashes of claws flashed by, so swift they left only afterimages. The little flower tabby's paws struck like lightning, delivering a relentless barrage akin to a tiger's assault. Jia Dongxiu felt a fierce gust of wind rush towards him, followed by a sudden, searing pain across his face. He barely had time to evade, feeling the furry claws descend with crushing force. "Ah, my face, my eyes." A piercing scream shattered the night sky of the courtyard, causing the eaves to tremble in response. The ferocity of those feline strikes was utterly ruthless. On Jia Dongxiu's once proud visage, deep, long gashes opened up, flesh torn and blood gushing forth. The most devastating claw marks sliced from his forehead down beneath his left eye, blood flowing profusely, staining his clothing crimson. That face, which had once captivated Qin Huairu, and had been a source of his pride for years, was now utterly ruined. Heavens! Even the onlooking neighbors, and the girl who had earlier fretted over the little flower tabby, were struck speechless by Jia Dongxiu's grotesque, bloodied appearance. "Son, what has happened to you?" Jia Zhangshi, having never witnessed her beloved son in such a wretched state, was left in shock. It took her a few seconds to gather herself before she rushed forward. Embracing Jia Dongxiu, trembling, she pried apart his hands that shielded his face, and upon catching a glimpse, she felt as though struck by lightning, becoming frozen in place. Her son, once dubbed the handsomest in Nanluo Guxiang, the face that had charmed countless young women, was now grotesquely transformed into a bloody visage. Jia Zhangshi had boasted countless times, but the only truth she could muster was perhaps the beauty of her son. From a young age, Jia Dongxiu had been strikingly handsome, and as he grew, he embodied the quintessential youthful charm of the 1950s. Though he fell short of Lin Wei's level of attractiveness among the young men in Nanluo Guxiang, he was undoubtedly top tier. After all, how could Qin Huairu have chosen him at first glance, willingly facing the wrath of a formidable mother-in-law, just to marry into the Jia family? It was all about looks, undeniably, especially considering that even when Jia Dongxiu was no longer around, his photograph still hung on the wall. Shaju, the sycophant, would do anything for Qin Huairu, obediently offering her the best of everything. Yet Qin Huairu remained indifferent to him. Even when she was forced to marry Shaju in her later years, she refused to bear him a single child. Why? Because her heart was eternally tethered to Jia Dongxiu. After all, faced with Shaju's increasingly greasy old face, even a glance felt repugnant, a stark contrast to the striking image of her deceased husband hanging on the wall. But now, with the little flower tabby's ferocious onslaught, the Jia family's world had crumbled. "Ah, that cursed cat, and that detestable Lin Wei. How dare you ruin my Dongxiu's face?" Jia Zhangshi wailed, pounding her thighs, her cries piercingly shrill, causing those present to wince in pain. Her triangular eyes, a mix of sorrow and fury, dared not glance at Lin Wei, fixated instead on the ground as she implored, "Heavenly Father, open your eyes. Strike down a bolt of lightning to rid us of this horde of cats and dogs, and that despicable Lin Wei." As she lamented, she shook Jia Dongxiu, who was groaning in pain. His face was a horrifying sight, bloodied and marred with deep claw marks from forehead to chin, blood mingling with tears, presenting a truly ghastly appearance. "Qin Huairu, you heartless wretch, why don't you come out? Your man is on the brink of death. Are you so eager to become a widow?" Bang, initially eager to pounce on the little flower tabby, froze upon seeing his father's bloodied face, letting out a terrified yelp before darting into the house. This lad had perfectly inherited his father's cowardly yet mischievous nature, though he often boasted. When faced with real danger, he fled faster than a rabbit. With a thud, he collided into the frantic Qin Huairu as she rushed out. "Oh no, bang. What happened to you?" Qin Huairu hastily embraced her son, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the courtyard. Upon discerning the tragic state of Jia Dongxiu, her complexion instantly drained of color, and her feet became rooted to the ground. Qin Huairu, you calamity bringer, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and come see Dongxiu. If he is disfigured, I will not let this slide. Jia Zhangshi, witnessing her hesitation, wailed even more pitifully. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai also regained his senses. He cautiously observed Lin Wei and the little flower tabby, and upon noticing their lack of movement, he swiftly approached. When he finally beheld Jia Dongxiu's face, marred and mangled, a deafening roar echoed in his mind, as if something had exploded within him. This apprentice, whom he had nurtured for so many years, though flawed in character, cowardly and prone to deceit, was nonetheless his meticulously chosen candidate for retirement. Even more notably, Jia Dongxiu was strikingly handsome. Whenever he took him out, others would praise them as if they were father and son. This was why Yi Zhonghai was often indifferent towards Sha Zhu, yet held a particular fondness for Jia Dongxiu. Yet who could have foreseen that such a trivial matter, merely concerning a cat, would lead to the ruin of his carefully cultivated candidate for retirement? Lin Wei, you are utterly lawless, daring to injure my Dongxiu to this extent. Yi Zhonghai trembled as he pointed at Lin Wei, veins throbbing on his forehead. His entire visage contorted with rage. Lin Wei merely shrugged, a scornful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yi Zhonghai, your words lack reason. It is clearly the Jia family that coveted my little tabby's treats, and when thwarted, they resorted to anger. Lin Wei spoke leisurely, her gaze sweeping over Jia Dongxiu's pitiful face. As for your precious apprentice, wielding a stick against a mere kitten, how could he not expect it to defend itself? And as for the injuries he sustained, Lin Wei scoffed, her tone dripping with unmasked derision. One can only blame Jia Dongxiu for being so inept that he couldn't even best a small cat, ending up in such a state. Pausing for a moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Wei suddenly burst into loud laughter. I can only say, seeing Jia Dongxiu in this condition brings me immense joy. Oh, you little wretch. You harmed my son, and still dare to mock us. I will not let this go. Jia Zhangshi bared her teeth, poised to pounce. But before she could take a step, the little flower tabby meowed, darting like lightning to block her path. Its gem-like eyes, usually round and adorable, now glared coldly at Jia Zhangshi, causing her to involuntarily shudder. The little tabby elegantly raised its front paw, and in the dim light, the sharp claws glinted with a cold metallic sheen. The bravado Jia Zhangshi had mustered dissipated instantly. This cat truly dared to strike. Throughout her life, she had excelled at clawing faces, yet against this little tabby, she felt utterly powerless. She was acutely aware that she could never match the speed of this cat, which could unleash 10 claw strikes in a heartbeat. At this juncture, Qin Huairu had already taken hold of the nearly unconscious Jia Dongxiu. With just a glance at the gaping wounds on her husband's face, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood. This time, her tears were genuine, filled with sheer terror and heartbreak. Even though she lacked medical knowledge, being merely a woman from the countryside, she could tell that Jia Dongxiu's injuries were likely beyond healing. Even if he received stitches at the hospital, he would undoubtedly bear ghastly scars for life. That once proud handsome face would henceforth be marred with claw marks. Lin Wei, what deep-seated animosity do you harbor against my Dongxiu to inflict such harm upon him? Qin Huairu wept, her voice trembling. How will he ever face others again? You are truly malicious. It must be said that in the art of eliciting sympathy through tears, Qin Huairu possessed a natural advantage over Jia Zhangshi. In this era, the image of a virtuous daughter-in-law oppressed by a wicked mother-in-law easily stirred others' compassion. Indeed, the neighbors began to be swayed by her tale, directing accusatory glances at Lin Wei. But how could Lin Wei be led astray by this white lotus? Qin Huairu, it is not I who seek enmity with your Jia family. Your Jia Dongxiu brought this upon himself, Lin Wei retorted coldly, her tone laced with mockery. To covet even a little cat's food and attempt to harm my feline. He deserves this fate, does he not? Suddenly, as if recalling something, a meaningful smile graced her lips. A friendly reminder. Those injuries on his face need immediate medical attention. If you delay any longer and the wounds worsen, even a deity could not save that face. Yes, indeed. Jia family sister-in-law. It is urgent to take Dongxiu to the hospital. Yi Zhonghai was roused by Lin Wei's words. Although his beloved apprentice was disfigured, if the wounds became infected, how could he ever show his face again or work at the steel mill? Qin Huairu, you calamity bringer, what are you still doing? Hurry and take Dongxiu to the hospital. Upon hearing that they would go to the hospital, Jia Zhangshi's triangular eyes began to dart. Wouldn't a hospital visit require money? She was loath to part with her retirement funds. That money must be found by her daughter-in-law. Mom, I have no money. Qin Huairu immediately tensed at the mention of finances. She lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with tears, yet she enunciated the words no money clearly. You little harlot. Didn't T Dongshu's wages all go to you? Where has all that money gone? Have you been secretly sending it back to your impoverished family? Jia Zhangshi advanced menacingly, raising her hand as if to slap Qin Huairu. Were it not for the neighbors crowding the courtyard, she would have relished clawing her daughter-in-law's face to prevent Dongshu from being disfigured, lest she develop other intentions. However, no one knew Jia Zhangshi better than Qin Huairu. She deftly sidestepped her mother-in-law's hand and, with a quivering voice, defended herself. Mom, it's true. Dongshu's wages were spent on food. You know our family situation. As these words escaped her lips, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Jia Zhangshi, unable to maintain her composure, became infuriated and chased after Qin Huairu, resulting in a comical scene of pursuit in the courtyard. Lin Wei crossed her arms, leisurely observing the spectacle. Truly, one cannot choose one's family. This entire clan was rife with cunning. Let them make a fuss, the louder, the better, so that the entire courtyard could witness the Jia family's grotesque nature. Enough. Jia family sister-in-law, Yi Zhonghai finally could no longer bear to watch and barked. If we delay any further, Dongshu's injuries will become even harder to treat. He rummaged through his pocket, producing 2 large black bills. After a moment of hesitation, he handed them to a nearby woman. Shufan, accompany Huairu to take Dongshu to the hospital and ensure the wounds are treated promptly. Having said that, he turned to Lin Wei, fixing her with a fierce glare, as though intending to devour her whole. I will be here. Don't think that once Dongshu is taken to the hospital, this matter will be resolved. I am going to report this incident. Lin Wei, just you wait. When the labor safety officials arrive, we shall see if you can still act so arrogantly. Lin Wei shrugged nonchalantly. It seemed that Yi Zhonghai was genuinely serious this time, abandoning the usual pretense of resolving matters within the courtyard. It was evident that knowing he could not gain any advantage from Lin Wei, he had no choice but to seek external assistance. Without delving into how Jia Dongshu sought treatment at the hospital, let us focus on the fact that Lin Wei had just successfully lulled his sister to sleep when the cacophony of footsteps and the deliberately raised voice of Yi Zhonghai broke the tranquility outside. Comrade Gongan, we implore you to administer justice here. Chapter 202, continuing to rub salt in Jia's wounds. Lin Wei pushed the door open and was greeted with the sight of an old acquaintance, LV Daong, leading the charge. It turned out that following the successful completion of the city bureau's mission to procure mountain goods, the higher-ups had taken a keen interest in the precinct where Lu Hongfang worked at the Jiaodao police station. To better facilitate operations and firmly grasp Lin Wei's invaluable resource supply line, LV Daong had been directly assigned to the position of deputy director of the urban bureau. Coincidentally, today Yi Zhonghai had learned to be prudent, aware of Lin Wei's connections at the police station, and had deliberately taken a longer route to report the incident at the bureau. Upon hearing that an incident had occurred at the number 95 courtyard where Lin Wei resided, LV Daong immediately took it upon himself to come over with his team. However, when LV Daong discerned that the chief perpetrator, as pointed out by Yi Zhonghai, was none other than Lin Wei, his expression turned instantly sour. This rascal, after only a few days of peace, returns to stir up trouble. Has he become arrogant after achieving a victory? Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? LV Daong adopted a stern demeanor, attempting to maintain an air of professionalism. Just as Yi Zhonghai was about to interject, he was halted by LV Daong's raised hand. You are the complainant. You have already stated the situation at the bureau. Now, let the involved parties speak for themselves. Lin Wei, observing LV Daong's feigned seriousness, nearly burst into laughter. He quickly suppressed his mirth, composed himself, and recounted the events in an impartial manner. After all, with so many witnesses, he feared no contradiction. LV Daong gestured for his officers to question a few of the neighbors who had gathered. Following their inquiries, the information gathered aligned closely with Lin Wei's account. Upon hearing about how Jia Dongshu's attempt to snatch cat meat jerky ended with him being scratched, LV Daong's lips twitched, and he exerted considerable effort to stifle a laugh. The Jia family truly had a knack for embarrassment. How could they still have the audacity to report such a humiliating incident? Comrade Yi Zhonghai, LV Daong cleared his throat. Based on the investigation, the victim was indeed scratched by the cat. Thus, how can we discuss the responsibility of the cat's owner? Yi Zhonghai's countenance darkened as he pondered before responding. Comrade, Lin Wei is the owner of that cat. When a beast commits a transgression, it is only natural for the owner to bear responsibility. This is a fundamental principle. However, the investigation indicated that it was Jia's family who had provoked the situation, even attempting to harm the little cat, LV Daong pointed out. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi, who had just returned from the hospital, erupted in indignation, plopping down onto the ground and banging her thighs as she cried out, Comrade Gongan, you must adjudicate. Were it not for that little brat from the Lin family feeding the cat such delectable jerky, would we have intervened? LV Daong furrowed his brow. Perplexed, he feeds his own cat with his own jerky. Why should that concern you? Jia Zhangshi retorted with righteous indignation. What kind of era are we living in? Everyone is tightening their belts to get by. Why should his cat feast while we can only slurp thin porridge and gnaw on stale bread? We cannot stand idly by. That jerky should be for humans, not squandered on beasts. Our intervention was to prevent waste. Lin Wei could not contain a scornful laugh. I possess the means to allow my cat to enjoy meat, while your Jia family lacks the ability to do so. Whom can you blame for that? His gaze swept over Jia Zhangshi's contorted face, the sarcasm practically oozing from his tone. Isn't your Jia family always boasting about being a prestigious household? How have you fallen so low as to compete with a mere cat for meat? In my opinion, what high-status family? You are more akin to a decrepit household. This remark struck Jia Zhangshi like a sharp blade, piercing through her defenses. She immediately lost composure, hopping in agitation as she screeched. Who says we cannot afford meat? My son Dongshu's master certainly can. You wait and see. Our table will surely boast meat on New Year's Eve. By then, you'll be envious to death. You barren wretch. Lin Wei's eyes flickered as he recalled a scene he had witnessed at the street office, and he promptly turned to Yi Zhonghai. Oh, is the meat Yi Zhonghai procured? These days, meat rations are scarce. I fear the origins of Yi Zhonghai's meat are rather dubious, aren't they? Yi Zhonghai's expression changed drastically, hastily pulling the still shouting Jia Zhangshi behind him as he admonished. Lin Wei, we are discussing the matter of your cat eating jerky. Do not create a ruckus and divert the topic. Divert the topic? Lin Wei chuckled coldly. The jerky my cat consumes is, of course, from my Lin family. Your Jia family brazenly assaults us in broad daylight. Is that not robbery? Is there truly no law within this courtyard? Lv Daong was jolted back to reality by Lin Wei's exclamation, a flush creeping onto his face. As an enforcer of the law, he had nearly been led astray, neglecting the most crucial fact. His gaze sharpened, fixating on the retreating Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi, your blatant theft of another's property constitutes a criminal act. Do you understand? Jia Zhangshi trembled under his piercing gaze, stammering as she attempted to retreat into the crowd. Stop! Lv Daong commanded, and two officers immediately stepped forward, seizing Jia Zhangshi from either side. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly intervened. Comrade Gongan, please wait a moment. The Jia family did not succeed in their theft, did they? In a moment of desperation, Yi Zhonghai uttered a particularly infamous phrase. Moreover, setting aside the facts, Jia Dongshu's face has indeed been disfigured by Lin Wei. He is undeniably a genuine victim, is he not? Lv Daong turned his head, his gaze briefly meeting Lin Wei's, filled with disbelief at how this elder from No. 95 could be so absurd. Such a statement, to disregard the facts entirely? If that were the case, why not simply allow him to speak nonsensically? Yet Lin Wei merely curled his lips into a cold smile. Since Yi Zhonghai had willingly walked into the line of fire, invoking such classic logic, there was no reason for him to hold back any longer. He must confront him with unwavering resolve. Very well, Yi Zhonghai, since you wish to disregard the facts, let us indulge you in this folly. Lin Wei's voice was calm, yet resonant, each word striking the ears of those present like iron. Allow me to present a hypothetical scenario, purely hypothetical. If your precious disciple Jia Dongshu were to be working at the steel mill and, through a careless error, were to be drawn into the machinery, suffering grievous injuries, or even meeting a fatal end, would you not claim that the steel mill had murdered Jia Dongshu? Would you not rush to the police station to report them for murder? This incisive retort laid bare the unexamined fears of the Jia family, exposing the stark reality that Jia Dongshu might follow in the tragic footsteps of his late father. Yi Zhonghai remained frozen in place, his mind struggling to comprehend, while Jia Zhangshi, on the other hand, had completely unraveled. The tragedy of old Jia's demise on the job had always been an unshakable thorn in her heart. Chapter 203. The Jia family's affairs concluded, preparing New Year gifts. Each time Jia Dongshu left for work, she would kneel before old Jia's portrait, praying fervently, terrified that her son might tread the same perilous path. In this moment, as Lin Wei publicly tore open her wounds, she trembled uncontrollably, losing all semblance of composure. Collapsing to the ground as she pounded her thighs and cried out, "Ah, you wretched little beast, cursed to extinction. How dare you cast a hex upon my family's Dongshu? Old Jia, open your eyes and behold, this Lin scoundrel has cursed your son. Hurry and take him away." With a sharp crack, before her words could fully escape her lips, Lin Wei had swiftly approached, delivering two resounding slaps that silenced her wails, forcing them back into her throat. Jia Zhangshi's plump cheeks began to swell visibly, imprints of his hands stark against her skin. Lin Wei towered over her, his gaze sharp as a blade. Jia Zhangshi, I have warned you before. Should you dare to insult me or my family again, you shall receive the same treatment. I barely exerted half my strength just now. Feel free to utter another curse and test me. His voice deepened as he turned to Lu Daong beside him. Furthermore, shall we not address your public display of feudal superstition in front of the comrades from the Labor Safety Office? Summoning spirits. Shouldn't there be consequences for such actions? Lu Daong flinched at Lin Wei's piercing gaze. Though it was not directed at him, the chill it invoked along his spine was unmistakable. This young man, having hunted in the depths of Yinshan, exuded an increasingly formidable aura. Yet today, the Jia family was already in a precarious position. If matters escalated to violence, or even death, Lu Daong would find it challenging to justify. Observing Yi Zhonghai, whose face had drained of color and whose lips trembled in response to Lin Wei's words. It was clear the veteran worker from the steel factory understood the merciless nature of machinery all too well. He had, after all, spent years toiling with his life constantly at stake. One misstep could lead to grave consequences. Now, with Lin Wei publicly exposing this undercurrent of anxiety, he felt paralyzed. His previous bias replaced entirely by fear. Lu Daong exchanged a glance with Lin Wei, subtly shaking his head, signaling him to temper his approach. After all, there would be plenty of time for retribution. Lin Wei nodded imperceptibly, not intending to escalate the situation further, merely responding to Jia Zhangshir's greedy and insulting words. Lu Daong, newly appointed, saw no need to stir up a storm over trivial matters. Yi Zhonghai, he spoke with an undeniable authority. Since you have reported this incident, we must adhere to the law. What does it mean to disregard the facts? Without facts, on what basis can the law make a judgment? Yi Zhonghai, shrinking into himself, nodded repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yes, leader, I was hasty and spoke out of turn, but Jia's sister-in-law only acted out of maternal concern. Her intentions were good, considering the spirit-summoning incident. Lu Daong interrupted with a wave of his hand. Enough. We do not wish to quarrel with a grieving widow. This time, we shall overlook it. He paused, casting a sharp glance at Jia Zhangshir and Yi Zhonghai, but there shall not be another chance. I state it plainly. If the Jia family steals cat food and gets scratched, the blame lies squarely with you. If you disagree, you may appeal to my superiors. Yi Zhonghai, feeling a chill run down his spine, hurriedly nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. To petition the city bureau? He wouldn't dare. Not with the current unfavorable atmosphere at the police station, and certainly not if it would provoke the district office. This indignation must be swallowed. And even Jia Zhangshir would need to tread carefully, ensuring her earlier slip regarding the overpriced pork purchase remained buried. The one irreparable loss was the disfigurement of her beloved disciple, Jia Dongxiu. The incident concluded with the Jia family both injured and burdened with medical expenses. Not to mention Yi Zhonghai's inevitable regret upon returning home, or Jia Zhangshir, who would seethe in silence, refusing to voice her indignation, nor the neighbors who had witnessed Lin Wei effortlessly subduing the Jia family and whispered among themselves. At last, Lin Wei found peace, resting comfortably in the courtyard for several days. After a whirlwind of activity, both he and the young girl had grown weary. Perhaps the intimidation had worked. The unruly crowd in the courtyard had uncharacteristically settled down, none daring to provoke his wrath. As the day of the little new year arrived, Lin Wei awoke leisurely, feeling invigorated. After completing their morning rituals with the young girl, he could not be bothered to ignite the stove and instead strolled leisurely with her, accompanied by a cat and a dog, to the adjacent courtyard of number 93. This time, the Jia family seemed genuinely intimidated. Even Qin Huairu, who typically lingered at the water basin, was nowhere to be seen. Only Jia Zhangshir's rotund figure could be seen lurking behind the window, her lips moving as she muttered curses under her breath. Upon entering courtyard number 93, Lin Wei called out, "Ma-san, is Ma-san home?" Sure enough, Ma-san, having just completed his tasks, was still nestled at home for the winter. Hearing the call, he threw on an old cotton jacket and hurried out. "Wei Gu, what time is it? You're already up? It's late. Just look at the sun, it's nearly 10 o'clock. Get up, let us go eat." "All right. If you're treating, I must accept." Ma-san quickly donned his pants, hastily rinsed his mouth, wiped his face, and joined Lin Wei and the young girl as they stepped outside. At the street corner, they stumbled upon a rare breakfast stall, and the trio sat around a small table. Lin Wei ordered 3 bowls of hot soy milk and 6 steamed buns, tucking in heartily. "Ma-san, with the new year approaching, shouldn't we deal with those deer and sheep we left at the street office?" Ma-san, munching on a bun, mumbled. "You remember that batch? Don't worry, Director Wong is taking good care of them." "Good, then let us slaughter the deer today. How should we divide the meat?" Lin Wei mused, counting on his fingers. Aunt Lu from the police station, Brother Lu from the district office, Director Wong from the street office, and Deputy Director Li from the steel factory. Oh, and one more. He paused, suddenly recalling that during his recent return to the city, he had neglected to check on Ding Xiaonan. Well, it was perfect. he could take a generous leg of venison to her. At the street office, Director Wang looked at Lin Wei, her face reflecting a mix of helplessness. Nephew, raising that sick deer so well and then deciding to kill it. Aren't you being a bit hasty? Lin Wei chuckled. Aunt Wang, with the time pressing. Didn't you tell me to get a move on? Should I wait until the eve of the new year when everyone is swamped with work? Her words held truth. By the time the new year approached, leaders would be busier than ever, leaving no time for him. I just thought the sick deer was rare. I wanted to keep it a little longer at the street office. Chapter 204. Encountering Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu. Feeling particularly envious. Director Wang sighed softly, her eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. Lin Wei, unfazed, replied, the street office still has those too. Keeping them is just as good. Director Wang shot him a glance. Hesitant to speak. This young man had no idea that those two had never even made it to the street office, but had been intercepted midway by the district office, leaving her with no authority over them. Very well, she finally relented, waving her hand. I'll call the slaughterhouse workers over. Since the game belongs to you, you can decide how to handle it. Aunt Wang, please save the deer blood and antlers for me. Those are valuable items, Lin Wei requested. Director Wang's gaze flickered slightly at his words. You're still young. You might not be able to handle these things. Perhaps it's for someone else. Lin Wei interrupted swiftly. I wouldn't dare touch them myself. Realization dawned on Director Wang, and she teased. Ah, I see. It seems you have someone special in mind. Lin Wei chuckled inwardly, naturally. Unlike you, who is always scheming to gain an advantage and is rather stingy, Lin Wei exhibited a remarkable generosity of spirit. Once the skilled butcher had efficiently disassembled the deer, Lin Wei lifted a large glass jar and took a gentle whiff. Ah, indeed, the deer blood was exceptionally pure. A splendid tonic for the body. He meticulously secured the deer antlers and packed a substantial piece of prime venison into a cloth bag. Turning to Ma Sainer, he instructed, Ma Sainer, please keep an eye on Xiao Xiao for me. I shall return shortly. Finally, he smiled at Director Wang, assuring her, rest assured, Aunt Wang, that succulent front leg of the deer is specially reserved for you. As Director Wang watched his retreating figure, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Who desires the front leg? I would much prefer the hind leg. Lin Wei rode Ma Sainer's standard procurement bicycle, speeding along the snow-laden streets until he arrived at the imposing entrance of the Hongqing steel plant. Gazing at the strictly monitored security checkpoint, he couldn't suppress a sense of awe. Truly, it was a state-owned enterprise of monumental scale. Even the 20-meter-wide gate radiated an impressive grandeur, incomparable to the smaller organizations in the neighborhood. Are you here to see someone or conduct business? Two uniformed guards approached to intercept him. Fortunately, Lin Wei's mode of transportation afforded him a certain status. In these times, being able to ride a bicycle itself signified a level of distinction. Had he arrived on foot, the guards might have dismissed him outright without a second thought. Although Lin Wei had visited the steel plant twice before, he had entered by truck, and the guards had no recollection of him. I am Lin Wei, here to see Vice Factory Director Li Huai. In order to maintain a good rapport with this significant client, Lin Wei had invested considerable effort into this visit. The carefully prepared deer antlers and blood were specifically intended for him. After all, the original script and novel had mentioned this leader's frail constitution necessitating nourishment. The guard hesitated slightly upon hearing his name. You wish to see Vice Factory Director Li? This leader is exceedingly busy. I cannot guarantee his availability. Simply inform him of my name, Lin Wei replied with unwavering confidence. Seeing his self-assured demeanor, the guard did not dare to procrastinate. He quickly entered the booth to make the call. What? Someone named Lin Wei is looking for me. Li Huai's voice suddenly elevated on the other end of the line. Understood. Be sure to keep him there. I shall come personally. Li Huai, ever astute, recognized that with the year-end approaching, Lin Wei's unexpected visit must surely signal the arrival of some valuable goods. In truth, he had already heard rumors circulating in the city regarding Lin Wei's bountiful expedition into the mountains. It was said that this time, the haul was even more abundant than before. Except for not hunting a bear, the quantity of other game had doubled. What was even more remarkable was that this time, all the captured animals were alive, which ensured the freshness of the meat upon slaughter. Li Huai had been lamenting for several days over his momentary oversight that allowed the police and local office to seize the initiative. Had he acted promptly, these prized trophies would have been in his possession by now. He had also heard that Lin Wei brought back a considerable number of rare delicacies. What could they possibly be? Li Huai, filled with anticipation, adjusted his collar, confident that Lin Wei would not merely present him with ordinary wild boar meat. Meanwhile, Lin Wei casually retrieved a pack of Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket, offering a few to the two guards. A man may choose to forego smoking while out and about, but it is essential to carry cigarettes. This is a fundamental principle of navigating the world. Indeed, once the cigarettes were lit, the guard's demeanor instantly warmed, addressing him as little brother with newfound familiarity. Little brother, what kind of meat do you have in that basket? It smells rather delightful, one guard remarked, stealing glances at the large basket on Lin Wei's back. Guards are trained to possess keen eyesight and acute olfactory senses. The guard caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent emanating from the basket, but curiously, it was not the typical pungency. Rather, it carried an almost imperceptible meaty aroma. How could raw meat have such a scent? Lin Wei merely smiled, choosing not to respond, and deftly shifted the topic of conversation. The guard, sensing that the contents were likely a gift for Vice Factory Director Li, humorously chuckled and refrained from further inquiries. As the guards chatted and enjoyed their cigarettes, two figures unexpectedly emerged hastily from within the plant. Lin Wei squinted, recognizing an old acquaintance, Yi Zhonghai, accompanied by his apprentice, Jia Dongxiu, whose face was wrapped in bandages. It turned out that today was the day Jia Dongxiu was scheduled to change his dressing at the hospital. This clever young man had arranged to make an appearance at the factory, engaging in light tasks, so that his master, Yi Zhonghai, could accompany him to the hospital. Thus, upon returning from the hospital, he could still clock in for work, earning his wages without losing a day's pay, truly a demonstration of maximizing one's time. Yi Zhonghai, ever perceptive, spotted Lin Wei standing near the guard booth from a distance. His expression immediately darkened, and he hastened toward Lin Wei. Lin Wei, what brings you to our steel plant? Is this even a place for you? He turned to the guards, raising his voice. Guard comrades, do not be deceived by this individual. He is a nefarious character. The worst kind. Hurry and expel him. Lin Wei merely scoffed at his words, not even bothering to raise his eyelids. Did Yi Zhonghai truly believe himself to be someone of importance? While he may play the grand figure in the courtyard, this was the steel plant. He was merely an 8th-grade machinist, yet he dared to dictate the actions of the security personnel. Such audacity was astonishing. The guards, recognizing Yi Zhonghai's background, remained restrained in their tone. Master Yi, this individual is here for business. They suggested he attend to his own matters. Yi Zhonghai, perceiving the guard's ambiguous response as an opportunity, raised his voice even higher. What business can a street ruffian like him conduct? I suspect he is here to steal something. You ought to search him and inspect what he is carrying. Your leniency towards him is a gross dereliction of duty. Jia Dongxiu chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. My master is right. You casually allow nefarious individuals to enter. Do you have some sort of collusion? This remark thoroughly incensed the guards. Although they understood Yi Zhonghai had some influence, their direct superior was Vice Factory Director Li, and they were under no obligation to heed his opinion. The two men had already strayed from their posts, which was a violation of protocol, and now they had the audacity to turn the tables? Master Yi. One guard's expression darkened. Where are you and your apprentice heading? Dongxiu needs to change his dressing. I am accompanying him to the hospital, Yi Zhonghai replied. Do you have a leave of absence? Jia Dongxiu interjected loudly. My master is an 8th-grade machinist. 8th grade, do you understand? A technical expert like him does not require a leave for a simple outing. The guard shot him a derisive glance. Master Yi may be excused, but who are you? Do you presume the steel plant is your family business, coming and going as you please? I am following my master. The guard sneered. But I clearly saw that you intended to leave. Master Yi is merely accompanying you. Yi Zhonghai, incensed that his apprentice had been outmatched in retort, interrupted. Enough of this nonsense. I just want to know why you so readily allow this unknown individual into the plant. What are your true intentions? Upon hearing this, the guard scoffed. When did it become your place to dictate how we conduct our duties in the security department? 8th-grade machinist? Huh. One might mistake you for a factory leader with such arrogance. Jia Dongxiu, with his neck stiffened, blurted out. How many level 8 fitters are there in the entire factory? There are plenty of factory leaders. Who doesn't know who holds more weight? Upon uttering these words, even the gatekeeper was taken aback, pondering the peculiar thought process of this young man, who truly believed that a mere worker could overshadow the factory leadership. Sighing, the gatekeeper deemed further argument pointless. Aren't you all trying to exit the factory? Why not hurry along? Yet, Yi Zhonghai seemed resolute in his intent to confront Lin Wei, insisting on forcefully breaching the guard post. Ah, Master Yi, this is a secure area. You cannot simply barge in. Yi Zhonghai retorted with fervor. If nefarious individuals infiltrate the factory and you fail to apprehend or investigate them, treating them as guests, that constitutes a grave dereliction of duty. Do we workers not possess the right to supervise? Before he could finish, a voice laced with mockery interrupted from behind. Master Yi, are you questioning my guest, Li Huai? Everyone turned abruptly, only to find Deputy Factory Director Li standing outside the guard post, hands clasped behind his back, his expression a peculiar blend of amusement and coldness. Yi Zhonghai's heart sank, prompting him to hurriedly clarify, Deputy Director Li, please do not be deceived by this young man. He is merely a street urchin, notorious in Nanluo Guxiang. His visit today is not to seek benefits from the factory, but merely to mooch. Oh, and what, in Master Yi's opinion, does he seek to mooch? Li Huai's tone remained neutral, betraying no discernible emotion, yet it sent a chill down Yi Zhonghai's spine. His mind raced, and he suddenly concocted a rationale. Deputy Director Li. The year-end bonuses are about to be distributed. This young man must be relying on his status as a relative of the steel mill to try and claim benefits illegitimately. Li Huai raised an eyebrow, responding with deliberate calmness. Master Yi, are you aware of where the surplus pork in our factory originates? Yi Zhonghai hesitated, forcing himself to respond. Naturally, that is the procurement department's doing. They must have procured it from outside the planned sources. They cannot conjure meat out of thin air, can they? Li Huai chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with amusement. Then that has nothing to do with this Lin Wei. Oh, Yi Zhonghai. Li Huai suddenly burst into laughter. His mirth laced with derision. You truly lack discernment. The surplus meat procured by the factory all comes from the hunting team in Chongping, Chenjiakan, led by Lin Wei's uncle. Moreover, let me enlighten you further. Most of these spoils are the result of Lin Wei personally leading the expeditions into the mountains. Others merely assist in carrying the goods. Yi Zhonghai's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering as he protested. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Wei might catch a couple of fish, but hunting? How could he possibly acquire so much game? Do not be fooled by him. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, gesturing emphatically at Lin Wei. He is just a useless street urchin. Every time he returns to the courtyard, he comes back empty-handed. It's a miracle he hasn't starved to death. Jia Dongxiu seized the opportunity to chime in, his already swollen face made more grotesque by his agitation, with old wounds seeping with yellowish pus. Exactly. If Lin Wei could really hunt so much game, where did all the spoils go? My mother keeps a close watch on his doorstep. Yet she has never seen a single grain of rice. He is nothing but a fraud, pretending to be something he is not. Lin Wei cast a cold glance at Jia Dongxiu, a smirk curling at his lips. Jia Dongxiu. Is it your family's practice to peer through the cracks of your neighbors' doors, always hoping to pilfer a little something from others? Sensing the conversation taking a turn, Yi Zhonghai quickly redirected. Lin Wei, stop with the nonsense. You claim to hunt for grain. Where is that grain? Are you hoarding it all for yourself? Lin Wei shrugged, his tone casual yet biting. Of course, it remains with my maternal grandfather in Chenjiakan. Why would I dare bring grain back to this courtyard? Knowing your covetous eyes are watching? Yi Zhonghai reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, jumping up and pointing at Lin Wei. Deputy Director Li. Do you hear this? Does it make sense? Lin Wei is from Courtyard 95, and he should share his hunted game with us. Why should outsiders benefit? Deputy Director Li, you must advocate for us. That grain must be retrieved from Chenjiakan and distributed to every household in the courtyard. That is only just and proper. Li Huai and the two gatekeepers exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by Yi Zhonghai's audacity in presenting such a distorted rationale with such conviction. Lin Wei erupted in laughter. Yi Zhonghai, do you truly believe that merely being a liaison grants you the authority to impose upon others? The things I earn through my own efforts. Why should I share them with you irrelevant individuals? His gaze shifted, as if a thought had struck him. And what about your monthly salary of over 100 yuan? Why don't you share it with the impoverished families in the courtyard? Yi Zhonghai stubbornly pressed on. That is money I earned through hard work. Not like your effortless hunting and fishing. Lin Wei scoffed. Then why not try hunting and fishing yourself? If you truly possess the ability to procure anything, I wouldn't begrudge you a single cent. I have lived in this courtyard for so long, yet I have never heard of anyone's income being communal. You, Yi Zhonghai, once sought to expel me from the courtyard, never offering a single grain of rice to my family, and now you have the audacity to claim my possessions? As for Chenjiakan, that is my beloved grandfather's home, the very root of my being. Who are you to compare yourselves to them? Chapter 206, Yi Zhonghai, who has kicked a hardboard, and Li Huai, who is feasting on sashimi. Yi Zhonghai attempted to argue further. I am the elder of the courtyard, by rights. I should have a say in your hunting and fishing spoils. Lin Wei spat dismissively, laughing scornfully. What utter nonsense. You think calling yourself an elder grants you dominion over the courtyard? Let me make this clear. You, Yi Zhonghai, share neither blood nor affection with me. I have never taken advantage of you, so do not expect to exploit my labor. He scrutinized Yi Zhonghai, his tone dripping with derision. You should take a good look at your own character. With your demeanor, you dare to call yourself my elder? I would rather you not refer to yourself as such. If you dare to mislabel kinship again, I assure you a resounding slap will meet your face. Yi Zhonghai was left sputtering, his face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. He could only turn to Li Huai, his eyes pleading. Deputy Director Li, you see, this man is utterly unmanageable. You are the leader, please adjudicate this matter. How can I, as the elder, be unable to rein him in? Li Huai laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Yi Zhonghai, Who has granted you such audacity to presume to act as an elder, making decisions for others? Shaking his head, his tone dripped with sarcasm. Do you truly understand what it means to be a liaison at the street office? Enough, enough. I cannot awaken one who feigns ignorance. Li Huai gathered his thoughts, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Let me remind you, this is a people's republic. If you seek to forcibly take what others have lawfully earned, that is exploitation. If this matter were to be reported, you could find yourself labeled a capitalist. Can you bear that burden? Yi Zhonghai trembled, his face paling instantly. He never anticipated that Li Huai would label him with the oppressive title of an exploitative capitalist. Startled, he hurriedly grasped Jia Dongshu's arm and stumbled backward a couple of steps. Li, Deputy Factory Director, I assure you, that was not my intention. Yi Zhonghai hastily waved his hands, his voice trembling. I merely noticed that Lin Wei had not yet begun his work, and I wanted to safeguard the resources he had exchanged to prevent any misallocation. Li Huai, disinterested in further entangling himself with this old fool, was keen to see what treasures Lin Wei would bring back. Thus, with a dismissive wave of his hand, he expressed his impatience. From the very beginning, it was never within your purview to meddle. It was you who sought to covet what belonged to others. Enough of this. If we are to discuss matters seriously, this should fall under the jurisdiction of the street office and the police station. It is beyond my responsibility. You should take your apprentice to the hospital promptly. Suddenly recalling something, he casually added a remark that struck Yi Zhonghai like a sledgehammer. Oh, by the way, leaving your post without proper leave and attending to personal matters constitutes an absence without leave according to factory regulations. Your and your apprentice's wages for today will be deducted. Ack. The faces of Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu turned as pallid as if they had swallowed 10 flies. This escapade was a classic case of losing more than one gained. Not only had they failed to harm Lin Wei in the slightest, but they had also fallen directly into Deputy Factory Director Li's trap, resulting in a day's wages being forcibly docked. Particularly for Yi Zhonghai, the thought of the 3+ yuan and allowances that had evaporated into thin air felt like a blunt knife slicing into his heart, causing waves of anguish. Yet what could they do? The one who caught them in the act was none other than the Deputy Factory Director in charge of personnel attendance, leaving them no room for defense. The two men could only exit the steel mill with faces as dejected as defeated roosters, scurrying away in disgrace. Once he had dispensed with the two unwelcome nuisances, Li Huai turned to lead Lin Wei through the labyrinthine factory grounds, ultimately arriving at a rather secluded office. Lin Wei glanced around. The office was modest in size, perhaps around 10 square meters, yet it was impeccably tidy and well organized. The key was the few pieces of furniture, crafted from warm, polished wood in a dignified style, clearly not the standard issue from the factory. It was evident that this was a clandestine stronghold of Li Huai within the steel mill. Lin Wei inwardly commended the old fox for his caution. Li Huai casually picked up a thermos and poured Lin Wei a full enamel cup of hot tea, steam wafting gently. Leaning back against the chair, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Wei. Speak up, young man. You don't usually visit your Uncle Li without a reason. What brings you here? Li Huai had half-forced Lin Wei to acknowledge him as an uncle last time, but now he was assuming the mantle of an elder. Lin Wei donned a smile. Uncle Li, what are you saying? I just returned from outside and was thinking of you, so I specially came to pay a visit. Spare me the pleasantries. Li Huai interjected, straightening his face and tapping the table with his fingers. I am aware of the events from a few days ago. His tone was laced with evident displeasure. Uncle is quite angry, and the consequences are severe. He was naturally referring to Lin Wei's excursion into Yanshan, where he had procured remarkable resources while excluding Li from the loop. God knows how regretful and astonished he had felt when he learned through special channels the specifics of Lin Wei's acquisitions. He had missed out on such an abundance of treasures. For days he had been unable to enjoy a single meal, restless at night, sighing at the mere thought of it. Today, with Lin Wei presenting himself, he had seized the opportunity to reprimand Yi Zhonghai, thus establishing a favor. Nevertheless, the knot in his heart had yet to fully unravel, leaving his expression still rather grim. Lin Wei, sensing the need to present something of true value to alleviate Uncle Li's grievances, quickly complied, his tone increasingly sincere. Uncle Li, you have wronged me. How could I possibly forget you? With that, he deftly removed the basket from his back, extracting a large, bulging cloth bag and gently placing it on the table. Next, he produced a substantial glass bottle filled with a dark red liquid that swayed gently in the light, refracting a mysterious and enticing glow. Li Huai, half skeptical, unfastened the cloth bag. As soon as he opened it, his gaze sharpened. Inside lay meat of a vibrant red hue and exquisite texture, with delicate white fat marbling evenly distributed among the muscle fibers. Having seen his fair share of fine goods, he promptly pinched a small piece between his fingers and tasted it. Lin Wei, observing from the side, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had not anticipated that the deputy factory director would transform into a glutton in an instant. Was he really considering tasting it raw? Li Huai squinted, savoring the flavor before shaking his head and analyzing. Strange. There's no gamey smell. This is certainly not mutton. The meat is tender and not tough, unlike beef. There's no fat, so it's not pork. After pondering for a moment, a spark of realization flashed in his eyes, and his voice rose in excitement. Could this be venison? Chapter 207. The Three Delicacies Feast, a grand gift for Li Huai. Lin Wei immediately smiled and gave a thumbs up. Uncle Li, your discerning eye is impressive. Li Huai's gaze shifted eagerly to the large glass bottle, staring at the dark red, viscous liquid, his breath quickening. So this is deer blood? Good heavens, what a sizable jar. Indeed, Lin Wei affirmed. It is an extraordinary tonic, perfect for brewing medicinal wine. Li Huai abruptly turned to Lin Wei, his voice quivering with excitement. Do you have the other item? Understanding the implication, Lin Wei retrieved a smaller cloth bag from the bottom of his basket, untied the strings, revealing a pair of beautifully shaped, rich yellow antlers with distinct forks. This is prepared specifically for you. How could I forget? This entire set is yours. Li Huai nearly snatched the antlers from his grasp, running his fingers over the velvety texture, thrilled to the point of wanting to take a bite right then and there. Such a fine treasure, truly a rare find. Grasping the antlers tightly, he looked at Lin Wei with fervent eyes. Speak, young man. What do you want in exchange? As long as it is within Uncle's capacity, I shall comply without hesitation. He was acutely aware of his own health, which had been deteriorating for quite some time. Recently, he had sought the counsel of an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who had explicitly stated that only by meticulously crafting medicinal wine from pure yang substances such as tiger bones, deer antlers, and deer blood could he hope for improvement. However, such precious items were virtually impossible to find on the market. He had never imagined that this nephew, whom he had so forcefully claimed, would inadvertently deliver to him the very treasures he had longed for. In that moment, Li Huai felt certain that Lin Wei was his lucky star, nearly overcome with the urge to embrace the young man in gratitude. Uncle Li, please remain calm. Lin Wei sidestepped nimbly to evade Li Huai's overly enthusiastic embrace, a resigned smile on his face. He had no desire to jeopardize his own integrity here. The elder's exuberance was quite overwhelming. Moreover, these are specially prepared New Year's gifts for you, purely out of goodwill, no payment and no trade required. Li Huai's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising. What? Such precious items as New Year's gifts? No, I cannot allow myself to take advantage of you like this. Just tell me, do you want tickets or cash? Any amount will do. He roughly estimated that this pile of venison, along with the deer blood and antlers, would easily fetch 300 yuan. Such a gift was indeed quite substantial. However, Lin Wei shook his head earnestly, asserting, I truly cannot accept payment. I have divided the whole deer into several portions. Some for the two aunts and some for you as well. If I were to accept money, then I would not be able to offer this gift. Seeing his unwavering stance, Li Huai, after several attempts to refuse, sighed and ultimately accepted. Yet, he secretly made a note of this favor. This young man was generous and magnanimous, and he resolved to assist him with a few admirable deeds in the future to repay this kindness. Suddenly, Li Huai recalled something and lowered his voice. My father-in-law wishes to invite you to go fishing together when you are free. Just a few days prior, Li Huai's father-in-law hosted a grand feast, inviting over 20 old comrades, prominent figures in the community. A renowned chef was specially brought in from the envies restaurant, with the main dishes comprising 3 exquisite offerings, a 60-plus pound black fish prepared in 7 different styles, a secret recipe bear paw, and a pot of imperial flying dragon soup. The feast included delicacies from the mountains, waters, and skies. Truly a remarkable trifecta. Initially intended as a whole fish banquet, it had unexpectedly transformed into an extravagant banquet of rare treasures. The guests were utterly entranced, savoring every bite. The flying dragon soup was consumed to the last drop. The bear paw left without a trace, and the fish was picked clean to the bone. Ironically, many other fine ingredients provided by the envies restaurant remained untouched. The guests were filled with joy, having also admired the prized giant fish kept in the father-in-law's pond, which left him glowing with pride. That evening, his father-in-law gained considerable face, and his reputation flourished within the circle, with everyone praising his remarkable connections and capabilities. Even his usually aloof father-in-law lavished him with compliments as he bid farewell, even requesting to take home the leftover dishes, which were all delicacies like sea cucumbers. Li Huai, a true connoisseur of food, enjoyed these leftovers for several days, relishing every bite and feeling immensely content. Particularly memorable was his father-in-law's parting remark, Huai, that Lin Wei you discovered is truly exceptional. With undisguised admiration in his eyes, his father-in-law added, "I am eager to meet this remarkable individual who possesses such talent." These words tickled Li Huaide's heart, igniting a longing within him. To be honest, the thought of accompanying Lin Wei on a hunting expedition in the deep mountains seemed utterly implausible for him, as he was not cut out for such strenuous endeavors. However, fishing was an entirely different matter. He reminisced about their previous outing on the ice of Shikahai, where Lin Wei had taken him and they caught fish after fish. An exhilarating experience that lingered in his mind. This time, he intended to use his father-in-law's invitation as an opportunity to persuade Lin Wei to join him once more. He had even carefully selected a location, Dai Nei, known for its tranquility and infrequent anglers, an ideal spot to showcase their skills. He was determined to present himself well in front of his father-in-law. With his stamina combined with Lin Wei's extraordinary fishing prowess and bait techniques, it would be nearly impossible not to fill their nets. Lin Wei, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Why did those in leadership positions, especially high-ranking officials, always have such peculiar tastes? Fishing, to him, it felt like a chore. Baiting, setting up, and ultimately engaging in a tug-of-war with the fish at the bottom of the water was both exhausting and mentally taxing. While catching numerous fish could yield material benefits, food supplies were ultimately limited. He, his sister, and their relatives in Qinjia village could only consume so much. After a fortnight of toil, he felt utterly drained, more so than working as a laborer in the factory. If Li Huaide were to hear Lin Wei's thoughts, he would undoubtedly admonish him for his sense of entitlement. If Lin Wei possessed his skills, he would not need to ingratiate himself at the steel factory, catering to others' whims. He would be free to soar to greater heights. "Hey, why are you daydreaming?" Li Huaide, noticing his silence, waved his hand in front of him. "This time, you have my word. You, my dear nephew, must go fishing. You are going, whether you like it or not." Lin Wei observed the determined expression on his face and realized he could not refuse. With a resigned sigh, he nodded in agreement. Fine, he thought. He would treat it as a chance to unwind. He would not concern himself with the fish they caught, considering it a small favor for Li Huaide and his enigmatic father-in-law. Chapter 208, Seeking a Girlfriend. Subsequently, Lin Wei hurried back to the street office, carrying a well-prepared, plump deer leg and a large piece of lean venison, turning around to head to the police station and district bureau. He delivered the deer leg to Lu Hongfang and handed the venison to LV Daong. He was acutely aware that if these two discovered he had given gifts to others while neglecting them, it would create an unspoken rift in their future encounters, even if they did not express it openly. Fortunately, unlike Li Huaide, who would take advantage of the situation, both accepted the generous gifts with cheerful smiles. However, Lin Wei could clearly discern their unspoken thoughts. Once spring arrived, he would likely be unable to avoid the duties of an extraneous hunter. Director Wang of the street office was also pleased to have received the deer leg she had long been requesting. Lin Wei promptly arranged for the sheep to be slaughtered on the 29th day of the Lunar New Year. After completing these tasks, he distributed the remaining venison to Ma Sanner to take home, while he grabbed the final deer leg and took the little girl in tow, heading in another direction. Indeed, he was on his way to Xia Hospital. It had been over 10 days since he last saw Ding Qiunan, and he wondered how she was faring. In these times, everything was complicated. Had this been in a later era, they could have easily communicated through WeChat or video calls. He had no idea if she was even on duty that day. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xia Hospital, the little girl, like a jubilant bird released from its cage, dashed toward the outpatient department on the second floor without looking back. It was evident that she had missed her sister Qiunan for quite some time. However, when he reached the second floor, the sight before him sent a jolt through his heart. The entrance to Ding Qiunan's office was completely blocked by a group of young men clad in military green coats. In this era, those who donned brand new military uniforms were certainly not from ordinary families. They were either military offspring or came from prestigious backgrounds. Lin Wei quickly assessed the situation and formed a judgment in his mind. These individuals were likely the latter. Military discipline was stringent. Who would dare to abandon their posts in broad daylight to cause trouble at a hospital's clinic? The little girl, accompanied by her small pets, anxiously paced outside the crowd. Although she was young, she understood the rules and knew that the two little creatures were formidable, yet she refrained from forcing her way in, merely biting her lip in frustration from the sidelines. The leader of the group was a fairly handsome young man, holding a bouquet of roses and orchids. A stark contrast against the winter chill. The ability to procure fresh flowers at this time of year spoke volumes about his exceptional background and connections. "Dr. Ding, I genuinely like you. I'm here waiting for you to finish work today, so we can go eat at Lao Mo's together," he called out to the clinic's entrance, his tone leaving little room for refusal. The other followers immediately chimed in. "Wei Gu has been waiting for you for 3 days. Come on, give him a chance." "Dr. Ding, Exactly. It's not easy to get a reservation at Laomo's. The previously tranquil hospital corridor was thrown into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. The doctors and patients passing by cast sidelong glances, but upon noticing the rare bouquet and the military overcoats worn by several individuals, they quickly bowed their heads and hurried past, clearly deterred. The somewhat dashing young man, known as Lin Wei, was a quintessential offspring of a prominent family. A few days prior, he had visited the hospital due to a minor cold and fortuitously encountered the attending physician, Ding Xunan, whom he immediately regarded as a celestial being. Thus embarking on a fervent pursuit of her affections, Ding Xunan had remained persistently aloof, even resorting to sneaking out through the back door in recent days to avoid his advances. Little did she know that today, these individuals had escalated their efforts, directly blocking the doorway to the consultation room, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Inside the consultation room, Ding Xunan's voice, laced with suppressed ire, resonated. Zhong Weigua. This is a hospital. Please cease your disturbance. Unfazed, Zhong Weigua flashed a careless grin and waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? Today, my brothers and I have commandeered this place. He arched an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings, and declared loudly, let us see who dares to tread on my toes here. You are utterly unreasonable, Ding Xunan retorted, her voice trembling with evident distress. I have told you numerous times that I have a boyfriend. Zhong Weigua scoffed, tapping his foot impatiently. Impossible. Who are you trying to fool? It's been days since I've seen a shadow of him. Besides, even if you do, you're not married yet. He tightened his fist, the knuckles cracking audibly, and proclaimed, let me make this clear. If you don't have a boyfriend, all the better. If you do, I'll make sure he leaves quietly. Otherwise, my fists are not for show. You are insufferable, Ding Xunan exclaimed. Youth is no excuse for such recklessness. Zhong Weigua, proudly lifting his chin, exchanged glances with his companions, prompting a wave of laughter. Outside the throng, Lin Wei shook his head gently. At this juncture, his absence would be cowardly. They had blocked the doorway to his girlfriend's consultation room. How could he possibly endure this? Taking a deep breath, he parted the crowd and strode forward. Xunan, I'm here. His voice, though not loud, reached every ear distinctly. Who was it that said I should leave obediently? His words struck like thunder on a clear day, momentarily stunning the group of young aristocrats. Was it truly such a coincidence that he arrived just as he was mentioned? They all turned in unison to see Lin Wei standing calmly in the center of the corridor. Zhong Weigua narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this unexpected newcomer with a cold gaze. The lad was indeed handsome, though he paled in comparison to Zhong Weigua himself. Dressed in a faded blue cotton jacket, Lin Wei was tall and lean, his features sharp and clean, with short, jet-black hair. His penetrating gaze inexplicably tightened Zhong Weigua's chest. The wicker basket slung over Lin Wei's back was conspicuously noticeable, giving him the appearance of a rustic villager who had come to barter goods. The little girl beside him, accompanied by a cat and a dog at his feet, was completely disregarded by Zhong Weigua. As the group of young aristocrats instinctively parted at Lin Wei's sudden arrival, a gap opened at the doorway of the consultation room, allowing Ding Xunan, masked and looking like a startled bird, to dart out. Upon raising her eyes, she met Lin Wei's gaze, and in that instant, her beautiful almond eyes filled with a sheen of tears. She hurried to him, clutching his arm tightly, her voice laced with suppressed grievance. Where have you been all this time? Lin Wei, noticing the redness around her eyes, smiled sympathetically. I went hunting in the mountains. How else would we have meat for the new year? At that moment, the clever little girl tugged at Ding Xunan's lab coat, tilting her face up sweetly. Sister Ding, I missed you so much. Ding Xunan's heart warmed at the girl's affection, and she bent down gently to pat the little girl's pigtail. Xiao Xiao, you're so good. I missed you too. Zhong Weigua, standing by, watched the familial exchange with mounting irritation. He smirked sarcastically. Dr. Ding, such thoughtfulness. To distract me, you even hired an actress? And a little girl to play along? He utterly dismissed the likelihood that Ding Xunan had arranged for these two to pose as her companions to evade him. However, Ding Xunan paid him no heed. Her concern solely focused on Lin Wei as she scrutinized him from head to toe. You were gone so long hunting. Where exactly did you go? Feeling a bit bashful under her attentive gaze, Lin Wei scratched his head. I wandered a bit far. Went to my grandfather's place in Chongping and hiked up to Daxing Mountain. Did you encounter any danger? Were you hurt? Ding Xunan inquired, ready to check for injuries. Don't worry. Lin Wei straightened his posture, his tone relaxed. The prey that could harm me hasn't been born yet. Zhong Weigua interjected with a scoff. Keep dreaming. With your build, you couldn't catch anything. You'd be lucky to graze a hare. Yet, Lin Wei and Ding Xunan remained oblivious to his presence. Ding Xunan gently chided. It's just good to have you back safely. Why are you always thinking about meat? Lin Wei chuckled, shaking his head. Of course I must bring you something nice. You've lost weight. Exactly. If you can't even get meat, what kind of boyfriend are you? Zhong Weiguo chimed in. Ding Xiaonan continued to ignore him, her gaze falling on the heavy basket on Lin Wei's back, already guessing what lay within. All right. You're quite skilled. What did you manage to catch? Zhong Weiguo seized the opportunity to make a snide remark. At most, it's just some pheasant or rabbit. Maybe a piece of wild boar if he is lucky, though I suspect he might have just bought it. Lin Wei, uninterested in engaging with him, deftly removed the basket, unveiling its contents as if presenting a treasure. Xiaonan, look at this. When Ding Xiaonan beheld the large, succulent hind leg, easily weighing 30 pounds, adorned with unique star-like spots, she nearly gasped in astonishment. What is this? Zhong Weiguo leaned in closer to see, but Lin Wei blocked his view. Frustrated, he tiptoed, stretching his neck like a wild duck foraging by the river, prompting several of his companions to stifle their laughter. This can't be real. His eyes widened in disbelief, his voice faltering as if choked by astonishment. It can't be. I must be seeing things. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhong Weiguo rubbed his eyes vigorously and leaned in closer, yet the scene remained unchanged. The meat glistened with a rich hue, the marbling distinctly visible, snow-white and rosy. This was unmistakably prime-quality venison, something he had seen before at his grandfather's. Ding Xiaonan, tilting her head, asked softly, Lin Wei, what kind of meat is this? The marbling is so beautiful. Lin Wei, amused by her innocent curiosity, chuckled. This girl notices beauty in everything, even a piece of meat. Just as he was about to explain, Zhong Weiguo interjected. It's venison, genuine wild deer meat. The surrounding companions cast him incredulous glances. What was he doing? Siding with the competition? Ding Xiaonan frowned at Zhong Weiguo's comment. Deer are so adorable. How could you? Lin Wei couldn't help but facepalm. Did the adorability truly matter? Such exquisite meat laid before him naturally incited a desire to savor it. He cleared his throat and elucidated. Venison is a rarity. Not only does it surpass the ordinary flavors of beef and lamb, but it also nourishes and invigorates the body. Indeed, this is a remarkable delicacy. Before Zhong Weiguo could finish his sentence, he suddenly stepped forward with alacrity, seizing the edge of the backpack with fervor. His movements were astonishingly swift, leaving Lin Wei with no time to react. Name your price, he insisted, clutching the backpack tightly, his eyes fixated on the deer leg. Regardless of what you paid for it, I shall offer double. It became clear that this was his intention. Mr. Zhong was renowned for his Epicurean tastes, particularly for wild game. However, with the poor hunting conditions this year, he had been unable to procure any decent game. Ordinary wild boar or rabbit hardly captured his interest. Despite his laid-back demeanor as a privileged youth, he took filial piety to heart. The old gentleman often praised him for his cleverness and thoughtfulness, consistently managing to acquire rare treasures. Now, upon seeing this freshly slaughtered deer leg, how could he possibly tear his gaze away? He could almost envision the moment when his grandfather would savor the venison, showering it with compliments while he smiled with pride beside him. Lin Wei shook his head. I have already stated that this is a trophy from Daxinyanshan, not a purchase. All right, I concede your prowess, Zhong Weiguo replied, as he abruptly tore open the sleeve of his military coat, revealing a pristine brigade watch on his wrist. Do you desire money or goods? Take your pick from what I possess. I'm willing to part with everything for that deer leg. What? The young men behind Zhong Weiguo were utterly flabbergasted, their eyes wide, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. That was a brigade. Zhong Weiguo's uncle had meticulously chosen it from a luxury watch store on Nathan Road during a business trip to Hong Kong last year. The silver dial, exquisite Roman numerals, and crocodile leather strap glimmered with a soft luster. Word of this watch had spread throughout their circle. Who didn't he know it was Zhong Weiguo's prized possession? Previously, a fellow affluent youth had offered a staggering 2,000 yuan for it. But Zhong Weiguo dismissed him without a second thought. Yet now, he was willing to relinquish this cherished treasure for a mere deer leg. What they did not realize was that Zhong Weiguo was calculating in his mind. He had several more watches tucked away in his drawer. He could easily wear one of his Shanghai brands for a few days and wait for his uncle's next trip to Hong Kong to acquire another. However, this wild venison was a rare find, and with the new year approaching, if he missed this opportunity today, where would he find another? More importantly, Zhong Weiguo's peripheral vision caught sight of Ding Xiaonan. If he could exchange for the deer leg from Lin Wei, not only would he gain face in front of his grandfather, but he would also have the upper hand over Lin Wei in front of Ding Xiaonan. He could almost envision that moment. Lin Wei relinquishing a gift meant for her for the sake of a watch. Was such a boyfriend truly worthy of her trust? As anticipated, when he showcased the watch and articulated his terms of exchange, Ding Xiaonan's elegant eyebrows furrowed immediately, forming a deep crease between them. However, Lin Wei merely cast a calm glance at the radiant brigade and resolutely shook his head. I have stated that this deer leg is a gift specifically for Chunan. It is not for sale. Chapter 210. If you wish to compete, I have a condition. Look closely. Zhong Weiguo felt an urge to leap up, extending his wrist further. This is an authentic brigade, a foreign import. Even if you worked in the factory for a decade, you wouldn't be able to afford this watch. He emphasized the name brigade, as if fearing Lin Wei would not recognize its value. The light reflected off the silver case, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As if proclaiming its worth, Ding Xionan's complexion darkened considerably, her expression so gloomy it seemed capable of squeezing out water. Her slender fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. She never imagined Zhong Weiguo's family wealth extended to such a degree, capable of casually producing a brigade as if it were an ordinary watch. The watch glinted coldly under the light, the diamonds on the dials sparkling brilliantly, each reflection declaring its superiority. To her, the choice between a deer leg and a brigade watch was no contest. The latter could purchase an entire apartment. Who would opt for meat that would last only a few days? But now, what if Lin Wei accepted that watch? What would she do? Her gaze involuntarily drifted to Lin Wei's handsome profile, her heart tightening as if gripped by something. Zhong Weiguo? Absolutely out of the question. She had encountered many privileged youths. Those who sought her favor today would easily turn their attentions elsewhere tomorrow. Yet, the memory of Lin Wei's tenderness when he had treated her to duck last time pierced her heart. If he truly exchanged the gift he had promised her for a watch, such a man was not worthy of her lifelong devotion. Very well. She silently bit her lip. If he accepted, she would never see him again. In that fleeting moment, Ding Xionan's eyes widened in astonishment, soon blossoming into a radiant smile of happiness. For Lin Wei did not hesitate for even a second, resolutely shaking his head, his voice clear as the sound of jade shattering. This time, it truly cannot be exchanged. If I manage to procure another, you will be the first to receive it. You. Zhong Weiguo's anger surged. He had laid out his sincerity, offering several times the value for a deer leg, yet this fellow dared to refuse? When had the young master Zhong ever humbled himself to plead with anyone? Fury ignited within him, and he stepped forward, his right hand darting out like lightning, aiming to seize Lin Wei by the collar. But who was Lin Wei? He was the type of person capable of facing a wolf king and emerging unscathed. How could he be caught by Zhong Weiguo's clumsy maneuver? As Zhong Weiguo lunged, Lin Wei merely sidestepped lightly, his form gliding like a willow catkin, appearing perilous yet executed with such finesse that Zhong Weiguo's desperate grasp fell short, not even grazing his clothing. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, the heavy backpack rotated gracefully in midair, settling securely behind him as if he had rehearsed the motion 1,000 times. Having cultivated internal and external martial arts, including the pure yang technique and dragon capture technique, and seamlessly integrating them with his lifelong practice of the breaking edge knife technique, Lin Wei's understanding of martial arts had reached an unprecedented level. In every gesture, his power flowed effortlessly, his movements naturally elegant, devoid of any semblance of commonality. Zhong Weiguo's gaze sharpened abruptly. From their initial encounter, he had sensed a certain wicked aura about Lin Wei, but he never anticipated the depth of his capabilities. What had seemed reckless was, in fact, a military secret technique. The throat-locking grip, one that even seasoned practitioners would struggle to evade. He had assumed that even if he could not incapacitate Lin Wei with a single strike, it would suffice to leave him flustered and reveal a vulnerability. To his utter disbelief, Lin Wei not only evaded the attack with ease but also managed to secure the backpack in the same fluid motion. It was utterly inconceivable. Do not cause a ruckus here. Ding Xionan's clear voice carried an undercurrent of urgency. This is a hospital. If you wish to fight, take it outside. After exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Wei, the implication was clear. It was best to subdue Zhong Weiguo and his entourage to prevent their incessant harassment. Lin Wei understood immediately and smiled gently at the little girl beside him. Xiao Xiao, why don't you go to your sister Chunan for a while? I'll step out to stretch their muscles. Stretch their muscles? Upon hearing this, Zhong Weiguo felt a surge of anger. The audacity of this young man was beyond measure. He was clearly challenging them, the 5 of them. Very well, I'm eager to see how you intend to take us all on by yourself. Zhong Weiguo gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage, and with his 4 companions, turned to leave. Lin Wei, unfazed, cast a glance at Ding Xionan, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. A glimmer of mirth danced in Ding Xionan's eyes as she softly cautioned, "Be gentle, don't leave them crippled." Lin Wei smirked slightly. What is there to fear? This is a hospital. Injuries can be treated. Ding Xionan playfully poked him with her delicate finger. Having witnessed firsthand how he had once dealt with Jia Zhangshi, she had no concerns regarding Zhong Weiguo and his feeble cohort. As Zhong Weiguo and his companions took a few steps away, they overheard the exchange, nearly stumbling in disbelief. Such humiliation. They hadn't even begun fighting, and it felt as though they had already lost. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, Zhong Weigua's fury intensified. If this young man believed he could toy with them in a hospital without fear of consequences, then he would soon learn the true meaning of pain. With an air of intimidation, Zhong Weigua and his 4 subordinates stormed out of the hospital and turned into a secluded alley piled with discarded medicinal refuse. Just as they settled in, a sudden thought struck Zhong. Could this young man have lured them out to escape? He hurriedly turned back, only to find the alley empty. He had fallen for the trap. Zhong Weigua ground his teeth, his temples throbbing with rage. His 4 companions, eager for action, urged, "Weigua, let us go back." Go back to do what? A languid voice drifted from behind them. They turned sharply to see Lin Wei, having stealthily positioned himself at the alley's entrance. Leisurely adjusting his sleeve, the setting sun elongated his imposing silhouette, casting a shadow that radiated an oppressive aura against the mottled wall. Zhong Weigua's pupils constricted. You didn't run away? Lin Wei casually blew away imaginary dust from his palm. Run away? With the odds in my favor, why would I? His nonchalant dismissal infuriated Zhong Weigua to the brink of apoplexy. You have provoked us time and again. Today, you shall learn a lesson. Hold on. Lin Wei raised a hand, his demeanor composed. I have a condition. Zhong Weigua, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. Oh, now you're scared? Speak up. Are you begging for mercy? He continued. Rest assured, I'll only break a few bones. I won't take your life. Lin Wei shook his head lightly, a hint of jest in his voice. I merely wish to say, if you lose, please refrain from calling the authorities. I abhor trouble. His words landed like a resounding slap, draining color from Zhong Weigua's face. What kind of people are we? Would we ever involve the police in a fight? Zhong Weigua spat through clenched teeth, pride refusing to let him appear weak. Finally satisfied, Lin Wei nodded and assumed a casual stance. The oversized backpack he wore seemed somewhat comical, contrasting sharply with the tension in the atmosphere. All right, Lin Wei beckoned with his fingers. Come at me. Zhong Weigua, incensed by the universal gesture of provocation, felt his last shred of rationality snap. With a roar, he charged forward like an enraged bull, summoning all his strength for a devastating punch aimed at Lin Wei's temple. In his fury, he had long discarded any thoughts of mercy, intent on landing a strike that would leave Lin Wei battered and bloodied. His 4 subordinates remained strategically positioned, recognizing the ferocity of Zhong Weigua's attack, anticipating the inevitable outcome. As the heavy fist hurtled toward Lin Wei, however, the latter maintained an unwavering smile, his gaze serene as a still pond. To Lin Wei, Zhong Weigua's furious strike moved as if caught in a quagmire, its trajectory painfully slow and crystal clear. Just as the fist was about to graze his cheek, Lin Wei made his move. If Zhong Weigua's assault was a tempest, then Lin Wei's counter was a flash of lightning. He subtly shifted his feet, eluding the blow with a ghostly grace, and with a gentle motion of his right arm. He did not meet force with force, but instead guided Zhong Weigua's momentum aside. Zhong Weigua felt an irresistible force redirecting his punch, which barely grazed Lin Wei's hair, leaving him off balance and propelled forward by an unseen strength. Watch out! His companions shouted in unison as they witnessed their leader teetering precariously. Zhong Weigua struggled to regain his balance, but the combination of inertia and Lin Wei's deft maneuver rendered his efforts futile. He stumbled, crashing into a pile of discarded medicinal refuse, accompanied by a muffled thud and a short, pained yelp. When his subordinates rushed over, frantically pulling him from the heap, they found Zhong Weigua's meticulously styled hair now a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest ravaged by a storm. Bits of dark herbal debris clung to his flushed face, sweat mingling with dirt, creating a comical tableau of humiliation. You cheated. Zhong Weigua seethed, trembling with indignation. Though he was not seriously injured, the public embarrassment was unbearable. He needed to salvage his pride. Lin Wei stood relaxed, leisurely adjusting his sleeve once more. He raised his right hand, casually waving it as if stretching. Care to try again? His tone remained unperturbed, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes as he surveyed the 5 before him. But do be careful. Zhong Weigua brushed the remnants of debris from his hair, suppressing his rage and humiliation, signaling to his 4 subordinates. They immediately formed a tight semicircle, advancing steadily toward Lin Wei, effectively cutting off all avenues of escape. Seeing Lin Wei still standing there, unwavering like a mountain, with a faint smile gracing his lips, the 5 exchanged resolute glances. Let us attack. With a swift whoosh, 5 legs lashed out simultaneously from various angles, targeting Lin Wei with a fierce assault, their coordination impeccable. Too slow. Lin Wei let out a light chuckle, his form becoming indistinct in that fleeting moment. He resembled a butterfly flitting through flowers or a fish gliding through water, executing a series of seemingly casual sways and twists. The 5 lethal shadows of legs barely grazed the hem of his clothing, all their attacks missing their mark. Whoosh! With one failed strike, the quintet pressed on relentlessly, their fists and kicks raining down like a tempest. They encircled Lin Wei, launching frenzied assaults in an attempt to subdue him with their overwhelming numbers. Yet, Lin Wei's agility surpassed all expectations, as he nimbly navigated through the gaps in their onslaught, narrowly evading each strike. His demeanor was so nonchalant, it appeared as though he were taking a leisurely stroll in his backyard rather than engaging in a life-or-death struggle. The relentless barrage of punches and kicks struck only air, producing an irksome sound of wind slicing through the atmosphere. In a brief span of half a minute, the 5 men had unleashed countless blows and kicks, their stamina rapidly depleting. Sweat glistened on their foreheads, their chests heaved violently, and their breaths came out in heavy gasps akin to a wheezing bellows. Zhong Weiguo sensed the impending doom. If this continued, they would exhaust themselves before Lin Wei ever broke a sweat. He suddenly retreated a step and bellowed, "Quick! Unleash your ultimate moves." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing his mind. Were these 5 merely testing the waters, concealing their true strength? Just as this notion flickered through his mind, the scene that unfolded next nearly caused him to burst into laughter. The 5 men abandoned all semblance of strategy, compressing their encirclement with fervor, arms outstretched, employing a tactic reminiscent of street thugs stacking on top of one another, like eagles swooping down on their prey. They attempted to overpower Lin Wei with their combined weight and numbers. The intention was commendable, but alas, they had vastly underestimated Lin Wei's swiftness. Just as Zhong Weiguo was about to make contact with Lin Wei, he felt a blur before his eyes. That figure, like a specter, vanished from his grasp. Then, Chapter 212. Has young Master Zhong been possessed? Bang. Ah, got him, young Master Zhong. We've got him. 4 of the underlings shouted with excitement. Feeling they had firmly subdued their target, they employed various grappling techniques, wrists locked, elbows twisted, thighs restrained, exerting all their strength, fearful that the individual beneath them might escape. Trapped under the weight of 4 robust men, Zhong Weiguo felt as if his bones were about to splinter, the air in his lungs being crushed. Only able to emit muffled gasps, the 4 underlings, oblivious to his plight, tightened their grip and boasted, "Kid, how does my strangulation technique feel? Hee. Weren't you quite the escape artist? Try escaping now." With fervor, they executed their self-righteous joint lock techniques, and indeed, Lin Wei emitted cries of pain, further fueling their excitement as they pressed down harder. Lin Wei crossed his arms, observing their frantic antics with barely concealed amusement, his smile nearly spilling over. Had it not been for his desire to witness Zhong Weiguo's embarrassment at the hands of his own men, he would have erupted into laughter. Zhong Weiguo, being the leader of this motley crew, possessed greater strength and reflexes than his subordinates. After a few struggles, he finally caught his breath and shouted hoarsely, "Ah, it's me. Let go." Only then did the 4 underlings awaken from their daze, hastily assisting him to his feet. At that moment, Zhong Weiguo was a sight to behold. His clothing disheveled and wrinkled from the tussle, his left leg clearly unable to bear weight, hair tousled wildly in the wind, his face a blend of red and white. He gasped for breath like a worn-out bellows, wheezing audibly. Lin Wei stifled a chuckle, thinking that had he waited just a few more seconds, Zhong might have fainted outright. Zhong Weiguo glared at Lin Wei, now realizing that this seemingly ordinary youth was anything but. In their earlier exchange, although he was reluctant to admit it, it was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that Lin Wei had yet to exert himself fully, merely toying with them. "Still want to play?" Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, his tone lighthearted. Zhong Weiguo's expression darkened. "Don't get cocky, everyone, pay attention. Let's go at him together. Yeah, fight him fair and square." "What kind of hero resorts to tricks?" chimed in underling number 2. Lin Wei chuckled lightly. "Oh, and if I were to defeat all 5 of you, then what?" "Say what you want." Zhong Weiguo glanced at his Patek Philippe watch, forcing an air of bravado. "Even if you want this watch, I would gladly hand it over." "A mere watch, and you think it worth flaunting?" Lin Wei scoffed dismissively. "You." Zhong Weiguo seethed, grinding his teeth. "Enough of the banter. Speak plainly, what do you want?" "Winning is simple. From now on, cease all harassment of Qiunan. Fine. If you lose, that dear leg shall belong to me." Zhong Weiguo was indeed shrewd, calculating that losing wouldn't cost him anything, while winning would yield a reward. Lin Wei's gaze turned frosty, his tone laced with mockery. "However, I have no qualms. Just fear that you lack the capability to claim that dear leg." Zhong Weiguo feigned calmness, lowering his voice as he instructed his 4 subordinates. "This time, be cautious. Approach slowly, and hold on tight." The 5 men truly joined hands, advancing towards Lin Wei like a formidable force, determined to encircle him and unleash a savage beating. Lin Wei regarded this spectacle with a cold gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Their coordination was commendable, likely honed through years of street brawling. Unfortunately for them, he was no longer the street thug who relied solely on brute force. Let us see if you can withstand my strikes. With that thought in mind, Lin Wei did not wait for the five to close in, but rather sprang forth, swiftly taking 3 steps ahead, before Zhong Weiguo and the others could react. A fierce kick sliced through the air. Bang! Underling number 1 let out a wail as he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the corner of the wall. Lin Wei's legs continued their fluid motion, executing 2 more kicks like lightning aimed at the next 2 men. Ugh! Underling number 2 and 3 were consecutively dispatched, the latter landing in a heap atop the former. That hurts. Underling number 4 bore the brunt of 2 whip-like kicks, rolling helplessly on the ground like a marionette with severed strings. In the blink of an eye, only Zhong Weiguo remained, standing frozen in place. He stared dumbfounded at his 4 curled-up, moaning companions, then back at the composed Lin Wei, uncertain whether to advance or flee. Lin Wei casually brushed off his pants, as if the elegant display of martial prowess had been executed with mere ease. He waved his fist at Zhong Weiguo, eyes sparkling with mocking provocation. To his surprise, Zhong Weiguo displayed a flicker of courage. Aware of the disparity in their strengths, he nonetheless shouted boldly and charged forward recklessly. Unfortunately, he was up against Lin Wei, who had recently mastered the dragon capturing technique, a skill that had proven effective in hunting and was now exponentially more powerful when applied to human targets. Lin Wei did not evade. Instead, he lightly struck Zhong Weiguo's right shoulder with an open palm. This seemingly gentle strike sent a jolt of pain through Zhong Weiguo's entire right arm, leaving him on the verge of crying out. Noticing that his opponent could still stand, Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, suspecting he had perhaps held back his strength. He moved like a specter, swiftly appearing behind Zhong Weiguo, his right palm precisely pressing against the pressure point at his waist, releasing a subtle yet potent force. Alas, this time, Zhong Weiguo could no longer endure. He felt a wave of intense soreness and numbness surging through his waist, rendering him utterly devoid of strength, as he collapsed face first onto the ground. My spine is broken. In a fit of terror, he realized that he could not exert any effort below his waist, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading down his forehead. As a well-versed scion of a prominent family, he understood the grave implications of such symptoms. If his lumbar vertebrae were indeed damaged, he might spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. This horrifying thought sent chills through his body, nearly causing him to faint. Zhongxiao, are you all right? The 4 younger brothers struggled to rise from the ground. Their injuries were merely superficial, and after catching their breath, they recovered somewhat. However, Zhongxiao's condition weighed heavily on their hearts. He lay on the ground like a heap of mud, unable even to turn over, his typically arrogant visage now marred by agony and fear. Could it be that his waist was truly broken by that kid? This thought simultaneously struck all 4 of them, draining the color from their faces. If Zhongxiao were to face any permanent harm, none of them would escape unscathed. It would likely spell their doom. Frantically, they gathered around, carefully turning Zhong Weiguo onto his back, allowing him to lean against the cold cement floor. One of the younger brothers, trembling, asked Zhongxiao, "Try to move a bit. See if you can exert any strength." Chapter 213. Lin Wei bewitched by Ding Qiunan. Zhong Weiguo's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his face a tumultuous blend of pain and disbelief. He could distinctly sense that his lumbar vertebrae were intact, yet his entire lower body felt as though it had vanished into thin air. No matter how hard he tried, there was no response whatsoever. This bizarre condition sent a chill through him. The uncertainty of his predicament was far more terrifying than any known injury. No, it can't be. Zhong Weiguo gritted his teeth, attempting to twist his waist. His upper body still functioned normally, but below the waist, it was as if that part of his body no longer belonged to him. The second brother, who had some medical knowledge, hurriedly reached out to examine him, pressing carefully from his back to his lower back and down to his thighs, scrutinizing every bone and muscle. "Strange," he muttered, his brow furrowed. "The bones are fine, and there is no swelling in the muscles. This doesn't make sense." Hearing this, Zhong Weiguo's heart sank further. He would rather have a broken bone than be engulfed in such confusion. Was it possible that his adversary had indeed employed some form of sorcery to paralyze him without inflicting physical harm? Suddenly, he lifted his head, fixing Lin Wei with a gaze that was nothing short of haunted. His voice trembled. "What have you done to me? Why can I feel nothing below my waist?" Lin Wei had initially intended to release the pressure point technique, but reconsidered. This brash young man was used to being arrogant, and if he were to reverse the technique now, conflict would be unavoidable. It would then be difficult to control the severity of his actions. And what if he truly caused harm? Thus, he decided to let this young man endure a few days of discomfort, waiting for the technique to resolve itself. It was merely a minor punishment, after all. "It's just a little admonition," Lin Wei replied, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Zhong Weiguo felt on the verge of tears. Is this truly a minor admonition? Will a more severe punishment lead to death? What kind of sinister technique is this? His voice quivered, the remnants of his arrogance utterly crushed, leaving only fear of the unknown. Lin Wei looked down at him from above, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Guess. I'll guess a ghost. Zhong Weiguo nearly broke down, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. If I knew, I wouldn't be so afraid. It's a secret. Lin Wei deliberately elongated the phrase, teasing him. In a couple of days, you'll naturally find out. A couple of days? Zhong Weiguo's vision darkened. Given his current state, whether he would even survive the next 2 days was questionable. Rest assured, Lin Wei replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a meal. This technique does not endanger life, nor will it leave any lasting consequences. However, for the next few days, you must obediently remain in bed. With your constitution, you should be able to manage getting up in 3 to 5 days, and in 10 days, you'll likely return to your former self. Is that truly the case? Zhong Weiguo, still skeptical, clung to the last shred of hope. You're not deceiving me. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Lin Wei chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze to the 4 young brothers who stood frozen in fear. What about you? Do you still wish to continue fighting? If so, do it quickly. I am pressed for time. The 4 brothers exchanged anxious glances, their scalps prickling. If even Zhong Xiao had been brought to such a state. Although the opponent claimed he would recover, who would dare gamble with their own bodies? They hastily waved their hands, their voices trembling. No more fighting, we dare not fight. We will leave at once. Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction, leaving them with a final warning. Remember my words, do not disturb my girlfriend again. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as lying down for 10 days. Absolutely, we won't dare. Zhong Weiguo quickly assured, desperate to distance himself from this terrifying young man. With that, Lin Wei casually waved his hand, as if swatting away flies. The 4 brothers, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambled to carry the immobilized Zhong Weiguo, stumbling as they fled the scene without daring to look back, leaving only their panicked silhouettes behind. Lin Wei sauntered back to the 2nd floor of the hospital, his steps unsteady. As the end of the workday approached, the corridor fell into a tranquil hush, with only the sound of cheerful laughter and exclamations from within the consultation room, mingled with the occasional gasp from Ding Qiunan. The young girl was animatedly recounting. Last time my brother returned from Dian Mountain, he brought back so much game. Those wild boars and wild sheep were practically herded down the mountain in droves. And the beautiful spotted deer, they followed my brother calmly on a leash, not causing any fuss at all. She gestured vividly, her enthusiasm infectious. I heard they even wiped out a huge pack of wolves, but my brother said it was too terrifying to let me see. Ding Qiunan listened intently, unable to resist asking, Xiao Xiao, did your brother really bring back that deer leg from such a hunt? Of course. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. My brother said that with the new year approaching, he would distribute the spotted deer, all as gifts for elders and relatives. Hearing this, Ding Qiunan's tone turned teasing and probing. But I'm not your elder, nor am I a relative. Upon hearing this, the young girl grew anxious, hugging Ding Qiunan's arm and gazing earnestly up at her. That's not true. In Xiao Xiao's heart, Ding Jie is the closest sister. These words felt like a warm current, instantly soothing Ding Qiunan's heart. A smile blossomed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but lean down to embrace the little one, planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Lin Wei stood quietly outside the door for a moment, listening to the affectionate chatter within, before finally calling out, Xiao Xiao, has your Ding Jie finished work? Let's take her home. Upon hearing his voice, Ding Qiunan's cheeks flushed crimson. Instinctively, she glanced towards the door, but seeing no figure, her heart raced. What if that guy had witnessed her displaying such a girlish demeanor? She would surely be mortified. Steadying her nerves, she replied, all right, I'll tidy up and change my clothes before we leave. Outside the door, Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in exasperation. Ah, women. It seems that regardless of whether they are 18 or 80, they always engage in a flurry of activity before stepping out. Thus, he found a long wooden bench to sit on, and there he waited for more than 10 minutes. At long last, the consultation room door swung open once more. Ding Qiunan emerged, holding Xiao Xiao's hand, followed closely by the 2 well-behaved tabby cats and the little black one. Having shed her white coat, Ding Qiunan donned a military green trench coat. The tailored trench coat perfectly accentuated her slender figure, exuding an air of confidence that made Lin Wei, who was accustomed to seeing her in a white coat, momentarily mesmerized, caught in a daze. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Ding Qiunan playfully glared at him. Beautiful. Lin Wei blurted out almost instinctively, his voice laced with unabashed admiration, even more so than in the white coat. He silently praised her. As expected of a woman of the era, her beauty and poise truly astonishing. Chapter 214, another stunner appears. Oh, shut up with your nonsense. Ding Xiaonan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she playfully kicked him lightly. Typically robust, Lin Wei surprisingly did not evade this time, taking the blow squarely. Although their relationship had yet to be explicitly defined, Ding Xiaonan had long regarded Lin Wei as the one she could entrust her life to, especially today. His attitude towards a precious watch, valuing beauty over material possessions, filled her heart with sweet fulfillment and contentment. Leading Lin Wei and the little girl, Ding Xiaonan navigated the hospital corridors, winding her way to the back of Xia Hospital. Passing through an inconspicuous little door, they were greeted by the sight of a secluded alley. It turned out this was the back entrance of Xia Hospital. Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle. So the doctor-patient relationship in those times was indeed a conundrum, to the extent that even hospitals had to discreetly establish back doors. Perhaps to make a hasty exit in emergencies? Seeing him lost in thought, Ding Xiaonan assumed he was indulging in fanciful musings and quickly clarified, "These days, Zhong Weiguo has been blocking me at the front entrance, so I have to leave through the back." Lin Wei chuckled. "It seems your hospital director has remarkable foresight, anticipating that Dr. Ding would attract unwanted attention and deliberately providing you an escape route." Ding Xiaonan raised her hand as if to strike. "Nonsense. It's only that Zhong Weiguo." This time, Lin Wei nimbly sidestepped, teasing, "Indeed, only Zhong Weiguo would have the audacity. Others might only think about it, but wouldn't dare to act." Ding Xiaonan, exasperated, stomped her foot and hurried a few steps to the mouth of the alley. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner, enveloping Ding Xiaonan in a warm embrace. Lin Wei's heart raced, ready to rush forward to separate them, only to see that Ding Xiaonan not only did not struggle, but instead beamed with delight and planted a kiss on the other's cheek. Turning affectionately to face Lin Wei and the little girl. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, Lin Wei was momentarily stunned. My goodness, another breathtaking beauty. Her age, appearance, and figure rivaled Ding Xiaonan's. With bright, expressive eyes and a standard oval face, she bore a pair of shimmering, captivating eyes that sparkled with life. Too glossy. Dark braids cascaded down her chest, and although her linen-style attire should have appeared austere, it did little to conceal her alluring curves. She stood at a height comparable to Ding Xiaonan, approximately 1.70 m. Most striking were her long, straight legs, which, accentuated by her well-tailored pants, showcased an extraordinary proportion that elevated her entire presence. Ding Xiaonan's lips curled into a playful smile, her tone laced with a teasing edge. "What's wrong? You don't recognize this stunning beauty?" Lin Wei shook his head vigorously, while the little girl, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed forward and affectionately grasped the delicate, fair hand of the unfamiliar beauty, innocently asking, "Who is this sister? Is she with Ding's sister?" Biting her finger, her large, expressive eyes flitted between the two before she exclaimed, "They are both equally beautiful." Ding Xiaonan chuckled softly, though her gaze remained fixed on Lin Wei. "Xiao. This sister is someone your brother often talks about." Lin Wei's scalp prickled with anxiety as he vehemently denied, "Impossible, absolutely not. Don't say such things." Beads of cold sweat nearly formed on his forehead, and instinctively, he averted his gaze, avoiding looking at Ran Shuyue, his face plastered with an almost sycophantic grin. "Huh. Truly don't know her at all, not familiar in the slightest." But Ding Xiaonan was not about to let him off the hook. "Oh, still putting on an act, are you?" A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. "Fine, since you adamantly deny it, I shall unveil the truth. This stunning beauty is my dear friend, a teacher at Hongxing Primary School, Ran Shuyue." With a resounding thud, Lin Wei felt as if something had exploded in his mind. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, causing him to sway unsteadily on his feet. How could this be? Initially, he had merely concocted a name and identity to placate Ding Xiaonan, never once considering it further. In such a vast city, how could Ding Xiaonan truly seek out someone he had fabricated? Yet, he had severely underestimated the relentless curiosity of a lovesick woman. As it turned out, after their last encounter at Quanjude, Lin Wei had not shown his face for over 10 days. Ding Xiaonan, left waiting in vain, felt both wronged and suspicious, believing Lin Wei's earlier words were mere platitudes. In a fit of frustration, she had indeed followed that ethereal thread of clues straight to Hongxing Primary School after her morning shift, in search of someone named Ran Shuyue. Even more astonishingly, she found her. Not only did she exist, but Ran Shuyue possessed a gentle demeanor and striking beauty, leaving Ding Xiaonan feeling a pang of inadequacy. This only solidified her belief that this teacher Ran was the unattainable ideal in Lin Wei's heart. Under Ding Xiaonan's deliberate approach, the two young women surprisingly hit it off and soon referred to each other as best friends. Coincidentally, Ran Shuyue's home was merely a lane away from Ding Xiaonan's. Thus, it was only natural for them to walk home together after work. However, as their companionship blossomed, Ding Xiaonan's doubts grew. She had never once seen Lin Wei nearby, and Ran Xiuyue's mannerisms did not suggest she had a boyfriend. Recently, as Ding Xunan was being pursued by Zhong Weiguo, Ran Xiuyue kindly began picking her up from the hospital's back entrance. This led to today's unexpected encounter, leaving Lin Wei utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, a strong instinct for self-preservation surged within Lin Wei, reminding him that he could not afford to reveal an ounce of curiosity about Ran Xiuyue in front of Ding Xunan. He forcefully quelled the tumult within him and swiftly resorted to the art of conversation diversion, chuckling awkwardly. Weren't we supposed to be heading home? Let us go. Ding Xunan's gaze was piercing, as if she intended to burn a hole through Lin Wei's face. Lin Wei straightened his back, striving to widen his eyes, desperately attempting to maintain an innocent demeanor akin to an oblivious university student. His gaze remained steadfastly locked on Ding Xunan, not daring to glance towards Ran Xiuyue. Ding Xunan scrutinized him for a moment, and upon seeing his composed expression, her tension eased slightly. This guy was either genuinely innocent or a deeply concealed actor. Beside them, Ran Xiuyue cast a curious glance at Lin Wei, then turned to Ding Xunan and asked softly, "Xunan, is this your boyfriend?" Uffed. Ding Xunan scoffed lightly, her ears discreetly flushing a shade of crimson. Boyfriend? He's just a regular friend. Chapter 215, The Moment of Witnessing a Miracle. A flicker of confusion passed through Ran Xiuyue's eyes. Her best friend was known for her lofty standards, never getting close to unfamiliar men. The young man before her was undoubtedly the most handsome she had ever encountered, and when he stood next to Xunan, an inexplicable tension flowed between them. But what did Xunan mean when she said he had admired her for a long time? Ding Xunan caught the inquisitive look in her friend's gaze and was relieved to confirm that Ran Xiuyue clearly didn't recognize Lin Wei. A weight lifted off her heart. I was just joking, she said cheerfully, affectionately linking her arm with Ran Xiuyue's. With a beauty like you, Xiuyue, I bet those who harbor secret affections for you could form a line all the way to Qianmen Street. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she cast a suggestive glance at Lin Wei, hinting that perhaps one such admirer was right before them. Lin Wei felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he could only lower his head in despair. At such a critical moment, saying too much would only lead to more trouble. It was better to remain silent like a wooden statue. Ran Xiuyue playfully pushed her friend, chiding, "Stop talking nonsense. That's not true. All right, no more about him," Ding Xunan replied with a radiant smile, linking arms with Ran Xiuyue while taking the hand of the young girl beside her. "Let us go." The trio, Ding Xunan, vibrant and bright, Ran Xiuyue, gentle and elegant, and the lively little girl, formed a picturesque scene as they joyfully walked toward the Yangmizu alley, leaving Lin Wei to trudge along behind, sighing as he watched their animated figures ahead. As they approached Yangmizu alley, however, the three did not pause but continued on to the next alley. Lin Wei hurried to catch up. "Xunan, did we pass it?" he wondered. Could they be so engrossed in conversation that they missed her own home? Ding Xunan turned back and shot him a teasing glare. "This alley is where Xiuyue lives. Today, you've struck gold. You now know where she resides." Lin Wei scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond to such a topic about Ran Xiuyue. Just then, Ding Xunan suddenly recalled something. "Oh right, aren't you going to take out that deer leg?" Lin Wei was taken aback, looking at her in surprise. "Are you saying we won't even keep the deer leg? Are you planning to give it to Ran Xiuyue?" Ding Xunan slapped her forehead. "Look at my memory. There isn't even a knife here." She turned to Ran Xiuyue, her tone light. "Perfect. Xiuyue, let us go to your house and split this deer leg. We can each have half." Ran Xiuyue looked at the two in astonishment. "You brought meat?" Ding Xunan laughed. "It's venison, from a sika deer. Who is so resourceful to acquire deer meat?" Ran Xiuyue was even more intrigued. The little girl proudly bobbed her head. "Sister Ran, it's my brother. He is amazing. He went hunting in the Great Yin Mountain and brought back loads of meat." Ding Xunan added, "He brought back a deer leg, probably over 20 pounds. I'll split it with you." "That is too extravagant." Ran Xiuyue quickly waved her hands. "Xunan, that is far too precious." Although she was unsure of the exact value of sika deer meat, she knew that meat was never cheap. Her family had repeatedly mentioned how hard it was to buy meat these days, and she hadn't tasted meat in months. "Are we not good friends?" Ding Xunan feigned displeasure. "We agreed to share good things. It's half for each of us." Lin Wei grumbled to himself. "Am I not a good thing? If only I could be shared between you two." Ran Xiuyue insisted. "But it's meat. With the new year approaching, this is quite rare. There is no buts about it." Ding Xunan interrupted. "He hunted it without spending a dime. This deer meat is practically a freebie." Lin Wei felt dizzy. This girl was recklessly generous. While the deer meat may not have cost anything, selling it would fetch a decent amount. Hadn't he seen Zhong Weiguo willing to exchange even his brigade watch for something? Yet, he dared not refuse Ding Xunan's offer and immediately patted his chest. "What is the difficulty in sharing meat? I have plenty of ways." As he spoke, he set down the woven basket and pulled out the entire hind leg of the sika deer. Ran Shiyue gasped softly, instinctively covering her mouth. Initially, she had been skeptical of Ding Xiaonan's claims, thinking the so-called venison might have been wild boar or lamb disguised. She never expected to see a fresh deer leg, complete with skin, before her, clearly freshly hunted. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Wei again, marveling at this young man's remarkable ability. Xiaonan had indeed found herself a fine boyfriend. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Wei drew a shiny willow leaf knife from his waist. The slender blade gleamed in the twilight, radiating a cold light. Ding Xiaonan raised an eyebrow. This tiny knife is for cutting meat? Who are you trying to fool? Lin Wei flashed a toothy smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. It's not about the size, it's about the sharpness. This is a fine weapon. Not only can it cut meat, but it could also take down wolves or wild boars. Show off. Go ahead and show off, Ding Xiaonan scoffed lightly. But if you don't divide it evenly, don't blame me for taking the bigger piece. Just watch. I'll ensure it's done perfectly, without a single flaw. Lin Wei boasted lightly, though his hands moved with utmost caution. He concentrated, his long fingers measuring the deer leg for a moment before finally choosing the spot to cut. Taking a deep breath, he deftly brought the willow leaf knife down. As the sharp edge met the meat, it sliced through as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. The venison parted cleanly beneath the blade, the cut so even it appeared meticulously measured, forming a perfect right angle. Both Ding Xiaonan and Ran Shiyue gasped in unison, quickly covering their mouths, fearful of interrupting this exquisite operation. Once he found his direction, the willow leaf knife in his hand transformed into a silvery arc. With a swift sound, half of the deer leg was precisely severed, leaving the other half still attached. At that moment, he suddenly tossed the deer leg into the air. The leg spun rapidly, tracing a graceful arc. The two girls exclaimed in surprise, fearing that if it fell to the ground, a perfectly good piece of fresh meat would be ruined. Only the little girl watched her brother's performance with delight, believing in her heart that her brother's skills were always the most impressive. Lin Wei's lips curled into a slight smile, relishing the effect he had created. The willow leaf knife in his hand seemed to come alive, slicing downwards in a dazzling display. The blade's brilliance shining like a waterfall of stars, blinding to the eyes. At the same time, his left hand moved with lightning speed, securely catching the falling deer leg. Please inspect. He presented the deer leg to Ding Xiaonan with a hint of pride in his voice. Does this craftsmanship meet your standards? Ding Xiaonan scrutinized it carefully. Not bad, but it's still just an entire leg. Lin Wei chuckled, returning the willow leaf knife to its sheath. Watch closely and don't blink. The next moment will be one to witness a miracle. Chapter 216, The Trials of Young Master Zhong. Feigning mystery, Ding Xiaonan said this. Yet her eyes remained glued to the deer leg, with Ran Shu equally captivated. Lin Wei grasped both ends of the deer leg and gently twisted it. With a sharp sound, the deer leg effortlessly split into two vibrant red chunks of meat. Only half of it still contained the unbroken bone. Ding Xiaonan glanced around and couldn't help but acknowledge the remarkable skill of the knife work. The two halves of meat were perfectly symmetrical, as if mirrored. Apart from the bone that remained intact, everything else was flawlessly divided. She provocatively inquired, "Why hasn't the bone been split?" Lin Wei offered a wry smile, "My lady. The bone of this wild deer is harder than stone. I truly found myself powerless." "Very well, you may pass," she conceded. Ding Xiaonan picked up the bony half and handed it to Ran Shiyue. "Shiyue, I'm not fond of gnawing on bones. You take this half back." Ran Shiyue, aware that this was merely her pretext, understood that the bone would make a delectable soup, clearly catering to her own interests. Yet, unable to resist Ding Xiaonan's insistence, she reluctantly accepted the half piece of deer meat. Ding Xiaonan then turned to Lin Wei and instructed, "You wait here, Xiao, and I will escort Shiyue inside." Lin Wei rubbed his nose, realizing that this girl was wary of him, not even granting him a glance at where Ran Shiyue lived. After watching Ding Xiaonan and the young girl escort Ran Shiyue away, Lin Wei turned to depart, observing their figures vanish into the depths of the alley. On the other side, as Ding Xiaonan carried the heavy half of the deer leg, she had not yet crossed the threshold of her home when her younger brother, who was enjoying his holiday by reading at the door, caught sight of her. The young man had keen eyes and quickly discerned the sizable piece of meat she held from a distance. "Sis, what kind of meat is that? It's such a large chunk." Ding Xiaodi, only 16 and still in high school, had yet to face the harshness of society and was refreshingly guileless. Hearing the commotion, Ding Mu hurried out from the house, swiftly covering her son's mouth and pulling the siblings into the courtyard, closing the door behind them. "What? This is actually venison. And it's fresh?" Ding Fu adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, nearly dropping them in astonishment. "It's the middle of winter. How is it that someone could venture deep into the Daxinganling Mountains and hunt such a rare creature? It's nothing short of a miracle." Ding Mu was more concerned about another matter. "Is this the young man who brought you roasted duck last time?" Did he go hunting up the mountain and bring this back for you? Ding Xiaonan blushed and nodded, refraining from mentioning that she had given half to Rancho Yue. Ding Xiaodi chimed in. What a pity it's only this little bit, barely 10 pounds. We probably won't have enough to last until the new year. Ding Mu gently slapped the back of his head. Only 10 pounds? This is pure meat. Nowadays, who eats meat more than a few times every few months? Just you with your cravings, wanting meat at every meal? Ding Xiaonan defended her brother. Mom, let us cut off a piece while it's fresh. He needs a good supplement. He doesn't eat as well at school as he does at home and must be craving it. Sis, you're the best. You're truly my real sister. Ding Xiaodi's face lit up with joy. Ding Fu and Ding Mu exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. Ding Fu squeezed the bouncy venison and remarked, I'll visit some old friends tomorrow to see if I can trade this venison for some pork to make dumplings for the new year. Ding Xiaodi muttered, my future brother-in-law isn't being very helpful. Why doesn't he bring back some pork? Ever since he learned that this meat was specially hunted for his sister by a young man, he had mentally designated this yet-to-be-seen young man as his future brother-in-law. Ding Xiaonan playfully swatted her brother. What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Fu admonished, hunting relies on luck. You can't just hunt whatever you want, especially wild boars. They're fierce and dangerous. It's best not to encounter them. Ding Xiaonan felt a twinge of concern, thinking that the next time she saw Lin Wei, she must advise him against taking such risks in the mountains. Little did she know that for Lin Wei, dealing with wild boars was as easy as pie. No wild boar could escape his grasp. In a heavily fortified courtyard in the heart of Sijio City, thick doors sealed off the clamor of the outside world. Zhong Weiguo lay face down on an intricately carved zeatonwood bed, his expression forlorn as he tightly gripped the silk bedsheets. Sitting beside him was an elderly man, his brows and beard now silver, attired in a neatly pressed Zhongshan suit, holding a zeatonwood cane. Though silent, he exuded an undeniable presence of authority. For he was Zhong Weiguo's grandfather, the true helm of the Zhong family. Dr. Zhong, clad in a white coat, gently removed his gloves, carefully folding them before placing them in his pocket, and then turned to the elder. Old Master Zhong, young Master Zhong's injury is quite peculiar. The elder slowly raised his gaze, his eyes piercing, speak in detail. Upon thorough examination, Dr. Zhong deliberated on his words. Young Master Zhong's bones are intact, and there is no damage to the muscular tissue, nor any signs of atrophy. Yet, the lower limbs exhibit an inability to exert force. Continue. The elder's voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding authority. Dr. Zhong inhaled deeply. This resembles a technique from ancient martial arts, one that seals the blood vessels through pressure points. If Lin Wei were present, he would surely marvel at Dr. Zhang's insight, for it was not far from the truth. However, the technique that had incapacitated Zhong Weiguo was far more ruthless than traditional pressure point techniques. With a single strike, it rendered the blood vessels entirely non-functional. Young Master Zhong, Dr. Zhang turned to the anxious young man on the bed. Was your assailant employing a technique akin to finger strikes, such as the one finger or two fingers in? Zhong Weiguo hastily shook his head, his voice trembling slightly. No, he didn't use his fingers. That lad was quite peculiar. When we fought, he only used fists and feet. The blow to my waist felt like a mere light tap. Dr. Zhang's expression shifted subtly, and he involuntarily glanced at old Master Zhong. The elder's brow furrowed slightly, his frail fingers gently tracing the dragon head of his cane. A flicker of unspoken gravity passing through his eyes. The world of martial arts is vast and filled with wonders. Old Master Zhong slowly began. I have encountered such techniques in my youth, but to achieve such precision, causing no harm to the muscles and bones while sealing the blood vessels, is indeed extraordinary. Dr. Zhang cautiously added, my father is currently away procuring medicinal herbs and is expected to return in a couple of days. If old Master Zhong does not mind, could he be consulted to treat young Master Zhong? The father he mentioned was none other than the revered Zhang Xingshou, a master physician now retired to wander the mountains in search of herbal remedies. Should old Master Zhong request it, such a favor would surely be granted. Old Master Zhong nodded slightly. If we could summon Zhang Xingshou to take action, it would be most excellent. After Dr. Zhong bowed and exited the room, old Master Zhong's gaze returned to his grandson, his tone icy. Stop pretending. You can't exert force in your lower limbs, yet you show no signs of pain. Who are you trying to fool? Zhong Weiguo, with a pained expression, voiced in a whimper. Grandfather, it's not that I'm in physical pain. It's a heartache. Lying here in such a state is worse than death. Chapter 217. Yi Zhonghai's calculations for the new year. Old Master Zhong's face was as solemn as a deep pool, his knuckles rhythmically tapping against the zeatonwood armrest, producing a dull sound. I warned you long ago to be more restrained and to avoid those illicit activities. Now that you've hit a snag, do you finally feel the pain? Speak. What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail. His gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto Zhong Weiguo like a hawk, if there's even a hint of concealment. You should understand that while I may be aging, my eyesight has not yet failed. Instinctively, Zhong Weiguo wished to excuse himself, to cast aspersions on Lin Wei. But upon meeting the elder's gaze, one that seemed capable of piercing through the soul, his trivial thoughts evaporated instantly. He swallowed hard, obediently recounting the events that transpired at the Concord Hospital, daring not to embellish a single detail. After listening, old Master Zhong fell into silence for a moment, and the sound of his fingers tapping ceased. According to your assertion, the conflict arose from two primary reasons: your infatuation with that young female doctor and your desire to reclaim the venison. Indeed, grandfather. Young Master Zhong hastily nodded. That fellow is utterly unyielding, and I was merely contemplating administering a lesson. Huh. Old Zhong emitted a cold chuckle devoid of emotion. Do you truly believe yourself to be in the right? Certainly. Zhong Weiguo, somewhat agitated, attempted to raise himself. My Breguet watch was a precious import brought back by my second uncle, worth a fortune. To exchange it for his meager venison is already an immense favor. And he dares to be ungrateful. A glimmer of insight flashed in old Zhong's eyes as he unveiled the truth. Perhaps you wish to assert your dominance before that young doctor, using your prestigious watch to intimidate him, compelling that lad to retreat in defeat? And what of it? Zhong Weiguo, struck at the heart of the matter, still tried to salvage his pride. Why should he contest with me? You, sighed old Zhong, bearing a hint of exasperation, fail to grasp the current state of affairs. Your blatant attempt to seize what others cherish is no different from the thuggery of old. He paused, his voice suddenly turning icy. Furthermore, had that young man not possessed remarkable skills, it is likely he would now be lying in a hospital bed, perhaps even left with a disability. Did you consider the gravity of your actions at that moment? Upon hearing this, Zhong Weiguo abruptly lowered his head, unable to meet his grandfather's gaze. He recalled the reckless frenzy that had overtaken him and his four lackeys, realizing that they had indeed lost all sense of restraint. Had Lin Wei merely been an ordinary person, the consequences would have been dire. Old Zhong ceased to regard him and turned to inquire. Did that young man explicitly state that your injuries would soon improve? That in a little over 10 days you would fully recover? Zhong Weiguo replied urgently. Grandfather, do you truly believe that boy's fanciful claims? A person of genuine ability possesses their own integrity and does not stoop to deceive you over such trivial matters. Gradually rising, old Zhong leaned on his cane as he ambled toward the window, gazing out into the heavy darkness of the night. It seems you should remain at home to recuperate for a while, allowing time to temper your disposition, lest you venture out and stir up further trouble for me. Concurrently, lights began to flicker in the courtyard of the Sihiyuan at number 95 Nanlo Guxiang. Within the main room of the Yi family, a lively fire crackled, casting the shadows of three men upon the mottled walls. Yi Zhonghai lifted a porcelain mug to sip some tea, his gaze sweeping over He Yuzhu and Jia Dongshu as he began to speak. Dongshu, Zhuzi, this year for the new year, I have a new idea. He set down the tea mug, speaking slowly. In previous years, each family would close their doors to celebrate the new year, and while it was peaceful, it always felt lacking in warmth and unity. This year is different. The factory is distributing benefits, and in a couple of days, we will receive rations. Reportedly enough for each person to have 1 or 2 gene of pork. Jia Dongshu's eyes brightened, his body instinctively leaning forward. Yi Zhonghai continued, I still have some wild boar meat stored, roughly 10 gene in total. My intention is for our 4 families, my family, Dongshu's, Zhuzi's. And let us also invite the elderly lady from the back courtyard, to celebrate the new year together. He turned to He Yuzhu, his tone imbued with a sense of reliance. Zhuzi will take charge of the cooking, focusing on the wild boar meat, while the remaining meat can be used for dumplings. We can certainly prepare some substantial dishes. This way, it will be both lively and encourage harmony among neighbors, setting a positive example for the courtyard community. Jia Dongshu nodded vigorously, his face beaming with delight. Master, this idea is splendid, lively, and united. He quickly calculated in his mind. A family with 2 members. The elderly lady all alone, the silly Zhu siblings, and their family of 5 would certainly be the most fortunate in this arrangement. He Yuzhu, with his hands plunged into the pockets of his cotton coat, unconsciously ground his right foot against the brick floor, contemplating for a moment. Uncle, if you are providing such a large amount of meat, I personally have no objections. But you know, I have Yushui at home. Matters concerning the new year ought to involve her opinion as well. Yi Zhonghai's expression immediately darkened, his fingers tightening around the tea mug. He had specifically invited Jia Dongshu because this apprentice was his chosen candidate for support in his later years. Celebrating the new year together would solidify the impression of having someone to rely on in his old age. Including the silly Zhu was another strategy. The He family's ancestral culinary skills were genuine craftsmanship, capable of transforming even the most ordinary ingredients into something extraordinary. The elderly lady in the back courtyard had been praising Zhuzi's culinary talent for nearly half a year. However, given the scarcity of grain this year, and meat being particularly precious, even Zhuzi's remarkable skills could not conjure ingredients from thin air. The cafeteria at the steel plant had rarely fired up its small stove, offering only simple dishes, and the little surplus that Zhuzi managed to bring back was already snatched up by the ever-watchful Qin Huairu. The elderly lady, confined to her home, could not compete with Qin Huairu, the charming young daughter-in-law who knew how to navigate such situations. Clearing his throat, Yi Zhonghai deliberately slowed his pace. Zhuzi, you are the head of your household and the only male heir of the He family in this generation. You must have your own opinions. You cannot consult Yu Shui on every matter. A young woman will eventually marry off, and at that time, this family will rely on you to support it. Jia Dongshu eagerly interjected. Exactly. Yu Shui is a liability. How can a girl be in charge of the household? That would be turning the natural order on its head. As he spoke, saliva flew from his mouth, his expression resembling that of his mother, who was perpetually scolding others. Zhuzi furrowed his brow at this remark. While it was indeed harsh, upon reflection, it was not without merit. Yu Shui would eventually marry, and the bright, spacious houses of the He family, along with the ancestral legacy, would ultimately rest upon his shoulders. After a moment's contemplation, he finally declared, "Very well, it is settled then. I shall think of ways to procure more meat in the coming days." Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu exchanged glances, smiles breaking out on their faces. Yes, this is the way. In the back courtyard, Yu Shui was mending her cotton coat under the dim light. Zhuzi entered and recounted the matters discussed earlier in detail. Chapter 218, Preparation for the New Year. Yu Shui's hand trembled, and the needle pricked her fingertip. A bead of blood immediately welled up, spreading into a small red dot on the fabric, yet she remained oblivious, her eyes already reddening as she looked up. "Brother, Haven T, we always celebrated the New Year, just the two of us? Why this year are we suddenly joining them?" Zhuzi repeated Yi Zhonghai's reasoning about neighborly support and the liveliness of many people, adding, "In truth, it has been quite lonely for just the two of us over the years. Celebrating with everyone this year, wouldn't that be much more festive?" Yu Shui set down her needlework, her tone tinged with grievance. "If it were just uncle and the elderly lady, I would naturally have no objections. But you know well enough what the Jia family is like, brother. Dining with them, I fear the dishes will be snatched away before we even have a chance to reach for chopsticks." Zhuzi scratched his head. "Surely not? Uncle and the elderly lady will be present. The Jia family shouldn't dare be too unruly. How could it not be so?" Yu Shui stamped her foot in frustration. "Brother, think about it. In all the years we've had a banquet in the courtyard, hasn't the Jia family always taken everything? Now, who would dare to sit at the same table with them?" Zhuzi pondered carefully and realized the truth in her words. Yet, having already spoken, he could not retract it without losing face, so he could only offer reassurance. "Yu Shui, I'm a chef. We'll save some dishes in the kitchen. We definitely want to go hungry." Meanwhile, Lin Wei was inside, coaxing Xiao Xiao to sleep. The little girl was wrapped in a cotton quilt, revealing only her rosy little face. "Xiao Xiao, do you think this year for the New Year's Eve dinner we should go to Brother Masan's house or dine at home?" Lin Wei gently patted his sister's back, inquiring softly. Xiao Xiao blinked her large eyes and adorably replied, "Brother, I wish to savor the dishes prepared by Sister Yu Shui. Her boiled fish is simply delectable." As she spoke, she smacked her lips, embodying the essence of a little gourmet. Lin Wei chuckled, lightly teasing his sister's nose. Ever since she had tasted Yu Shui's culinary skills, she had been unable to forget them. Suddenly, he thought of the skill books in the system's marketplace. How wonderful it would be if there were any pertaining to culinary arts, yet he had yet to come across one. "Sister Yu Shui has to cook for her own family. How could she come to prepare meals for us?" Lin Wei patiently explained. However, Xiao Xiao, with a twinkle in her eye, suggested, "Then let us buy a gift for Sister Yu Shui, as a way to thank her for the delicious food she made for me." Lin Wei raised his eyebrows in surprise. When had this little girl become so astute in matters of social nicety? He wondered whom she had learned it from. "All right, then tomorrow you can invite Sister Yu Shui, and we shall shop for New Year's goods together," he replied with a smile. He assessed his financial situation. His savings were still substantial, amounting to 300 or 400, with various notes intact. Since he had some leisure time, it was the perfect opportunity to take his sister out for a grand shopping spree before the new year. This would be his first spring festival in this era. And although his parents were not present, with only Xiao Xiao as his kin, it was imperative to celebrate the occasion with great festivity, ensuring the little girl felt no sense of deprivation. The following morning, Xiao Xiao, accompanied by her two beloved pets, the tabby cat and the little black dog, happily skipped to the rear courtyard. She tiptoed and knocked on Yu Shui's door, her voice ringing clear as she called out, "Sister Yu Shui, are you home?" With a creak, The door was swiftly opened. He Yushui, clearly just awakened and still bearing the remnants of sleep, emerged while yawning. "Oh, it's Xiao Xiao. You've returned." Xiao Xiao affectionately linked her arm with He Yushui's. "Yes, Sister Yushui, I'm back." She proudly pointed to the vividly patterned tabby cat at her feet. "Look, my brother brought me this little flower back from the mountains. Isn't it adorable?" Instantly captivated by the lively tabby, He Yushui squatted down in delight. "Oh my, Xiao Xiao. Your little flower is truly charming. May I hold it?" Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, somewhat hesitatingly replied. The little flower might be a bit shy. "Sister Yushui, you can hold the little black dog first." She took He Yushui's hand and declared, "Come, let us go have breakfast." He Yushui smiled bashfully. "Xiao Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll freshen up right away." At the entrance of Nanluo Guxiang, the breakfast stall was enveloped in a cloud of steam. Lin Wei, accompanied by Xiao Xiao and a freshly groomed He Yushui, found a vacant small square table to settle down. "Uncle Lu, do you have any meat buns today?" Lin Wei called out to the vendor with familiarity. The vendor, a man in his 40s, though dressed in worn clothes, had them meticulously cleaned and pressed. The Lin siblings used to frequent his stall, establishing a rapport. "Ah, if it isn't Wei Goer, you've come at the perfect time. Just the other day, I procured some wild boar meat. Though it's not from a domestic pig, I finally minced it with celery and added a touch of lard for flavor. I assure you it will be delicious." Lin Wei felt a stir of intrigue. The network in this city was indeed intricate, with even a street vendor possessing connections to acquire wild boar meat. The source of the meat was evident, likely funneled through the street office. In these times, meat was a prized commodity, exchangeable for numerous coveted items. "That sounds splendid. Uncle Lu, we'll have 7 buns and 3 bowls of fermented mung bean juice." Coming right up. Soon, the steaming buns and bowls of mung bean juice were served. Lin Wei promptly picked up 2 buns, each nearly the size of an adult's fist, and unceremoniously placed them in front of He Yushui, insisting, "Yushui, you must eat more. You seem to have lost weight again. That brother of yours." His sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. He Yushui gazed at the plump, fragrant buns in her bowl, her nose tingling as tears welled in her eyes. She quickly lowered her head, murmuring, "Xiao Wei Go, I can't eat that much. 1 is enough for me." She could no longer recall the last time she had savored a freshly steamed meat bun. Typically, her meals consisted of dry, hard cornbread, and when hungry, she would merely fill her stomach with cold water. A girl nearing 1.70 meters in height weighed less than 80 pounds, thin as a reed swaying in the wind, as if a gust could sweep her away. She understood well that these meat buns were not cheap, costing 50 cents each and requiring grain tickets, sufficient to cover her meals for several days. Lin Wei found her demeanor amusing, teasing, "Ha, who would complain about having too many buns? Today, we plan to shop for quite a while. If we don't fill up, we'll find ourselves starving along the way without anywhere to eat." He pointed at the little girl who was diligently enjoying her bun. "Look at Xiao Xiao. Although she is small, her appetite is quite large. That half a bun is about to vanish." Xiao Xiao carefully blew on the bun to cool it before taking a hearty bite. Her cheeks puffed as she exclaimed, It's truly delicious, far better than what you make, brother." Chapter 219. Even a simple shopping trip can lead to adventures. Lin Wei shook his head in amusement, picking up a bun himself, but not rushing to eat. Instead, he methodically tore it into small pieces, patiently feeding the eagerly watching tabby cat and little black dog at his feet. Ever since the beautiful tabby had returned, it had been inseparable from the little black dog, even mimicking its eating habits without any fussiness. Lin Wei never deprived them of delicious food, always sharing whatever he could. This scene left Uncle Lu, the breakfast vendor, utterly dumbfounded, his thoughts racing. What kind of family is this, lavishly feeding such precious meat buns to cats and dogs? Truly a sight to behold. Wow, there is so much meat inside. It smells amazing. The little girl finally reached the core of the bun, where the oily, aromatic filling, mixed with sauce and finely chopped celery, was revealed, making one's mouth water just by looking. He Yushui couldn't resist either and took a hearty bite of her bun. Instantly, a wave of rich, authentic meat flavor mingled with the freshness of celery burst forth on her taste buds. She instinctively used her tongue to gently tease apart the filling, where the meticulously minced wild boar meat, combined with lard, was anything but dry, instead being succulent and juicy. With a gentle sip, the delicious broth spread across her palate, a level of exquisite flavor that nearly made her shiver with delight. The filling was so finely processed that it hardly required chewing, melting tenderly between her teeth. He Yushui unconsciously let out a satisfied sigh, as if relishing a rare delicacy. Uncle Lu truly crafted his buns generously. The filling occupied half of each bun, making it impossible to stop after the first bite. The soft, snowy dough was perfectly fermented, enveloping the rich filling, providing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction that urged one to take another bite immediately. Indeed, when faced with culinary delights, one is utterly defenseless. He Yushui, bite after bite, soon finished one bun, casting aside any thoughts of saving one for later, and reached for a second. The breakfast lasted for more than 20 minutes, during which the three of them savored their meal to their heart's content before finally setting down their bowls and chopsticks. The little girl, with utter disregard for decorum, stretched lazily and even let out a small burp from the large bun that had thoroughly filled her tiny belly. He Yushui stared in astonishment at her empty bowl, hardly believing that she had consumed both buns, each the size of her fists, all by herself. Beside them, a cat and a dog lounged contentedly, their round bellies indicating they too had enjoyed a sumptuous feast. Only Lin Wei had merely sampled one bun and sipped a bowl of soybean milk, now smiling gently as he watched them. "Are you all full?" He stood up, suggesting a stroll to aid digestion. With their appetites satisfied, the three, accompanied by their two pets, made their way toward Qianmen Street. Before they reached the main street, the cacophony of voices rushed to meet them. As they turned onto the thoroughfare, the trio was taken aback by the scene before them. The entire Qianmen Street resembled a vast cauldron of human activity, as if the entire city of Beijing had gathered in this one place overnight. This was hardly surprising, as the new year was just 2 days away. Schools were on break, and many factories had closed for the holiday. Even in a year of economic downturn, the people of Beijing would not deprive themselves or their children, determined to buy festive goods. On either side of the street stood a plethora of shops, each with its doors wide open, welcoming customers from all walks of life. "Brother, there are so many people," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, instinctively clutching Lin Wei's shirt. He Yushui quickly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively beside the little girl. It was truly a sea of humanity. People brushed against one another, bustling about with joy on their faces. And almost everyone emerging from the shops carried bags of various sizes. The sounds of haggling, friendly greetings between acquaintances, and children's laughter intertwined, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. "Stay close to me, and whatever you do, don't get lost." Lin Wei raised his voice, taking Xiao Zhao's hand, and signaling for He Yushui to follow closely. "Look at this. Have a look." They soon encountered the latest treats from Shanghai, Mickey Mouse candies, and other rare delights. There were traditional New Year paintings from Yangliuking, festive scenes of abundance and prosperity. The newly woven fabrics beckoned for new garments for the new year. The fabric shop was crowded with young women selecting materials, while the grocery store was overflowing with gleaming pots and pans. The line at the grocery store stretched into the street as people eagerly awaited the limited supplies of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and dates. However, it was the stalls selling snacks that captivated Xiao Xiao the most. Crystal clear candied hawthorns were skewered on straw, resembling tiny trees adorned with red jewels. An elderly man skillfully crafted sugar figurines, and with a flick of his wrist, a soaring sugar dragon sprang to life on the stone slab, eliciting gasps of amazement from the children. "Brother, look at that sugar dragon." Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in awe, her feet frozen in place. Lin Wei chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. "Come on, let us buy some tasty treats." They squeezed into the crowd, Lin Wei using his height to shield the two girls. He purchased the largest, reddest candied hawthorn for Xiao Xiao and some mixed candies for He Yushui. "Little Wei, I can't let you buy me candy," He Yushui protested. "Just take it," Lin Wei insisted. "Xiao Xiao can't have too much candy, so if you want some, share it with her." Even the tabby cat and little black dog seemed to catch the excitement, trotting eagerly beside them, their curious heads darting left and right as they weaved through the legs of the crowd. However, this harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden scream. "Oh no! What is that massive thing?" Panic erupted in the crowd, which dispersed like a burst beehive. The once lively kittens instantly transformed, backs arched, tails fluffed up. They swiftly pressed against the little girl's feet, growling low warnings. He Yushui's face drained of color as she instinctively scooped Xiao Xiao into her arms, turning her slender back toward the source of the commotion, forming a fragile barrier. Lin Wei's heart sank, his gaze sharp as he focused on the spot where the crowd had suddenly parted. Clearly, something was amiss. With a low rumbling growl, mingled with the barks of dogs, a massive gray figure burst forth from around the corner. Lin Wei focused intently, his pupils constricting in shock. Good heavens, it was a colossal beast. Its appearance resembled that of a tiger or leopard, standing nearly a meter tall and over 1.5 meters long. Its dense gray fur gleamed in the light. A shiny golden collar adorned its neck, with only a short length of leash remaining, clearly having been bitten through. Most striking was the tuft of fur on its head, standing defiantly like a lioness mane. Its deep-set eyes glowed ominously, and its wide chest, muscular back, and robust legs radiated explosive power. The creature's gaze swept over the poised kittens, and its eyes, resembling glass beads, turned a furious red. Its thick, powerful tail curled tightly, swaying like a scythe poised to strike. Caucasian ovcharka. Lin Wei's mind raced with this term, a heavy dread settling in his chest. This beast weighed over 200 pounds, possessing an astonishing bite force, truly the tyrant of the canine realm. How could it possibly appear in such a place? There was no time for contemplation. He saw that the little girl had shut her eyes tightly, burying her face deeply in He Yushui's neck, her small frame trembling in fear. Though He Yushui's face was pale with fright, she held Xiao Xiao tightly, biting her lip, refusing to retreat. Woof! Meow! The kittens, sensing their young owner's imminent danger, boldly issued sharp warnings toward the monstrous creature. Yet, their diminutive forms appeared insignificant and tragic in the face of the towering Caucasian ovcharka. Lin Wei's wrist flicked, revealing two glinting blades, slender as willow leaves, which shimmered with a starlight-like sheen in the sunlight. His gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto the beast's forehead. By the name of the little Lin flying daggers, he vowed that should the creature make a single move, the daggers would pierce its skull in an instant. The Caucasian dog emitted a deep, threatening growl, its primal instincts alerting it to the danger posed by the glimmering blades in Lin Wei's hand. Its powerful front paws scraped the ground, its gray fur bristling, as it seemed to engage in a subtle standoff with Lin Wei. No, don't fight my dog. You can't win against it. An exclamation with a foreign accent pierced the air. A blonde, brown-eyed foreign girl stumbled out from the crowd, panic evident in her voice. She was followed closely by several foreigners clad in thick woolen coats, and a dark-haired man in a Zhongshan suit hurried after them, clearly acting as a translator. Yet, upon seeing her beloved dog's fierce demeanor, she hesitated, stopping several paces away, her fear palpable. She gazed at the seemingly delicate flying daggers in Lin Wei's hands, her brown eyes brimming with compassion, as if she had foreseen this Eastern youth being struck down before the formidable dog. It was no wonder Natasha thought this way. In her view, those two petite knives could scarcely pierce the thick fur of a Caucasian shepherd. This young lady was indeed a relative of an expert from the bear country, who cherished these mighty dogs. Today, seizing the festive occasion, she had arranged to stroll with a few friends, all offspring of experts, only to find her beloved pet suddenly sever the leash. Lin Wei discerned the goodwill in her tone, his heart stirring. Although this foreign girl had unleashed her dog amidst the bustling market, it was evident she bore no malicious intent. It seemed the giant dog's sudden frenzy was not her doing. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Wei's lips. It had been several days since he had last exercised his skills, and he longed for a challenge. Since fate had brought them together, he decided to engage the ferocious beast. However, before Lin Wei could make a move, a dark arrow tore through the air. Woof! The little black dog sprang forward, its body weighing less than 20 pounds, launching towards the giant dog like a cannonball. The Caucasian shepherd clearly underestimated this small shadow. But in the next moment, an immense force collided with its stout neck, causing it to stumble, its massive frame swaying. In that fleeting instant, another speckled figure leaped into the air, landing deftly on its broad back. With claws flying, the gray long-haired cat, the little tabby, unleashed its assault. This cat and dog had spent countless days together, honing an extraordinary synergy. Initially intimidated by the colossal creature, their innate hunting instincts quickly ignited. Without waiting for Lin Wei's command, they launched a surprise attack. The little tabby's sharp claws raked across the Caucasian shepherd's back, creating an impenetrable barrage. Yet the giant dog's defense surpassed all expectations. Beneath its thick long fur lay another layer of dense short hair, a double coat that acted as a natural armor. Even though the speed of the cat's strikes was lightning fast, it could only graze the surface, nothing more than a tickle to the giant dog. Meanwhile, the little black dog continually circled around, repeatedly ramming its head into the softer areas of the shepherd's neck and lower back. The two small creatures, one above and the other below, had the so-called king of dogs spinning in circles. The giant dog, overwhelmed and confused, could only furiously whirl in place, emitting a roar of impotent rage. Though its thick fur shielded its body, it was helpless against the psychological humiliation inflicted by these two little rabbits. Natasha and her companions stood utterly astounded. They could hardly believe that this young man wielding knives had yet to make a move. And it was solely through these two diminutive creatures that an adult Caucasian shepherd was being driven to such disarray. Had it not been for the fact that the tabby cat's claws had yet to fully mature, with such a fierce onslaught, the giant dog might indeed have drawn blood. The unexpected plight of the Caucasian shepherd ignited Natasha's fierce competitive spirit. Clenching her fists, she shouted in Russian, "Boris, stay calm. They cannot harm you. Tear them apart with your stormy claws." Her companions echoed her enthusiasm, chanting in their native tongue, "Boris, Davai, go for it. You are the pride of the warrior nation. Shred those little creatures that dare stand in your way." In the minds of these young people from the bear country, Boris's earlier predicament was merely a fleeting lapse. As long as it steadied itself like a true boxer, leveraging its absolute advantage in size, strength, and defense, crushing the two little ones would be a trivial matter. They had raised such fierce dogs, renowned in the underground fighting arenas of the 4-9 city, and had never regarded such small cats and dogs as worthy opponents. Should Boris indeed fall here, it would be a tremendous loss of face. If word reached those who had previously been defeated by Boris, it would surely become a source of ridicule. The famed fierce breeds of the bear country, vanquished by the unremarkable local cats and dogs of the 4-9 city. How could Natasha and her friends tolerate such humiliation? As for the true nature of the two little creatures, Little Black Dog possessed the awakened lineage of a spirit beast in addition to its black shepherd bloodline, while the tabby cat harbored ancient predatory genes within. Natasha could not discern these details. In her eyes, they were merely two exceptionally agile animals. How could they possibly contend with her undefeated Caucasian giant? Lin Wei observed the scene with a faint smile, allowing the flying daggers to quietly slip back into his pouch. He had not anticipated that his two little companions would one day confront a foreign beast so bravely and valiantly. Observing their nimble agility, it seemed unlikely that even the giant dog could inflict harm upon them, no matter how hard it tried. Given this, he decided to let them enjoy the thrill of the encounter. At that moment, the little girl nestled in Yushui's embrace also stealthily turned her head. She waved her tiny fists, cheerfully exclaiming, "Little Black, little flower, go for it. Bring that scary big fellow down." It appeared that the little girl had held on to her grievances. The earlier fright caused by the Caucasian shepherd had now transformed into motivation to cheer for her beloved pets. Yushui continued to tightly protect the little girl, his gaze reflecting a mixture of lingering fear and uncontrollable excitement, fixed intently on the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, the previously chaotic crowd began to regain its composure, with some brave souls cautiously drawing near to observe. The innate tendency of the Dragon Kingdom people to revel in spectacle ultimately outweighed their initial trepidation. Just moments ago, they had been frightened by that giant creature, but now, they had their own cats and dogs to support them. Whispers circulated among the gathered onlookers. This excitement cannot be missed. It's no matter if the New Year's goods are bought later, but if we miss such a thrilling performance, we may never encounter something like it again. Upon closer inspection, the crowd began to murmur, "Hey, what kind of creature is that foreigner raising? I've never seen it before. Does anyone know? I studied in the bear country years ago. I believe this breed is called the Caucasian shepherd. Yes, that's it. Goodness, it's enormous. How much meat must it consume in a day? Is that even a question? I reckon it could consume enough to feed a family of 4 or 5. The bear country folks are truly affluent. They can afford to keep such a giant around. Hey, don't just gawk at that foreign dog. Our two little ones are facing off against it. Right. We need to cheer for our little heroes." This sudden international pet showdown quickly became the focal point of the entire street. Even the sales clerks in the department store could not resist peering out from their doorways or windows, captivated by the spectacle. At this point, the Caucasian shepherd began to calm down at its owner's call. It suddenly rolled on the ground, its robust body spinning like a stone mill, forcibly flinging the little tabby cat off its back. It then crouched low, its massive head aligning with the little black dog, its cavernous mouth snapping open wide. Awoo! Its ivory fangs gleamed ominously, the 3-centimeter-long canines sending a shiver down the spine of onlookers. Yet, the little black dog showed no fear. Its onyx eyes firmly locked onto its opponent, muscles coiled like a drawn bow, every inch filled with latent power. The little tabby gracefully landed, unperturbed, grooming its whiskers with its forepaws, silently maneuvering to the side of the Caucasian shepherd, creating a 90-degree angle with the little black dog. One cat and one dog, one in front and the other to the side, moved in perfect harmony as though they had rehearsed this countless times. They awaited in silence, poised to deliver a significant blow the moment this colossal creature exposed a vulnerability. The Caucasian dog remained steadfast for several seconds, but ultimately succumbed to its restless nature, unleashing a deafening roar as its massive body charged toward the small black figure. The explosive speed at that moment surpassed even the prior deathly collision initiated by the small creature. Yet, combat is not merely a contest of speed. Agility and adaptability are the true determinants of victory. Just as the giant dog was about to pounce, the small black figure crouched low, darting behind the opponent like a flash of black lightning, even taking a playful bite at the thick tail. With a disgruntled woof, the small black creature spat out saliva, vigorously shaking its head as if protesting the unsanitary odor emanating from this lumbering beast from the land of bears. Fortunately, the agile tabby cat leaped into action, delivering a series of swift claw strikes precisely upon the Caucasian dog's forehead, successfully diverting the beast's wrath. Had it not been for this timely intervention, The giant dog could have easily inflicted severe damage during the moment when the small black creature was momentarily dazed by the stench. The giant dog, opting to abandon its pursuit of the small black figure, swung its enormous front paws in a tempestuous assault against the tabby cat. It was at this juncture that Lin Wei truly recognized the astonishing reaction speed of the small tabby. The Caucasian dog could unleash 3 or 4 swipes every second, its onslaught as relentless as a downpour. Yet in the eyes of the tabby cat, everything seemed to be in slow motion. Not only could it gracefully evade each strike, but it also had the leisure to counter with a few swipes of its own. Although it could not penetrate the thick fur of its adversary, after a prolonged skirmish, the Caucasian dog's coat had become utterly disheveled, resembling a plush toy ravaged by mischievous children, in a state of utter disarray. Look at that. Our little cat may not be large, but it is brimming with spirit. Indeed, the daunting figure seemed fearsome, yet failing to land a blow was futile. Not only can it not hit, but look at how it's exhausting itself. Laughter erupted. This clumsy giant is destined to be worn down by our little hero. The onlookers gradually perceived the truth. Despite the Caucasian dog's immense strength and size, failing to strike its target rendered its power meaningless. This contest of size and strength, under the deliberate guidance of the small black creature and the tabby, transformed into a duel of agility and wit. At this moment, the small black creature had also regained its composure. Learning from its previous misstep, it refrained from biting the foul-smelling giant dog, instead emulating the tabby's tactics, either scratching with its paws or butting with its sturdy head. Thus, the spectacle unfolded, a massive ferocious dog frantically spinning in circles, futilely tearing at the air, while the small tabby and the small black creature leisurely roamed around, as if participating in a casual stroll rather than a life-and-death struggle. Even though the Caucasian dog was countless times larger than the tabby and the small black creature, its strength and speed became a mere joke in their presence, transforming the encounter from a deadly combat into a playful game. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the small black creature and the tabby cat. She could hardly fathom that her ferocious dog had been cornered to such an extent by these two seemingly immature creatures. The small black dog was unmistakably a purebred German shepherd, yet how could such a diminutive pup possess such remarkable power and impact? As for the tabby, while she sensed it was no ordinary cat, it was still just a cat. How could it exhibit such remarkable agility that even the human eye struggled to track? It flitted around the Caucasian dog like a streak of light, each swipe of its claws dislodging tufts of dog fur. This utterly defied her understanding of animals. Bravo! Keep playing with that foreign dog. Cheers erupted from the crowd. This scene, in a fleeting moment, felt reminiscent of decades past when martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom faced off against foreign strongmen. The onlookers craned their necks, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The spirit of martial valor ran deep within the nation, and the audience reveled in witnessing their compatriots teach a lesson to the foreigners. Even with the protagonists being a cat and a dog, battling a foreign giant dog, their enthusiasm remained unquenched. Yes, just like that, scratch its forehead and back. An elderly man shouted, fervently cheering for the tabby. Don't be afraid, little black dog. Just circle around and attack that big dog's rear. Another young man hollered, his face flushed with excitement, urging the small black creature to persist with its mischievous tactics. Lin Wei stood at the periphery of the crowd, unable to suppress a wry smile and shake his head. The audience was always eager for spectacle, and had it not been for the small black creature and the tabby cat subduing the Caucasian dog in its frenzy, the crowd would likely have scattered in fear. However, this rare encounter of a domestic pet showdown on the bustling street was indeed a delightful surprise, bringing an unexpected thrill to an otherwise mundane era. Just as Lin Wei's thoughts drifted, the Caucasian dog finally realized that it could not contend with these two nimble creatures. Its repeated failures to strike had ignited an overwhelming fury within the giant dog from the North Caucasus. Its bell-like eyes bulged, bloodshot and menacing. With a sudden tilt of its massive head, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat several paces. Even the usually agile tabby and small black creature were forced to back away, their fur bristling in response to the indiscriminate sonic assault. However, the next move from the Caucasian dog left Natasha and all the spectators utterly astonished. Even the anxious observers, including the little girl and He Yushui, were nearly petrified with fear. This cunning giant dog, frustrated by its inability to subdue its targets, suddenly conceived a new strategy. If it could not vanquish the problem, it would eliminate the source of the problem. With a swift pivot, it charged directly at Lin Wei, its massive frame hurtling forward like a cannonball, a foul wind trailing in its wake, with its gaping maw and sharp fangs aimed unmistakably at Lin Wei's throat. Oh no! Natasha gasped in horror, utterly unprepared for her giant dog to unleash genuine ferocity. Unable to subdue the two little creatures, she pivoted to attack their master instead. How could the seemingly frail and slender Lin Wei possibly stand a chance against such a ferocious beast? In mere moments, the razor-sharp fangs were poised to pierce his vulnerable throat. "Boris, come back, quickly!" Natasha's face drained of color as she desperately shouted in Russian, her voice laced with despair. "Brother!" The little girl, terrified, let out a piercing scream and lunged forward. She was aware of her brother's exceptional skills, a masterful hunter in his own right. But this was a creature akin to a tiger or leopard. He Yushui was already paralyzed with fear, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Instinctively clutching the little girl tighter in his arms, covering her eyes with his hand while trembling uncontrollably. Oh no! A collective dread washed over the onlookers. The giant dog, though seemingly cumbersome, possessed a swift intellect, understanding the principle of capturing the leader first, charging straight for its master. At that moment, the cat and dog were still several steps away, entirely incapable of providing assistance, and Lin Wei, the master, appeared harmless, devoid of any combat prowess. It seemed that this young man was destined for calamity today. Many timid bystanders had shut their eyes in terror, unwilling to witness the impending scene of carnage. Yet in the next heartbeat, those who dared to keep their eyes open erupted into thunderous cheers and exclamations. What skill! Magnificent, truly magnificent. Natasha and her companions stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. The girl from a foreign land even emitted a sharper cry than before. Oh God, how is this possible? Unbeknownst to her, Yushui had unconsciously lowered his hand that had covered the little girl's eyes, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Meanwhile, the little girl's tears transformed into laughter in an instant, her tiny hands clapping joyously as she gazed toward the scene. It turned out that as the Caucasian dog charged with a menacing wind, Lin Wei displayed no trace of fear. Instead, a subtle, mischievous smile graced his lips. He had anticipated this encounter, having been momentarily outpaced by the small black dog and the tabby cat, and now it was his turn to take action. In a flash, Lin Wei moved like the wind, seemingly nonchalantly sliding half a step to the side, narrowly evading the maw of the colossal beast. He distinctly observed the dog's blood-red pupils constrict in surprise as they met his figure. In that split second, Lin Wei's right hand shot out like lightning, his fingers forming claws that latched onto the thick nape of the dog's neck with unerring precision. Employing the intricate technique of the dragon capture, a hidden force surged within him. Though the Caucasian dog was fierce, it could not compare to true mountain predators. Under Lin Wei's deft maneuver, it felt a chill run down its spine, followed by an intense wave of numbness coursing through its entire being. The immense strength it had was instantly diminished, akin to a deflating balloon, losing a considerable portion of its power. Chapter 223. Astonishment. Lin Wei subdues the enemy in 3 moves. The Caucasian dog howled in defiance, its robust neck twisting desperately as it attempted to bite Lin Wei. Its crimson eyes brimmed with ferocity and resentment. Oh dear, young man, be careful. This creature's ferocity is undiminished. Indeed, keep your distance from its jaws. Those teeth are terrifying to behold. A blow to the head would be the safest way to subdue it. The onlookers watched in trepidation, their voices raised in concern, fearing that Lin Wei might falter and fall victim to the savage dog. However, Lin Wei's subsequent actions surpassed everyone's expectations. To their astonishment, he suddenly released his grip on the dog's back and thrust forward. Why did he let go? The crowd gasped, their hearts tightening. Yet before the exclamations had fully escaped their lips, Lin Wei's hand darted out like a flash of lightning, once more seizing the Caucasian dog's lower back with impeccable accuracy. This sequence of release and capture unfolded in the blink of an eye. Not only did the spectators fail to comprehend it, but even the Caucasian dog itself was momentarily bewildered, its massive body freezing in place. Get up, Lin Wei bellowed, the hidden force of his dragon capture technique surging through, instantly sealing the blood vessels in the dog's waist. Simultaneously, he summoned all his strength in his right arm, lifting the 200-pound beast effortlessly into the air. The Caucasian dog, as if struck by a potent tranquilizer, felt its muscles relax from its waist to its neck, leaving only its limbs twitching weakly. The once menacing jaws now opened and closed futilely, clearly devoid of any capacity to attack. Bravo! What a magnificent display! The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, they finally grasped that this young man had employed some extraordinary technique to nearly incapacitate the ferocious beast with mere finesse. Brother, you're amazing. You're the most valiant. The little girl hopped with glee, her face radiant with pride. Yushui gazed at Lin Wei's incredible prowess, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Natasha, the owner of the Caucasian dog, could only cover her mouth in disbelief, murmuring in her native tongue, Is this Eastern magic? My Boris has been subdued just like that? Yet, what astonished the crowd even further was that Lin Wei did not cease his assault. He abruptly tossed the limp giant dog upward, and as its massive body flipped through the air, Lin Wei's right hand shot out once more, this time aiming straight for the gaping maw of the beast. Isn't this akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den? As this thought flickered through the minds of the onlookers, the miraculous display Lin Wei had just exhibited instilled confidence in them. They held their breath, eyes wide, fixated on Lin Wei's next move. Lin Wei did not disappoint. His long fingers, like iron hoops, firmly gripped the dog's lower jaw. Under the gaze of the Caucasian dog, which had shifted from ferocity to fear, even a hint of pleading, Lin Wei unleashed the hidden force within his palm. The power of the sealing claw erupted, swiftly sealing the blood vessels of its upper and lower jaws. The massive lion-like face contorted in pain, but under the seal, it found itself powerless to resist. At this moment, even the simplest act of biting was beyond the capabilities of the giant dog. Ding! Host has successfully subdued the Caucasian giant dog, Boris, earning 300 points. Remaining points, 1750. Quite impressive indeed. Lin Wei had not anticipated that an encounter with this large dog would yield such substantial points. Get lost, he shouted, exerting his strength to shove the Caucasian giant dog outward. This behemoth, weighing over 200 pounds, rolled like a ragged sack across the stone pavement, tumbling several times before coming to a halt right before the small black dog and the tabby cat. Initially, the two little creatures retreated warily, then circled around the now incapacitated giant, confirming its complete loss of fighting capability, unable even to rise. Instantly, excitement surged through the little ones. One wagged its tail and barked exuberantly, while the other arched its back and mewed incessantly, surrounding the fallen giant dog with a relentless barrage of animated communication. The little black dog boldly approached, playfully tapping the giant dog's nose with its front paw, exuding an air of triumph akin to a victorious general. Splendid. Truly splendid. We, the people of Longhua, are undeniably strong. Even our cats and dogs are the mightiest. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers at Lin Wei's resounding victory, their faces flushed with excitement. Indeed, what does it matter if that foreign dog is large? Weighing over 200 pounds, it preys upon our smaller cats and dogs. It lacks any martial ethics, resorting to attacking humans when it cannot best the cats and dogs. Who would have thought? Historically, heroes emerge from the youth, and our young people easily subdued it. Ha ha ha. It seems it has finally encountered a formidable opponent. Let's see if it dares to act so arrogantly again. The onlookers were filled with a sense of pride, finally releasing the pent-up frustration that had weighed heavily on their hearts. A few bold individuals stepped closer, pointing and jeering at the immobile Caucasian giant dog on the ground. This behemoth was utterly defenseless now. If they didn't seize the opportunity to scrutinize it closely, when would they? Later, they could boast about their experiences at the tea houses and taverns. Faced with the mockery of the crowd and the brazen provocation of the two small figures, the Caucasian giant dog could only tightly shut its eyes, emitting a mournful whimper from deep within its throat. It felt a profound sense of humiliation. What terrifying humans had used some arcane magic? Just a few touches along its back, lower back, and jaw had rendered it utterly powerless, unable even to chew. Was it destined to become the first young dog in history to starve to death simply because it could not chew its food? Indeed, despite its fearsome size, the Caucasian dog was still quite young, merely a young adult by human standards. Boris, Natasha cried out, rushing forward in 3 swift steps, kneeling down to embrace her beloved dog tightly. She anxiously patted it, examining it closely for any visible injuries, but to her dismay, she found not a single mark. This only deepened her sense of dread. Could this be the legendary magic of the Eastern sorcerer? Mysterious and powerful, capable of inflicting harm invisibly. The Caucasian dog curled up in its owner's arms, looking as pitiful as a 200-pound child, tears genuinely streaming from its large, round eyes. If Natasha could understand its heart's voice, she would grasp the depth of its helplessness and fear. That man was terrifying. With just a few gentle touches, he had reduced it to a quivering mass, helpless and vulnerable. Chapter 224, Lin Wei's marvelous healing technique. Natasha suddenly lifted her head. The fierce intent to question dissipated the moment her gaze met Lin Wei's calm eyes, transforming into a plea filled with tears. She spoke in a heavily accented Mandarin. Esteemed sorcerer, please, could you tell me what spell you have cast on Boris? If he must be punished, considering he has harmed no one, I beseech you to alleviate his suffering. Lin Wei nearly burst into laughter. The girl from Bear Country spoke Mandarin quite clearly. But sorcerer and spell? Did she believe they were in a Western fantasy world? Upon reflection, he realized she mistook his technique of sealing bloodlines with the dragon capture technique for some supernatural magic from the West. Lin Wei deliberately slowed his speech. ensuring this foreign lady could comprehend. Your Boris will be fine. The bloodline seal simply requires some time to dissipate on its own. In a few days, he will return to his former self. Let him endure a bit of hardship. It will teach him a lesson to prevent future transgressions. Natasha stared in astonishment at Lin Wei, her light-colored eyes filled with disbelief. She evidently understood most of what he had said. This Eastern sorcerer had indeed employed some profound spell that could bind Boris for several days. She looked down at her beloved dog. The once fierce Caucasian giant dog now appeared devoid of its previous ferocity, resembling a 200-pound baby, whimpering pitifully. Due to the peculiar force that restrained its jaws, it could only manage faint whines. Its sounds so weak they resembled those of a kitten. Suddenly, Natasha recalled something and raised her head anxiously. Respected sorcerer. But Boris is unable to walk or eat in this state. If this continues for 2 or 3 days, I fear. She paused, her tone pleading. We cannot even lift him back. Lin Wei considered her words and found them reasonable. However, this Caucasian dog was indeed a formidable creature. While he was present to keep it subdued, it might revert to its wild nature in his absence, potentially causing harm. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, you are its owner. How about this? If you can ensure it curbs its ferocity and no longer frightens or bites anyone, I can lift part of the seal. Young man, that is not advisable. Several quick-thinking onlookers hastily interjected. Such a large dog. What if it goes wild again when you leave? We cannot contain it. Lin Wei chuckled lightly, his demeanor exuding a calm confidence. Rest assured. I will only lift a portion of the restrictions, allowing it to walk and eat. His gaze swept over Natasha and the slumped giant dog. His tone serene yet authoritative. Should it dare to harm anyone again, it will face the dire consequence of forcibly activating its bloodline, resulting in its own demise, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. In truth, with the intricacies of the dragon capture technique, no one in this world could forcibly break the bloodline seal. Lin Wei's statement served a dual purpose, to intimidate both the foreign lady and the giant dog, preventing them from causing trouble in the future, and to reassure the onlookers. Natasha gently embraced the giant dog, whispering soothing words. Boris seemed to understand somewhat, and at that moment, its eyes bore no trace of ferocity, only clarity akin to that of a university student. It furtively glanced at Lin Wei, the human who evoked a sense of dread greater than death itself. Though it might have once dared to fight, after being incapacitated by Lin Wei's swift moves, the giant dog no longer dared to act out. It could only cast a pitiful gaze at its owner, Natasha, then glance back at Lin Wei, lowering its head to whimper softly, a gesture of submission uniquely canine, clearly indicating it had been subdued and frightened. Lin Wei observed the Caucasian giant dog in its pitiful state and couldn't help but laugh. Enough with the theatrics. You bear no wounds and feel no pain. Who are you trying to impress? If Boris could comprehend human language, it would likely feel immensely wronged and burst into tears. Although there were indeed no visible injuries, the sensation of complete helplessness, unable even to lift its paws, was far more distressing than a mere cut. It felt as though an invisible blade was perpetually poised above its neck, threatening to descend at any moment. Lin Wei strolled closer, casting a meaningful glance at Natasha. The foreign girl instinctively shielded her beloved dog, her light brown eyes filled with apprehension and fear, terrified that this mysterious Eastern sorcerer might inflict further harm on Boris. Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. With his strength, if he truly intended to take the giant dog's life, it would be a mere flick of his wrist. There was no need for such elaborate measures. He crouched down, extending his pale, slender hand. Upon seeing this familiar hand, Boris's massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. Regrettably, it was now incapable of even fleeing, left only to watch helplessly as that hand drew ever closer. Lin Wei seemed to perceive its apprehension and spoke soothingly. Do not fear. I am merely assisting in the unblocking of your vital energy. It will not hurt. No sooner had he finished speaking than his right hand, graceful as a fluttering butterfly, struck 3 gentle taps upon the massive hound's lower back, neck, and jaw. The motion was fluid and effortless, as if merely brushing away dust. There, you should be able to walk and eat normally in the coming days. Lin Wei rose, brushing off non-existent dust from the hem of his garment. In another week or so, he would be fully restored to his former self. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the end? A few casual taps seemed such a perfunctory treatment that anyone could perform it. Even the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. Had Lin Wei not demonstrated astonishing skills moments ago, they might have voiced their doubts sooner. Only the little girl harbored unwavering faith in her brother. Her round eyes remained fixed upon the giant hound, eagerly anticipating a miracle. At that moment, the giant hound Boris's gaze flickered suddenly, and a semblance of human astonishment appeared on its majestic lion-like face. It had evidently sensed the changes occurring within its body. Stop dawdling, get up and move around. Lin Wei remarked with a casual glance. The hound flinched at his gaze, fear coursing through its being. Lin Wei understood. Those seemingly random taps had, in fact, employed a reversal technique of the meridian sealing palm, rechanneling the blocked vital energy. To claim it was ineffective would be sheer folly. Boris was now deeply intimidated by this formidable human and dared not disobey his command. It shook its massive head and trembled as it propped itself up on its front limbs, followed by a push from its hind legs. Under the astonished gazes of all, this hefty creature unsteadily rose to its feet. My heavens, it has truly stood up. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Brother is the best. The little girl clapped her hands in joy. Before the stunned Natasha could utter a word, Lin Wei commanded, take a few steps to see. Chapter 225. To learn my beast-taming secrets is a privilege reserved solely for my compatriots. Boris struggled to maintain its balance, tentatively extending a forepaw, followed by its hind legs. Moving clumsily like a puppy taking its first steps. Yet after 3 or 4 steps, it seemed to regain control over its body. Even circling around the astonished Natasha twice, while softly barking twice. The constraints on its jaw had evidently loosened. Suddenly, Natasha leapt forward like a poised leopard, disregarding all else as she lunged toward Lin Wei. Her light golden hair traced a dazzling arc in the sunlight, and her amber eyes sparkled with almost fervent excitement as she exclaimed, "Is this the magic of the East? How extraordinary! You are the most remarkable wizard I have ever encountered." The girl from the Bear Country was known for her spirited exuberance. When she encountered someone she admired or found captivating, she never concealed her feelings, readily offering a passionate embrace. However, Lin Wei was no ordinary individual. Just as Natasha was about to make contact, he deftly shifted his stance, his form as fluid as a dragon. Leaving only a few afterimages as he appeared beside the little girl and He Yushui. He gently lifted the little girl, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The beast tamers of the West are merely scratching the surface of our Eastern secrets. Only then did Natasha realize her indiscretion. She sheepishly tugged at her golden hair, cascading over her shoulders, a blush coloring her fair cheeks. I apologize, Eastern wizard. My name is Natasha, hailing from the Bear Country. My earlier actions were not meant to offend. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. As she spoke, she lifted her long leg and playfully kicked at the Caucasian hound beside her. This is Boris, my companion since childhood. I don't know what happened today. He suddenly broke free from his leash. Had it not been for your timely assistance, the consequences would have been dire. The onlookers finally understood, murmuring among themselves. So she is from the old Bear Country. No wonder she is so unrestrained. Even her dog is so formidable. Thanks to our little hero and his mystical beast, today could have ended in disaster. A bite from that large dog would have surely landed someone in the hospital. Despite the existing tensions between their nations, the common folk still held a measure of respect for their northern neighbor, since the other party had offered a sincere apology. To dwell on it further would only reflect poorly on the stature of the men of the 4-9 city. Only He Yushui remained motionless, her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Natasha. She observed the captivating curves accentuated by Natasha's snug sweater, her long legs encased in jeans, and the unabashed enthusiasm in her demeanor, prompting an inward scoff. This woman from the Bear Country is utterly shameless, she thought, biting her lip, to make such bold advances on our first meeting. Thank goodness Brother Wei is so agile and thwarted her intentions. At that moment, Natasha's companions and translators squeezed into the crowd, excitedly high-fiving her, as if they had single-handedly subdued the rampaging giant hound. Natasha's focus swiftly returned to Boris. She keenly noted that while the Caucasian dog had regained its mobility and could open and close its mouth normally, its movements still bore an inexplicable peculiarity, as if some invisible force bound its limbs. If it were to engage in a fight with other beasts at that moment, it likely would not be able to muster even a fraction of its usual strength. Eastern wizard, what is this? Natasha queried. A look of confusion etched in her chocolate-brown eyes. Before she could finish, Lin Wei spoke with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, as I mentioned, to prevent any further disturbances, I have only restored a portion of its capabilities. For a complete recovery, it will require 10 days. Oh my God! Natasha could not help but gasp again. Her hands clasped in front of her chest. The Eastern secrets are truly extraordinary. Such an ability to seal beasts at will could only be attributed to the divine. She instinctively took a few steps forward, her fervent gaze locked onto Lin Wei. Respected wizard, might you consider imparting this wondrous secret to me? I would willingly pay any price, whether in gold or any other form. Her tone carried a distinct implication, as if she were willing to offer herself as a bargaining chip. This young woman from the northern country, though merely a privileged heir, possessed an extraordinary obsession with taming beasts. In the vast forests of Siberia, she operated a training ground alongside like-minded friends, with the most notable inhabitant being a bear weighing over 1,000 pounds. Upon witnessing Lin Wei's mysterious abilities, a spark of desire ignited within her. She yearned to acquire this skill without delay. No. Before Lin Wei could respond, He Yushui swiftly stepped between them. She spread her arms like a protective hen, effectively blocking Natasha's fervent gaze. This is our dragon country's closely guarded secret. It shall never be shared. Indeed, the onlookers echoed, realizing the significance. How could the treasures of our dragon country be easily divulged to outsiders? The young lady from the Bear Nation appeared strikingly beautiful, yet her intentions were quite numerous. Upon encountering anything of value, she would instinctively yearn to possess it. Indeed, such extraordinary beast-taming techniques must be firmly held within the hands of our Dragon Kingdom's people. Lin Wei, with a hint of exasperation, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness towards Natasha, his expression tinged with an air of inability to assist. Natasha, not only can I not impart this secret art to you, but even if I were inclined to teach, given the physical constitution of your Bear Nation, it would be utterly futile. Natasha opened her mouth to argue, but Lin Wei gently raised a hand to silence her. Think carefully. Have you ever encountered such mystical techniques in your Bear Nation, or in any other lands you've visited? Natasha instinctively shook her head. Despite her travels across numerous countries over the years, she had never witnessed such remarkable beast-handling skills. It was precisely this uniqueness that fueled her fervent desire. That is correct. Lin Wei affirmed with a tone of conviction, his gaze imbued with an enigmatic depth. Such secret arts can only be mastered by the direct disciples of our Dragon Kingdom's beast-taming sect. Furthermore, he paused deliberately. Were it not for the innate bloodline of our Dragon Kingdom, even with prodigious talent, one could not hope to attain such mastery. To thoroughly extinguish this foreign maiden's fervent thirst for knowledge, Lin Wei resorted to concepts drawn from future tales of cultivation. He was confident that these esoteric expressions would sufficiently daunt this young girl, who knew nothing of Eastern mysticism. Indeed, disappointment was vividly etched on Natasha's face. Although the terms like beast-taming sect and bloodline constitution left her bewildered, she clearly understood that any hope of mastering this wondrous art was utterly dashed. Chapter 226, An Invitation from the International Competition. Observing the sudden dimming of her once radiant amber eyes, Lin Wei felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was an international friend who had journeyed from afar, and such a vibrant, passionate young woman deserved not to be seen in such despair. With this thought, Lin Wei reached into his pocket and withdrew an exquisitely crafted white porcelain vial, its surface smooth and subtly luminous. Inside was his specially concocted spirit spring water, infused with a hint of beast spirit powder, originally intended as a treat for Xiaohe and Xiao Lihua. The moment he produced it, the intention was unmistakable. Woof. Meow. Upon sighting the jade-green vial, Xiaohe and Xiao Lihua's eyes sparkled as if sprinkled with stardust, their tails wagging like small whirlwinds as they eagerly approached. The little girl tugged at them with all her might, but she could not restrain the two excited creatures. Lin Wei chuckled, squatting down to gently stroke their fluffy ears, and spoke softly. This will be lent to the big fellow for now. I will prepare new ones for you when we return, all right? The two little ones seemed to comprehend. Though they continued to gaze longingly at the vial, emitting soft whines, they refrained from lunging forward, instead nuzzling against Lin Wei's palm with reluctance. Standing up, Lin Wei extended the warm, subtly blue-glazed porcelain vial to the still-dazed Natasha. Here you go, Natasha. This vial contains a specially formulated potion. Once Boris has fully recovered, administer it to him once daily for 5 consecutive days. Not only will his physical strength significantly increase, but his intelligence will also markedly improve. Henceforth, he shall no longer exhibit the uncontrollable behavior witnessed today. Natasha hesitantly accepted the cool vial, her fingertips delicately tracing the intricate vine patterns on its surface, and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "O mysterious Eastern sorcerer, is this a secret elixir crafted by your kind?" Suppressing a smile, Lin Wei nodded solemnly. Indeed. This is a potion capable of greatly enhancing a pet's intellect and physical potential. How wonderful! Natasha exclaimed in delight, instinctively reaching out for an embrace. But noticing He Yushui's watchful gaze, she sheepishly withdrew her outstretched arms. Biting her lip in contemplation, her eyes suddenly brightened. But, having bestowed upon me such a precious gift, what should I offer in return? As she spoke, she hurriedly summoned an attendant to rummage through her handbag. Soon after, she produced a gleaming golden token. The token shone brilliantly in the sunlight, intricately engraved with reliefs of lions, elephants, tigers, and other majestic beasts, its edges adorned with delicate vine patterns, unmistakably extraordinary. O esteemed Eastern sorcerer, this is a high-level invitation from the International Hunting Association. Natasha solemnly presented the golden plaque, explaining, in March of this year, the international hunting competition will be held in the East African Rift Valley, with top hunters from over 100 nations expected to participate. With your prowess, winning the championship will be a mere formality. Lin Wei accepted the invitation, feeling its weight. It was crafted from solid gold. He gently traced the textured patterns with his fingers, inwardly marveling at the extravagance of it all. Although he had never heard of this international hunting competition, the terms East African Rift Valley and hunters from 100 nations were enough to stir excitement within him. In his 2 lifetimes, this would be his first opportunity to travel abroad, and to do so for such an exhilarating event. Natasha then handed him a plain white business card, its edges embossed with exquisite gold trim. This card contains my contact information. You may call me before March 1st, and I will arrange all your passport and visa procedures. This seemingly casual statement hinted at Natasha's extraordinary background. To speak of international travel arrangements as easily as reserving a table at a restaurant was no feat for an ordinary person. Lin Wei smiled in response. That sounds great. Coincidentally, we are approaching the new year here. After the festivities, I will come to find you and experience the beauty of the East African Rift Valley. After bidding farewell to the unacquainted Natasha, Lin Wei took the little girl's hand, with He Yushui closely following. The 2 small animals joyfully bounded ahead as they entered a nearby department store. Ah, our little hero has arrived, exclaimed 2 female sales clerks stationed at the entrance, their enthusiasm palpable. One was a kindly middle-aged woman, while the other was a young lady in her 20s, clad in a neat uniform. The latter even squatted down to gently pat the heads of Xiao Li Hua and Xiao He, her eyes brimming with affection, clearly an animal lover herself. The earlier clash between East and West had not only astonished passers-by, but had also been witnessed by the store staff, who beamed with pride and joy at the sight of their young hero and his adorable pets triumphing over a colossal beast from the north. The feeling was akin to witnessing one's compatriot clinch victory on the international stage. Lin Wei and He Yushui were somewhat taken aback by this overwhelming warmth. It is worth noting that in this era, department store sales clerks were among the most coveted professions. It was rare for customers to be met with such proactive welcomes, as those who did not make a purchase were often met with indifference, if not disdain. Lin Wei endeavored to muster a sincere smile. Madam, I would like to buy each of my 2 little sisters a new cotton coat to wear for the new year. Do you have anything suitable? He Yushui felt a twinge in her heart at the mention of sisters, a bittersweet sensation washing over her. Yet, upon realizing Lin Wei intended to buy her new clothes, a warm current surged within her. She quickly grasped Lin Wei's arm, exclaiming, No, Xiao Wei, you can buy one for Xiao Xiao, but I cannot let you spend money on me. It would be too extravagant. She had just discreetly glanced at the price tag. An adult cotton-padded coat would cost at least 10 yuan, along with the requirement of 5 feet of fabric tickets, which constituted a significant expense for an ordinary family. Yet, Lin Wei remained unfazed, playfully patting her arm. Now that we're here, how could we not make a purchase? Besides, Xiao Xiao intends to buy as well. So it works out perfectly. Rest assured, I have both money and tickets prepared. He turned to the saleswoman, a kindly middle-aged lady. Excuse me. Could you assist my 2 younger sisters in determining their sizes? The saleswoman, smiling warmly, readily obliged, deftly measuring the little girl. This young lady will be easy. Just buy 1 size up, and she can wear it again next year. However, when her gaze shifted to He Yushui, her brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with mild reproach. This girl is rather too thin, don't you think, as her brother? Though her words trailed off, her eyes clearly conveyed the sentiment. What kind of brother are you, allowing your sister to become so undernourished? He Yushui felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly explained, Auntie, I'm not his biological sister. I stay at school and eat rather simply. Chapter 227. Purchasing New Year's goods, beautiful outfits. The saleswoman then understood, her expression softening. She studied He Yushui closely. At around 14 or 15 years of age, she was quite tall. Yet her frame was so slender it seemed she might topple over with a gust of wind. If she were to be a partner for a young hero, she truly needed more nourishment. Lin Wei chuckled, half-jokingly adding, Auntie, her real brother is a chef, yet he has failed to care for her properly. Look, the new year is nearly upon us, and she is still wearing these patched-up old clothes, which is rather shabby. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman scrutinized He Yushui more closely. Indeed, while her clothes were impeccably clean, the stitching at the cuffs and hems was quite apparent, and the fabric had long since faded. Thanks to He Yushui's delicate frame, if she were any fuller, those clothes might very well burst at the seams. Feeling the saleswoman's gaze upon her, He Yushui nervously twisted her fingers together. Coming into this department store was a rare event for her, let alone purchasing new clothes. Had she not been accompanied by Lin Wei, she likely wouldn't have mustered the courage to enter at all. All right, dear. I know how to find you the most suitable options, the saleswoman said with a hearty smile. Turning to call a young salesgirl who was still playing with a kitten and puppy, Xiaohong. Please fetch that set of small red cotton-padded coat with black cotton pants from the counter for this little darling to try on. She then kindly took He Yushui's hand. Dear girl, come with me to the fitting room. I will ensure you look absolutely lovely. When the fitting room curtain parted once more, even Lin Wei could not help but widen his eyes. The little girl joyfully bounced out first. The bright red cotton-padded coat was delicately embroidered with several tiny plum blossoms, its vibrant hue making her face appear rosy, akin to a ripe apple. The coat's stand-up collar further accentuated her spirited demeanor. Although the size was indeed one larger, the slightly longer sleeves only added to her adorable charm. The deep blue cotton pants were substantial and crisp, contrasting sharply with the red top, enhancing the little girl's lively essence. Brother, do I look good? She asked, gleefully twirling in place. Before Lin Wei could respond, He Yushui shyly emerged, her head bowed. Upon her appearance, even Xiaohong, who had been adjusting the little girl's clothes, couldn't suppress an exclamation. Wow! He Yushui wore a well-tailored azure cotton-padded coat. The calm tone beautifully balancing her youthful innocence, thus revealing a touch of girlhood grace. The ample cotton padding elegantly balanced her previously slight form, with a hint of light-colored lining peeking from the collar, adding a layer of refinement. Most astonishing was the black cotton pants, due to her slender figure. What should have appeared somewhat bulky instead lent her a lengthened silhouette, reminiscent of the pencil pants that became fashionable in later years. He Yushui anxiously tugged at the hem of her outfit, furtively glancing at Lin Wei, her eyes filled with both anticipation and uncertainty. Observing her transformed appearance, Lin Wei recalled her earlier patched clothing and genuinely exclaimed, "You look wonderful, truly wonderful." Then catching sight of his sister Xiao Xiao's sparkling eyes brimming with expectation, Lin Wei's heart softened, and he quickly added, "Xiao Xiao's is particularly lovely too." Turning to the saleswoman, he decisively stated, "Auntie, I'll take both these sets. Could you please calculate the total cost and fabric tickets?" The saleswoman beamed widely, her eyes crinkling with delight. "That will be 16 yuan in total, plus 7 feet of fabric tickets." Lin Wei calmly retrieved a substantial stack of cash and various tickets from his cloth pouch, spreading them across the glass counter as he meticulously searched. The large denomination stood out prominently, and while the cash was easy to locate, the tickets proved more cumbersome. He deftly pushed aside 2 watch tickets, swept past a small stack of grain tickets, and a few meat tickets, before finally extracting the neatly stacked fabric tickets from a corner of the assorted papers. His flurry of actions left the saleswoman and her colleague momentarily stunned. Who was this young man? He carried such a thick wad of cash and tickets, so diverse in kind. Grain tickets, meat tickets, even the rare watch tickets. Surely, even the department store manager might not casually produce such a collection. What was even more astonishing was that he nonchalantly stowed them in a cloth bag while out and about. They had no inkling that Lin Wei typically kept these items securely in a spatial realm, only retrieving them from the bag to create a show. He Yushui stood by, wide-eyed as she witnessed Lin Wei casually pull out such a sizable stack of cash and tickets, finally believing that his earlier claims of wealth were not mere bravado. With this amount of money and tickets, he could effortlessly purchase 10 or 8 more outfits. Yet, the thought of him spending so much today weighed heavily on her mind. She feared that even after 2 months of working, she would struggle to repay him. It was indeed a sweet yet troubling predicament. The saleswoman was particularly enthusiastic, efficiently counting the money and tickets while engaging Lin Wei in cheerful conversation. She incessantly inquired about his residence, age, and occupation, her eagerness causing He Yushui to frown. Lin Wei felt a sense of helplessness. However, faced with the saleswoman's beaming smile, he could not respond coldly and had to reply honestly, 95 Naluo Guxiang. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes brightened. This young man not only had a handsome appearance and an upright stature, but also spent freely and spoke with composure, clearly indicating a solid background. She had several neighborhood girls ready for matchmaking and could not let such a prime candidate slip away. Her mind racing, she continued to chatter. "Oh, that is a great area. Young man, who else is in your family? You come here often, and I will surely reserve the best for you." Lin Wei nodded in agreement, subtly stepping back. After finally settling the bill, he quickly took the little girl's hand in one and gently nudged He Yushui with the other, almost hastily making his exit from the department store. Behind them, the saleswoman's cheerful voice called out, "Lin, you must return next time. I'll introduce you to someone." Around 4 in the afternoon, with the sun already beginning to dip in the west, Lin Wei stepped into the courtyard at 95 Naluo Guxiang, his steps slightly heavy. In contrast, the 2 little girls behind him appeared completely unaware of their fatigue. He Yushui and the little girl were clad in their freshly donned floral cotton jackets, chattering animatedly as a cat and a dog trailed behind them. Lin Wei observed their exuberant demeanor, casting a glance at the heavy bag slung over his shoulder. unable to suppress a wry smile. Indeed, regardless of the era, a woman's talent for shopping was an innate gift, fully developed from the age of 6 to 80. As long as one could walk, one could shop joyously. Chapter 228. The beast at courtyard 95 turned envious. The day had indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. A bulging bag of fruit-flavored hard candies, an assortment of seasonings neatly packaged in oil paper, and even 2 new outfits. They had also reserved a well-balanced piece of pork belly from Ma San-er's mother at the supply and marketing cooperative. With the New Year's goods nearly complete, the cost was not insignificant. Carrying the weight of dozens of pounds was one thing. Accompanying those 2 little darlings from one end to the other had resulted in blisters on his feet after several hours. Yin Bugui, the sentinel of courtyard 95, was indeed ever present, with a small stool firmly positioned at the threshold. Upon hearing footsteps and voices from outside, he perked up. His beady eyes hidden behind glasses sparkling with anticipation. Business was at hand. However, as he squinted to see who was approaching, his heart sank when he realized it was Lin Wei. A chill ran down his spine. How could it be this harbinger of misfortune? Yin Bugui was all too aware of Lin Wei's formidable prowess, capable of single-handedly vanquishing the entire courtyard multiple times over. With a stern disposition, he was impervious to deceit. Even the most skilled moral coercion employed by Yi Zhonghai was ineffective against him. In Yin Bugui's mind, Lin Wei was the very embodiment of his greatest fears. Recalling the last encounter when he had merely attempted to stop her uncle, only to be met with a severe reprimand from Lin Wei, he felt a shiver down his spine, his head buzzing. In a fluster, he disregarded everything else and hastily attempted to slip away into the courtyard. Alas! Whether it was his sudden haste or sheer misfortune causing him to stumble, Yin Bugui tripped over his own stool. He lurched forward, nearly tumbling into a roll behind the threshold. His crooked glasses flew off, landing who knows where. Lin Wei approached leisurely, bending down to retrieve the glasses from the ground and handing them to the dazed Yin Bugui, who fumbled to place them back on his nose, his vision gradually clearing. The first thing he saw was Lin Wei's enigmatic face, alarmingly close. Startled, he instinctively scooted back, muttering, "Please, don't come any closer." Lin Wei chuckled softly, her tone unhurried. "Teacher Yin, still on duty here? How is the harvest today?" Yin Bugui quickly waved his hands. No, I'm just sitting here. Soaking up some sun." "Soaking up sun?" Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, shaking the heavy bag in her hand. "Perfect timing. I just bought some New Year's goods, candies, sunflower seeds, and a rather fine piece of pork belly. Would you help me inspect them, Teacher Yin?" Yin Bugui instantly grasped the implication behind her words. His eyes darted to the bag, his throat involuntarily swallowing, but his strong survival instincts suppressed the urge for indulgence. He shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. No, you go ahead, just hurry inside." Seeing his flustered demeanor, Lin Wei decided against further teasing him, calling back, "Yushui, Xiao, Uncle San said we can go in. Let us go." He Yushui and the little girl then emerged from behind Lin Wei, eagerly crossing the threshold with the cat and dog in tow. As they passed by, Yin Bugui's eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly saw that both little girls were adorned in brand new cotton jackets, with meticulous stitching and vibrant colors, unmistakably purchased from a department store. How many years had it been since his family had acquired new clothing? Hand-me-downs had been the norm, patched and mended for 3 years. He himself wore a single tattered cotton jacket daily, only donning a decent Zhongshan suit for school, hastily switching back to avoid wear. Now witnessing the 2 girls in their fresh attire, despite his trepidation towards Lin Wei, Yin Bugui could not help but exclaim, "Is this a new outfit? Must have cost quite a bit." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, yet his gaze remained glued to the new jackets, unable to look away. To be fair, while Yin Bugui was known for his penny-pinching ways, his discerning eye for quality was sharp. The saleswoman had specifically selected the finest 2 outfits, and he could immediately discern their worth. Lin Wei casually replied, "Not much. The 2 sets cost a total of 16 yuan, plus 7 meters of fabric coupons." "Wow, so expensive?" Yin Bugui gasped instinctively, but then nodded, muttering to himself, "Well, the fabric is substantial, the colors bright, and the stitching dense. Definitely worth the price." Surprisingly, he did not attempt to calculate the expense. He was purely assessing the goods, and his words came out far more pleasant than expected. Lin Wei noticed his softened demeanor. Catching a glimpse of the 2 little girls, He Yushui and Xiao, who were grinning widely, their eyes sparkling with delight at the praise. This rare compliment from someone in the courtyard was unwittingly bestowed by Yin Bugui. Since this miser had unexpectedly provided a bit of emotional value, Lin Wei, not one to be stingy, reached into the bag and pulled out a generous handful of roasted sunflower seeds and peanuts, offering them to Yin Bugui. "With the new year approaching, take these snacks as a token of goodwill. Don't refuse." "Of course not. How could I refuse?" Yin Bugue exclaimed, flabbergasted, as he eagerly accepted the treats with both hands. Leaning in to breathe in the aroma, his eyes squinted in delight. Is this fragrance from the Leaf family's frying pan? It's been years since I've tasted something this authentic. As if lost in thought, he seemed to recall some distant memory, then suddenly dug a washed-out but neatly folded handkerchief from his coat pocket, carefully laying it on a clean patch of ground. He then gently placed each sunflower seed and peanut onto the handkerchief, silently counting. After laying them all down, he checked again, a satisfied look crossing his face as he reluctantly gathered the corners of the handkerchief, carefully tucking it back into his pocket. His focused and frugal demeanor made it abundantly clear to anyone watching that this collection of snacks had been meticulously planned out, with a specific number allotted for each day, likely calculated to last him quite some time. Meanwhile, the unexpected delight at Yin Bugue's end was momentarily set aside, as he Yushui led the little girl into the courtyard. A group of aunts and young wives bustling by the water basin halted in their tracks, their gazes fixed in unison. Oh my, whose daughters are these? Their outfits are truly splendid. One aunt, squinting her eyes in confusion, could not recognize them. A sharper-eyed aunt chimed in, look closely. That's he Yushui from the back courtyard and Lin Xiaoxiao from the east courtyard. Their outfits must be newly purchased. They're absolutely pristine. Another aunt wiped her hands on her apron and clicked her tongue. TSK, ready-made clothes are certainly different from those sewn at home. Just look at the cut and fit. They elevate the wearer. The envy in her voice was palpable, detectable even from a few paces away. Chapter 229. Qin Huai was envious and began to stir trouble. In the corner, Jia Zhangshi squatted on the ground, feigning to count ants. Yet her beady triangular eyes were firmly glued to the two little girls' new cotton jackets. She lowered her head and spat vehemently onto the ground, pressing her voice through clenched teeth. These worthless brats dare to wear new clothes? Her voice was so low it was nearly inaudible, for she had already spotted Lin Wei not far away. If she dared to jump out and stir trouble at this moment, it would be a case of courting disaster. Qin Huairu was originally engrossed in wringing out a wet garment when she lifted her face upon hearing the commotion, her gaze landing on He Yushui, and she was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, amongst the women in this courtyard, she was the most vulnerable. She could hardly recall how many years had passed since she had last acquired a truly new piece of clothing. After marrying into the Jia family, apart from the red wedding gown, she had relied solely on scraps of fabric, altering old garments, and making do with the family's heirloom sewing machine to cobble together a few wearable outfits. However, the fabric she purchased could never compare to the ready-made clothing displayed in department stores. The indigo cotton jacket that adorned He Yushui was made of thick, even material, intricately woven with subtle patterns that shimmered delicately. Its cut was tailored to perfection, enhancing the little girl's stature. The stitching was meticulously neat, with not a single loose thread in sight. Such exquisite craftsmanship was unattainable at home. Qin Huairu had wandered into department stores countless times, standing in front of the ready-to-wear counters, her eyes caressing the garments hanging high. Yet, without money or fabric coupons in hand, she could only stand and gaze until the sales clerk cast an impatient glance or let out a derisive snicker, prompting her to lower her head and leave in embarrassment. The very items she dreamed of at night were now glaringly worn by He Yushui, a girl she had never regarded with much importance. Qin Huairu felt as if her heart had been twisted by an unseen force, her grip on the wet garment tightening unconsciously, water droplets falling to the ground like a gentle rain. However, being the destined heroine of the courtyard, the epitome of grace, her thoughts turned swiftly. In but a moment, she suppressed the bitterness in her eyes and forced a smile that she considered her most gentle and amiable. She gently placed the wet garment down, instinctively wiped her hands on her apron, and then shifted her feet, seemingly naturally advancing a few steps to block He Yushui's path. This maneuver was a skill she had honed over the years, originally used to obstruct Shaju's lunchbox, and it had rarely failed her. Now, applied to Shaju's sister. The effect was equally immediate. Yushui, you're back? Qin Huairu's voice was soft and affectionate. That outfit is truly beautiful. Let Sister Qin take a look at the fabric. Before her words had fully faded, her hand instinctively reached for He Yushui's sleeve, her demeanor resembling that of a caring elder sister helping her younger sibling adjust her clothes. He Yushui's smile faltered abruptly. Qin Huairu's audacity was truly remarkable. With so many eyes upon them, others might offer a few compliments, but who would dare to touch? Yet here was Qin Huairu, her eyes seemingly fixed on the new clothing, her hands eager to reach out. If they weren't in such a public setting, one might almost suspect she wished to strip the garment from He Yushui. The thought made He Yushui recoil in distaste, instinctively stepping back to elude Qin Huairu's gentle grasp. Oh my, is Yushui shy? Qin Huairu maintained her composure, her tone still affectionate. Sister Qin only wants to take a closer look. Why are you hiding? Internally, she cursed the ungrateful girl several times, Yet her expression remained one of concern and care as she stepped closer, invading He Yushue's space. At that moment, He Yushue was backed against the little girl Lin Xiaoxiao, who clutched her clothing tightly, leaving her with no room to retreat. She could even perceive a glimmer of triumph in Qin Huairu's seemingly gentle gaze. Yet, the typically timid He Yushue could not muster the courage to raise her hand in objection. She could only stand frozen in place. Just as Qin Huairu's fingers were about to brush against the fresh cotton jacket sleeve, a series of sharp yelps erupted. Meow, woof. The sudden cacophony made Qin Huairu jerk her hand back as if scalded, stumbling 2 steps back in surprise, looking down in bewilderment. It turned out to be the cat and dog raised by the little girl. The small black dog emitted a low growl, while the tabby cat arched its back, fur bristling. The 2 little creatures had keenly sensed He Yushue's distress and sprang to her defense almost simultaneously. The small black dog even nudged Qin Huairu's calf gently with its head. Had it truly exerted force, she might have found herself on the ground. Qin Huairu's expression darkened instantaneously. She was all too familiar with these 2 little beasts. The puppy was notorious for sending her mother-in-law into fits of screams, while the tabby cat had clawed her husband, Jia Dongxiu, leaving scars that had yet to fade. She dared not look too closely at his face at night, fearing it might frighten her with its spectral appearance. The Jia family and these 2 little creatures shared a deep-seated enmity. However, she was powerless to retaliate, and Lin Wei was not one to be easily swayed by mere words. Yet, Qin Huairu's ability to manage her expression was already second nature. That fleeting shadow of displeasure vanished in an instant, replaced by a welling of tears. "Oh, dear Yushue," she sobbed, her voice quivering. "Sister Qin merely wished to admire your lovely garment." She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, but the tears flowed even more freely. "How could you let that cat and dog threaten Sister Qin?" Her voice grew increasingly sorrowful, her shoulders trembling slightly. "It's all because Sister Qin comes from the countryside. Unworthy to even glance at such fine city garments. Even to touch them is a sin." Initially perhaps a performance, as she spoke. Memories of her own life after marrying into the Jia family surged forth. The constant scarcity in her life, the years without a decent new piece of clothing, brought forth genuine tears, transforming her feigned sorrow into true emotion. He Yushue was utterly stunned. She had merely stepped aside, yet somehow, she had become the one appearing to bully her neighbor. Qin Huairu was indeed a master of manipulation. It must be said that Qin Huairu's seasoned performance yielded immediate results. The women in the courtyard began to rally around her. Aunt Air from the back courtyard was the first to speak. "Yushue, your sister Qin only wanted to see your new clothes. Isn't it a bit excessive to hide and let the cat and dog intimidate her?" Aunt San from the front courtyard did not hold back, her words laced with barbs. "Excessive? I think it goes beyond that. Wearing new clothes has turned her into someone above us, looking down on us mere mud-stompers." In the corner, Jia Zhangshi continued her laundry, casting a discreet glance towards the unfolding scene. She was all too aware of her daughter-in-law's character and was likely contemplating how to benefit from He Yushue's new attire, pondering how to garner some advantage, especially since that clothing was too small for her to wear and could not be eaten. She was disinterested in intervening, particularly with Lin Wei standing nearby, who might have a trick up her sleeve. As for Qin Huairu, one mustn't attempt to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. A chorus of accusations from a group of elderly women crashed down upon her. And He Yushue, unaccustomed to such a barrage, bit her lip, her eyes quickly reddening, tears welling up, yet no words of defense could escape her lips. Lin Wei furrowed her brow, about to step forward. "He Yushue, what mischief are you up to here? Look at how you've made Sister Qin cry." A coarse, thunderous voice erupted from the back of the crowd. Lin Wei turned to see a disheveled figure, face lined with wrinkles and mingling with the kitchen's greasy aroma, clad in an oil-stained work uniform, holding an aluminum lunchbox. Who else could it be but her own brother, the devoted fool, Shaju? It turned out that he had just returned from the steel mill. At noon today, the cafeteria had prepared a special meal to treat the leaders from the meat factory and grain station, and he had employed his culinary skills to secure a generous portion of mushroom chicken, which he cherished in the lunchbox. All the way, he had been delighting in the thought. Once he presented the lunchbox to Sister Qin, she would surely gaze at him with those watery eyes, and perhaps even casually brush her delicate fingers against him, the faint scent of milk lingering on her. Merely considering this made Shaju feel a surge of warmth, and he feared he wouldn't sleep soundly that night. Strangely enough, ever since Jia Dongxiu had been disfigured, Qin Huairu's attitude toward Shaju had undergone a complete transformation. In the past, she wouldn't even allow his fingertips to brush against hers when he handed her the lunchbox. But now she would inadvertently nudge him with her arm or let her hair sweep across his hand during a bow. These subtle encounters had completely enchanted Shaju. At this moment, upon seeing Qin Huairu's tear-streaked, pitiful visage and hearing the gossip around him, A flame of anger ignited within him, and without a second thought, he shouted at his own sister. "Brother, I never expected this," He Yushui thought, as Sha Zhu charged towards her, shouting indiscriminately. Was this still the brother who had once protected her fiercely, cherishing her as his treasured gem? Could it be true what Lin Wei said, that her foolish brother had completely lost his wits upon seeing Qin Huairu, resolutely determined to remain her devoted admirer? But Qin Huairu was Jia Dongshu's wife. What relation did she bear to He Yushu? How could he publicly chastise his own sister for the sake of a stranger? With this thought, tears streamed down He Yushui's face. Her words caught in her throat, unable to be uttered. "Zhuzi, this is not Yushui's fault." Upon seeing Sha Zhu rush back, Qin Huairu felt a surge of delight in her heart. It was as if a pillow had been offered to her in her time of need, with this devoted fool's assistance. She had no doubt that she would secure that new outfit from He Yushui. However, the play must not cease, and the plot twist could not unfold too swiftly. She raised her tear-filled gaze towards Sha Zhu, her expression one of grievance and suppressed sorrow, causing him to shiver, wishing to envelop her in his arms and offer comfort. "Zhuzi, it's all my fault for being useless, for not having seen such fine clothing before." Her voice trembled, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. Sister Qin saw Yushui wearing new clothes and just wanted to touch the fabric. "But I forgot, I'm just a country girl, unworthy of looking or touching." The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became, bowing her head to wipe her tears, her shoulders gently trembling. "It's my fault for not knowing the boundaries." Boom. Listening to Qin Huairu's masterful performance, Lin Wei felt a shiver run down her spine. This acting, this command of dialogue, surpassed the levels of the so-called green tea bitches of later generations. Truly, she was the white lotus of the courtyard. Lin Wei herself was nearly drawn into her web. Let alone the love-struck Sha Zhu who had long been bewitched. Even Jia Zhangshi, lurking in the corner, couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Qin Huairu. Her daughter-in-law was indeed quite adept, having previously underestimated her. At this moment, Sha Zhu was utterly captivated by Qin Huairu's heart-wrenchingly pitiable appearance. "Sister Qin, how could you belittle yourself so?" Were it not for the crowd, he would have longed to pull Qin Huairu into his embrace and comfort her. It was all He Yushui's fault. It was the fault of his inconsiderate sister that Sister Qin was distressed and that his heart ached. With this thought, Sha Zhu's ire flared, and he turned sharply towards He Yushui, his voice thunderous. "He Yushui, Sister Qin merely wanted to see and touch your clothing. Would that truly cost you a piece of flesh? Aren't we neighbors, obligated to help one another?" He panted heavily, pointing directly at the new blue cotton coat on He Yushui's body, nearly shouting his command. "Now, I, as your brother, order you, remove this coat and give it to Sister Qin." Boom! A collective gasp from the elderly women in the courtyard shattered their perceptions. Had Sha Zhu gone mad? With the new year approaching, he was demanding his own sister strip off her brand new clothing to give to a woman with whom he had no connection. How could this be considered brotherly love? Was he still the Sha Zhu who once starved himself to ensure his sister had enough to eat? Jia Zhangshi, squatting at the back of the crowd, narrowed her triangular eyes. Her expression darkened like a pot smeared with ash. She clenched her teeth. "Well, you little harlot. Pretending to be pure and innocent, claiming to have nothing to do with Sha Zhu. Now he is stripping his own sister of her new clothes to give to you. And you still dare to say you're not a pair of shameless lovers." Lin Wei was also taken aback. She had known for some time that Sha Zhu was infatuated with Qin Huairu, but to this extent, did he still consider himself a person? He Yushui felt utterly frozen. Her eyes wide in disbelief, as if she could not recognize the person before her. Her lips trembled, her voice faint as if it might break at any moment. "Brother, what did you just say?" Sha Zhu's face turned ashen, his gaze as cold and hard as ice. Each word striking He Yushui's heart with painful precision. "I said to take off your new clothes and give them to Sister Qin. Your New Year outfit. I'll make it up to you tomorrow." He Yushui trembled all over, her face turning pale. She stared blankly at Sha Zhu. The faint glimmer in her eyes extinguished like a candle blown out by the wind. All right. She suddenly laughed bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks in torrents. "You truly are my good brother." Before her words could fully dissipate, tears poured forth, soaking her clothing, drenching the carefully selected blue cotton coat from the department store. Chapter 231. Lin Wei confronts Qin Huairu. He Yushui managed a bitter laugh, tears still clinging to her cheeks, her voice suddenly rising, laden with endless sarcasm. "Brother, do you know how much this outfit is worth? 10 yuan, and it requires 4 fabric coupons. With your usual inability to even pull out 5 yuan from your pocket. How could you possibly buy it for me?" The more she spoke, the more frantic she became, her chest heaving. Each word piercing. "This isn't just any street vendor's item. This is the only one available in the department store on Qianmen Street. If you miss out now, Even if you have money and coupons later, you want to find another one. Tell me, where are you going to find a replacement for me? Meanwhile, Qin Huairu, who had been softly weeping, had quietly ceased her tears the moment Sha Zhu mentioned the clothing. One hand still covered her face, her fingers discreetly parting to reveal her remarkably bright eyes behind her palm. Upon hearing the mention of 10 yuan and 4 fabric coupons for the only one available, that glimmer of hope nearly overflowed. What a splendid piece of clothing it would be if it adorned her. She could almost envision herself wearing that brand-new printed cotton coat, striding down the street, eliciting envious glances from those around her. What a charming little wife she would be in Nanluo Guxiang. Her gaze could not help but slip through her fingers, fixating on He Yushui's garment, a fervent desire to strip it off and adorn herself with it immediately. The matrons in the courtyard had long been rendered speechless. 10 yuan, plus 4 feet of cloth tickets? A gasp of disbelief escaped someone's lips. This amount could cover my family's expenses for 2 months. How could a mere student like He Yushui possess such wealth and cloth tickets? Another voice, lowered yet infused with suspicion and scrutiny, questioned, could it be that she has resorted to dubious means? Shaju, reminded by this insinuation, seized upon it like a lifeline, abruptly raising his hand to point an accusing finger at He Yushui. He Yushui, you can't possibly have stolen from home. Brother. He Yushui's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising sharply. Think for a moment. Do you believe there's money to be kept at home? Do you have cloth tickets for me to pilfer? Shaju faltered, images flashing through his mind. The meager salary each month, which was scarcely warm before being lent to Qin Huairu. The occasional cloth tickets that dutifully ended up in her hands, leaving no spare money or tickets at home. Yet, his expression darkened only momentarily before he advanced a few steps closer, his finger nearly poking He Yushui's nose. Surely you've stolen from your classmates, He Yushui. How brazen you are. He panted, his voice reverberating so forcefully that He Yushui was compelled to take 2 steps back. You had better quickly return the clothes to Sister Qin. For stolen goods, you'll need to find a way to compensate her. His words struck her like a blunt knife, stabbing deep into her heart. Not only was she to relinquish the garment, but she would also bear the stigma of theft. All at the hands of her own brother. Lin Wei could no longer stand by. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between He Yushui and Shaju, guarding against any irrational actions from this brutish man. He Yushui ceased her protests. Tears streamed down her face, her gaze vacant, as if the last flicker of hope had extinguished. Suddenly, she chuckled softly, her voice barely above a whisper. All right, my foolish brother. So this is the kind of person you think I am. She lowered her head, her trembling fingers rising to the first button of her cotton-padded jacket. If you want the clothes, I shall give them to you. The button came undone, the jacket loosening slightly. The second button followed suit. Qin Huairu, covering half her face, peered through her fingers with a gaze that glinted with something sinister. Watching He Yushui unbutton her garment brought her an exhilarating satisfaction, akin to drinking a bowl of chilled plum juice on a sweltering summer day. This little money grubber returned every week, seeking funds from Shaju. Were it not for her, Shaju's wages, grain tickets, and cloth tickets would have long flowed into her own pockets. A single, unattached cook, with meals provided by the canteen and clad in work attire, had no need for expenditure. Now, the situation had turned in her favor. She could punish this girl while also acquiring a rare garment, thus winning both face and substance. Qin Huairu couldn't suppress a smile that threatened to break through, forcing herself to stifle it. Wait. At that moment, Lin Wei stepped forward, his voice low yet commanding enough to silence the murmurs in the courtyard. He understood that if he remained silent any longer, this girl might find herself stripped of more than just a layer of clothing. If despair consumed her, even surviving would feel akin to being a mere shell of a person. Almost simultaneously, a diminutive figure darted forward, grasping He Yushui's arm. Sister Yushui, don't take it off. It was a young girl, too innocent to comprehend the convoluted machinations of adults, yet instinctively aware that something was amiss. She clutched He Yushui's hand tightly, gazing up with wide eyes filled with fear. He Yushui's hand, poised to unbutton, froze in midair. Shaju, meeting Lin Wei's gaze, instinctively retreated a couple of steps. He had not forgotten the feeling of being easily subdued by Lin Wei on several occasions. His voice faltered. This is our family affair. I'm disciplining my sister. You needn't interfere. But Lin Wei merely smiled, his eyes devoid of warmth. What if I insist on intervening? Shaju felt a chill run down his spine under Lin Wei's scrutinizing gaze. His fists clenched and relaxed. The retort, "Who are you to meddle?" rolled around in his mouth, but he dared not utter it. He knew all too well that should it come to blows, he would not last beyond 3 moves against this individual. Nearby, Qin Huairu, witnessing the imminent loss of her hard-earned prize, could no longer contain her grievances. Wiping her eyes with her sleeve, she approached. Lin Wei, what do you mean by that? Her tone was markedly less gentle than usual. This is a matter between Xiaozhu and Yushui. What right do you have to interfere? Lin Wei turned to her, his gaze light and dismissive, a smirk deepening on his lips. Ah, the principal party finally deigns to speak. I was wondering why you were so keen on the spectacle of Yushui donning new clothes. Surely you didn't anticipate Xiaozhu's return, intending to stage this performance? As if Xiaozhu's meager resources had been drained, now even the new clothes meant for a young girl's new year were coveted by Qin Huairu. Your schemes are truly impressive, Qin Huairu. The matrons in the courtyard exchanged glances, whispers swelling as their scrutiny of Qin Huairu intensified, a mixture of astonishment, examination, and even disdain. Qin Huairu felt the weight of their gazes, her skin crawling, her face flushing red and pale. She hastily protested. I merely found the design of Yushui's garment intriguing. I wanted to borrow it to see if I could make one for myself. It's not as sordid as you think. Borrow? Lin Wei scoffed. What kind of good Samaritan inspects another's new clothing, nearly stripping it off in the process? Qin Huairu found herself momentarily speechless, her breath catching in her throat, tears brimming in her eyes. You're accusing me unjustly. I just admired it too much and got carried away. Chapter 232. Xiaozhu's coercion, Qin Huairu's triumph? Lin Wei, disinterested in further entanglement with her, turned his attention to Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu, the origins of Yushui's garment are crystal clear. Xiaozhu retorted defiantly. Where did she acquire such money and cloth tickets? Go on. Tell me. Unperturbed, Lin Wei produced a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfurling it with a flourish. Look closely, he said, presenting the receipt for clothing purchased at the department store, stamped with a red seal. Yushui and my sister each received a set. The total cost was 15 yuan and 7 feet of cloth tickets, all covered by me. You wouldn't assume that I, Lin Wei, would be incapable of producing such a trifling sum, would you? What? The revelation was akin to a splash of cold water in a sizzling pan, igniting an uproar in the courtyard. 15 yuan? 7 feet of cloth tickets? Good heavens, that sum could pay for a bride's dowry. Lin Wei had bought such an expensive garment for Yushui. How was he managing his life? The matron's eyes widened in astonishment, gasps and exclamations echoing throughout. The glances flitted back and forth between Lin Wei and Yushui, filled with shock, speculation, envy, and confusion. Xiaozhu remained transfixed by the receipt, while Qin Huairu could no longer contain herself. Her chest heaved violently as she glared at the vibrant new cotton-padded jacket adorning Yushui, feeling as if her eyes were being pricked. Why should it be so? A mere orphan girl. And yet someone had the audacity to spend 10 yuan and 4 feet of cloth tickets on her clothing? As a legitimate daughter-in-law of the Jia family, she toiled and patched her garments, wearing one for 3 seasons. Who had ever felt pity for her? Tears welled in her eyes as she turned her gaze directly to Lin Wei. Your family is in such dire straits. With your sister and the young one still so young, and your mother ill, why don't you think about helping Sister Qin? Her grievances deepened as her fingers subtly pointed toward Yushui. Despite her misfortunes, she still has a brother who provides her with food and clothing. Yet here you are, defending her, hoarding all the good things for her. It's truly biased. Lin Wei burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Qin Huairu, upon witnessing this, retracted his smile, his gaze turning icy. What connection do I have with your Jia family? If one must insist, it is merely a relationship forged in animosity, one that has long since severed any ties. He continued, do you think everyone is as foolish as Xiaozhu, unable to move a step in your presence, practically willing to offer up their very hearts? He advised her to return home and take a good look at her reflection. Was her face truly that grand? Qin Huairu's complexion drained of color in an instant. It dawned on her that, in her desperation, she had misspoken and was now being subjected to Lin Wei's scorn. Her lips trembled, unable to utter a word, and she could only cover her face and weep softly. The tears now tinged with genuine embarrassment. Upon seeing her cry, Xiaozhu's heart plummeted. Without a moment's thought, he rushed to embrace Qin Huairu's shoulders. Sister Qin, please don't cry. We don't care for her. He insisted. Tomorrow, I will take you to the department store to buy something even better, something more expensive. But alas, Xiaozhu, the lovesick fool, was willing to paint a grand picture just to elicit a smile from her. Xiaozhu, a sharp, thunderous voice echoed through the air. Jia Zhangshi, who had been watching from afar, could no longer contain herself and swooped in like a protective hen. What do you mean by this? In broad daylight, you embrace my daughter-in-law and even intend to buy her clothes? Have you two been entangled in some affair? Qin Huairu felt as if she had been electrocuted, abruptly freeing herself from Xiaozhu's grasp and retreating several steps, once more hiding her face in distress. Yet this time, her eyes furtively darted toward Xiaozhu. A flicker of hope lingered within her. Since Xiaozhu was willing to publicly pledge his support, perhaps he could also pressure Yushui a little more. Indeed, the proud Sha Zhu's gaze once again fixated on He Yushui. The only way to bring a smile back to Sister Qin's face was to reclaim that piece of clothing. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to sound resolute. He Yushui, even if that dress truly belongs to you, can't you think of Sister Qin and let her wear it for a while? You know how difficult her situation is. He Yushui stood frozen, staring at him as if she could not comprehend his words. The situation had escalated to this point, and she wondered how her foolish brother could be so dense. When Sha Zhu noticed her silence, he grew more assertive. He Yushui, isn't your name still He? This belongs to the He family. It doesn't fall to you, a mere girl, to decide. Today, I am declaring that this dress is mine to give. Whether you like it or not, you will hand it over. Qin Huairu lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, barely suppressing a laugh. How splendid. This foolish Sha Zhu was truly obedient. Today, with this dress in her possession, she would reward him with a taste of sweetness tomorrow. From now on, she would bind him tightly, consuming his resources, wearing his clothes, and as long as this cook remained in the kitchen, her days in the Jia family would be worry-free. Lin Wei's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of He Yushui. Sha Zhu, repeat that the dress was bought by me for Yushui. And how is it suddenly part of your He family? Sha Zhu, feeling he had the upper hand, raised his chin defiantly. He Yushui is my sister. Since you gave her the dress, it naturally belongs to the He family. Where's the error in my reasoning? After stating this, he even shook his head triumphantly, reveling in the delight of having bested Lin Wei for the first time in their numerous confrontations. That exhilarating feeling surged within him. However, Lin Wei chose to ignore him, turning his attention to He Yushui. Yushui you. He Yushui wiped her tears with determination, her eyes red and swollen. Yet she fixed her gaze firmly on Sha Zhu. Brother Sha, I ask you one last time. For Qin Huairu, this outsider, are you truly willing to forsake your own sister? Without a moment's hesitation, Sha Zhu blurted out, what outsiders or insiders? Both you and Sister Qin are my family. He added silently in his heart. Of course, Sister Qin was a little more important. The women in the courtyard stood agape. Some who were mending shoes even pricked their fingers in shock. How could he dare to say such a thing? Equating a sister with an outsider? It was nothing short of blasphemy. Sha Zhu, you wretched fool. How dare you openly consort with this little harlot, bringing disgrace upon yourself? Jia Zhangshi cried out in despair, pounding her chest, yet no one paid her any heed. Even Qin Huairu kept her head down, unmoving, compared to the exquisite new cotton coat before her. What did temporary slander matter? He Yushui trembled all over. She lowered her head, her fingers trembling as they reached for the buttons of the coat once more. Enough, she murmured weakly, as if all her strength had been drained. I don't want this dress anymore. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu's eyes lit up. Finally, Sister Qin would get her wish. Qin Huairu's heart raced, her fingertips digging into her palm. Soon, that dress would be hers. Yet, He Yushui's next words struck both Sha Zhu and Qin Huairu like a kick into a frozen abyss. I will exchange it for my old clothes. This new set will be returned to Brother Lin. She raised her head, her tears having dried, her eyes now cold and resolute. Since the dress was bought by him, it rightfully belongs to him. From now on, I shall have no further connection with this garment. As for what you desire, it will be at Brother Lin's discretion. Sha Zhu stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. How could you? Qin Huairu's mind buzzed. She could hardly believe this wretched girl would dare to act so defiantly. She nearly shouted, you wretched girl, leave my clothes behind. But she thought better of it, biting her lip to suppress her outburst. She could not yell. If she did, it would be tantamount to publicly admitting that she was indeed robbing He Yushui of her dress. Lin Wei observed He Yushui's slightly hunched figure, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. This girl had clearly been deeply hurt, resorting to such a resolute method to sever her lingering attachments. Yet, this would likely leave her with an indelible scar in her heart. He stepped forward, each word laced with determination. Yushui, wear the dress with peace of mind. Since it was given to you, it is yours. Today, no one will take it from you, not even your foolish brother. Lin Wei's gaze swept over the bewildered Sha Zhu, then flickered past the evasive Qin Huairu, finally resting on He Yushui's shoulders. Otherwise, you will never escape their shadow, and happiness will forever elude you. He then turned to Sha Zhu and Qin Huairu, surveying the surrounding crowd. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the weight of ironclad conviction. The dress is mine. I gifted it to He Yushui. Whoever dares to covet it will be crossing me. I make this declaration. If anyone dares to set their sights on that dress, from the heights of heaven to the depths of hell, I, Lin Wei, will not spare them. Before his words had fully settled, he abruptly bent down, his right hand curling into a claw, and astonishingly, he pried a half-foot thick blue brick from the solid earth. With a casual sweep of his hand, as if brushing away dust, a muffled sound echoed. That's solid. Heavy blue bricks silently crumbled into powder beneath his palm, fine dust cascading down and rising into a hazy cloud in the evening sun. Ah! Qin Huairu's scream pierced the air, her hands clasped tightly over her eyes, her entire body trembling like a leaf in the wind. In that fleeting moment, she cast a furtive glance at Lin Wei, only to be met by his piercing gaze. Within that gaze resided a palpable malevolence, as if it could materialize, plunging her instantaneously into an abyss of dread. Sha Zhu's eyes widened in terror, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. The blue brick, which had been compacted with a mixture of mud and glutinous rice when laid in the courtyard, was notoriously difficult to pry loose even with a shovel. Yet Lin Wei effortlessly extracted it, as if it were but a trifle. What was even more alarming was the sight of that half-foot thick brick crumbling in his grasp, like a mere biscuit upon contact. What sort of skill was this? Lin Wei raised his eyes, surveying the surroundings with a gaze as sharp as a blade. The matrons in the courtyard shrank back, scarcely daring to breathe. Jia Zhang had long since fallen silent, her eyes darting, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her garment. This harbinger of doom, indeed, regarded He Yushui with the utmost protectiveness, and from henceforth, she must not provoke him again. Xiao Xiao. Lin Wei's tone softened somewhat as he turned to the little girl snugly beside. He Yushui, take your sister Yushui home to our place. The little girl nodded vigorously, grasping He Yushui's icy hand. Only then did Lin Wei redirect his attention to Qin Huairu, his gaze like an icicle, piercing into her pallid visage. Qin Huairu, I have exhausted all pleasantries today. From now on, how you choose to drain Sha Zhu's life essence is your affair. But do not let it touch me or those I protect. Otherwise, I possess numerous ways to render your existence a living hell. Qin Huairu's face turned ashen, a chill coursing down her spine. This time, she had truly bitten off more than she could chew. Not only had she failed to acquire the clothes, but she had also attracted the ire of Lin Wei, this relentless scourge. She vividly recalled his final words. Should she incite their wrath once more, there would be no gentle reprieve. Not to mention, Lin Wei's feline companion and his enigmatic flying knives. Was it truly so simple to ensnare her? The more she pondered, the more terror gripped her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Meanwhile, Sha Zhu, witnessing her distress, edged closer in an attempt to offer comfort. Yet, as his hand reached out halfway, he was met with a fierce glare from Jia Zhang, forcing him to retreat. Jia Zhang suddenly shoved Qin Huairu, exclaiming, "What are you wailing about? If you wish to cry, return to your Qin family village and spare us the disgrace." Qin Huairu stumbled back, but did not forget the lunchbox in Sha Zhu's grasp. Lowering her head to wipe her tears, she turned slightly, deftly hooking the lunchbox into her arm. Sniffling, she followed Jia Zhang back, her silhouette appearing pitiful, though her grip on the lunchbox remained steadfast. In the eastern courtyard, He Yushui had changed back into her old clothes inside the little girl's room. She meticulously laid out the new outfit, folding it neatly before gently placing it in the corner of the wardrobe. Wei Gu, she turned around, her voice timid. Perhaps we should return this dress. I'm afraid my brother might one day take a fancy to it and gift it to Qin Jia. Lin Wei frowned. This girl, evidently traumatized by past bullying, could not even find solace in a dress that belonged to her. Yushui, you heard everything I said today. Your foolish brother and Qin Huairu may harbor such thoughts, but they lack the courage to act on them. Furthermore, in this day and age, gender equality prevails. The He family has a stake too. If he truly oversteps, I shall accompany you to the neighborhood office to address the matter. He paused, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. As for Qin Huairu, should she dare to stir trouble again, I have my own means to ensure she remembers her place. The little girl chimed in, grasping He Yushui's hand. Sister Yushui looks beautiful in new clothes. You should keep them. After much coaxing, He Yushui finally acquiesced, albeit still insisting that the dress remain with the little girl. I'll wear it during the new year. At that moment, Lin Wei recalled something and added, Yushui, since your brother doesn't care for you, come to my house for dinner after school from now on. We can't just watch you go hungry while good food fills the bellies of outsiders. He Yushui fidgeted with her fingers. But I fear people will gossip if I eat for free. What's the harm? Lin Wei waved his hand dismissively. You saw for yourself. Xiao Xiao and I can't eat much. If you come often to help cook, consider it a trade for your meals. The little girl jumped up excitedly. Yes. Sister Yushui's cooking is delicious. Lin Wei smiled, then it's settled. From now on, come straight over after school, and the kitchen will be yours. He Yushui gazed at the brother-sister duo before her, her eyes misting over with emotion, and at last, she gently nodded in agreement. Chapter 234. The New Year's Eve has arrived. January 27th, 1960, Lunar New Year's Eve. After a year of turmoil, the courtyard finally enjoyed a respite from its covert and overt struggles. Smoke spiraled up from the chimneys of each household, and the air was imbued with the rare, savory aroma of festive dishes. In the Lin family's kitchen in the eastern courtyard, Yushui stared wide-eyed at the array of ingredients laid before her, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed, her voice trailing off as her trembling fingers pointed towards a sizable piece of hind leg meat. "What kind of meat is this?" The meat was a deep brown hue, adorned with evenly distributed white spots, its texture fine and delicate, clearly not of ordinary origin. Lin Wei, crouched on the ground organizing charcoal, glanced up and grinned. "It's venison. Quite a rarity, isn't it?" "Venison?" Yushui tentatively reached out to touch it, the cool and smooth texture causing her to retract her hand. "I've heard my father mention it before. He said a certain master at Feng's garden is renowned for his venison soup, which is exceptional." "We won't complicate things," Lin Wei replied, rising to wash his hands. "We'll just braise it. There's nothing quite like savoring large chunks of meat." Yushui's gaze shifted to the half-rack of lamb nearby, the distinct aroma of mutton wafting through the air. "That must be half a sheep, right?" Lin Wei nodded with a smile. He had deliberately visited the neighborhood office to procure the last sheep, splitting it in half, one portion for Ma Sanar's family and the other retained for themselves. In these times, half a rack of lamb was rarer than gold. Yushui gestured. "With so much lamb, we should slice some for hot pot. What about the rest?" "Grilled lamb skewers," Lin Wei replied succinctly. "I'll fetch some bamboo sticks." "Grilled skewers?" Yushui gasped. "That consumes an exorbitant amount of oil and ingredients. Which family is so extravagant?" In this era, meat was a precious commodity, and a typical family would stretch a bowl of minced meat over 3 days. Who would dare to cut lamb into small pieces for grilling? The little girl, who had been hanging around the table, looked up with sparkling eyes. "Brother, what's grilled lamb skewers?" Yushui couldn't help but smile. "It's when you cut the lamb into small cubes, marinate them with spices, thread them onto skewers, and grill them over charcoal. Oh, when grilled to perfection. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with chili powder and cumin, the aroma wafts down the street, making it so delectable that you'd want to swallow your own tongue." The little girl, captivated by the description, unconsciously licked her lips and tugged at Lin Wei's sleeve. "Brother, I want grilled skewers." Lin Wei chuckled and pointed to the cupboard. "It's all prepared. Chili, Sichuan pepper, cumin, and pepper salt are all ready." Yushui followed his gaze and indeed spotted several neatly arranged oil paper packets, suddenly realizing, and playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Wei. "So you had it all planned out. No wonder you bought so many spices last time we visited the grocery store." She continued to assess the ingredients. 5 pounds of pork, perfectly suitable for making dumplings. A grass carp weighing over 4 pounds, ideal for a steaming bowl of sauerkraut fish. "If only we had a chicken, this New Year's Eve feast would be absolutely perfect," Yushui sighed. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Wei emerged from the storage room, as if by magic, holding a living creature bound with twine. It was a wild chicken weighing over 1 pound, adorned with resplendent plumage, flapping its wings fervently. Yushui initially felt a surge of joy, only to furrow her brow slightly. "It's a tad small, but just right for a soup." "Do not underestimate it," Lin Wei remarked with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "This is a flower-tailed hazel grouse, commonly known as a flying dragon. Have you heard of it?" "Flying dragon?" Yushui nearly leapt from her seat. "The dragon meat from the heavens. The donkey meat from the earth, this is it?" "Indeed it is." Lin Wei carefully placed the still flapping flying dragon back in the corner, recalling how he had saved one during their last hunting trip in the Dianshan Mountains, eagerly awaiting this day. Yushui clapped her hands in delight, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Wonderful. My father has always spoken of how the flying dragon soup is so delicious it could make one swallow their tongue. Today, I shall indeed be fortunate." The flying dragon was originally a spiritual creature nurtured by Lin Wei in the realm of spirits, and he hadn't intended to bring it out. However, since Yushui had expressed her desire, he felt compelled to fulfill her wish. Thus, he performed a sleight of hand to procure it. Yushui's eyes sparkled, and she promptly began issuing orders. "Little Wei, you shall take care of the meat. The venison needs to be singed over charcoal to remove the fur, then diced into mahjong-sized pieces. The pork should be minced, and shortly, we will finally chop it together with the cabbage. The lamb must be cut into thumb-sized cubes and marinated to absorb the flavors. The fish and the flying dragon can wait until just before cooking. I will go knead the dough in preparation for dumplings." This arrangement was quite reasonable, considering Lin Wei's penchant for wielding his flying knives with finesse. Since he was adept with a blade, he might as well cut the vegetables dutifully. As Yushui busied herself at the stove, Lin Wei focused on preparing the ingredients, while the little girl flitted about, occasionally touching the lamb and venison and sneaking licks of the seasonings, thoroughly engrossed in her tasks. In stark contrast, the courtyard of the Yi family presented a different scene. Shaju stared at the few dishes on the table, rubbing his hands together, but his expression lacked any semblance of satisfaction. The ingredients from the eldest uncle's household were ultimately limited, falling far short compared to the small stove at the steel factory, leaving him unable to showcase his culinary skills, resulting in a hasty conclusion. The table displayed a large bowl of braised pork, glistening with soy sauce, emanating a savory aroma. A plate of scallion omelet, golden and sprinkled with vibrant green onion. A bowl of stir-fried cabbage, sourced from the courtyard cellar, enhanced with a bit of pork cracklings. A rare treat indeed. A bowl of vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes, sliced as thin as silver needles, sizzling with pork lard and splashed with aged Shaanxi vinegar, its sourness wafting enticingly. And finally, a pot of pigskin stewed with radish, the radish absorbing the thin layer of oil, glistening slightly, a modest improvement over plain broth. As for the New Year dumplings, Qin Huairu and the eldest aunt were stationed by the pot, boiling them. Just as the dishes were served, Jia Zhang's dark hand eagerly reached for the braised pork. "Oh, let me see if this meat is tender." Smack! The deaf old lady, who had been sitting with her eyes closed, suddenly raised her hand, striking Jia Zhang's hand with her chopsticks. Jia Zhang winced in pain, prepared to curse. But upon meeting the old lady's murky yet piercing gaze, the words lodged in her throat. In this courtyard, she feared only two individuals. One was Lin Wei, whose presence instilled genuine terror in her bones. The other was the deaf old lady. Over the years, she had thrown tantrums countless times. Yet whenever the old lady was present, she had never succeeded. The old lady's words terrified Jia Zhang into submission. "Jia's Zhang girl, if you do not understand the rules, then go home and do not embarrass yourself here." Jia Zhang dared not respond, instead focusing on her own thoughts, sitting obediently. There was no alternative. If she were to be driven away, what would she eat? The cold winds of the northwest. As for whether anyone would aid her, Jia Zhang was well aware that Yi Zhonghai was the old lady's adopted son, and Shaju was her great-grandson. They would never speak in her favor. Her son, Jia Dongxiu, was a coward, and her daughter-in-law, Qin Huairu, would be delighted if she were not around to steal a few more bites. With no one to rely on, being thrown out would mean losing all face during the new year. Chapter 235, The Scheming of the Old Beast and Shaju's Astonishment. The deaf old lady was surrounded by a throng. Yi Zhonghai and his wife, the 5 members of the Jia family, all with their eyes glued to the dishes, their Adam's apples bobbing as they awaited the old lady's command. After a year of hardship, they finally beheld a meal of decent quality, their gazes resembling starving wolves spotting meat. Yet, the old lady remained unhurried. She leisurely scanned the table and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Shaju, where is your sister?" Shaju grimaced. "No need to mention it. She has gone to the Lin family again. New Year's Eve dinner? She is probably dining there once more." He Yushui had hardly spoken to him in recent days, retreating to her room to sleep, and for meals, she consistently rushed to the Lin household. Compared to his foolish attempts to win over Qin Huairu with her new clothes, Lin Wei's abode indeed felt more like home. On New Year's Eve, how could siblings be separated for dinner? The deaf old lady lifted her eyelids, her voice slow and deliberate. Yi Zhonghai frowned. He Yushui's absence would allow for a few more pieces of meat on the table, which he would welcome. However, upon catching a glimmer of sharp insight in the depths of the old lady's murky eyes, a chill ran down his spine, and he suddenly understood. "Shaju." Yi Zhonghai's tone shifted, imbued with profound significance. "Go, call your sister back to reunite. Furthermore, with the old lady present, our table of dishes is ultimately meager. Have Yushui bring over a couple of decent dishes from the Lin family." Shaju was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, realizing the old lady's cleverness in using the excuse of calling someone to procure food. However, Shaju was not one to shy away. In terms of audacity, only Su Damao in the courtyard could rival him. Wasn't it merely a matter of asking He Yushui to bring some dishes? A trivial task. Very well. I shall heed the old lady's and eldest uncle's words. He grinned, hastily removing his apron and donning an old cotton jacket before rushing out the door towards the eastern courtyard. "Yushui, Yushui, open the door." His loud voice echoed even before he reached the door of the eastern courtyard. Inside, the dishes had just been laid on the table, steaming and untouched. He Yushui paused at the sound, frowning at Lin Wei, her face betraying her reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wei set down his bamboo chopsticks. After all, he was your brother. If it were just him, he might as well let him in to share a pair of chopsticks. Rising, he walked towards the cupboard. Shaju was not an enemy of his. He was merely a fool smitten with Qin Huairu. On New Year's Eve, having an extra person at the table was no great matter. Moreover, tonight's feast was bountiful enough to last until the day after tomorrow. It was only then that He Yushui, still with a stern expression, stood up and quickly walked to the outer room, flinging the door open with a crash. The cold wind sweeping Shaju's figure inside. She shot him a glare, pursing her lips in silence, and as soon as he stepped in, she promptly secured the door latch tightly. She had no desire for this table of delicacies to be seen and divided by those in the courtyard. The moment Shaju stood firm, a rich, complex aroma surged into his nostrils with an assertive presence. The chef's instincts caused his throat to constrict, his gaze instantly fixating on the square table at the center of the main room. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the center, a clay pot bubbled with thick, dark brown broth, large chunks of meat bobbing about within. What was this? In a moment of sheer instinct, he found himself drawn closer. Oblivious to the astonished gazes of Lin Wei and the young girl, he approached the clay pot, inhaling deeply, then swiftly dipped his fingertip along the rim, collecting a touch of the broth to taste. Venison. His eyes sparkled with realization as he looked up at He Yushui, recognizing the unmistakable scent of roe deer leg meat, infused with a hint of fresh grass, a certainty. Observing his gluttonous expression, He Yushui felt an inexplicable reduction in her earlier annoyance. She understood that her foolish brother, despite his confusion regarding Qin Huai Ru, possessed an extraordinary palate and culinary appreciation far beyond the ordinary chef. So what? She retorted, her tone still brusque. The meat has been overcooked, hasn't he? How could I possibly have the fortune to practice with such fine ingredients daily? The sharpness in her words was a pointed jab at the past, when the foolish pillar used to take the best provisions to the Jia family. However, the foolish pillar remained blissfully unaware, entirely captivated by the feast before him. He set down the clay pot, his gaze sweeping across the table, a bowl filled with water-cooked fish swimming in a vibrant red oil, its aroma tantalizing. At the center of the table sat a golden copper pot, its milky broth bubbling, large bones floating within, a rare hot pot indeed. Beside it, a grand platter of meat slices was arranged neatly, with red and white marbling resembling snow on a sunset, so thin it was almost translucent. Good heavens, lamb rib meat. This knife skill was extraordinary. After exclaiming in astonishment, he couldn't resist plucking a slice of raw meat, examining it against the light before promptly popping it into his mouth, closing his eyes in rapturous delight. Fresh, tender, sweet. The gamey flavor was perfectly managed, simply exquisite. Only after the raw meat settled in his stomach did he come back to his senses. He Yushui had turned her face away, her ears slightly flushed, feeling that her foolish brother was truly embarrassing. Lin Wei, however, found the scene rather novel, while raw beef and sashimi were commonplace in later times. Witnessing the consumption of raw lamb was an entirely new experience. The little girl, Lin Xiaoxiao, widened her round, glistening eyes, her small hands itching to reach out, only to be gently restrained by He Yushui. The foolish pillar smacked his lips, still yearning for more, his eyes drifting towards a bowl of pure white soup by the stove, flecked with tiny pieces of scallion and containing a small, delicate bird. Leaning in to sniff, a rich fragrance enveloped him, distinctly different from ordinary chicken soup, leaving him puzzled. This soup is astonishingly fresh. But why is this chicken so small? Guess for yourself. If you get it right, you can join the table, He Yushui quipped, raising an eyebrow at him, her eyes gleaming with mischief, clearly confident that this foolish brother would never figure it out. The foolish pillar smacked his lips, not at all offended, and cautiously dipped his chopsticks into the clear broth. As the tips broke through the thin layer of oil, a wave of rich, layered aroma surged forth. The nonchalance on his face vanished, replaced by intense curiosity and inquiry. Wow, he exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. I've been handling pots and ladles for over 20 years. I've seen my fair share of broths, but nothing with such an intoxicating fragrance. This is truly remarkable. He shook his head, yet his eyes remained fixed on the bowl of soup. He Yushui, with your limited skills, I refuse to believe you could have concocted this flavor. You must have used some extraordinary classic ingredient. As he spoke, he carefully probed the bottom with his chopsticks, lifting out a small chicken-like creature, slightly larger than a pigeon, for a closer examination under the light. Its neck was elongated and curved like a drawn bow. Its claws were scaly and had a distinct shape. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured to himself, rapidly recalling everything he had ever encountered. Suddenly, his hand trembled, his eyes widened in realization, darting from the bowl to Lin Wei and He Yushui across the table, his fingers quivering slightly. Could this possibly be the legendary flying dragon soup? Upon hearing this, He Yushui's earlier smugness could no longer be contained, bursting into laughter. Well done, foolish brother. I'm truly impressed that you guessed correctly. Guess? The foolish pillar shook his head, though his expression still bore traces of surprise. I heard a rumor a few days ago that a prominent leader hosted a feast of rare delicacies, and the grand finale was indeed a bowl of flying dragon soup. Otherwise, how would I dare to take a guess like that? At that moment, Lin Wei had already picked up a ladle and carefully divided the soup into 4 small bowls. She first warmed a bowl with a small spoon before offering it to the eagerly awaiting little girl. He Yushui, too, set aside her teasing of her brother, and scooped up a bowl for herself, savoring it slowly with a spoon. The foolish pillar, however, could hardly contain himself. He stirred the soup twice with his spoon, then lifted the bowl to his lips and gulped down a generous portion. The moment the soup touched his palate, he froze. The flavor was so pure it felt as if nothing else existed. Beyond the pinnacle of freshness, there was hardly any hint of additional seasoning. Yet, it was this pure freshness that hit him like a brilliant light, leaving even this seasoned chef momentarily speechless. All the broths he had ever tasted suddenly seemed murky in comparison. "Delicious," exclaimed the little girl, breaking the silence with her innocent voice. "Yes, it truly embodies the essence of the flying dragon, merely seasoned with a pinch of salt, yet it's astonishingly fresh." He Yushui delicately swallowed a mouthful, unable to restrain a soft murmur of admiration. At this moment, the foolish pillar slowly closed his eyes, his lips moving silently as if he were savoring every last fragment of the lingering freshness on his tongue, locking it in. His expression resembled that of someone witnessing a miraculous revelation of taste rather than simply drinking soup. Lin Wei watched the little girl beside her with affectionate amusement, her lips involuntarily lifting into a smile. "Xiao Xiao, what would you like to eat today?" Xiao Xiao tilted her head, her big eyes blinking, and chirped, "I want to eat braised pork." Lin Wei chuckled as she picked up a piece of glistening braised venison from the clay pot, gently blowing on it before placing it in Xiao Xiao's bowl. The little girl eagerly bit into a large piece, her cheeks puffing as she chewed, her eyes instantly lighting up. "Delicious. Sister Yushui's braised pork is so tasty, even better than before." Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was venison, with its firm, lean meat and bouncy skin. He Yushui's skills were impeccable, simmering it to tenderness, infused with flavor, and paired with expertly crafted seasonings, undoubtedly surpassing ordinary pork. "I want to try too." The foolish pillar hurriedly reached for a piece with his chopsticks, savoring it meticulously, his face lighting up with joy. "Hey, this venison is surprisingly tender and not greasy at all. The meat is succulent and flavorful, with a refreshing aroma. Absolutely exquisite." He gave Yushui a thumbs up, saying, "Yushui, your culinary skills are truly impressive." He Yushui also picked up a piece, gently biting into it. The meat was tender and juicy, and the cooking was indeed flawless. She smiled slightly, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Next came the lamb hot pot. The clear broth in the copper pot boiled vigorously, steam wafting up and dispelling the chill from outside. The foolish pillar deftly dipped the thin slices of lamb into the pot, while muttering, "For hot pot, the key is to dip the meat 7 or 8 times. You drop it in and lift it right away, repeating this 7 times until the last dip cooks it through for eating." He skillfully carried out the process, then dipped the cooked lamb into a bowl of specially prepared sauce by He Yushui, infused with fresh chopped scallions and garlic, the aroma delightful. Fresh, tender, fragrant. He swallowed with satisfaction, sighing, "Nothing can compare to this on a chilly winter day, not even Donglashan's flavor." Lin Wei had also cooked a slice of lamb, and was just about to feed it to Xiao Xiao, when He Yushui had already taken the lead, gently offering the sauce-dipped lamb to the little girl's lips. The little girl, with her cheeks slightly puffed and eyes crescent-shaped with joy, relished the delectable lamb. Today, she was truly pampered, indulging in braised venison and hot pot lamb, with her brother and sister Yushui taking turns to care for her, her little face radiating uncontainable delight. Such a life, one might muse, is akin to that of a princess in ancient times. Shaju, unrelenting with his chopsticks, alternated between mouthfuls of braised venison and tender lamb, his lips glistening with grease, his eyes squinting with satisfaction. As for the boiled fish and stir-fried cabbage on the side, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. He was all too aware of his sister's culinary skills. Today's feast was a rare treasure of fine meats, and naturally, he focused solely on the exquisite fare. He Yushui, seated opposite him, frowned in disapproval, unable to restrain herself. "Silly brother. So eager to feast the moment you sit at the table? You're only choosing the best, and it seems you've nearly devoured half a plate of meat already." Shaju chuckled, his mouth still full, mumbling, "What's the rush? There is plenty more." Before he could finish, a voice echoed from afar. Uncle Zhonghai called out, drifting through the courtyard, "Shaju, Yushui, why haven't you come over yet? We're waiting for you." Shaju paused, the piece of venison he had just picked up suspended in midair. Oh no, in his indulgence, he had forgotten the important matters at hand. He Yushui's expression darkened, her tone growing flat. "Silly brother, Uncle called for you. You should go eat at his place." Shaju felt a bit awkward, forcing a smile. That wouldn't be right during the new year. It's improper for a family to eat separately. "Yushui, why don't you come along with me?" He Yushui felt a pang in her heart. How could he so casually offer her new dress to others? Yet now he remembered the importance of family. However, it was the new year, and she ultimately chose not to bring it up, merely responding with a sullen tone. I'm not going. There are too many people over there. My absence won't make a difference. To her surprise, Shaju replied nonchalantly. No worries. How about we take a couple of dishes over? It would be nice to contribute. With a loud clap, Hiyushue's hand fell, her chopsticks and palms striking the table decisively. She restrained herself just enough not to overturn the banquet, yet the noise startled Xiao Xiao, causing her to wobble precariously in her chair. Lin Wei reached out, steadying the little girl. Meanwhile, Hiyushue's cheeks flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling like a pufferfish just pulled from the water. Xiao Xiao stared in wide-eyed disbelief at her usually gentle sister, wondering how she had suddenly transformed into someone so fierce. Unbeknownst to her, ever since the incident with the dress, Hiyushue had been nursing a thorn in her heart. Kindness can invite exploitation, and even from one's own brother, the more lenient one is, the more they dare to overstep. Silly brother. Hiyushue's voice was soft yet laced with chill. It's inappropriate for you to indulge here while the host family bears the brunt of the festivities. It's only because Xiao Wei is magnanimous that he hasn't mentioned it. Chapter 237. The bet between Lin Wei and Shaju. She raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Shaju. Everyone has barely taken a bite, and you already want to abscond with dishes. You truly don't consider yourself an outsider, do you? You're more presumptuous than the hosts. Shaju, caught off guard by her accusation, felt his embarrassment heighten, yet he stubbornly defended himself. I was merely thinking that if you were to accompany me, taking a couple of dishes would be appropriate. Otherwise, Uncle's table would look bare. Lin Wei, observing from the side, furrowed his brow. He had discerned that Shaju was taking advantage of his brotherly status, not only mooching off the meal, but also seeking to pilfer some delicacies. Taking Yushue along was merely a pretext. The true intent was to present the fine dishes as offerings to others. However, he chose to remain silent, allowing Hiyushue to navigate this situation herself. Recognizing that such encounters would be frequent, and she needed to learn to stand her ground. Hiyushue's eyes narrowed, yet her lips curled into a frosty smile. Silly brother, when you first arrived, you lingered at the door for ages. And as soon as you spotted meat on the table, your legs were glued in place. Now, upon Uncle's summoning, you suddenly remember your duties, and you wish to drag me along as a shield. I see clearly now that my dear brother is anything but foolish when it comes to catering to outsiders. Shaju was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. When had his sister become so perceptive? Did she truly see through the schemes of the elderly and Uncle? He stammered. Good sister, you're overthinking this. I merely thought it would be nice for Uncle, as they're not having an easy time during the new year. With so little food. Hiyushue let out a cold laugh, devoid of warmth. These dishes belong to Xiao Wei and Xiao Xiao. Even my mere presence here is a stroke of luck for you. What right do you have to dictate their fate? Shaju found himself at a loss for words, scratching his head as he muttered. But those dishes were made by you. According to our customs, the cook can leave a portion. Just take your share out. That's all that's needed. Don't try to use your customs to deceive me. Hiyushue's voice grew increasingly frigid. Yes, I prepared the dishes, but I also sat down to eat. And given your ravenous consumption, even if there was a portion set aside for the cook, it's long since vanished into your stomach. You still wish to take more? Silly brother, do you truly not regard the hosts at all? As she spoke, her tone shifted abruptly, laced with icy mockery. Shall I call over those little fur balls, Little Black and Little Tabby, to enlighten you on the etiquette here? The two little creatures had indulged in a fair share of scraps before, and were currently nestled in Xiao Xiao's bed, napping peacefully. Upon hearing this, Shaju panicked. No. During the new year, why would you call cats and dogs? Do you truly wish for your brother to be humiliated? The tale of how Jia Dongshu had his face scratched by Little Tabby had become a local legend. These days, everyone knew that Jia Dongshu from No. 95 Courtyard had lost a battle against a cat, emerging with a face full of scratches. He had been avoiding others, fearful of their ridicule. Shaju had secretly laughed at him, wondering how he could still maintain his composure before Qingjia. But if the same fate befell him, he would become the next Jia Dongshu. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. Please, don't do this, dear sister, it's really unnecessary. Shaju was so flustered he nearly considered bowing to Hiyushue. His face was already aged and unattractive. If more cat scratches were added, he would surely remain single for life. Recognizing the situation, he promptly yielded. I'll go right away, is that all right? Hiyushue regarded him coldly. Then why are you still sitting there? Didn't Uncle call for you? I'm going. Shaju replied, though his body remained glued to the chair, his eyes still darting toward the plate of braised venison, entirely oblivious to Hiyushue's piercing gaze, which seemed ready to bore a hole through him. Clearly, he had not yet given up. Lin Wei, observing the standoff, realized this impasse could not continue. He suddenly spoke, his voice laced with a mix of temptation and amusement. Shaju, How about we make a wager? Shaju turned, puzzled. What is there to bet on during New Year? Lin Wei replied calmly. Let us wager half of the dishes on this table. If you win, you can take a bowl and carry half away. He Yushui, infuriated, thumped Lin Wei under the table. What nonsense are you talking about? Yet Shaju's eyes brightened instantly. What is the betting method? And what if I lose? Lin Wei chuckled, listening intently to the sounds outside before lowering his voice. Simple. You'll go over with Yushui right now, without taking anything. As long as the person over there, be it an elder gentleman, a venerable lady, or anyone else, can afford a morsel of meat for Yushui, I shall concede defeat. This table of dishes, you may take away half at your leisure. He paused, fixing a gaze on Shaju, and added, however, there is one condition. Throughout the entire process, you must maintain silence, feigning muteness. Should you utter a single word, or even hint at anything, that too shall be considered a loss. Shaju's eyes darted rapidly. The elder gentleman had prepared a generous bowl brimming with braised pork, surely dozens of pieces. Could it be that Yushui would not even secure a single morsel? This wager was practically a gift. A gamble, it must be. He nearly blurted out his agreement, but hastily inquired, what if I lose? It was imperative to clarify, for if the stakes involved a contest with cats or dogs, his pride would certainly suffer. Lin Wei seemed to perceive his thoughts, responding calmly. If you lose, you shall never again invoke Yushui's name to request anything, nor shall you scheme for her sustenance or attire. Otherwise, he subtly gestured towards the inner room. Do not blame me for closing the door and unleashing Xiaohe and Xiaohua. Shaju weighed the situation in his heart. Given that Yushui currently had Lin Wei's backing, he would gain nothing from this. Winning the wager would yield great profit, while losing would entail no significant loss. He clenched his teeth and slapped his thigh. Very well, I accept the wager. Outside the east courtyard, Yi Zhonghai noticed Shaju emerging with He Yushui, both empty-handed, and his expression immediately darkened. This transaction had resulted in a significant loss. Not only had they returned without a single dish or meat, but they had also brought back an additional mouth to feed. Shaju's reliability was sorely lacking. Yi Zhonghai shot a fierce glare at Shaju, who, sensing the tension, quickly offered a sheepish smile. I apologize, elder gentleman. Something delayed me just now. I've brought Yushui along. The venerable lady must have been anxiously waiting. With that, Yi Zhonghai found it difficult to express his displeasure further. He merely grunted coldly and turned to walk towards the western wing of the courtyard, his back radiating dissatisfaction. As he lifted the door curtain, 5 pairs of eyes landed upon him simultaneously. The deaf old lady, Aunt Da, Jia Zhongshi, Jia Dongxiu, and Qin Huairu all initially fixed their gazes on Shaju's face, before swiftly darting toward He Yushui's empty hands. Then, a collective silence ensued. Wasn't it agreed that dishes would be brought? How had they arrived empty-handed? The deaf old lady's piercing gaze cut through He Yushui's face like a knife. This girl had been obedient in her childhood, but as she grew, her defiance had only increased. Now, even Shaju could not compel her. Chapter 238, The New Year's Eve Feast, a menagerie of beasts and mortals. Yet, observing He Yushui's impassive demeanor, she suspected it was the Lin family that had prevented her from bringing any food. It appeared that hoping for a boon from He Yushui had been a miscalculation. Aunt sighed inwardly. She was not one for convoluted thoughts, whatever Yi Zhonghai decreed. She followed without question. Although she too yearned for a sumptuous New Year's feast, with the absence of such, she would make do. However, with He Yushui arriving in this manner, she feared an onslaught of cold stares, and perhaps even a deprivation of a single warm meal. Jia Zhongshi spat inwardly. What delicacies could the Lin family possibly have? She had never believed it. At best, it was merely some pork, which surely could not rival the flavors crafted by Shaju. As for He Yushui, arriving empty-handed was an affront to the dining table. Just wait, she thought. I shall see how to deal with you. Qin Huairu and Jia Dongxiu regarded He Yushui, their expressions visibly frosty, and it was evident they were filled with dissatisfaction. The group gradually took their seats, with He Yushui and Shaju settling in a corner. The deaf old lady cast a glance over, huffed lightly, and was the first to plunge her chopsticks into the central bowl of braised pork. 1 dip, 2 dips, 3 dips, and the other diners watched in astonishment. Only when her bowl was piled high with a mountain of meat did the old lady leisurely announce, "All right, let's eat." Remarkably, she had outwitted the younger ones, ensuring she filled her bowl with the sole main dish before others could compete. Swiftly, chopsticks darted like the wind. Before the old lady's words had fully settled, 3 pairs of chopsticks, belonging to Jia Zhongshi, Jia Dongxiu, and Qin Huairu, surged towards the bowl of braised pork. Jia Zhongshi, the fiercest among them, seeing the meat had already dwindled to less than half, forcefully shoved her bowl against the meat bowl. Rather than picking, her chopsticks rolled the meat towards her bowl, akin to a bulldozer. Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huairu were equally relentless, their chopsticks moving with such rapidity that they left shadows, snatching piece after piece with precision and ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of braised pork was reduced to a greasy bottom, with perhaps only 1/5 remaining. Shaju, feeling anxious, reached out and grabbed the bowl, placing it directly in front of Yi Zhonghai and Aunt the elder gentleman. "Elder lady, please enjoy the meat." Not yet fully reduced to a sycophant, a semblance of respect for elders remained in Shaju. After all, during those years when he Qing had fled, leaving him and Yu Shui destitute and scavenging for survival, it was Aunt De who had often stealthily provided them with warm meals. The hardships endured in those years, along with the warmth received, were not easily forgotten by Shaju. This was why he had always regarded Yi Zhonghai and Aunt De as quasi-elders. Yi Zhonghai surveyed the few remaining pieces of meat in the bowl, his expression darkening further. Raising his eyes once more, he noticed Jia Zhongshi chewing noisily, while Jia Dongshu's chopsticks moved with blinding speed, sending piece after piece into his mouth. The pressure in his chest intensified. Contrarily, Qin Huairu was carefully dividing the meat into 2 portions, one half for the nearby Bang Geng and the other half for herself and Xiao Dang to share slowly. Her demeanor gentle and maternal. Seeing her thus, Yi Zhonghai's expression softened slightly. This bowl of meat was, after all, a gesture of goodwill from Shaju as he sought to care for the elderly. He could not refuse it. Thus, he took 5 or 6 pieces and placed them into Aunt Da's bowl, his voice unusually gentle. "Shufan, you're frail. You should eat more meat to regain your strength." At this moment, Jia Dongshu, who had consumed an indeterminate number of pieces, suddenly realized that his master had yet to begin eating. He hurriedly extended his bowl, which contained merely 2 or 3 meager pieces of lean meat, clearly the leftovers. "Master, please eat." Yi Zhonghai looked down at the sparse remnants in the bowl, a chill running through him. Here he was, a master, having relied on connections to procure black market meat, coaxing Shaju into preparing this entire feast. Yet when it came time to eat, he found himself reduced to salvaging what his disciple had left behind. At not yet 50, still in the prime of his life, his situation was already so dismal. He shuddered to think of what would become of him in old age, laid up on the Kong, depending on Jia Dongshu. He feared he might struggle to even secure a single bond. With that thought, Yi Zhonghai felt as if he had aged a decade, and he could not help but feel a tinge of disgust at Jia Dongshu's scarred face. "Dongshu, I lack an appetite. You eat instead." "All right." Jia Dongshu eagerly shoved the meat into his mouth, the grease glistening on his lips. It must be said, Shaju's culinary skills were indeed commendable, even the coarse, gamey wild boar meat was rendered tender and flavorful, rich, yet not greasy. Yet, it was far too little, hardly sufficient for their needs. Aunt De, noticing her partner's gloomy countenance, understood his distress and quietly selected a few of the most succulent pieces of braised pork from her own bowl, transferring them into Yi Zhonghai's. A glance at the large bowl that had once brimmed with meat revealed that within a short span, it was nearly empty, with only 2 lonely pieces clinging to the bottom. She felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly pushed the bowl toward Shaju. "Juzi, you and Yu Shui should have some too." Shaju had already pilfered a few pieces while cooking and had just indulged in deer and lamb meat at Lin Wei's residence. He hardly regarded this meager leftover fare. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to hurriedly push the bowl towards Yu Shui, intentionally raising his voice. "Yu Shui, sample my culinary skills." However, Yu Shui did not even glance up. She was all too aware of her foolish brother's ulterior motives. He merely hoped that she would take a bite, thereby winning his wager with Lin Wei, and subsequently, justifiably claim half of the delectable dishes from the Lin household. Yet, she had resolutely decided that today she would remain steadfast, refusing to lift her chopsticks even once. This round, her foolish brother must not prevail. Just as Shaju's chopsticks were poised to transfer a piece of meat to Yu Shui's bowl, 2 gentle calls wafted over. To Shaju, the sound resonated like celestial music. He looked up to meet Qin Huairu's tear-brimming, enchanting eyes that seemed to convey unsaid emotions, almost tangible. "Shaju, the children, Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, are still quite young and have not tasted meat for ages. Their nutrition is lacking, and they have grown noticeably thinner. Look at this meat." Qin Huairu expertly launched into her rehearsed appeal, completely disregarding Bang Geng's plump, glistening visage beside her, and conveniently forgetting that just a few days prior, she had pilfered a lunchbox of meat dishes from Shaju. But Shaju was oblivious to such thoughts. His mind resonated with a thunderous clarity, and the world around him seemed to illuminate. Sister Qin was appealing to him. Give it to her, let her have it all. At that moment, the wager with Lin Wei faded into oblivion. All that remained in his gaze were Qin Huairu's tear-laden, sorrowful eyes. "Sister Qin, you eat." Without a moment's hesitation, and with remarkable swiftness, he pushed the large bowl towards Qin Huairu. Instantly, Qin Huairu's tears transformed into a smile. That smile sent Sha Zhu's heart racing. As long as Sister Qin was smiling, nothing else mattered. Sister Qin, you still have some in your bowl. Don't just stare at this. A dark, plump hand, dirty beneath the nails, suddenly reached out and seized the edge of the bowl. It was none other than the formidable matriarch, Jia Zhangshi. Chapter 239. Jia Zhangshi's unprecedented maneuver and He Yushui's sarcasm. Hey, Aunt Jia, what are you doing? This meat is for Sister Qin, Sha Zhu exclaimed, hastily grasping the bowl. She is my daughter-in-law. Shouldn't she honor me first with the good stuff? Sha Zhu, let go? No, it's not for you. You cannot take it. I insist on eating it. Release it. The two were locked in a tug-of-war over the bowl, neither willing to yield, each subtly testing their strength. Yi Zhonghai, observing the escalating tension, furrowed his brow, contemplating intervention. Suddenly, Jia Zhangshi's grip faltered, and with a forceful twist, she overturned the bowl. Crash! The large bowl was flipped upside down on the table, and the accompanying dish of stir-fried cabbage with pork cracklings was also sent tumbling, splattering grease and sauce everywhere. Jia Zhangshi, Yi Zhonghai's fury erupted. This was his home, the setting for their New Year's Eve dinner. Not only had this old crone audaciously snatched the food, but she also dared to flip the table? Infuriated, he nearly rolled up his sleeves, abandoning all pretense of civility, his chest heaving with rage. Yet, the last vestige of reason held him back. He could not afford to escalate the situation. Once the facade was shattered, it would be far more difficult to resolve. And the appointed elder, Jia Dongxiu, would likely find himself in jeopardy as well. With great effort, Yi Zhonghai suppressed his ire. Though his countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot, Sha Zhu remained in a daze, while Jia Zhangshi, unfazed, smirked. Uncle, why the rush? The food is still on the table. As she spoke, she placed the bowl on the edge of the table and, wielding her chopsticks like a broom, began to sweep the spilled food into her bowl. She even audaciously plucked up 2 pieces of braised meat with her grimy hands and stuffed them into her mouth. This series of actions left Sha Zhu, Qin Huairu, and Jia Dongxiu utterly dumbfounded. Yi Zhonghai and his wife trembled with rage. Just as they were at a loss for how to respond, the deaf old lady at the head of the table moved. She slammed her gnarled jujube wood cane heavily onto the ground. Bang! The sound reverberated, causing Jia Zhangshi to tremble, nearly leaping from her seat. Zhang Xiaohua, get out! The old lady thundered, invoking Jia Zhangshi's birth name from before her marriage into the Jia family. Jia Zhangshi raised her head, meeting the old lady's iron-gray face. Her gaze sharp enough to strip her bare. A chill coursed down Jia Zhangshi's spine. This old woman was genuinely furious. Should she truly set her sights on retribution, living in this courtyard would become untenable. Recalling the old lady's notorious methods of dealing with troublemakers, Jia Zhangshi's bravado deflated instantaneously. She dared not utter another word. Hurriedly grasping the bowl heaped with remnants like it was a treasure, and scurried towards the door. Leave, but Dongxiu, remember to save half a pound of dumplings for Mom. Jia Dongxiu watched her retreating figure with a bitter smile. His own mother had offended everyone at the table, yet she expected half a pound of dumplings? She would be lucky to receive even a morsel. Applause was certainly warranted for this riveting scene. As for the source of the applause, it undoubtedly came from the ever-observant He Yushui. The room fell silent. All eyes turned towards her as she stood up, a blatant expression of derision plastered on her face. The deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai were both taken aback. Had this girl, deprived of meat, lost her senses and begun to speak nonsense? Hee, foolish brother. He Yushui's voice rang bright, each word sharp as a dagger. Your talk of respecting elders and caring for the young, neighborly assistance. Today, I have truly witnessed it. Her gaze swept across the table, littered with spilled sauce and empty bowls, her smile deepening. This New Year's Eve feast, I, He Yushui, cannot afford to partake in, nor am I worthy of it. However, foolish brother, your wager with others is now lost, without a doubt. Do not try to back out of it. With that, she disregarded the astonished stares of everyone in the room, ignoring Sha Zhu's dejected demeanor, and turned to leave. Her steps were light, her retreat decisive. Without needing to guess, it was clear she was heading back to the east courtyard to the Lin family. Yi Zhonghai's expression fluctuated between green and white, his chest constricted with anxiety. This He Yushui, refusing to eat was one thing, but she had to twist the knife in everyone's hearts before departing. It was truly an unprecedented affront. He exhaled deeply. Well, Jia Zhangshi, that shrew, had been driven away by the old lady, and now this thorny He Yushui had taken her leave. Finally, the remaining guests could enjoy a semblance of peace for their meal. At least a few dishes remained, and the dumplings were ready, making the New Year's Eve dinner barely presentable. Sha Zhu, Yi Zhonghai steadied himself, raising his voice deliberately. What are you still standing there for? Sit down and eat. His words were directed not only at Sha Zhu, but also intended for all present. Among the guests, only Sha Zhu had not managed to snag a piece of meat. Yet ironically, he had orchestrated most of the meal. It was crucial not to dampen his spirits. After all, there would be many future occasions where his assistance would be needed. If he harbored resentment, facing challenges in the courtyard would not yield the same unhesitant support as before. As Yi Zhonghai pondered, his gaze involuntarily drifted to Jia Dongxiu, who was quietly engrossed in his food. After tonight's uproar, the balance in his mind had subtly shifted. An unfamiliar thought began to take root. Perhaps the choice of elder required reconsideration. Yet Sha Zhu appeared as if he had lost his soul, not only failing to sit, but repeatedly muttering, "I truly lost. What a hefty loss this is." Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brows, sensing the gravity of the situation as if the sky itself had fallen. "Zhuzi, please take a seat and speak slowly." With a heavy sigh, Zhuzi slumped onto the chair, his expression fluctuating between pallor and a ghastly hue. He lowered his head in silence for a considerable time, only raising his eyes when he became aware of the unusual stillness surrounding him. Apart from Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, who were still picking at the scant vegetables in their bowls, everyone else at the table had set down their chopsticks, their gazes fixed upon him. The table, save for the remnants of a plate of vinegar stir-fried potato shreds, was almost entirely bare, with not even a drop of soup left. Yi Zhonghai assumed Zhuzi was dissatisfied with the lack of food and quickly reassured him, "Zhuzi, the dumplings will be coming soon. Make sure to eat plenty and don't go hungry." However, Zhuzi shook his head. "I'm not hungry. I just didn't have the chance to bring the dishes over." This statement startled Yi Zhonghai and the others. Hadn't He Yushui arrived empty-handed? Where could the dishes have come from? The deaf old lady furrowed her brow, striving to soften her expression, her voice imbued with a motherly warmth. "My dear grandson, if something troubles you, do share it with Grandma. If you feel wronged, I shall stand up for you." Zhuzi continued to shake his head. "It's nothing serious. I merely lost a bet." Yi Zhonghai's expression tightened, and he shot a glance at Jia Dongxiu. Could it be that Zhuzi had fallen prey to the vice of gambling? This was a matter of grave concern for him. As Zhuzi was meant to be his support in old age, he could not afford to stray down the wrong path. "Zhuzi, did you bet against Lin Wei? And how much did you lose?" Chapter 240. All blame on Qin Huairu. The delicacies have vanished. The deaf old lady remained unfazed, her voice gentle. "Losing a bit of money is inconsequential. Whatever you need, Grandma will make up for it. However, this gambling habit is undesirable. You must not indulge in it again." Zhuzi muttered, "It wasn't money I was gambling with. It was something else." Yi Zhonghai, upon hearing this, let out a small sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't money, other matters could be discussed. "Well then, Zhuzi, please elaborate on what transpired." With a deep sigh, under the watchful gaze of several pairs of eyes, Zhuzi recounted the events at Lin Wei's home. He deliberately omitted the details of the exquisite dishes he had savored, fearing that these few beasts would blame him for indulging alone. As for the wager with Lin Wei, he merely mentioned it in passing, as a formality. The deaf old lady kept her eyes closed, silent, while Yi Zhonghai offered words of comfort. "It's nothing more than a few home-cooked dishes. There will be opportunities to make them again in the future." Jia Dongxiu quickly chimed in. "Indeed, what good food can Lin Wei possibly provide? He Yushui's culinary skills cannot compare to yours, Zhuzi." Zhuzi smacked his lips, his gaze somewhat vacant. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the dining table at Lin Wei's home, where the aromas and flavors beckoned him to murmur softly, "What a pity for that braised venison, the hot pot lamb, and that exquisite flying dragon soup." Though his words were soft, in the hushed room where one could hear a pin drop, they resonated like a stone cast into water. The deaf old lady suddenly opened her eyes, her hearing fully restored. "Zhuzi, what did you say?" "Venison, hot pot lamb, and what flying dragon?" Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu exchanged astonished glances, still reeling from Zhuzi's daydream. Jia Dongxiu's expression darkened. "I just tried to help you by saying the Lin family's fare was merely homestyle cooking. And you go and mention these dishes? Are you slapping me in the face?" Zhuzi, startled by the old lady's sudden, almost greedy gaze, realized he had let something slip. "And no, it's nothing. I was just rambling." The old lady, unhurriedly, replied, "Zhuzi, you cannot deceive Grandma." Seeing he could no longer conceal the truth, Zhuzi steeled himself and confessed, "At Lin Wei's home, Yushui made braised venison, hot pot lamb, and a pot of flying dragon broth." Jia Dongxiu couldn't help but scoff. "Zhuzi, you're exaggerating again. I've heard of venison and hot pot lamb, but what is this flying dragon? Is there really dragon meat?" Zhuzi held back a retort about Jia Dongxiu's ignorance, but swallowed his words, choosing instead to remain silent. Yet, seated among them was someone who had witnessed opulence in her youth. The deaf old lady, having emerged from an aristocratic family, was particularly attuned to matters of food. She pressed him urgently, "Zhuzi, tell me the truth. Is it like the old saying goes, earthly donkey meat, heavenly dragon meat?" Yi Zhonghai seemed to recall something, his expression shifting. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu exchanged glances. Could there truly be such a thing as flying dragon meat? Zhuzi nodded. I had never seen it before. But today I witnessed it and tasted it. It must be that broth renowned as the world's finest, the flying dragon soup. There's no mistake. Clatter. The dragon-headed cane in the deaf old lady's hand slipped, crashing to the ground. This treasured item, which she meticulously dusted off, she now disregarded. Instead, gripping Zhuzi's arm tightly, her frail hand, resembling a bird's claw, sank into his flesh, eliciting a gasp from him. Grandma, be gentle. The old lady fixed her gaze on him, her voice trembling. Is it truly the flying dragon broth? Zhuzi nodded absolutely. It was simmered in clear water. With a sprinkle of salt and a dash of chopped scallions at the end, the flavor was exquisite. The old lady released her grip, collapsing back into her chair. Her eyes fixed on the ceiling as if her soul had departed. Flying dragon soup. Back in the day, I only tasted a tiny morsel, and that flavor has lingered in my memory for decades. She murmured, her eyes glistening. If only I could have one last bowl before I pass, I would die content. Zhuzi could not help but lament, indeed. But alas, I lost that bet. Had I won, I would have surely brought back the remaining half-pot for you to taste. His regret deepened as he added, and the braised venison, the hot pot lamb. It's been years since I've had such fine delicacies. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the air. Everyone jumped, turning to see Qin Huairu covering her face, tears welling in her eyes. Dongshu, why did you hit me? Jia Dongshu had risen, his face pale with rage, his old injury flaring up, making him appear particularly menacing. Bang Geng and Xiao Dang shrank into their aunt's embrace. Whimpering softly, Dongshu, let us speak civilly. Why resort to violence against your wife during the new year? Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. Hit her? I wanted to send her back to her hometown. Jia Dongshu's chest heaved, his voice barely escaping through clenched teeth as Qin Huairu remained frozen, tears streaming down her face. It was not uncommon for her to endure slaps from her mother-in-law. But to be struck publicly by her husband on New Year's Eve was incomprehensible. Dongshu, if I've done something wrong, just tell me, and I'll change. Qin Huairu pleaded softly, her voice trembling. Jia Dongshu's sudden outburst after so many years left her terrified, especially his threat to send her back to her hometown, which felt like a death sentence. At that moment, she dared not argue, only meekly begging FO had it not been for the loss, would not the venison, mutton, and the long-cherished flying dragon soup, which the old lady has yearned for her entire life, have graced our table? You, the harbinger of misfortune, are the source of this calamity born from your avarice. These words tore through the air like a veil being lifted, leaving everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Indeed, was it not just moments ago that Qin Huairu, in tears, had pleaded with Shaju for the last few morsels of meat? Had she left the meat for He Yushui, the gambling match would have been won. Now, would not this very room be filled with people gathered around the table, relishing in those extravagant delights they could scarcely have dreamed of? The deaf old lady's gaze upon Qin Huairu was as piercing as an ice-cold dagger. Yi Zhonghai and a woman nearby exhibited no overt hatred, but their faces betrayed an inescapable sorrow. They had never been particularly given to gluttony, their minds consumed solely by thoughts of retirement. Shaju gazed at Qin Huairu, his heart heavy with an unnameable mix of sympathy and resentment. It was indeed he who had personally handed the meat to Sister Qin. Chapter 241, The Chaos of the New Year's Eve Dinner, The Beasts in Disarray. Oh, you heartless little harlot. I always knew you harbored ill intentions. A shrill curse erupted suddenly from outside the door. The door curtain was abruptly flung open, allowing a stout, rotund figure, wrapped in the cold wind, to burst inside. It was none other than Jia Dongshu's mother, Jia Zhang. Without a word, she charged towards Qin Huairu, raising her hefty hand to strike and claw at her daughter-in-law. I warned you about your greed, you harbinger of misfortune. Qin Huairu was taken aback by the assault, crying out in pain as she curled up, seeking refuge in the corner of the table. It turned out that although Jia Zhang had been driven out by the deaf old lady, she was unwilling to leave empty-handed after missing out on the dumplings. Resolute, she found a sheltered corner outside, straining to eavesdrop on the commotion within, waiting for the dumplings to be served so she could dash in and snatch a bite. To her dismay, instead of the dumplings, she overheard this grave misfortune, having already harbored a seething anger from witnessing Qin Huairu snatch the food earlier. She was now incensed to discover that it was her greed for those 2 bites of meat that had caused Shaju to lose the wager, resulting in the loss of a feast that they could only dream about. Though Jia Zhang could not fully comprehend the true value of the flying dragon soup, she understood that even the old lady claimed she would willingly die after tasting just a sip. It could not be an ordinary delicacy. Enraged, she could no longer contain herself, kicked open the door, and launched her attack. Chaos erupted in Yi Zhonghai's household. Jia Dongshu, already simmering with anger, joined his mother in the fray, shoving and shouting at Qin Huairu. The mother-son duo launched a combined assault against her. Banging and shouting, terrified, clung to the woman nearby, wailing loudly. Yi Zhonghai and Shaju stood frozen, unsure whether to intervene or to offer soothing words. Only the deaf old lady remained motionless, slumped in her official hat chair. Her murky old eyes coldly fixated on the disheveled and battered Qin Huairu, devoid of any sympathy, only radiating a blade-like, overwhelming hatred. Mother, please stop hitting Dongxiu. I beg you. As Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxiu, fueled by anger, continued their onslaught, Qin Huairu curled up in the corner, left with no recourse but to plead for mercy. In the tumult, she suddenly cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. You all also greedily consumed a large portion of meat, and now you blame me for my appetite? This utterance was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxiu froze momentarily, their faces shifting from red to pale in a mixture of shame and anger. And they responded with even greater ferocity. Enough. Do you truly wish to cause a fatal incident on New Year's Eve? Yi Zhonghai could no longer contain himself. Slamming his hand down on the table, his face was ashen, his chest heaving with rage. The scene before him struck deep, piercing his heart. This was the Jia family he had painstakingly supported, the very family he had high hopes for in his twilight years. The squabbling and chaos were one thing. But now they were pushing blame onto each other and resorting to violence, transforming this New Year's dinner into a farcical debacle. A wave of self-doubt washed over Yi Zhonghai. Could he truly rely on such a family for his elder years? Shaju, quickly separate them. Though he yearned to step in himself, the frenzied demeanor of the Jia family duo made him hesitant, fearing he could not withstand their wrath. And he urgently called out to Shaju. Shaju, already inflamed with anger and concern for Sister Qin, detested how fiercely the Jia family had fought over the meat. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's command, he sprang forward, deftly locking his left hand onto Jia Dongxiu's shoulder, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent him crashing aside. He had held back, mindful of the new year, otherwise, Jia Dongxiu would surely have been laid up for days. Turning swiftly, he grasped Jia Zhang's waist and yanked her back. Jia Zhang stumbled with a yelp, nearly being flung out the door again. Shaju, how dare you lay a hand on me? I'll scratch you to death. Jia Zhang, still not fully grasping the situation, lunged forward again. Have you all had enough? Yi Zhonghai's voice, though not loud, fell like shards of ice. His gaze was fixed on Jia Zhang, sharp and cold as a knife. Jia Zhang recoiled slightly, instantly silenced. Even she knew that Yi Zhonghai was genuinely enraged. Breathing heavily, Yi Zhonghai locked his gaze onto Jia Zhang. You bear some responsibility in this matter. Do you not? He then turned to Jia Dongxiu, disappointment thick in his voice. Dongxiu, you have truly let your master down. After uttering those words, he felt as though the breath had been knocked from his lungs, his expression dimming. If one looked closely, they might even discern a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. He recalled the effort he had expended in orchestrating this New Year's dinner, having barely tasted the food, yet witnessing this ugly spectacle instead. In his fury, he felt a deeper chill settle in his heart. As soon as Qin Huairu found an opening, she unexpectedly darted to the side of the woman, tightly embracing, banging and shouting, sobbing uncontrollably. On the surface, it appeared as a mother's instinct, a deep bond with her children. Yet, in her heart, she was acutely aware. Should that mother-son duo charge again, these two children would serve as her best human shields. The deaf old lady cast a glance at her, a fleeting glimmer of understanding crossing her icy gaze, before she let out a weary sigh. Shaju, do not take this to heart. It is neither your fault nor anyone else's. Her voice, hoarse and weary, carried a tone of resignation. It is my misfortune. I am simply not destined to taste such exquisite delights. As she spoke, she trembled slightly, turning to the woman beside her. Shufan, let us eat the dumplings. The old lady was well aware. If she were to throw a tantrum like the Jia family, not only would Shaju be too distracted to listen, but even if he begrudgingly complied, he would not do so wholeheartedly, and nothing good would come of it. It was far better to adopt Qin Huairu's tactic of retreating to advance, feigning poverty and distress. She had long understood that Shaju was one who responded better to gentleness than to force. The more she claimed to be unworthy of good fortune, the more his guilt and sense of loyalty would be stirred. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Shaju felt a tightness in his throat, as if something were choking him. His fists clenching reflexively, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Grandmother, I shall go once more. Shaju's voice was hoarse, as if he had made a resolute decision. This time, even if it meant swallowing his pride to plead with Yushui, he would bring back a bowl of flying dragon soup. He could not allow you to be left with regrets on such a significant occasion. Before he had finished speaking, he had already snatched up an old cotton coat, wrapping it around himself, and dashed out into the biting night. As Jia Zhangshi gazed at his retreating figure, A sudden flicker of brilliance flashed in her murky eyes. Wasn't it a prime opportunity for Xiaozhu to procure food from the Lin family, thus allowing her to benefit from it as well? Her heart fluttered with anticipation. Though the memory of Dongshu being viciously scratched by the tabby cat still haunted her, rendering her hesitant to follow him directly. With a cunning shift of her gaze, she settled upon the weeping Qin Huairu, who was still quietly sobbing. Jia Zhangshi swiftly approached and seized Qin Huairu's disheveled hair, her voice dripping with malice, crying. All you do is wail. Who are you trying to impress? With her other hand, she forcefully slapped the empty large bowl on the table, commanding, "Take this bowl and follow me. Unless you fill it, don't even think of returning." Chapter 242. The appearance of Lin's barbecue in the east courtyard of the Lin family. Lin Wei observed He Yushui, whose eyes were swollen from crying and shoulders trembling with sobs, and sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had anticipated the disgraceful behavior of those beasts in the yard, yet witnessing He Yushui return in distress still filled him with a sense of irritation. After all, not even a morsel was spared from the dish of braised meat. As for Xiaozhu, despite having made a wager, he could not resist Qin Huairu's plea. He shook his head, pondering that only Xiaozhu, the love-struck fool, and that pack of gluttonous beasts could be blamed. Yet, it was He Yushui who bore the brunt of it, needing to be consoled once more. He nodded subtly at the little girl who was munching on the braised venison. Xiao, being quite clever, immediately set down her apple, scurried to He Yushui's side, and gently tugged at her arm, saying, "Sister Yushui, don't cry. Xiao wants to eat barbecue with you too." He Yushui wiped her tears and looked down at Xiao's round little belly, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Xiao, you're already so full, can you still eat more? The little girl puffed out her chest earnestly. Brother said Xiao is small, and my tummy digests quickly. When the barbecue is ready, I can eat lots and lots. Lin Wei chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Xiao makes a valid point. He turned to He Yushui, offering tremendous reassurance. Yushui, that so-called New Year's Eve dinner over there is scarcely worth our attention. Save your appetite for the sizzling, oil-dripping skewers. Doesn't that sound delightful? As He Yushui gazed into Lin Wei's warm, reassuring eyes and then at Xiao's expectant little face, the remnants of her grievance and sorrow were suddenly swept away by a wave of warmth. Indeed, here was fragrant barbecue and sincere companionship. Why yearn for that meager, thorny meat offered by others? A smile broke through her tears as she bent down to scoop up Xiao, declaring, "All right, let us head to the courtyard to prepare for the barbecue. Xiao, go wake up Xiaohe and Xiaohua to join in the fun." The little girl clapped her hands in delight, her laughter ringing clear. Yay, we get to eat barbecue. This time, Lin Wei was proficient in his preparations. Moving quickly and efficiently, he sought a sheltered corner in the east courtyard and, with a few swift motions, set up the charcoal stove he had long prepared. Although referred to as a charcoal stove, it was actually 3 nearly discarded old coal stoves. After cleaning them out, he filled them with shiny black charcoal, transforming them into a makeshift barbecue grill. He arranged the 3 stoves into a sturdy triangular formation and placed a flat metal wire rack atop, which he had fortuitously found at a thrift shop some time ago, originally intended for displaying items. Its fine mesh and robust structure bore a striking resemblance to modern barbecue grills. Lin Wei had immediately recognized its potential, and at a modest cost, he had brought it home, finding it quite useful now. With the stove set, he returned indoors to fetch several small bowls and jars from the kitchen, each containing meticulously categorized spices, finely ground chili powder, Sichuan pepper, cumin seeds, 5-spice powder, and black pepper. The last bowl was a specially prepared mixture of peanut and sesame oil. Meanwhile, He Yushui had brought out 3 small low stools and arranged them around the charcoal stove. Lin Wei struck a match and lit the kindling, placing it beneath the charcoal. In no time, vibrant orange flames burst forth, dispersing the surrounding chill. Lin Wei watched as the little girl approached, smiling as he cautioned, Xiao, if your hands are cold, come warm them by the fire, but don't get too close." The little girl cheerfully agreed, extending her tiny hands to toast over the flames. Once her palms felt warm, she playfully covered the little black dog at her feet and began to rub the tummy of the drowsy tabby cat nearby, chanting, "Xiaohe is warm. And Xiaohua is warm too." He Yushui emerged carrying a heavy enamel basin filled with the lamb meat Lin Wei had marinated in advance. The meat had been expertly cut into uniform pieces the size of a thumb, each perfectly balanced with fat and lean, skewered with smooth bamboo sticks. Arranged neatly in the basin, the meat gleamed with a reddish hue, slightly glistening with oil, making it utterly irresistible. As He Yushui set the basin down, her attention was drawn to a few peculiar-looking brushes placed beside the grill. The brush tips were fluffy, as if the bristles had been disheveled in some peculiar manner. Curiously, she pointed at one and asked, "Xiao Wei, what are these brushes for? Are we supposed to dip them in ink to write while barbecuing?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he picked up one of the brushes, weighing it in his hand. You're not far off. But it's neither ink dipping nor writing. This is my secret weapon, so just watch closely. With that, he deftly laid out a dozen skewers of lamb on the scorching hot wire rack. As the meat made contact with the hot surface, a satisfying sizzle erupted, and wisps of white smoke began to rise. He Yushui's eyes lit up in admiration. This wire rack is truly innovative. The skewers are laid out flat, heating evenly. And I don't have to hold them up, fearing my arms will tire and burn. What a labor-saving and secure method. Lin Wei expertly took up a brush, dipped it in cooking oil, and brushed it over the lamb skewers, coating both sides. As the meat glistened with oil and began sizzling, a rich aroma of spices and meat wafted through the air. The fat dripped onto the glowing charcoal, igniting a more vigorous crackle, with flames licking around the skewers, intensifying the savory scent. Ah, it smells divine. He Yushui inhaled deeply, as if trying to capture every delightful aroma in her nostrils. The little girl had long forgotten her cold hands, eagerly watching the skewers sizzle and gradually turn a golden brown with crispy edges, swallowing hard in anticipation. Even the little black dog and the tabby cat raised their heads, their noses twitching. Lin Wei chuckled, continuing to brush oil onto the skewers without pause. What's the rush? We've only just begun. The real delight is yet to come. With that, he lifted the brush again, meticulously applying a second coat of oil to the skewers. The clear oil dripped onto the slightly shrinking pieces of meat, producing an even more intense sizzling sound. As the flames danced joyfully upwards, He Yushui watched intently, noticing the oil level in the bowl visibly decrease, her heart aching at the sight. In these times, who didn't value oil more than meat? In everyday cooking, just a few drops on the end of a chopstick would suffice for greasing the bottom of a pan. Never have I witnessed Lin Wei's extravagant display, pouring oil as if it were free as water, brushing it on continuously, with some even dripping directly into the charcoal, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. Chapter 243, The Delicacy of Roasted Lamb. Xiao Wei, she could not help but speak, her voice trembling. Can we conserve some of this oil? In such a short while? We've used nearly half a tael. Her gaze resembled that of someone watching precious pearls being tossed into a fire. Lin Wei understood her distress. Yet his hands remained steady as he brushed on the oil, patiently explaining, Yushui, the secret to roasting lamb lies precisely in this oil. The more diligently we brush, the quicker a crust forms on the exterior, sealing in the juices of the meat. Otherwise, with the fierce heat of the charcoal, the lamb could quickly become as dry as firewood, tough and devoid of flavor. He turned his wrist, ensuring even heat distribution across the skewers. Moreover, our lamb fat is rich. When activated by the hot oil, the fats meld together, allowing the aroma and tenderness to fully permeate, resulting in a mouth-watering delight. As if to validate his words, with the oil saturating the meat once more, the surface of the lamb took on an enticing golden hue. A potent aroma, rich in meaty essence, charred fragrance, and the unique scent of oil, suddenly erupted, palpable and invasive, invading the nostrils. Achoo! He Yushui could not suppress a sneeze. Beside her, the little girl Xiao Xiao followed suit, her eyes wide as saucers, her small nose desperately inhaling, unconsciously inching closer to the stove. He Yushui also forgot her concern for the oil, drawn in by the intoxicating scent, leaning slightly forward. Be careful, it's hot. Lin Wei chuckled in amusement, yet felt helpless, quickly extending his arm to gently separate the two little gluttons, assuring them that they wouldn't miss out. His gaze returned to the grill, where the lamb skewers had transformed from a raw red to a uniformly alluring golden brown, their edges slightly curling, with oil bubbling out delicately. Setting down the oil brush, he swiftly picked up another clean brush, dipping it into a small bowl of soy sauce, and with a flick of his wrist, evenly coated each piece of meat with the savory liquid. Next, he pinched some cumin powder between his fingers, shaking his wrist lightly so that the brown-yellow powder cascaded down like snowflakes. Following this, he sprinkled a vibrant red of chili powder and then a darker peppercorn powder, contributing a subtle numbing sensation. Finally, he added another layer of cumin, sealing in all the flavors. Boom! The spices collided fiercely with the scalding oil, the charred meat flavor merging in an instant, releasing an extraordinarily complex and layered aroma. This fragrance was tenfold more robust than before, as if it bore an impact that violently seized the entirety of the courtyard. Achio! Achio! He Yushui and Xiao Xiao could no longer withstand it. Sneezing in rapid succession, their eyes glistening with tears. Yet their gaze was magnetically drawn to the 10 skewers of sizzling red lamb, unable to tear away even slightly. Lin Wei's smile deepened as he firmly grasped the iron skewer of the meat with his left hand, while with his right hand, he delicately pinched a small handful of coarse salt, its golden grains glimmering. Now, observe closely, the final touch. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, showering the glimmering salt over the skewers. The moment the salt touched the scorching meat, it emitted a faint crackling sound. Some even fell into the charcoal below, igniting a more fervent crackle, sparks leaping up. Wow, it's raining salt, how beautiful! Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her eyes glued to the spectacle, momentarily forgetting to sneeze. Excitedly clapping her hands and bouncing up and down. Come, Yushui, you should taste the saltiness first, Lin Wei said, handing over 5 sizzling skewers of lamb to He Yushui. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed longingly at the remaining 5 skewers on the table. The radiant lamb, glistening with oil, had the meat fibers slightly contracting in the residual heat of the charcoal, droplets of fat rolling down the bamboo skewer, while the aroma wafted enticingly into her nostrils. She could not help but sniff, her face betraying an eagerness to devour it all at once. However, Lin Wei turned to her and said, Xiao Xiao, yours will have to wait. They're too hot right now. Let them cool a bit before eating. Xiao Xiao pouted. Yet she understood that her brother was resolute in his words, so she held her little flower cat and black cat tightly, gazing hungrily at the few bright red, glistening lamb skewers. Had she the strength, she would have blown on them to cool them down instantly. Meanwhile, He Yushui, unable to contain her impatience, bit into 2 hefty chunks of meat. The moment the lamb entered her mouth, the intense aroma exploded. The meat flavor intertwined with the spiciness of the pepper, the fragrance of cumin, and the heat of the chili pepper surged to her head. She tentatively chewed, and indeed, the meat was as Lin Wei had described, far from dry. Rather, it was tender and plump, releasing a bounty of juices with just a slight pressure of her teeth. After a few more chews, her eyes lit up completely. The charcoal had drawn out the inherent sweetness of the lamb, while the gamey taste was transformed into a unique flavor by the spices, the fat melting between her teeth, mingling with the crispness of the char, becoming more delectable with every bite, more addictive with each morsel. So this is the magic of barbecue, despite the oil and charcoal expenditure. At this moment, it was all worth it. This is so delicious, He Yushui thought, her mind consumed by this singular idea, unknowingly emptying another skewer from her hand. With gusto, He Yushui devoured her meal rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 skewers of roasted lamb had vanished down her throat. She wiped her oil-slicked lips, gulped down some water to temper the salty and spicy taste, yet her eyes involuntarily darted toward the remaining 5 skewers meant for Xiao Xiao. Oh no, Yushui Jijia. Those are mine. Xiao Xiao, ever the clever one, sensed trouble the moment she noticed He Yushui's gaze and quickly pulled the plate closer to herself. Although she shared a good bond with He Yushui, these fragrant lamb skewers were personally grilled by her brother, something she had eagerly awaited. And she could not let them go. Lin Wei watched the scene with amusement, reaching out to check the temperature of the bamboo skewers. All right, Xiao Xiao. They're no longer hot. Hurry and eat. You can have 2 skewers, and give the remaining 3 to Xiao He and Xiao Hua. The little girl responded cheerfully, quickly grabbing a skewer and imitating He Yushui's earlier actions, taking a large bite. The lamb was crisp on the outside, yet tender within, the charcoal flavor mingling with the fat melting on her tongue. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she mumbled, so delicious. Brother's skewers are simply too fragrant. One skewer after another, Xiao Xiao could hardly stop, her little mouth smeared with sesame seeds and cumin grains. Lin Wei had refrained from adding chili and peppercorns to these 5 skewers, fearing they might be too spicy for her. Meow. Woof. Meanwhile, the little flower cat and black cat had been waiting eagerly, their round eyes fixated on the plate, tails wagging joyfully, as if they understood Lin Wei's previous words, that 3 skewers were meant for them. Xiao Xiao finally came to her senses, feeling a bit guilty as she stuck out her tongue, hurriedly using chopsticks to slide the meat off the bamboo skewers into their small plates. The cat and dog immediately dove into their feast, their heads nearly buried in the plates, emitting satisfied purring sounds, eating rapidly and eagerly, as if they wished to lick the plates clean. Chapter 244. The aroma permeates the courtyard, tempting beasts. Lin Wei observed the greedy expressions of the little gluttons, and a quiet chuckle escaped his heart. Indeed, barbecuing was an undeniable truth that transcended time. In any era, no one could resist the allure of such culinary delights. One meal was insufficient? Then let there be another. He turned and saw He Yushui still lost in thought, savoring the aftertaste. He called out, Yushui, snap back to reality. If you wish to indulge in grilled meat, you must take action yourself. You saw how I prepared it. Go fetch the skewers and grill them just like I did. Season to your taste. He Yushui felt her cheeks flush, realizing that as the daughter of a chef, she had been waiting for others to serve her, which was rather absurd. However, after watching Lin Wei, she had a basic understanding. Mastering the heat, applying oil, and seasoning. These were the essentials. Thus, she imitated Lin Wei, counting out 15 skewers of meat and laying them flat on the grill. She was far more meticulous than Lin Wei, flipping each skewer almost every 2 seconds, carefully applying oil and sprinkling seasoning without wasting a single grain. Beside her, the little girl and the cat and dog had already devoured their allotted 5 skewers of lamb and were now gazing up at Hiyushui, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, unable to hide their eagerness. Wow, what delicious aromas! What delectable dish is being prepared? A booming voice suddenly interrupted. The moon gate of the east courtyard was knocked upon. Lin Wei frowned. It was Sha Zhu. Had he not learned his lesson after losing the bet, and now he was back for more? He glanced at Hiyushui, who sighed softly. My foolish brother didn't get to eat earlier. Ultimately, her heart was tender. As long as he didn't approach Qin Huairu, she was willing to share a few skewers with him. All right, I'll go let him in. You focus on grilling, don't let it burn, Lin Wei declared, turning towards the moon gate, needing to ensure that Hiyushui remained undistracted and that there were no other unwelcome guests lurking outside. Before long, Lin Wei led Sha Zhu into the courtyard. The moment Sha Zhu stepped inside, his eyes were fixated on the grill, captivated by Hiyushui's deft grilling techniques. This meat can be prepared like this? He exclaimed, stretching his neck and inhaling deeply several times, his expression one of disbelief. Goodness, this aroma is quite overwhelming. It must be wafting throughout the courtyard. He then approached Hiyushui, curiously picking up each of the seasoning jars in front of her, bringing them to his nose to sniff. Chili, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, cumin, 5-spice powder, and this secret soy sauce, he murmured, with all these excellent ingredients. How could it not be fragrant? However, he soon focused on Hiyushui's oil brushing technique, puzzled. But Yushui, what is the significance of applying oil to the meat? Hiyushui shot him a glance. It was already a feat to get this foolish brother to come over. Did he expect to pry her grilling secrets from her? Dream on. Yet Sha Zhu smacked his forehead, a light of realization dawning upon him. I understand. Applying oil not only prevents burning, but at high temperatures. It essentially envelopes the meat in a crispy layer. Brilliant. He shook his head, marveling while also lamenting. Which genius came up with this idea? But it does consume a lot of oil. The average person could hardly afford such extravagance. Lin Wei cast a surprised glance at Sha Zhu. He hadn't expected this man to possess some culinary talent, able to articulate a simple technique so astutely. If only he had this level of insight when pursuing women, he wouldn't be at risk of becoming extinct. At that moment, the skewers in Hiyushui's hands were sizzling, nearly cooked through. With a steady flick of her wrist, she evenly sprinkled chili powder and coarse salt, finishing with a delicate brush of oil. Boom. Hiyushui's culinary skills surpassed Lin Wei's by leaps and bounds. In an instant, the oil sputtered and the fragrant aroma erupted. The nearly tangible smoke, infused with a robust scent, soared skyward, not only enveloping the east courtyard, but also audaciously spreading throughout the entire courtyard complex. Inside the Yi family home, the deaf old lady paused mid-bite with her chopsticks, suddenly losing the taste of the half-eaten cabbage and pork dumplings in her bowl. Ever since Sha Zhu and Qin Huairu left in succession, the remaining few had conspired together. With all the dishes consumed, waiting idly was not an option, so they brought out the boiled dumplings, leaving only a few for the two, though a few would remain. It all depended on the appetites of Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxiu. Judging by the current situation, not a single one would likely be left behind. At this moment, an unprecedented, rich aroma invaded the nostrils. The deaf old lady, nearing 70 years of age, had tasted a myriad of flavors. But such a bold and intense scent was a first for her. The fragrance, mingled with the unique freshness and gaminess of lamb, crashed toward her like a wave. It was not composed of rare ingredients, yet it tightened her throat and ignited a yearning in her heart. She set down her chopsticks, and the dumplings in her bowl suddenly appeared bland. Yi Zhonghai sighed inwardly. There was no need to guess. The commotion was undoubtedly caused by the Lin family in the east courtyard. While he did not know exactly what was being grilled, the aroma wafting through the courtyard was enough to make one's heart itch with desire. The eldest aunt remained unaffected, calmly eating her dumplings. She understood that no matter how fragrant it was, it belonged to someone else and had nothing to do with her. Better to guard the sustenance in her own bowl. Meanwhile, Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxiu, who had initially been focused on devouring their dumplings, intending to eat a few more to gather strength for the impending food heist, found their appetites diminishing as the fragrant aroma wafted in. The dumplings they chewed became increasingly tasteless, until they felt as though they were chewing on wax. Clap, clap. The mother and son duo almost simultaneously dropped their chopsticks. Jia Zhang squinted her triangular eyes, glaring fiercely toward the east courtyard, her words seeping through gritted teeth. Those little rascals are deliberately making it impossible for anyone to enjoy a meal. In the backyard, Lu Haizhong gazed at the scrambled eggs in his bowl, shaking his head before setting down his chopsticks. Lu Irma extended her neck, sniffing toward the window. Whose family is so generous, cooking with such enticing aromas? Even Sha Zhu's meals don't compare. Lu Haizhong picked up the teacup filled with wine and set it down again, his tone laced with envy and understanding. Who else could it be but the Lin family in the East Courtyard? Only they could procure such rare and exquisite ingredients. Lu Guangqi, who usually remained silent, suddenly looked up and earnestly said, "Dad, Mom, I will work hard next year. For the new year, our family will have a proper feast." Good, good. Lu Irma immediately beamed with joy, and under Lu Haizhong's watchful gaze, she placed a generous piece of meat into her eldest son's bowl, pleased with Guangqi's ambition. Across the table, Lu Guangfu and Lu Guangtian exchanged glances, neither uttering a word. The eldest had spoken beautifully, and the meat on the table was rapidly disappearing before him. The two silently finished the last bites in their bowls, and while the three engaged in a display of familial affection, they quietly shrank back and stealthily slipped away from the table, swiftly darting out the door. Lu Haizhong and Lu Irma cast a glance, but did not intervene. These two young ones had never been of much concern to them.